After all, we have been childhood friends. What harm is there in me touching you beneath your clothing? Haven't we always played together since we were young? I share a bed with you, so why should it be unacceptable for me to do so? I beseech you, let me stay just for one night. Ever since my adversary, Lu Ruyan, began living with me, her behavior has become increasingly peculiar. She spends her days rummaging through my personal belongings in my bedroom or stealthily creeping into my bed at night. At this moment, I gaze at the furtive Lu Ruyan in my room and question her intentions, asking what she is doing there. Lu Ruyan feigns composure, her voice tinged with anxiety, insisting, "I'm not doing anything. What could I possibly do?" Upon hearing her, I immediately sensed her guilty conscience. Otherwise, she would not display such unusual behavior. I swiftly entered the room, my gaze fixating on a crumpled corner of the bed, and suddenly, an epiphany struck me. Lu Ruyan, you remain unchanged as ever, once again seeking those peculiar books in my room. Fortunately, I have long ceased to peruse such material. Hee, you must be quite disappointed not to find anything. Upon hearing my words, Lu Ruyan's anxious heart immediately settled. Indeed, I was searching for that kind of thing, and I did not expect you to have already abandoned it. Well done. That is commendable. She feigned a nonchalant demeanor. I knew that as soon as you entered my room, it would herald nothing but mischief. However, I must clarify that my intentions are to oversee your progress in overcoming your detrimental habits. Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility for your actions? Did you not agree to this? I did not anticipate that this woman would turn the tables on me. Nonetheless, I shall endure it this time. It is, after all, my own oversight that led me to consent to your presence in my chamber. Lu Ruyan, feeling somewhat impatient, exclaimed, "Oh, I understand. After uttering these words, she proceeded to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Although she outwardly feigned calmness, her inner turmoil was palpable. Fortunately, this oaf was a man of oblivious demeanor. Otherwise, her anxiety might have been exposed. With a silent sigh of relief, I emerged from the room and reclined on the opposite side of the sofa. Two individuals reclined on the sofa, engrossed in their respective mobile devices. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I turned to Lu Ruyan, inquiring, "When did you arrive?" "It takes at least 5 hours to travel here by high-speed rail from my home. You were at my doorstep by 10 a.m. today. Does that mean you came over in the early hours of last night?" Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her expression displeased. Otherwise, how could I claim to be exhausted? I hardly slept a wink all night, hastily rushing over, only to find that a certain someone initially wouldn't even let me in. I glanced at the time on my phone. It was already 4 in the afternoon. "Perhaps you should take a short nap, and I will call you once dinner is ready." Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat perplexed, inquiring when I had become so considerate. "Are you going or not? If not, then you can help me with the cooking later. Besides, when have I ever been inconsiderate?" Upon hearing that Lu Ruyan had come over in the early hours, I could not help but feel an indescribable emotion welling up within me, especially after witnessing her sorrowful state from earlier. I felt compelled to show my support, yet I did not expect her to be so ungrateful. Seeing my displeased expression, Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Just admit that you care for me. Stop with the unnecessary words. If you choose not to go, then assist me with the cooking shortly." "It's all right, I'm not overly tired. I will assist you shortly." Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. "Hello, Mom. Has Yen arrived at Xiaohang's place?" "Yes, I've already arrived," Lu Ruyan replied sweetly. "Please hand the phone to Xiaohang. I would like to converse with her for a moment." "Hello, Auntie. I am Xiaohang." Yesterday, as soon as Xiaohang and Yen arrived home, she promptly set off in search of you. I was contemplating listening to your voice to ascertain her safe arrival when, before I could respond, Lu Ruyan snatched the phone from my grasp. "What are you saying, Mom?" "I certainly did not rush over the moment I got home." Lu Ruyan quickly ended the call, though a barely perceptible blush flickered across her cheeks. I gazed intently at Lu Ruyan and teased. "So you dashed over as soon as you arrived home?" "I did not. I merely wished to come quickly to familiarize myself with Haicheng," she retorted. With 2 months of summer vacation remaining, there was still a month left for exploration. After all, this young lady possesses boundless energy naturally. I must venture out more. Still brimming with boundless energy, who just returned only to recline languidly on the sofa. Lu Ruyan, feeling discontent, remarked, "You are no different. Both of us are lounging on the sofa. so let us not cast stones at one another. I was merely assisting you in tidying up the room. Having carried back so many items, naturally, I feel fatigued. Having spent an entire day without proper rest, it is only natural that fatigue has set in. Consequently, the two turned their heads away from one another, avoiding eye contact as they engrossed themselves in their respective mobile devices. Before long, dinner time arrived. Lu Rian came to assist in washing the vegetables, reminding herself to soak the broccoli in salt water. As she entered the kitchen, her gaze fell upon the vegetable she loathed most, revealing a hint of impatience in her eyes. I know, she muttered, yet a subtle smile began to form at the corners of her mouth, as if a solution had emerged in her mind. You mustn't harbor any reservations consuming broccoli this evening is imperative. Seeing through my thoughts, Lu Ruyin appeared somewhat guilty. How could I possibly have any ulterior motives? Absolutely not. Upon witnessing her expression, my conviction deepened. You handle the meat, and I shall wash the vegetables, I suggested. Lu Ruyin regretted her earlier display of emotions. She thought it unwise to be so overt. Reluctantly, she grasped the knife to prepare the meat, all the while muttering to herself, I refuse to believe I cannot find a food you despise. Once I uncover it, you shall see. Soon, the two of us had prepared the ingredients, and I hastily ushered her out of the kitchen. Lu Ruyin, seated on the sofa, watched my bustling figure in the kitchen, a flicker of sweetness blossoming in her heart. She then gently inquired, Are you tired? Upon hearing her voice, I felt a shiver run down my spine, goosebumps rising all over me. Please, do not repulse me with that tone. Which vocal cord are you using to produce such sounds? Lu Ruyin, upon hearing my response, became incensed. Hey, I am merely expressing concern for you. Is that how you respond? If you truly cared, you would take the dishes out and set the table properly. Good intentions turned into disdain. She retorted with indignation. Soon, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Lu Ruyin beheld her most beloved chicken wings, and immediately, saliva cascaded down her chin. It is essential to consume an ample amount of vegetables, so I added a touch of broccoli to her bowl. Lu Ruyin's expression instantly darkened. Thus, the two of them sat at the dining table, indulging in their meal. Lu Ruyin seemed to recall something and said, Pighead, you have to go to work tomorrow. Indeed, I've been working for nearly a month now. It just so happens that today I have a day off. Oh, Lu Ruyin appeared somewhat disheartened. What time do you commence work tomorrow? She inquired. I will begin at 10 in the morning, and if I do not have to work overtime, I shall return by 4 in the afternoon. Her voice distinctly carried a hint of disappointment. Will that girl from today be working with you? Unaware of Lu Ruyin's melancholic tone, I responded casually. She is also working part-time, much like myself, so our schedules are generally aligned. Lu Ruyin silently lowered her head, feigning nonchalance. Are you well acquainted with her? She asked. Not particularly, I replied. We are merely colleagues, crossing paths occasionally. It was a surprise to encounter her at the supermarket today, as I did not expect her to reside nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin seemed to breathe a slight sigh of relief. I find myself somewhat perplexed. What is it that you inquire about? Lu Ruyin felt somewhat anxious, yet there was nothing to worry about. As she became increasingly nervous, the atmosphere lightened with laughter. I knew something was amiss. A sense of vigilance instinctively arose within me. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? Speak swiftly of your true intentions. Lu Ruyin hesitated momentarily, and then it dawned on me, you attempting to extract information about my workplace so you could cause a disturbance when I am at work? Indeed, you have surprisingly deduced it. Humph. Fortunately, I am quite clever. I absolutely shall not disclose the location of my workplace, nor do I wish to know. Amidst our playful bickering, we swiftly finished our meal. Glancing at the bowls and chopsticks on the table, a mischievous thought crossed my mind. Did I not prepare the dinner for Lu Ruyin? Lu Ruyin felt a sense of confusion. Indeed, I continued to speak with unwavering conviction. After all, the dishes had been served by me. Lu Ruyin's bewilderment deepened. What was the matter? Well then, tidying up the aftermath was your responsibility. With that, I swiftly dashed into the bedroom, grabbed a few changes of clothes, and made my way toward the bathroom. It was only then that Lu Ruyin reacted, storming angrily toward the bathroom. You scoundrel, get out here, she exclaimed, forcefully pushing open the bathroom door. Both of us were left in a state of shock. At that moment, I found myself adorned with nothing but a mere piece of cloth. The two of us exchange an awkward gaze for a fleeting second. Lu Ruyin, audacious and shameless, let out a startled scream, desperately covering her eyes. Yet, unable to resist, she peered through her fingers. She swallowed hard, a hint of unease in her demeanor. It was not my doing that you called out. You were the one who intruded upon my space. And now you dare to cast blame upon me? The fault lies with you. I even lent you a hand, and now I'm left to wash the dishes alone. Is it truly my fault that you barged in here? You're being rather petty. Regardless, I refuse to be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, this is not the first time we have seen each other in such a state. We even bathed together as children. Lu Ruyin feigned shock, asserting that the past is the past, and the present is a different matter entirely. Look at our ages now. Lu Ruoyan, in her characteristic haughty demeanor, posed a question. What shall we do then? I shall tidy up after dinner tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Her tones softened, revealing a hint of playfulness. A fleeting moment passed, yet she remained resolute in her stance, her head held high, casting furtive glances at herself. Haven't you seen enough? Hurry up and leave, she urged. All right, I understand. I shall step out now. Once Lu Ruoyan departed, I closed the door behind her, reminding myself that we now cohabited. As she exited the bathroom, she sank onto the sofa, her face flushed with embarrassment, burying herself in the throw pillow, murmuring to herself about her alluring physique. When did I become so enticing? Gradually, she regained her composure and sauntered towards the kitchen, where she began washing the dishes. Yet, entranced by the sound of running water from the bathroom, she found herself lost in thought, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. The bathroom door creaked open, and I emerged, having just finished my own ablutions. Gazing towards the kitchen, one observes Lu Ruyin absent-mindedly polishing the dishes, a foolish smile irresistibly gracing her lips. What is Lu Ruyin pondering? Just look at the corner of your mouth. It seems as though drool is about to spill forth. Startled, Lu Ruyin quickly wiped the droplet away. Why do you concern yourself with me? She murmured, gracefully exiting the kitchen. How can you finish your shower so swiftly? I haven't even completed washing my bowl, and you're already done barely 10 minutes, if at all. Surely you haven't emerged without thoroughly cleansing yourself? Lu Ruyin displayed a look of disdain. Yes, I utilized body wash diligently, cleansing every inch of myself. If you don't believe me, do take a whiff. Lu Ruyin indeed approached closely, gently inhaling the scent, deeming it acceptable, as if to imply that you had adequately cleansed yourself. Unlike certain individuals, I would not spend half an hour on such a task. What half an hour? It is quite a reasonable duration. Not wishing to continue this debate with Lu Ruyin, I hastily interjected, all right, then you may proceed to take your bath, as if it were any of your concern. With that, she retreated to her room, retrieved a change of clothes, and then entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, Lu Ruoyan emerged, her hair damp and tousled. Ah, young lady, you have finally emerged. Observe how precisely I have timed it, neither too much nor too little, but exactly half an hour. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, clearly infuriated. I see you are itching for trouble. Be honest, dear sister, you wouldn't be angered by this, would you? Surely not, surely not. Lu Ruoyan stood still, her eyes tightly shut, clearly enduring immense restraint against the impulse to strike. Sister, you cannot truly be angry, can you? Surely not, surely not. I shall continue to explore Charlie's remarks. Clearly, Lu Ruoyan has reached her limit of patience. She swiftly stepped forward and mounted me, proclaiming, Do you now realize your error? I resolutely declared that I would never yield to her. Lu Ruoyan scoffed disdainfully and then seized a cushion, wielding it vigorously. I flailed my arms in a futile attempt to defend myself, exclaiming, Do not take advantage of me too much. I do not strike women. It seems the tables have turned for you to utter such words now, hasn't it? You do not even consider who currently holds the advantage. Lu Ruoyan appears somewhat disdainful. As the cushion was relentlessly thrust towards my face, I could only wave my hands in a flurry. Suddenly, I felt a soft sensation in my grasp, uncertain of what it was. I gently squeezed it. A sultry cry resonated through the air, and as the pillow on her face gradually slipped away, she realized her hand was resting upon an enormous protrusion. Lu Ruoyan let out a piercing scream, denouncing the perverse slumber and the lecherous fiend. Ha ha! I sincerely apologize. Lu Ruyan's face is flushed with embarrassment. Gradually turn your head. I sincerely apologize. Please do not be upset. Lu Ruyan, somewhat haughty. Do you merely possess the ability to speak without any tangible actions? My mind momentarily blanked for 2 seconds. What tangible actions can I undertake? Am I to simply attempt once more? I find myself internally lamenting. Yet such sentiments are certainly not meant to be vocalized. So what do you propose? What tangible gesture can I offer to make amends? Please assist me in drying my hair. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. What sort of compensation is this? Can't you manage that on your own? As her thoughts were laid bare, Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat vexed. Enough with the chatter. Just help me with the drying, will you? All right, I shall assist you. I picked up the hairdryer beside me and began to gently dry Lu Ruyan's hair. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes, seemingly reveling in the sensation. As the sound of the hairdryer gradually faded away, she spoke with a hint of disappointment, wondering how much longer it would take to dry her hair. She felt that she had already spent sufficient time on it. The hour was late, and she decided to return to her room to rest. What did you start going to bed so early? It's only 9 o'clock. I wish to retreat to my room and leisurely indulge in my phone. Is that too much to ask? A tinge of dissatisfaction lingered in my heart as I questioned the situation, to which Lu Ruyan dismissively waved her hand, expressing her disdain. Unperturbed by her remarks, I made my way directly back to my room. As the door clicked shut behind me, the living room was left with Lu Ruyan alone, who, undeterred, confidently strode towards her own bedroom. The following morning, as Lu Ruyan emerged from her bedroom, still groggy from sleep, she unexpectedly collided with me. Lu Ruyan, despite my considerable presence before you, it seems I am invisible to you. Is that so? Lu Ruyan pressed her forehead in rebuttal, clearly blaming me. What are you doing standing dazed at the door so early in the morning? Not wishing to engage in an argument with her, I turned and walked towards the washroom. Lu Ruyan followed closely behind, and we both stood at the sink, busily attending to our toiletries. The cramped space felt exceedingly crowded with the two of us there. It's not love the sink is merely this small. Why do you insist on crowding in with me? Don't you find it uncomfortable? Humph. What do you mean I'm following you? It's evidently you following me. Too weary to engage in her banter, I shifted slightly away, preparing to wash my face. Lu Ruyan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Why are you standing so far away just to wash your face?" I paid no heed, bent down to turn on the faucet, and, after cupping my hands to collect the water, I vigorously scrubbed my face a few times. "Isn't this how one washes their face?" Lu Ruyan inquired. "I certainly do not wash my face in this manner." "How then do you wash it?" "Wait." As soon as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she swiftly departed from the washroom and dashed towards her room. Before long, the bathroom door was forcefully kicked open by her, as she entered with a plethora of items cradled in her arms. "What on earth are you doing?" I inquired, a hint of confusion lacing my tone. "Today, I shall impart the proper technique for washing your face," she declared, and without further ado, she firmly pressed me against the sink. Ignoring my struggles, her slender, delicate fingers splashed warm water upon my face. Instinctively, I turned my head in resistance, emitting muffled protests. "Silence. Simply wash your face," she commanded with unwavering authority, and then proceeded to dab my face, her thoughts swirling within her mind. The infuriating man, possessing such striking good looks, yet his face is so tender. As half an hour elapsed, Lu Ruyan ceased her actions, granting me the opportunity to speak. I glared at her in fury, demanding, "What on earth are you doing?" Lu Ruyan replied with utmost seriousness, "Can't you tell? I am washing your face. From now on, this is how you shall have your face washed every day, understand?" I retorted, "Could you not have mentioned it beforehand? I was caught off guard by your sudden approach." She continued, "The young lady herself is personally washing your face, and you dare not appreciate it?" Soon, the two of us completed our grooming amidst our bickering. Then, I prepared some bread and milk as a delightful breakfast. Lu Ruyan prepared her own lunch, and I will be heading to work shortly. "Oh, I understand. Lu Ruyan reclined on the sofa, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. To abandon one's childhood sweetheart at home while venturing out to rendezvous with other unscrupulous women is truly the mark of a scoundrel. I was merely heading to work. What do you mean by going on a date with another woman? Besides our childhood friendship, we share no other bond. How have I become the villain in this scenario? As the alarm on my phone chimed, I hastily rose and made my way to the door, slipping on my shoes to avoid being late. Do not dare to disturb my room, do you understand? Lu Ruoyan appeared somewhat impatient, finding the situation rather tedious. As the door closed, a smile crept upon her lips. Well, since you are not home to keep me company, it seems only reasonable that I indulge in a little compensation for myself. With a mischievous chuckle, she approached my bedroom, quietly opened the door, and slipped inside. Once there, she fluidly locked the door behind her, then leaped onto the bed, savoring the familiar scent that enveloped her. Unable to resist, she rolled playfully, and in the dimly lit room, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a peculiar delight. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a gentle glow on her face, subtly illuminating the flush on her cheeks. Meanwhile, I had arrived at the bookstore, where Su Ro greeted me sweetly from behind the counter. "Good morning, Su Ro," I replied politely, before making my way to the back of the store to begin arranging the books on the shelves. "Good morning, Lu Han." A melodious voice resembling that of an elegant lady echoed from behind. "Mu Jia, do you wish to indulge in intoxication?" "Mu Jia, you should indulge in a state of inebriation." The source is Su Muqin, the owner of the bookstore, who has a penchant for drinking. Tianji, now in her 30s, remains unmarried. However, the passage of time seems to have left no significant marks upon her visage. Her skin remains delicate and smooth, and her gaze reveals a blend of maturity and wisdom. "Come here, let me embrace you," Su Muqin said as she extended her arms towards me. I quickly stepped back a few paces, distancing myself from the embrace. "Cousin, you've had too much to drink again," Su Ro said as she hurried over to grasp Su Muqin. "Where have I ever bullied her?" "You certainly protect her," Su Muqin teased with a smile. "What are you saying, cousin?" she continued, her cheeks flushing as she glanced in my direction. "Don't listen to Mu Jia. She's just talking nonsense because she's drunk." "I understand. Please take Mu Jia upstairs to rest." Su Ro noticed my expression and couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. "Then I shall take her upstairs. First, could you please assist me by watching the front desk for a moment?" As I approached the front desk of the bookstore, taking Su Ro's place, I inquire, "Cousin, what did you just say? What if one Luohang misunderstands?" Su Ro supported Su Muqing as they ascended the stairs, remarking, "Where have I spoken in error? It is evident that you harbor feelings for her." Su Ro lowered her head, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. "I do not like her at all. Do not make such baseless claims," she retorted. "Oh, just look at your expression. If you persist, I shall not concede." Su Muqin laughed heartily. As the two individuals entered the lounge, they found it rather austere, featuring merely a bed and a writing desk, with an assortment of bottles, both large and small, strewn across the floor. "Cousin, just how much wine did you indulge in last night?" "Ah, life is fleeting. One must seize the moment and revel in joy." Having spoken, Su Muqin reclined on the bed and succumbed to slumber. Su Ro descended the stairs and approached the front desk. "Could you please hand me a few garbage bags? Sister Mu has filled the lounge with empty bottles. I will go upstairs to tidy up. Allow me to take care of the arrangements. You are more acquainted with the front desk. I shall handle these miscellaneous tasks." I entered the lounge with a garbage bag in hand, surveying the chaos that lay strewn across the floor. Shaking my head in dismay, I set to work diligently, tidying up. Before long, the space was restored to a pristine condition. I walked over, opened the window to allow some fresh air into the room, and caught a glimpse of an envelope on the table out of the corner of my eye. It is a wedding invitation. Casting one last glance at Su Muqing, I felt a sense of understanding within my heart. However, it was evident that such matters bore no relevance to me. I lifted the garbage bag, closed the door, and departed, leaving the rented accommodation behind. Lu Rian lay in a sprawling posture on the bed, breathing heavily as if she had just emerged from an intense battle. A pillow was pressed against her face, concealing her flushed features that betrayed her excitement. A wave of exhilaration surged through her entire being, intertwined with a profound sense of fear and trepidation. Such experiences were ones she only dared to pursue in my absence, for it was during these moments that she could unveil her truest self. Yet, she was also gripped by the anxiety of revealing her authentic nature to me, leading her to perpetually strive to present herself as a semblance of normalcy in my presence. Although she has experienced such moments countless times throughout her life, each instance still evokes a sense of fear within her. Yet, what can be done? It is merely a reflection of her inability to restrain her own desires. Slowly, she lowered the pillow that had been resting against her face, a hint of self-mockery gracing her lips. Subsequently, she reached for her phone, which lay upon the bedside table, illuminating the screen to reveal a striking photograph of us from our childhood, a picture she had chosen as her wallpaper. She has never changed it. Even after acquiring a new phone, she would immediately set this wallpaper as her own. She smiled sweetly, extending her finger to gently caress my face on the screen. Then, she pressed her lips against it, savoring that familiar scent. This kiss was imbued with boundless tenderness and affection. Oh, how I longed to return to that time, to the moments when you belonged solely to me. Yet, the present is not so bad. You are still by my side, not yet taken by some other wretched woman. Her tone brimmed with a profound sense of possessiveness. She then opened her phone's gallery, which was filled to the brim with countless pictures of me, documenting my journey from kindergarten to the present. As she continued to gaze at them, the corners of her mouth curled slightly upwards, her gaze concealing a barely perceptible hint of malady. Lu Ruyin gazed upon the photographs, enveloped by the unique aura that filled the expansive bed beneath her. Slowly, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, a faint, sweet smile gracing her lips. As the phone rang with a series of beeps, I realized it was already 4 p.m. Filled with excitement, I rose from my seat and made my way towards the bookstore's entrance. Tomorrow, I shall meet Lu Han. Su Ro, seated at the front desk, waved at me. Su Ro, aren't you leaving after your shift? I inquired. I will return a bit later. The next shift hasn't arrived yet, and Sister Mu is still peacefully slumbering upstairs. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Upon leaving the bookstore, I immediately entered a supermarket, pondering whether Lu Ruyin was behaving herself at home. I should inquire if there is anything she wishes to eat. Lu Ruyin was in the depths of slumber, blissfully unaware until she was abruptly roused by the insistent ringing of the telephone. Who could it be? She murmured, her tone tinged with irritation. Still slumbering, I have already returned from work. And I, you are back from your shift as well. Lu Ruyin, startled, instantly sprang up from her bed, her nerves causing her to stutter. Sister, do take a look at the time on your phone. It is already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. How much longer until you arrive home? I could sense the urgency in Lu Ruyin's tone. I find myself somewhat perplexed in my inquiry. Why are you so anxious? There is no need for such tension, for I am not at all perturbed. A sudden, unsettling premonition washed over me. You haven't ventured in my room once more, have you? Absolutely not. Certainly not. Lu Ruyin suddenly exclaimed loudly. Just because you don't have it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Why shout so loudly? Apologetically, she continued. How much longer until you reach home? Her delicate voice echoed through the receiver. A chill ran down my spine. Do not speak to me in such a tone. It is rather repulsive. Lu Ruyin suddenly flashed a bewitching smile. The sound was a jarring cacophony, reminiscent of a clattering noise. Ah, the braised pig's head. When shall you return? In just a few moments I am at the supermarket. I wanted to inquire if there is anything you wish to eat. The intolerable noise compelled me to steer the conversation to the heart of the matter. I crave bubble tea. Could you kindly procure some for me? Instantly, Lu Ruyin's excitement was palpable. But sister, to fetch you bubble tea, I would need to dash to the tea shop and endure a queue. I cannot go. Oh, come on. Be a dear, will you? I am utterly exhausted. Her behavior today was quite peculiar, leaving me with an unsettling premonition. Fine, I shall go. What flavor of bubble tea do you desire? Anything will do, just hurry back. Lu Ruyin, with an exuberant response, promptly ended the call. Observing her unusual demeanor filled me with an ominous feeling. At this moment, Lu Ruyin gazed at the disarray strewn across the bed and let out a deep sigh. Fortunately, her quick wit had afforded her some precious time. She hurriedly set about restoring the room to its former state. Approaching the window, she drew back the curtains and subsequently opened the window, allowing fresh air to circulate and disperse her lingering scent. Turning her gaze towards the large bed where she had once slept, she reflected on the scene. The surface is in utter disarray, with creases resembling the rugged paths of a mountain gorge, uneven and treacherous. Oh heavens, what on earth have I done? Oh heavens, what have I done? She began to tidy up the bed, and while she was still arranging the sheets, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of several damp stains on the bedding. It wasn't just the sheets, there were also marks on the pillow. She pondered whether it was drool from a recent slumber, but how could there be so much? Oh no, this is a disaster. Lu Ruyan sat on the bed, her eyes vacant, overwhelmed by despair. Why? Why can't I control myself? She knelt on the bed, cradling her head in her hands, crying out in anguish. Just as she was at a loss, the ringtone of her phone suddenly echoed. Pighead, have you returned? I'm still queuing to buy you bubble tea. Could you do me a favor? Please go to my room and help me change the bed sheets and pillowcases. I had intended to do it this morning, but I ended up forgetting. As time passed, each fleeting second, no sound emerged from the other end of the phone. I initially believed it was her reluctance, so I hastily played the emotional card, saying, "Look, I've even bought you milk tea. Could you do me this favor?" Lu Ruyan instantly felt invigorated, her heart brimming with unrestrained joy. Yet, she maintained an air of feigned aloofness. "Humph. Since you were kind enough to buy me milk tea, I shall reluctantly lend you a hand," she declared. "Of course, my lady, I'm truly grateful to you," he responded. "Humph. I'm not doing this out of obligation. I'm merely attending to my own needs and happen to assist you in the process. Didn't you just change the sheets yesterday? Why must you wash them today? So what if I do?" After hanging up hastily, Lu Ruyan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and cast a quick glance around the room at the other items. Aside from the disheveled bed, everything else remained untouched. Without hesitation, she tore the unsightly sheets and pillowcases from the bed and walked directly towards the wardrobe, opening its doors. Inside, there are 2 sets of bed linens available for change. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan glanced at the sheets in her hands. With a sudden sound beneath her feet, she returned to her own chamber. Observing her bedding, she noted that while it was indeed pristine, for the sake of her grand ambitions, she must impose upon them. She believed they would understand. Without hesitation, she swiftly yanked her bedsheet down and tossed it into the washing machine. Hee hee, I am truly a genius. Now, my bedsheet carries the scent of pig's head. Though it may be somewhat faint, it is still serviceable enough. I feel an irresistible urge to nibble, and the corners of her mouth are unable to suppress a rising smile. Lu Ruyan, I have returned. Upon hearing my voice, Lu Ruyan quickly suppressed her inner turmoil and hurried out of the room to warmly welcome me back. Have the sheets and pillowcases in my room been changed? According to your words, not only have they been replaced, but I even took the liberty of washing them for you. Thank you. However, regarding your milk tea, why has my requested milk tea turned into fruit tea? I could hear the tone of inquiry in Lu Ruyan's voice. I am quite displeased. Hey, I kindly brought this back for you, and you dare to speak to me in such a tone? Moreover, it was you who suggested it. I thought buying milk tea was unhealthy, so I opted for fruit tea instead, which I find quite delightful, especially since it contains watermelon. Ah, I see. I understand that Lu Ruyan is somewhat impatient. I removed my shoes and reclined directly on the sofa. There is no place like home. Work has utterly exhausted me. Make some room for me, braised pig's head, I jested, having just washed her sheets and pillowcases, which was quite tiring as well. I offered no response, merely shifted my body inward a little more. Lu Ruyan settled down with a cup of fruit tea, poised to take a sip. Yet I felt as though I was surreptitiously observing her, and she appeared somewhat perplexed, inquiring, "Why do you keep secretly watching me?" "Ha ha, it's nothing, please drink up." I smiled with a hint of mischief. Upon witnessing my expression, Lu Ruyan became increasingly perplexed, questioning why she was so eager while I was merely sipping my drink. "Ah, no. I merely wish to ascertain whether this would suit your taste." Upon uttering these words, I turned my attention to my phone, yet occasionally, from the corner of my eye, I stole glances at her. Lu Ruyan, cradling her fruit tea, cautiously took a sip. "How does it taste?" I asked eagerly, sitting up with excitement. After all, I had specifically requested the owner to add a generous amount of lemon to this fruit tea, opting for the large portion. "This beverage is simply delightful. Where did you purchase it? I have never encountered such exquisite fruit tea before," exclaimed Lu Ruyan, her excitement palpable. She hurriedly took several sips, and upon finishing, she couldn't help but remark, "It is truly exceptional. I almost regret not having more." Could it be that the proprietor omitted something? With a playful blink, she continued, "I shall certainly buy it next time. As long as it tastes good, I will help you acquire it again." I cannot contain my enthusiasm for such a delicious drink. May I have a taste? I assure you, my intentions are purely to savor the flavor, nothing more. Is that permissible? I'm only allowed to drink a little, yet I have not had my fill. I cast a glance at the fruit tea, and without a hint of hesitation, I indulged in it. Ha! Since you only allowed me to sip a little, I shall defiantly take a hearty gulp. The mocking laughter of Lu Ruyan echoed, her face adorned with a playful expression. I fell into a trap. In a swift motion, I grabbed a nearby trash bin and expelled everything I had just consumed. Ha ha! Lu Ruyan doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach. Didn't you say it was delicious? I teased. You silly head, it turns out there was no sauce or vinegar after all, yet you still yearn for it like a parrot. I gazed at Lu Ruyan, reveling in her triumphant demeanor. I can only utter fierce words, just wait for me. I am indeed waiting for you. After all, it was you who dared to challenge me first. I grit my teeth and turn my head away, secretly contemplating that you should brace yourself, for the day will come when I shall triumph over you. By the way, are you still drinking that pig's head fruit tea? If not, you better return it to me. I was momentarily bewildered. How could she still manage to drink such a taste? Do you still wish to drink it? I am determined to drink it. And what concern is it of yours? A mischievous smile crept across my face. Surely, you cannot genuinely enjoy such a beverage. Unfazed by my remark, she swiftly snatched the fruit tea from my hands, her gaze fixed on the straw as a faint smile graced her lips. Hee, the pig head just drank from this, and it still carries his essence, she mused, bringing the fruit tea to her lips. Unable to restrain her excitement, she opened her mouth and playfully bit onto the straw, a surge of exhilaration coursing through her. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Upon noticing my puzzled expression, she quickly furrowed her brow and took a delicate sip, then feigned a pout as she turned her gaze towards me, declaring, I simply relish it. I am at a loss for words. Fine, if you enjoy drinking, then it's all yours. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyan actually take a sip, my suspicions began to dissipate, however. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered within me. The washing machine emitted a series of chimes, signaling that the duvet had been thoroughly cleaned. Just as I was about to rise and take it out to dry, Lu Ruyan abruptly pressed me back onto the sofa. After a long day's work, you must be quite fatigued. Allow me to take over for you. When did you become so benevolent? In the past, you were too apathetic to assist with any requests. Is it not now that you are relying on me? Of course, I shall lend a hand. Observing the peculiar behavior of women today, I squinted my eyes and questioned whether you intended to harm me once more. Lu Ruyan has resigned. She stands with her hands on her hips. After much effort, you actually dare to question me instead of expressing gratitude? How could you turn on me like this? It was only when I noticed a significant change in your demeanor that I felt a sense of relief. As you turned away to bask in the sun, a hint of relief graced your lips. Approaching the washing machine, you gently lifted the sheets and inhaled their scent, relieved that they bore no trace of your own fragrance. However, upon examining your own sheets, your expression fell. Where was the scent of the pig head? You had hoped to capture even a trace of it. Undeterred, you leaned in closer, meticulously sniffing every inch. The washing machine must indeed be of exceptional quality, leaving not a remnant behind. You grumbled about eventually replacing it. Why are you taking so long in there? I called out, noting your awkward laughter. Oh, I was just checking if the laundry was clean, you replied with a nervous chuckle. My instincts, sharpened years of observing you, had taught me that your awkward laughter often signaled unease. I seized the sheets from your grasp and began to scrutinize them closely. To my surprise, there was indeed nothing amiss. What have you discovered, pighead? You inquired cautiously. I wasn't searching for anything specific. I merely wanted to see if they were clean, I replied. By the way, since your duvet cover has been washed, could I possibly borrow your spare one? Once again, I was taken aback by that insipid voice. I was truly flabbergasted. What on earth had become of this woman? Her demeanor was entirely at odds with the impression I held of her. Seeing me frozen in disbelief, Lu Ruyan assumed my silence with reluctance. With a sweet and delicate tone, she exclaimed, You're the best, aren't you? She grasped my hand and playfully shook it. As someone who has been single for 18 years, I was utterly unprepared for this. Stop. Just take it, I conceded. Upon my agreement, a subtle smile crept across her lips. Let me fetch it for you, I offered, preparing to enter the bedroom, only to be stopped by Lu Ruyan's firm grip. What are you doing? Aren't you the one who needs it? Actually, I've already changed, she confessed. You should have told me you were ready beforehand, I retorted with a laugh. I knew you would agree, so I just changed early she replied with a chuckle. By 9 in the evening, Lu Ruyin had already nestled into bed, relishing the lingering scent of my presence in the covers. With her eyes closed in contentment, her phone suddenly chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw a message in the group chat from Lu Xiaoxiao, who had tagged her. Lu Xiaoxiao, her desk mate, was well known for being the loudest in class, always eager to play matchmaker. I heard you've been pursuing Lu Hang all the way to Haicheng. Lu Ruyin wore a proud expression indeed. We have cohabited together. How splendid it is to finally justify the earnest efforts of my mentor. Listening to emotional cohabitation on Tomato, you finally made some progress. Lu Ruyin expressed her confusion, asking, how did you know I arrived in High City? I went to your house today to look for you. Your mother mentioned that you sought out Lu Hang, and when she spoke of it, she wore a knowing smile. Go ahead, express it yourself aside from her, who could possibly be unaware of your fondness for Lu Han. Behold me as I indulge in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on Tomato listening. I had no intention of concealing anything, however. This dewy-headedness perplexes me with its inexplicable dullness. Then tell me about your current progress with her. Lu Ruyin let out a sigh. What more can I say? She is simply a fool. Surely, you have not made any progress at all. Tomato Chongting's emotional cohabitation has prompted Lu Xiaoxiao to express her frustration with a look of exasperation. Speaking of this, it incites my frustration. She still has to go out to work, and there is another girl at her workplace. You must hasten your pace, otherwise you might lose her to another woman, and that would be a tremendous loss for you. Lu Xiaoxiao, on Tomato listening, emotional cohabitation. I cannot allow you to suggest that the pig-headed will be snatched away by other wicked women. Hee, please do not be angry. I merely wish to remind you, for I would be disheartened if the couple I have cherished for 3 years were to remain apart. Rest assured, the pig-headed individual is undoubtedly inseparable from me. I relish listening to emotional cohabitation on Tomato Chongtian. Even if it means binding me, I am determined to keep her by my side. Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback and quickly sent a flurry of messages, inquiring if there was a need for assistance, jokingly suggesting whether she should help lure her out. However, in all seriousness, Lu Ruyin urged Yin to hasten her pace. Oh, I certainly understand, she replied, but she is as unyielding as a block of wood, leaving me at a loss for what to do. With a playful smirk, she added, isn't it obvious you should consult me? I am renowned as a master of romance. At this moment, another individual in the group sent a message, stating that Tomato was enjoying emotional cohabitation. Lu Xiaoxiao, you have never experienced love yourself, yet you continue to refer to Yin. You have been calling her Yin Mama for years, and despite your persistent efforts, she has yet to capture Lu Han's heart. Do you still dare to call out? And what of Long Qingqing? Haven't you also remained untouched by romance, yet you presume to advise me? In a quiet moment, I inquired about your experiences with romance, which does not hinder my playful teasing. Lu Ruyin is currently consumed by thoughts of me, and hastily begins to mediate our quarrel. Xiaoxiao, do share your insights. What strategy might assist me in winning over Zhu Tu? It is of course a cinematic experience we seek, particularly an unparalleled horror film. You could feign fright, and in that moment, seek refuge in her embrace, thus fostering increased physical contact, allowing feelings to blossom over time. However, you are well aware of the complexities involved. Tomato listening presents emotional cohabitation. I have never been afraid of such terrifying things. The emphasis lies not on whether you harbor fear, but rather on the physical interaction between both parties. Do you comprehend this? Are you unable to feign understanding? In a rather desolate tone, Long Qingqing begins to express her critiques regarding the audiobook cohabitation of affections, where one character dares to trust while another dares to believe. Do not speak with such sarcasm. Qingqing, do you possess any effective strategies? Lu Ruoyan, unable to remain composed, turned to Qingqing and inquired, what methods do you have to help me win over Zhu Tu? A significant reward awaits once I succeed. Rest assured, Ting, I will undoubtedly assist you, Yin. After Xiaoxiao's plan fails, I shall reveal my thoughts to you. Thank you, everyone. I will first attempt Xiaoxiao's approach. Soon, Lu Ruoyan began devising her plan, opening her computer to consult the internet on what horror films to watch. Imagining the two of them seated on the sofa, enveloped in dim light, Sharing a blanket, she envisioned herself diving into Zhu Tu's embrace at the most terrifying moments, feeling his warmth and familiar scent. Just the thought of it made her heart flutter. Lost in her daydreams, she broke into a silly grin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy, while drool slipped unnoticed from her lips. She raised her hand to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth and returned to her reverie of the future. The next morning, she asked, Zhu Tu, what time do you expect to return today? If you're not working overtime, will it be around 4 in the afternoon? What's the matter? Lu Ruyin stammered, listening to the captivating emotional cohabitation on tomato sound. It's nothing, truly, yet witnessing Lu Ruyin falling into this predicament once more is quite disheartening. As I indulge in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation, an unsettling premonition arises within me. What is it that you wish to convey? If you do not speak now, I must depart for work. Indeed, indeed, but which matter shall you elucidate? Could you not articulate it in a single sentence? Lu Ruyin, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head. Fan Xie was engrossed in emotional cohabitation. In the evening, I wish to watch a movie together with you. Where can we watch it? Jing suggested at home, without going out. I was instantly filled with doubt, initially thinking Lu Ruyin had made a significant blunder, only to realize it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, why was she so hesitant? We had certainly watched movies together before something fell amiss. I pressed on with my inquiries, asking why she suddenly wanted to watch a film. Lu Ruyin, something is off with you. I stated my desire to see a movie. Do you not comprehend? Lu Ruyin became enraged in an instant. Oh, indeed. Watching the movie truly reveals the authentic Lu Ruyin. It seems that there is nothing to worry about. Lu Ruyin's heart swells with excitement you have genuinely promised. Let us indulge in the evening's leisure after dinner, perhaps enjoying the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on tomato listening. Haha, very well. Lu Ruyin nodded with delight. Now, I must depart for work. You are not to enter my room, understood? Oh, I comprehend. I shall return home and await your arrival. With a resounding bang, I closed the door and made my way toward the bookstore. With a bewitching smile, Lu Ruyin playfully declared, if you won't let me enter your room, then I shall proceed nonetheless. You must account for everything. Not even a single secret shall remain. With a mischievous laugh, she made her way toward the bedroom. However, just as she was about to step inside, a cold sweat broke out upon her brow, prompting her to hastily retreat to the sofa. Upon my return, she anxiously inquired, is there something amiss? Why are you back? In recent days, I found Lu Ruyin to be quite suspicious, not for any particular reason, but due to her exuberant laughter resurfacing. I merely forgot my phone. She explained, I came back to retrieve it. You haven't been up to any nefarious deeds, have you? How could I? I responded, my skepticism only deepening. I truly haven't done anything, absolutely not. If I had, I would let nothing deter me from marrying you. Perhaps you should refrain from making such dire oaths. You are not cursing yourself, but rather me. Lu Ruyin retorted, her temper flaring. Do you truly believe I am so unworthy? I assure you, you are destined to marry me. Just then, the ringtone of her phone erupted, prompting her to exclaim, oh no, I must leave. Remember, do not enter my room. As for the latter part of Lu Ruyin's statement, I scarcely caught it. After I departed, she grew increasingly irate, muttering to herself, cursed little dewdrop, you are fated to marry me. Yet, her anger remained unresolved. Subsequently, she stormed into my room, rummaging through it with fervor until a wooden carving caught her eye. Listening to emotional cohabitation by Tomato, it was a miniature version she crafted in her childhood, a delicate token she presented to me as a gesture of gratitude. Who would have thought that such a trinket would endure to this day? It seems she harbors a fondness for me still. Her mood instantly transformed into something extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps I should create a more refined version of myself to gift her, ensuring it reflects my presence beside her, a gentle reminder to deter any unsavory characters from encroaching upon her. Good morning, Lu Han. Did you rise late today? Good morning, Su Ro. I woke up a bit late today. Feeling a tad embarrassed, I adjusted my hairstyle. The manager didn't say anything, did they? I leaned closer to Su Ro and quietly inquired. Su Ro's face suddenly flushed crimson as she listened to emotional cohabitation on Fan Xie. She remained silent, prompting my concern. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. It's nothing, I'm quite well. Su-ro lifted her head, a hint of shyness flickering in her gaze. Is it truly nothing? Then why is your face so flushed? Ah, perhaps it's just a bit warm outside, she replied, fanning herself in an attempt to mask her discomfort. That is good. As I indulge in the melodious tones of emotional coexistence, do remember to inform me if anything feels amiss. Watching my departing silhouette, Su-ro silently exhaled a sigh of relief. She was aware that her recent demeanor had been somewhat peculiar, yet she found herself unable to rein in the tumultuous nerves within her. Each time she faced me, her heart would involuntarily race, a sensation that instilled within her both exhilaration and trepidation. Haha, I've caught you. Little Luhan, can you tell me why you withdrew today? I do not know when it happened, but Su Muqin approached me and embraced my neck. Sister Mu, please let go. There are so many people watching, I exclaimed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as a woman in her 30s. The melancholic voice of Su Muqin echoed from behind, lamenting the fading allure of emotional cohabitation, as she cried out in despair, "No man desires me any longer, release me, for I wish to perish." Love is not a mere sentiment, it is the essence of your presence with me now, is it not? Hello, Xiao Luhan. While listening to emotional cohabitation on Tomato Shante, shouldn't you offer me some comfort during such times? No wonder you still don't have a girlfriend. Why did you retreat? Did you deceive some young lady last night and bring her to your home? In the fleeting moments of spring, when dawn breaks, you are reluctant to part ways. Cousin, please release Luhan. Tomato listening to emotional cohabitation, you see, she can hardly breathe. Upon hearing the commotion, Su-ro hurried over without delay. Oh, I was merely joking. Haha, my apologies, Luhan. Are you all right? As for me, I'm perfectly fine, just experiencing a slight itch in my neck. Cousin, your jokes could use some refinement. Luhan merely overslept today, that's all. Luhan has assured me he's fine, yet you show such concern for him. It's rather endearing. When have you ever shown such care for me? Su-ro's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a kettle on the boil, her head shyly nestled against her chest. Mujia, please refrain from jesting. Even a passerby would find it hard to bear witnessing your treatment of me. Cousin, do not jest so frivolously. As Su-ro promptly retorted, her tone still laced with tension and shyness, Su Muqin cast a disdainful glance at the two young individuals before her, an irritable sensation surging within her. Two ungrateful wretches, she thought. I shall ignore you both and retreat upstairs. Lu Heng, could you please keep an eye on the front desk? I will head upstairs to take a look. After Mu Jie spoke, Su-ro followed in Su Muqin's footsteps and ascended the stairs. I stood there, utterly bewildered, my face adorned with flowers, while listening to the intricate cohabitation on Tomato. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. At that moment, on the second floor, my cousin exclaimed, "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so loud? What do you mean? I'm trying to help you, and yet you have the audacity to blame me." Su-ro was left in a state of shock. Are you not curious as to why Luhan was late today? I asked about it on Tomato listening, and she simply overslept. My dear, do you genuinely believe that? Allow me to inquire. Do you know the reason for her oversleeping? She has never been late before. However, apart from this reason, could there be others? You are indeed quite naive. If you do not act promptly, time will slip away. Now, do you suppose she overslept due to another woman? Certainly not. Luhan is not that kind of person. I am not asserting that it is definitively the case. I merely urge you to hasten your progress, for you are lagging behind. I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. As Su Muqin concluded her thoughts, it was evident that something crossed her mind, and her voice grew increasingly faint. I recognize that my cousin cares for me deeply. I understand now. All right, let us not linger. Hasten to your work. I am perfectly fine. As the day swiftly came to a close, engrossed in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on Tomato listening, I was just about to leave work and head home when suddenly a voice called out behind me, "Luhan, wait a moment." I turned my head in confusion and asked, "What's the matter, Mujia? What about Luhan?" Tomato listening presents sentimental cohabitation. Today, might I trouble you to stay a bit longer at work? Rest assured, your overtime compensation will not be lacking. I shall provide you with double the amount. For dinner, feel free to order takeout, and I will reimburse you. The boss is generous. You say, we shall work until a certain hour, and so we shall. Haha, very well. It seems you'll have to toil for an additional 3 hours. Now, let us return to the bookstore. Listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato sound, I was reminded of Lu Ruyan's words about watching a movie. I took out my phone and called her. "What's up, pighead? Are you coming back?" The excited voice of Lu Ruyan echoed from the other end. "I will be working overtime until 7 p.m. today. As for dinner, perhaps you could order takeout for yourself." "I understand." On tomato listening, the voice of Lu Ruyan, tinged with a hint of melancholy, resonated from the other end of the line as she spoke of her romantic musings. "Thus, I shall take my leave for now. Luhan, I bid you farewell." Suddenly, Su Ro approached to greet me. Yet on the other end of the line, Lu Ruyan erupted in fury. "Whose voice is that woman on your side?" The loudness compelled me to hold the phone at a distance. "Speak up. Luhan, are you afraid? Have you committed some transgression that you dare not acknowledge? I remarked on your unexpected late work, revealing that you were out on a date with another temptress." Lu Ruyan continued her tirade. "You've been incessantly chattering. How am I to respond?" On the other end, Lu Ruyan's heavy breathing resonated. "Well, did you not hear her say goodbye just now? Do you even realize what time it is? You've encountered her before. Remember that day in the supermarket when she was with a little girl? She simply greeted me after work. What's the issue?" Silence fell on the line as Lu Ruyan seemed to recognize her own excessive reaction. Yet, she could not restrain herself. "Your reaction is so intense that it makes me feel as if I am the one being unfaithful." Upon hearing the word infidelity, Lu Ruyan's temper flared once again. "You must not be unfaithful. What did I ever stray? I have yet to have a girlfriend. I will not be returning tonight to accompany you to the movies. Dare you to provoke me? Try not coming back tonight, and I shall turn you into a marinated pig's head." I have no desire to quarrel with her. He abruptly hung up the phone. As time flowed gently by, I immersed myself in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on tomato listening. Before long, the end of the workday arrived, and my heart brimmed with aspirations throughout the journey. Upon returning home, I discovered Lu Ruyan seated on the sofa, engrossed in the melodious strains of Qingmei Xiangju, her expression a mixture of indignation and annoyance directed at me. "Oh, come now, haven't I already explained? It's merely a colleague of mine. Why are you making such a fuss?" Lu Ruyan remained silent, engrossed in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on tomato listening, her gaze growing increasingly frosty. Upon seeing her in such a state, I was overwhelmed with frustration and retreated directly to my bedroom. The night passed quietly as Tomato indulged in emotional cohabitation, initially believing that the two would remain in a prolonged state of silent conflict. However, on my way to work the following day, I noticed a shadowy figure stealthily trailing behind me. Gazing at Lu Ruyan, who was concealed behind the utility pole, Tomato listened to emotional cohabitation. A wave of curiosity surged within, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he continued his stride towards the bookstore, his heart racing with a palpable sense of anxiety. Only after I had walked a considerable distance did she finally catch up with me, however. As I turned a corner, in the alley, as she entered, Lu Ruyan felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Hastily, she quickened her pace and ventured into the alley, yet my figure eluded her sight. Anxious and distressed, her gaze darted back and forth in the dimly lit passage. At that moment, my voice echoed, "Lu Ruyan, why are you following me?" "I merely stepped out to procure a few items," she retorted. "Then tell me, what could you possibly purchase in this pitch-dark alley? Why should it concern you which path I take? Am I not free to walk?" "Very well, go ahead and buy," I replied before departing the alley and resuming my journey towards the bookstore. The sword of Lu Ruyan has been discovered, and Tomato Changtian openly indulges in emotional cohabitation, no longer putting on an act. Striding confidently behind, one might wonder if it is not customary to at least feign a semblance of discretion while shadowing me in such an ostentatious manner. Lu Ruyan blinked innocently, revealing that you possess such a peculiar penchant. Having finished her words, she strolled towards the nearby utility pole, immersing herself in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation. She then concealed her body behind it, only to peek out with her little head, glancing at me furtively. I sighed inwardly and continued my walk towards the bookstore. Upon observing my departure, Lu Ruyin hastily feigned a secretive demeanor and trailed behind, engrossed in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation from tomato chanting. Passers-by cast curious glances in my direction. I hastened my pace, indulging in the melodious strains of cohabitation of affections on tomato listening, yearning to distance myself from Lu Ruyin. Before long, they arrived at the bookstore. "Good morning," Su Ro greeted warmly, but then an unusual expression crossed her face. "Good morning. What are you watching?" "I'm listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato." Noticing Su Ro's peculiar gaze, I followed her line of sight and spotted Lu Ruyin, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, stealthily lurking outside the door while occasionally glancing at Su Ro. "I apologize, she is a friend of mine." "No worries, your friend is quite beautiful." "Haha, indeed she is, or she can be a bit eccentric." "Mimi, do you share a close relationship with her?" Su Ro inquired shyly, a hint of bashfulness adorning her face. "She is indeed a formidable character. Listening to emotional cohabitation, I share a friendship with her." Upon witnessing my conversation with other women, Lu Ruyin abruptly approached Su Ro, engaging with her in a flurry of words. If it is not the essence of this woman, then who could it possibly be? Who is this enchanting temptress? Su Ro was taken aback by Lu Ruyin's sudden action while listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato audio. "What are you doing, Lu Ruyin?" I quickly pulled Lu Ruyin back, apologizing sincerely. This child has recently suffered a lightning strike, which has left her somewhat disoriented. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyin was infuriated, exclaiming, "You must have been struck by lightning to have such a distorted mind. I am quite lucid at this moment." Witnessing the playful scuffle between the two, as she indulged in the melodies of emotional cohabitation, the sense of melancholy within Su Ro grew increasingly profound. Nevertheless, I maintained a smile and assured her that all was well. Subsequently, I led Lu Ruyin into the bookstore. "Listen closely, this is my workplace. You must not act recklessly or tamper with anything at random. It is imperative that you remain by my side at all times and never stray beyond my line of sight. Do you comprehend? Since we are childhood friends, what harm is there in me touching you beneath your trousers? Haven't we always played together since we were young? I share the same bed with you. So why should it be unacceptable? Please, I beg you, let me sleep just for one night." Ever since my rival, Lu Ruyin, moved in with me, her behavior has become increasingly peculiar. She spends her days rummaging through my personal belongings in my room, or stealthily creeping into my bed in the dead of night. At this moment, I gaze at Lu Ruyin, who is lurking in my room, and question her, "What are you doing here?" Lu Ruyin feigns composure, her tone slightly anxious. "I'm not doing anything. What could I possibly be doing?" Upon hearing her, I instantly recognized her palpable unease. Otherwise, she would not have exhibited such peculiar behavior. I swiftly entered the room, my gaze fixating on a crumpled corner of the bed, and suddenly, it all became clear to me. "Lu Ruyin, you remain unchanged as ever, once again seeking those peculiar books in my room. Fortunately, I have long ceased to indulge in such literature. You must be quite disappointed not to find them." Upon hearing my words, Lu Ruyin's anxious heart instantly found solace. "Indeed, I was in search of such items, yet I did not expect you to have abandoned them." "Well done, that is commendable." She feigned an air of nonchalance. "I knew that the moment you entered my room, it would not bode well." "Pray tell, how could it be otherwise?" "I am merely here to oversee whether you have made any improvements in your undesirable habits. Moreover, setting aside the facts, do you bear no fault in this matter? Was it not you who consented to this? I never anticipated that this woman would turn the tables on me. However, I shall endure it this time. It is, after all, a consequence of my own negligence in allowing you entry into my chamber." Lu Ruyin, feeling somewhat exasperated, sighed and said, "All right, I understand," before making her way to the sofa in the living room. Although she feigned composure, her heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, this oafish man was rather oblivious. Otherwise, her anxiety might have been revealed. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief as I emerged from the room and reclined on the opposite side of the sofa. Two individuals reclined on the sofa, engrossed in their respective smartphones. A sudden thought struck me, and I turned to Lu Ruyin, inquiring, "When did you arrive?" "It takes at least 5 hours to travel here by high-speed train from my home. You were at my doorstep by 10 this morning, which implies you must have come over in the early hours of the previous night." Lu Ruyin gritting her teeth, wore an expression of displeasure. How else could I express my exhaustion? I barely slept a wink throughout the night, hastily making my way here, only to find that a certain someone wouldn't even let me in at first. I glanced at the time on my phone. It was already 4 p.m. Perhaps you should take a nap for a while, and I shall awaken you once dinner is prepared. Lu Rian expressed her bewilderment, inquiring when I had become so considerate. Are you going or not? If you choose not to, we can cook together later. Moreover, when have I ever been inconsiderate? Upon hearing that Lu Rian had come over in the early hours, an indescribable feeling surged within me, compounded by the memory of her sorrowful tears earlier today. I felt compelled to show my support, yet I was taken aback by her lack of appreciation. Observing my vexation, Lu Rian stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. If you care for me, just say it outright. Enough with the chatter. If you're not going, then assist me in preparing dinner. It's all right, I'm not that tired. I'll assist you shortly. Suddenly, Lu Rian's phone rang. Hello, Mom? Has Yin Yan arrived at Xiaoheng's place? Yes, I'm already here, Lu Rian replied sweetly. Please hand the phone to Xiaoheng. I wish to exchange a few words with her. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiaoheng. Yesterday, upon arriving home, Xiaoheng immediately set off to find you. I was contemplating listening to your voice to confirm her safe arrival when, before I could respond, Lu Rian snatched the phone from my hand. What are you saying, Mom? I certainly did not rush over the moment I got home. In no time, Lu Rian ended the call, her face briefly betraying a subtle blush. I gazed intently at Lu Rian, teasingly remarking, So you dashed over as soon as you arrived home, did you? I did not. I merely wished to come quickly and learn more about Haicheng. With 2 months of summer vacation and only 1 month left to explore, I, of course, have boundless energy and intend to make the most of my time. Still brimming with boundless energy, who just returned and reclined on the sofa. Lu Rian was not convinced, asserting that you were no different, both of you reclining on the sofa, neither in a position to criticize the other. I was merely assisting you in tidying up the room, having carried back so many items. Naturally, I am exhausted. Having not rested well throughout the day, it is only natural that fatigue has set in. The two individuals turned their heads away from one another, avoiding each other's gaze, and immersed themselves in their respective mobile devices. Before long, it was time for dinner. Lu Rian came over to assist in washing the vegetables. Remember to soak the broccoli in salt water, she thought as she entered the kitchen. Upon seeing her most disliked vegetable, a hint of impatience flickered in her eyes. All right, I understand, she murmured, her lips curling into a slight smile, as if a solution had dawned upon her. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Consuming broccoli this evening is imperative. Seeing through her thoughts, Lu Rian appeared somewhat guilty, chuckling. How could I possibly have any ulterior motives? Absolutely not. Upon witnessing her expression, my conviction deepened. You chop the meat, and I shall wash the vegetables, I declared. Lu Rian regretted her earlier overt display of emotion. Reluctantly, she picked up the knife, preparing to slice the meat, while inwardly muttering to herself, I refuse to believe I cannot find a food you detest. Once I do, just wait and see. Soon, the two of us had prepared the ingredients, and I hastily ushered her out of the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Rian observed the bustling figure in the kitchen, a flicker of sweetness rising within her heart. She gently inquired, Are you tired? Upon hearing such a voice, I felt a shiver run down my spine, goosebumps erupting all over me. Please, spare me the discomfort. Which vocal cord are you using to produce such sounds? Lu Rian, incensed by my response, retorted, Hey, I was merely expressing concern for you, and this is how you respond? If you truly cared, you would take the dishes outside and set the table properly. Good intentions turned to nothing but disdain. Lu Rian grumbled in indignation. Soon, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Lu Rian beheld her most cherished dish, chicken wings, and immediately saliva dripped from her mouth. She ought to consume more vegetables, so I added a touch of broccoli to her bowl. Lu Rian's expression instantly soured. Thus, the two sat at the dining table, indulging in their meal. Lu Rian seemed to recall something. Pighead, you have to go work tomorrow. Indeed, I have been employed for nearly a month now, but today happens to be my day off. Oh, Lu Rian appeared somewhat dejected. What time do you commence work tomorrow? She inquired. I begin at 10 a.m. if I do not have to work overtime. I should return by 4 p.m., I replied. Lu Ruyan's voice was tinged with a hint of disappointment. Will that girl from today be working with you? Unaware of the somber tone in Lu Ruyan's voice, I casually responded, she, like me, is a part-timer, so our schedules are generally aligned. Lu Ruyan quietly lowered her head, feigning nonchalance. Are you familiar with that girl? She asked. Not particularly, we are merely colleagues, crossing paths occasionally. It was quite a surprise to encounter her at the supermarket today, as I did not expect her to live nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan seemed to breathe a slight sigh of relief. I find myself somewhat perplexed. May I inquire about the significance of this particular matter? Lu Ruyan felt a tinge of nervousness. There was nothing to worry about. Haha, seeing her so anxious. I sensed that something was amiss, and instinctively, my vigilance heightened. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? Speak plainly. What is your true intention? Lu Ruyan hesitated slightly, and then it dawned on me, are you attempting to extract information about my workplace so that you can create chaos when I am at work? Indeed, it seems you have guessed correctly. Humph. Fortunate for my cleverness, I shall certainly refrain from disclosing the location of my employment. Humph. I am equally uninterested in knowing. Amidst the clamor of our quarrel, we swiftly finished our meal. As I gazed upon the bowls and chopsticks on the table, a mischievous thought crossed my mind. Did I not prepare the dinner for Lu Ruyan? Lu Ruyan felt a sense of perplexity. Indeed, I continued to speak with righteous fervor. After all, I was the one who had presented the dishes. Lu Ruyan's confusion deepened. What was the matter? Then, it was your responsibility to clean up the aftermath. With that, I swiftly dashed into the bedroom, retrieved a few changes of clothes, and headed toward the bathroom. It was only then that Lu Ruyan realized what was happening and angrily strode toward the bathroom. You scoundrel, come out, she exclaimed, forcefully pushing open the bathroom door. Both of us were left utterly stunned. At this moment, I found myself clad in but a mere piece of cloth. The two of us exchanged an awkward glance for a fleeting second. Lu Ruyan, audacious and shameless, let out a startled scream, hastily covering her eyes yet unable to resist peeking through her fingers. She swallowed hard, her heart racing. It was you who called me here, even though you were the one who barged in uninvited. Now you dare to blame me? This is all on you. I even lent you a hand, and now I am left to wash the dishes alone. You intruded without a second thought. How petty can you be? I refuse to be at a disadvantage here. Besides, it's not as if we haven't seen each other before we even bathed together as children. Lu Ruyan feigned shock, retorting, what was in the past is one thing, but the present is entirely different. Look at how old we are now. Lu Ruyan, in her characteristic haughty demeanor, retorted, what do you suggest? I will tidy up after dinner tomorrow. Is that agreeable? With a hint of playful sarcasm, she added, well, that seems more acceptable. In a matter of seconds, she exhibited no intention of departing, her head held high, her gaze occasionally darting to observe herself. Haven't you seen enough? Hurry up and go out. All right, I understand. I shall leave at once. Once Lu Ruyan exited, I finally closed the door behind me, momentarily forgetting that we were now cohabitating. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan emerged from the bathroom and flopped onto the sofa, her face flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face in the cushion, murmuring to herself, that insufferable oaf. When did he develop such an enticing physique? Truly captivating. Gradually, she regained her composure from the earlier scene, making her way to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lost in thought, she unconsciously succumbed to distraction, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The bathroom door creaked open, and I stepped out, having just finished my own routine. Gazing towards the kitchen, one can see Lu Ruyan absent-mindedly wiping the dishes, an involuntary silly smile adorning the corners of her lips. What is Lu Ruyan contemplating? Just take a look at the corners of your mouth. It seems as though drool is about to escape. With a quick motion, Lu Ruyan deftly wiped the droplet from her lips, thinking to herself that it was none of your concern. She slowly exited the kitchen. How can you finish your shower so swiftly? I have yet to complete washing my dishes, and you are already done. It couldn't have taken you even 10 minutes, could it? Surely, you did not emerge without properly cleansing yourself, Lu Ruyan remarked with a look of disdain. You are mistaken, I did indeed use body wash and thoroughly clean myself. If you don't believe me, just take a whiff. Lu Ruyan indeed approached, gently inhaling the scent, deeming it acceptable, as if you had sufficiently cleansed yourself. I certainly wouldn't be like someone who takes half an hour to wash. What's wrong with half an hour? It's quite normal. Not wishing to prolong the debate with Lu Ruyan, I hastily interrupted the topic, saying, all right, then you may proceed to bathe, Mississippi Ha, as if it's any of your concern. With that, she proceeded to her room, retrieved a change of clothes, and then entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, Lu Ruyan emerged with her hair still damp and tousled. Ah, young lady, you have finally emerged. Observe how precisely I have timed it, neither too much nor too little, but exactly half an hour. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, clearly vexed. I see you are itching for trouble. To speak candidly, dear sister, I trust you would not be so easily angered by such trivial matters, would you? Lu Ruyan stood still, her eyes tightly shut, clearly enduring an overwhelming urge to strike. Sister, you cannot truly be angry, can you? Surely not, surely not. I shall continue to explore Charlie's remarks. Clearly, Lu Ruyan has reached her limit of patience. She swiftly approached and mounted me. Do you now realize your mistake? I will never submit to you, even in death. Lu Ruyan scoffed disdainfully and then seized a cushion, wielding it vigorously. I flailed my arms in a futile attempt to defend myself. Do not take advantage of me excessively. I do not strike women. Is it now your turn to utter such words? You fail to recognize who currently holds the advantage, and Lu Ruyan appears somewhat disdainful. As the plush pillow continued to be thrust towards my face, I found myself repeatedly waving my hands in defense. Suddenly, a soft sensation emerged in my grasp, leaving me uncertain of its nature, prompting me to gently squeeze it. A sultry cry echoed through the air, and as the pillow slipped away from her face, she realized her hand was resting upon a considerable bulge. Lu Ruyan let out a piercing scream, denouncing the perverse slumber and the lascivious wolf. Ha ha! I apologize for that. Lu Ruyan's face was flushed with embarrassment. Gently turn your head. I sincerely apologize. Please do not be upset. Lu Ruyan, somewhat haughty, questioned whether you could merely speak without any tangible actions, leaving my mind momentarily in a state of bewilderment. What practical actions can I take? Must I really feel it once more? I silently express my grievances within, yet such sentiments are certainly not meant to be voiced. So what do you propose? What tangible actions can I take to make amends? Please assist me in drying my hair. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. How does this equate to compensation? Can't you manage that on your own? Her thoughts having been laid bare, Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat irritated. Stop the nonsense, and just help me dry my hair. All right, I will assist you, I replied. I picked up the hairdryer beside me and began to gently dry Lu Ruyan's hair. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes as if savoring the sensation. As the sound of the hairdryer gradually faded away, she spoke with a hint of disappointment, inquiring how much longer it would take to dry her hair. I'd already been at it for quite some time. The hour was growing late, and I decided to retire to my room for the night. What did you start going to bed so early? It's only 9 o'clock. I wish to retreat to my room and indulge in some leisurely phone time. Is that too much to ask? A sense of dissatisfaction lingers within me, and my questioning seems to dampen the mood. Lu Ruyan dismissively waved her hand, expressing her discontent. Ignoring her complaints, I made my way straight back to my room. As the door clicked shut behind me, only Lu Ruyan remained in the living room. Undeterred, she confidently made her way towards her own bedroom. The following morning, as Lu Ruyan emerged from her bedroom, still groggy and half asleep, she collided with me unexpectedly. Lu Ruyan, here I stand before you, a person of considerable stature, yet you remain oblivious to my presence. Do you not? Lu Ruyan pressed her forehead in rebuttal, clearly attributing blame to me. What are you doing dawdling at the door so early in the morning? Not wishing to engage in an argument with her, I turned and made my way to the washroom. Lu Ruyan followed suit, and we both stood simultaneously at the washstand, busily attending to our grooming routines. The confined space felt exceedingly cramped for the two of us. It's not like I invited you. The washstand is merely this size, yet you insist on joining me. Don't you find it uncomfortably tight? I huffed. What do you mean I'm following you? Clearly, it's you who's following me. Disinterested in further banter, I shifted slightly away, preparing to wash my face. Lu Ruyan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why are you standing so far away just to wash your face?" I paid no heed and bent down to turn on the faucet. After filling my hands with water, I vigorously rubbed my face a few times. Isn't this how one washes their face? Lu Ruyin inquired. I retorted, if this isn't the way to wash one's face, then how is it done? Waiting for a moment, Lu Ruyin swiftly departed from the washroom and hurried towards her chamber. Before long, the bathroom door swung open forcefully as she entered, arms laden with an assortment of items. What are you planning to do? I inquired, perplexed. Today, I shall teach you the proper way to wash your face, she declared confidently. Without allowing me any room for protest, she pressed me against the sink. Ignoring my struggles, her slender fingers, delicate yet resolute, splashed warm water onto my face. Instinctively, I turned my head in resistance, muffled sounds of protest escaping my lips. Be quiet and wash your face obediently, she insisted with unwavering authority, before proceeding to apply various products to my skin, her thoughts shifting restlessly in her mind. The infernal man, as if his striking handsomeness were not enough, possesses a visage so remarkably soft. As half an hour elapsed, Lu Ruoyan ceased her actions, granting me the opportunity to speak. I glared at her in indignation. What on earth are you doing? Lu Ruoyan replied with utmost seriousness. Can't you tell? I'm washing your face. From now on, this shall be your daily routine. Could you not have given me a heads up? I retorted, taken aback by her suddenness. The young lady personally attending to my face, and yet you fail to appreciate it? Soon enough, the two of us concluded our ablutions amidst our bickering. Then, I prepared some bread and milk as breakfast. Lu Ruyin prepared her own lunch at noon. I will head to work shortly. Alas, I understand. Lu Ruyin lay on the sofa, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. How could he choose to abandon his childhood sweetheart at home, only to venture out and rendezvous with other unscrupulous women? What cad he is! I was merely heading to work. What do you mean by going on a date with another woman? Besides our childhood friendship, there exists no other relationship between us. How have I become a scoundrel? The alarm on my phone chimed, prompting me to swiftly rise and make my way to the door. I slipped on my shoes, ready to leave for work, as I was already running late. Do not venture into my room and create a ruckus, do you understand? Lu Ruyin appeared somewhat impatient, finding the situation rather tedious. As the door closed, a smile crept onto her lips. Since you are not at home to keep me company, it seems only justifiable that I should indulge in a little compensation for myself, she thought with a mischievous grin. With a light-footed approach, she made her way to my bedroom, quietly opened the door, and slipped inside. In a fluid motion, she locked the door behind her and leapt onto the bed, reveling in the familiar scent that enveloped her. Unable to resist the urge, she rolled over, and in the dimly lit room, a subtle smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of morbid delight. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a soft glow upon her face, faintly illuminating the blush on her cheeks. Meanwhile, I had arrived at the bookstore, where the sweet and cheerful Su Ro greeted me from behind the counter. Good morning, Su Ro, I replied politely before making my way to the back of the store to begin organizing the books on the shelves. Ah, good morning, Lu Han. Hee, a melodious voice reminiscent of a charming elder sister resounded from behind. Mujia, do you wish to indulge in a delightful intoxication? Mujia, you should indulge in the intoxication of drink. The source is Su Muqin, the proprietor of this bookstore, who has a penchant for indulging in wine. Tianji, now in her 30s, remains single, yet the passage of time appears to have left no discernible marks upon her visage. Her skin retains its delicate smoothness, and her gaze emanates an aura of maturity and wisdom. Come, let my sister embrace you, Su Muqin said, extending her arms towards me. I hurriedly stepped back a few paces, distancing myself from the embrace. Cousin, you have drunk too much again. Su Ro swiftly approached and grasped Su Muqin. Or have I bullied her? You certainly protect her, Su Muqin teased with a smile. What are you saying, cousin? She continued, her face flushing as she glanced at me. Don't listen to Mujia, she's just talking nonsense because she's drunk. I understand. Please take Mujia upstairs to rest. Su Ro noticed my expression and couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Then I shall escort her upstairs, while you assist me by monitoring the front desk for the time being. As I approach the bookstore's front desk, taking Su Ro's place, I inquire, cousin, what did you just say? What if one Luohang misunderstands? Su Ro supported Su Muqing as they ascended the stairs, remarking, or have I spoken in error? It is evident that you have an affection for her. Su Ro lowered her head, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. I do not harbor any feelings for her. Do not speak such nonsense. Oh, just look at your expression. If you persist, I shall not be swayed. Su Muqin chuckled heartily. As the two individuals entered the lounge, they were greeted by a rather monotonous scene, featuring merely a bed and a writing desk, while the floor was strewn with numerous bottles of varying sizes. Cousin, how much wine did you indulge in last night? Ah, life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the present. Having spoken, Su Muqin reclined on the bed and drifted into slumber. Su Ro descended the stairs and approached the front desk. Could you please hand me a few trash bags? Sister Mu has made a mess in the lounge with all these empty bottles. I will go upstairs and tidy things up. Allow me to handle the cleanup. You're more acquainted with the front desk, so I shall take care of these trivial tasks. I entered the lounge with a garbage bag in hand, surveying the chaos strewn across the floor. Shaking my head in dismay, I set to work, and before long, the space was restored to pristine order. I walked over and opened the window, hoping to let some fresh air into the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of an envelope on the table. It is a wedding invitation. Casting another glance at Su Muqing, he felt a sense of understanding within, yet it was evident that such matters were clearly unrelated to him. I lifted the garbage bag, closed the door, and departed, leaving the rental apartment behind. Lu Ruyan lay sprawled in an expansive manner upon the bed, inhaling deeply, as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. A pillow was placed over her face, concealing her visage, which had flushed with excitement. An overwhelming sensation of exhilaration coursed through her entire being, yet simultaneously, a profound sense of dread and fear surged within her. Such experiences were ones she only dared to indulge in during my absence, for it was in these moments that she could unveil her truest self. Yet, she was also gripped by the fear that I might uncover her authentic nature. Thus, she had consistently endeavored to present herself as a semblance of normalcy in my presence. Although such occurrences have been repeated countless times throughout my life, each instance still evokes a sense of fear. Yet, what can be done? It is merely a reflection of my inability to govern my own desires. She gently lowered the pillow that had been resting against her face, a hint of a self-mocking smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, she reached for her phone resting on the bedside table and illuminated the screen, revealing a striking photograph of us from our childhood, which she had set as her wallpaper. She has never changed it, even after acquiring a new phone. She promptly adorned it with this wallpaper. She smiled sweetly, extending her finger to gently caress my visage on the screen. She then pressed her lips against it, savoring that familiar essence. This kiss was imbued with boundless tenderness and affection. How I longed to return to that moment, to the time when you belonged solely to me. Yet, even now, I find solace in your presence, knowing you have not been claimed by any unscrupulous woman. Her tone was laced with a fierce possessiveness. She then opened her phone's gallery, where an abundance of my photographs resided, meticulously chronicling my journey from kindergarten to the present. As she gazed upon them, the corners of her lips curled slightly upwards, her gaze concealing a faint hint of an elusive malaise. Lu Ruyin gazed upon these photographs, absorbing the unique ambience that permeated the grand bed beneath her. Slowly, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As the phone rang with its melodic chime, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Filled with excitement, I rose from my seat and made my way toward the bookstore's entrance. As I prepare to meet Lu Han tomorrow, Su Ro sits at the front desk and waves at me. "Aren't you heading home, Su Ro?" I inquire. "I'll wait a little longer before I leave. The shift change hasn't arrived yet, and Sister Mu is still upstairs in a deep slumber," she replies. "Very well, then I shall take my leave," I say. Upon leaving the bookstore, I turned and entered a supermarket. I wondered whether Lu Ruyin was behaving herself at home. Perhaps I should inquire if there was anything she desired to eat. Lu Ruyin, deeply immersed in her slumber, was abruptly awakened by the shrill sound of a ringing phone. "Who could it be?" she uttered, her tone tinged with a hint of impatience. "Still in slumber, I have returned from work." And you are back from your shift as well." Lu Ruyin, startled, sprang up from her bed, instantly becoming flustered and stammering. "Sister, just look at the time on your phone. It is already 4 p.m. How much longer until you arrive home?" I sense the urgency in Lu Ruyin's tone. "I have a query that leaves me somewhat perplexed. Why are you so anxious? There is no reason for anxiety, is there?" A sudden sense of foreboding washed over me. You haven't once again found your way into my room, have you? Certainly not. Lu Ruoyan suddenly exclaimed. Just because you don't have it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Why shout so loudly? Apologetically, she continued. How much longer until you arrive home? Her delicate voice resonated through the receiver. Goosebumps covered my skin. Do not speak to me in such a tone. It is rather repulsive. Lu Ruoyan suddenly flashed a wicked smile. The sound trembled in the air, reminiscent of a distant echo. Ah, the braised pig's head. When will you return? In just a few minutes. I am at the supermarket and wanted to inquire if there is anything you crave. The unbearable sound compelled me to hastily transition to the main subject. I would like some milk tea. Could you fetch it for me? Instantly, Lu Ruoyan was filled with excitement. But, dear sister, if you desire milk tea, I must make a trip to the tea shop and endure the queue. I shall not go. Oh, come on. Please buy it for me. All right, I'll go. What kind of milk tea do you want? Anything will do. Just hurry back. After Lu Ruoyan enthusiastically responded, she promptly ended the call. Noticing her unusual demeanor today, an unsettling premonition began to stir within me. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan gazed upon the disarray strewn across the bed and let out a deep sigh. Fortunately, her quick wit had afforded her some additional time. Hastily, she set about restoring the room to its former state. She approached the window, drew back the curtains, and subsequently opened the window to allow the air to circulate, dispersing her scent throughout the room. Turning her gaze toward the large bed where she had once slept, she reflected on the scene. The surface above is in utter disarray, with creases resembling the rugged paths found in mountain valleys, uneven and treacherous. Oh, what on earth have I done? Oh my heavens, what have I done? She began to tidy her bed, and while she was still arranging the sheets, her peripheral vision caught sight of several stains on the bedding. It wasn't just the sheets, there were also marks on the pillow. She was uncertain whether it was drool from her recent slumber or something else entirely. Yet, how could there be so much? Oh no, oh no, oh no, I am doomed. Lu Ruoyan sat despondently on the bed, her eyes vacant. Why? Why can't I control myself? She knelt on the bed, cradling her head, crying out in anguish. Just as she found herself at a loss, her phone rang unexpectedly. Pighead, have you returned? I'm still queuing to buy you bubble tea. Could you do me a favor? Please go to my room and help me change the bed sheets and pillowcases. I intended to do it this morning, but I ended up forgetting. As time passed, second by second, there was still no sound from the other end of the phone. I mistakenly believed it was her reluctance, so I hurriedly invoked the emotional card, saying, Look, I've even bought you milk tea. Could you please assist me just this once? Lu Ruoyan instantly regained her spirits, her heart brimming with joy. Yet, she feigned a proud demeanor, saying, Humph, considering your assistance in purchasing milk tea for me, I shall reluctantly lend you a hand. Yes, yes, my lady. I am truly grateful, he replied. Humph, it's not that I am helping you out of kindness. I too have my own laundry to attend to, and I merely take the opportunity to assist you in the process. Did you not just change the bed linens yesterday? Why must they be washed today? What of it if I do? After saying this, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly ended the call, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. She cast a sweeping glance around the room at the other items, and aside from the disheveled bed, everything else remained untouched. Without hesitation, she yanked the unsightly sheets and pillowcases from the bed and made her way straight to the wardrobe, opening its doors. There are 2 sets of bed linens available for change and refreshment. Suddenly, Lu Ruoyan glanced at the bed linen in her hands. With a sudden movement of her foot, she returned to her own room. Observing the bedding before her, she noted its pristine condition. Yet, in the pursuit of her grand ambitions, she felt compelled to make sacrifices. She believed that they would understand her predicament. Without hesitation, she swiftly yanked her bed sheets free and tossed them into the washing machine. Hee, I truly am a genius. My bed sheets now carry the scent of pig's head. Although the aroma has somewhat faded, it remains tolerable for use. I find myself yearning to indulge, as the corners of her mouth rise uncontrollably in a smile. Lu Ruoyan, I have returned. Upon hearing my voice, Lu Ruoyan swiftly concealed her inner turmoil and hurried out of the room to warmly welcome me back. Have the sheets and pillowcases in my room been changed? From what you said, not only have they been changed, but I have also washed them for you. Thank you. However, regarding your milk tea and the braised pig's head, how has my requested milk tea turned into fruit tea? I could sense the tone of inquiry in Lu Ruoyan's voice. I'm quite displeased. I kindly brought this back for you, yet you speak to me in such a tone. Moreover, it was you who mentioned that buying at random might not be the healthiest choice. I thought fruit tea would be a splendid alternative, especially since it contains watermelon. Ah, I understand that Lu Ruyin is somewhat impatient. I remove my shoes and recline directly on the sofa. There is no place as comforting as home. Work has utterly exhausted me. Make some room for me, braised pig's head, I jested, having just washed your sheets and pillowcases, which also left me quite fatigued. I did not respond verbally, merely shifted my body inward a bit. Lu Ruyin settled down with a cup of fruit tea in her hands, poised to take a sip. Yet, she sensed that I was secretly observing her, and with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Why do you keep stealing glances at me?" "Ha, it's nothing. You may drink up," I smiled with a hint of mischief. Upon observing my expression, Lu Ruyin became even more perplexed, questioning why you were so eager while I was merely drinking. "Ah, I merely wished to ascertain whether this would suit your palate." Having said that, I turned my attention to my phone, though my peripheral vision occasionally flickered towards her. Lu Ruyin, cradling a cup of fruit tea, delicately took a sip. "Is it delicious?" I inquired eagerly as I sat up, for I had specifically requested the proprietor to add an abundance of lemon to this fruit tea, particularly in a large serving. "It's truly delightful," she exclaimed. "Where did you procure this? I have never tasted such exquisite fruit tea before." Lu Ruyin, brimming with excitement, took a few more sips, then remarked, "It's so remarkably delicious, I find myself somewhat regretful." Could it be that the proprietor omitted something? With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, she added, "I shall also purchase some next time." "Ha ha, as long as it's delicious, I can assist you with your next purchase." I couldn't help but express my enthusiasm. "Is indeed so delectable, might you indulge me with a taste?" "Ha ha, I mean no offense, and I am not particularly eager to drink, I simply wish to savor the flavor." "Would that be permissible?" "I am only allowed to sip a little, I have yet to quench my thirst." I glanced at the fruit tea and, without hesitation, took a sip. "Ha, since you only permit me a small taste, I shall defiantly indulge in a hearty gulp." The mocking laughter of Lu Ruyin echoed, her face adorned with a playful expression. Having fallen into the trap, I swiftly grabbed a nearby trash can and expelled everything I had just consumed. "Ha ha!" Lu Ruyin clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. "But Lu Ruyin, didn't you say it was delicious?" I teased. "You're such a foolish pig. Indeed, without the soy sauce and vinegar, you still yearn for the parrot." Observing Lu Ruyin's triumphant demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. I can only utter harsh words. "Just wait for me." "Humph. I'm awaiting your response." After all, it was you who sought to triumph over me first. Gritting my teeth, I turned my head away, pondering to myself that you should prepare for the day when I will take you down. By the way, are you still going to indulge in that pig's head fruit tea? If not, you should return it to me. I was utterly bewildered. How could she possibly endure such a taste? "Do you still wish to drink?" "I intend to drink it, regardless of your opinion." I revealed a mischievous grin and remarked, "You truly cannot enjoy such a beverage, can you?" Without heeding my words, she swiftly seized the fruit tea from my grasp, her eyes glinting with a playful smile as she regarded the straw. The piglet just had some, it still carries his essence," she mused, bringing the cup to her lips. Unable to restrain herself, she opened her mouth and gently clamped down on the straw, a wave of exhilaration washing over her, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Upon noticing my puzzled gaze, she hastily furrowed her brow and took a delicate sip, then feigned a pout as she turned her gaze towards me, declaring, "I simply adore drinking it." I'm a loss for words. "Very well. If you enjoy drinking, then all of it is yours." Upon witnessing Lu Ruyin truly take a sip, my suspicions gradually began to dissipate. However, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within me. The washing machine emitted a series of chimes, clearly indicating that the duvet had been thoroughly cleaned. Just as I was about to rise and take it outside to dry, Lu Ruyin forcefully pressed me back onto the sofa. "After a long day's work, you must be exhausted. Allow me to take over." "When did you become so benevolent?" "In the past, you were too indifferent to assist me with anything. Isn't it now that you are relying on me?" "Ah, of course. I shall lend you a hand, observing such an unusual woman today. I squint my eyes and inquire whether you intend to harm me once more." Lu Ruyin has resigned, her hands resting defiantly on her hips. "After much effort, Lu Ruyin helped you, Yet you question me in such a manner. Not only did you fail to express gratitude, but now you also cast doubts upon me. It was only after witnessing your drastic change in attitude that I finally felt a sense of relief. Well, if that's the case, you may bask in the sun. With a huff, Lu Rian turned and walked away, a faint smile of relief gracing her lips. She approached the washing machine and gently took out a sheet, inhaling its scent. Fortunately, it bore no trace of her own aroma. However, when she retrieved her own sheet and took a whiff, her expression immediately soured. Why was there no hint of Zhu's scent? She had expected at least a trace to remain. Undeterred, she leaned in closer, meticulously sniffing every corner. This washing machine must be of exceptional quality, leaving not even a remnant behind. Sooner or later, I will replace you, Lu Rian muttered angrily. What are you doing in there for so long? Lu Rian chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I was just checking to see if it was clean. As I noticed her awkward laughter, my alertness heightened. From my years of observation, I knew that whenever she felt guilty, she would respond with a forced laugh. I swiftly snatched the sheet from her hands, inspecting it carefully. Oddly enough, there was indeed nothing amiss. What, then, was the source of her awkward laughter? Did you discover something, Zhu? Lu Rian inquired cautiously. I'm not searching for anything. I'm merely checking to see if it's clean. Since your duvet cover has been washed, could I possibly borrow that extra one of yours? Upon hearing that nauseating voice once again, I truly felt bewildered. What on earth had transpired with this woman? This was entirely inconsistent with the impression I had of her. Seeing me in a daze, Lu Rian assumed my silence stemmed from reluctance. With a delicate tone, she implored, "You're the best, aren't you?" She tugged at my hand playfully. As someone who had been single for 18 years, I was utterly unprepared for such advances. Enough, enough. You can have it, I conceded. A subtle smile graced her lips upon my agreement. Let me help you retrieve it, I offered, moving towards the bedroom, only to be halted by Lu Rian's firm grip. What are you doing? Aren't you the one who wants it? Actually, I've already prepared everything, she replied coyly. Shouldn't you have informed me once you were ready? I chuckled. I knew you would agree, so I got ready in advance. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Lu Rian had already nestled into bed, relishing the lingering scent of me within the blankets. With eyes closed in satisfaction, her phone abruptly chimed beside her. Picking it up, she noted a message from Lu Xiao in their group chat, who had tagged her. Lu Xiao, her desk mate, was known for her boisterous nature and fervent enthusiasm for matchmaking. I heard you've been pursuing Lu Heng all the way to Haicheng. Lu Rian wore an expression of pride. Indeed, we are still cohabiting. How splendid it is that I have finally lived up to the earnest efforts of my mentor. Tomato, listening to emotional cohabitation, you finally made some progress. Lu Rian expressed some confusion. How did you know I arrived in High City? I went to your home to find you today. Your mother mentioned that you sought out Lu Heng, and when she spoke of it, a knowing smile graced her face. Why don't you share your thoughts? Who, apart from her, remains unaware of your fondness for Lu Han? Behold me, as I indulge in the melodic embrace of emotional cohabitation on Tomato, listening. I had no intention of concealing anything. It is merely this dewdrop-like demeanor that perplexingly renders me so oblivious. So, do share the current state of your progress with her. Lu Rian sighed and remarked, what else can I say? She's simply a blockhead. Surely, you have not made any progress whatsoever, have you? Tomato Listen presents cohabitation of emotions, while Lu Xiao expresses her frustration with a look of exasperation. Speaking of this, it infuriates me. She still has to go to work, and at her workplace there is another woman. Therefore, you must hasten your pace, otherwise, if another woman were to steal her away, you would suffer a tremendous loss. Lu Xiao, enjoy the melodious rendition of romantic cohabitation by Tomato Listen. I shall not permit you to claim that the foolish one might be snatched away by other wicked women. Hee, do not be vexed, please. I merely wish to remind you, for I certainly do not desire to see the couple I have supported for 3 years remain apart. Rest assured, the pig's head is undeniably inseparable from me. On Tomato Listening, emotional cohabitation captivates me even if it means binding me. I shall tether her to my side. Lu Xiao was taken aback and quickly sent a flurry of messages, inquiring if assistance was needed, jokingly suggesting whether she should help lure her out. With a light-hearted chuckle, Lu Rian began to play along. However, On a serious note, Yin Yin, you must hasten your pace. Alas, I am fully aware, yet she remains as unyielding as wood, and I find myself at a loss as to what to do. Why do you not seek my counsel? I am, after all, a renowned master of romance. At this moment, another individual in the group sent a message, mentioning that Tomato was enjoying romantic cohabitation. Lu Xiao, you have never even experienced love yourself, yet you continue to call Yin Yin. You have addressed her as Yin Ma for years, and despite your persistent calls to Yin Yin, she has yet to win over Lu Han. Do you still dare to call out to her? Furthermore, Lung Qingqing, haven't you also never been in love? Yet you presume to admonish me. In a solitary moment, I ponder whether I have ever experienced romance, yet it does not hinder my inclination to jest about you. Lu Rian's thoughts are now consumed by me, and she hurriedly begins to mediate, urging us to cease our quarrel. Xiao, do share your insights on how I might win over Pighead, I implore. Of course, the answer lies in watching a movie, preferably an unparalleled horror film. You should feign terror and seek refuge in her embrace, thereby enhancing physical contact. Perhaps love will blossom from such moments. However, you are well aware that, Tomato, listening to emotional cohabitation, I have never been afraid of such terrifying things. The emphasis lies not on whether you feel fear, but rather on the physical contact between both parties. Do you understand? Can you not pretend? The desolate atmosphere begins to voice its criticisms, as Tomato Chow listens to coexisting emotions. One dares to engage, while the other dares to trust. Do not utter such sarcastic remarks. Qingqing, do you possess any effective strategies? Lu Ruyin could no longer remain composed. Qingqing, do you have a clever approach to help me win over Zhu Tu? Once my endeavor is successful, a substantial reward shall be bestowed. Rest assured, Ting, I shall certainly aid you, and after Xiao's plan inevitably falters, I will share it with you. Thank you all. I shall first attempt Xiao's method. Soon, Lu Ruyin began crafting her strategy. She opened her computer and inquired with Baidu about the scariest movies. Ah, how delightful it would be to sit together on the sofa, enveloped in darkness, both covered by a single blanket. At the most terrifying moments, she would dive straight into Zhu Tu's embrace, savoring his warmth and the familiar scent. Just the thought of it sends a thrill through her heart. Lost in such reveries, she broke into a silly smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy, with drool slipping unnoticed from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand to wipe it away, and then continued to indulge in her daydreams of the future. The following morning, Zhu Tu, what time do you expect to return today? If there are no overtime duties, I presume around 4 p.m. What is it? Lu Ruyin stammered as she listened to emotional cohabitation on Tomato sound. It was nothing really, but seeing Lu Ruyin once again made her feel trapped in that deadlock. As I immerse myself in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation, an unsettling premonition stirs within the depths of my heart. What is it that you wish to convey? If you do not speak now, I must depart for work. Indeed, precisely that could you not articulate it in a single sentence? Lu Ruyin's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. The vibrant tones of emotional cohabitation filled the air, and I expressed my desire to watch a film together that evening. I inquired about where we could view it, suggesting we simply stay at home instead of venturing out. Instantly, a wave of confusion washed over me. I had initially thought Lu Ruyin was being rather silly. I was taken aback that such a trivial matter could cause her distress. Yet, her hesitance piqued my curiosity. After all, we had shared the experience of watching films together before. There was undoubtedly something amiss. I pressed further, questioning her sudden urge to watch a movie. Lu Ruyin, something is off with you. When I say I want to watch a film, don't you understand? Her frustration flared instantly. Oh, indeed. Watching the movie reveals the true essence of Lu Ruyin. It seems that there is nothing amiss. Lu Ruyin's heart swells with excitement. Truly, you have agreed. Later in the evening, after indulging in some leisure time and enjoying dinner, I shall immerse myself in emotional cohabitation on Tomato listening. With a light-hearted chuckle, Lu Ruyin nodded her head in agreement. Well then, I must be off to work. You are not permitted to enter my room. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. I shall be waiting for you at home upon your return, came the reply. With a decisive slam of the door, I set off toward the bookstore. Lu Ruyin flashed a charming smile. If you won't allow me into your room, I shall insist on entering. There should be nothing you wish to keep secret. With a mischievous grin, she made her way to the bedroom. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, a sudden chill of anxiety washed over her, and she hurriedly retreated back to the sofa. Upon seeing me return through the door, she nervously inquired, "Is there something amiss? Why have you come back?" I couldn't shake the suspicion that Lu Ruyan had been acting rather strangely these past few days. It was not merely her laughter that raised my doubts. "I just forgot my phone," she explained. "I came back to retrieve it." "You haven't been up to anything untoward, have you?" "Of course not. How could I possibly do anything of that nature?" Her response only deepened my skepticism. "I truly haven't done anything, absolutely nothing. If I had, I would. I would insist on marrying you. Perhaps you should refrain from making such fervent oaths." I replied, "You're not endangering yourself, you're endangering me." Lu Ruyan's temper flared. "Am I truly so undesirable? Let me tell you, you must marry me." Suddenly, her phone rang, and in a panic, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I must leave now. Remember, do not enter my room." As for the last phrase Lu Ruyan uttered, I caught it only vaguely. After I departed, she grew increasingly agitated, muttering to herself about the troublesome nature of my existence, and insisting that I must marry her. Yet, her fury remained unassuaged. She stormed into my room, rummaging through its contents, when suddenly, a wooden carving captured her attention. In her childhood, she crafted a miniature version of emotional cohabitation, a charming gift she bestowed upon me. To my surprise, I still possess this token of affection. It seems she still holds me dear. Her mood instantly transformed into one of exquisite beauty. Perhaps I ought to create a contemporary version of myself to present to her. This time, it must be more refined, so that she can instantly recognize my presence beside her, watching over her, ensuring that no unworthy woman can steal her away. "Good morning, Luhan. Have you risen late today?" "Good morning, Suro. I overslept a bit today." Feeling a bit embarrassed, I adjusted my hair. "The manager didn't say anything, did he?" I leaned closer to Suro and discreetly inquired. Suro's face suddenly flushed crimson. She was listening to emotional cohabitation en chanting, not saying a word. I noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing. I'm quite well." Suro raised her head, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. "Is everything truly fine? Then why is your face so flushed?" "Oh, it might just be the warmth of the weather," she replied, fanning herself gently in an attempt to conceal her discomfort. "That's good. As I listen to emotional cohabitation, please remember to inform me if you feel any discomfort." Watching my departing figure, Suro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was aware that her recent behavior had been somewhat peculiar, yet she found herself unable to quell the anxiety within. Each time she faced me, her heart would involuntarily race, a sensation that filled her with both exhilaration and trepidation. "Haha, I caught you. Little Luhan, can you tell me why you withdrew today?" I don't know when it happened, but Su Muqin approached me and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Sister Mu, please let go, there are so many people watching," I exclaimed, feeling like an old woman in her 30s. The voice of Su Muqin, filled with sorrow and indignation, echoed from behind, declaring that Qing Si Tong Ju on tomato listening has fallen out of favor with men, leaving her feeling unwanted and desperate, as she cried out, "Let me go, I wish to die." Love is not merely a superficial affection, it is the profound connection we share in this moment, is it not? "Hello, dear Luhan. Shouldn't you offer me some comfort while listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato listening? No wonder you haven't found a girlfriend until now. Please explain why you retreated. Did you deceive a young girl last night into coming to your home? In the fleeting moments of spring, you both were reluctant to part ways come morning. Cousin, please release Luhan." Tomato, listening, presents living together with feelings. Have you not seen that she is nearly out of breath? Upon hearing the commotion, Suro hurried over without delay. "Oh, I was merely jesting." "Haha, I apologize, Luhan. Are you all right?" "Sister Lu, I'm fine, just experiencing a slight itch in my neck." It seems that my cousin's jokes have taken a rather peculiar turn. Luhan merely overslept today by accident. Humph. Luhan has assured us he is, well, you truly are a treasure. When have you ever shown such concern for me?" Suro's face turned as red as a boiling kettle, her head shyly buried in her chest. "Mujia, please do not jest. Any onlooker would find it hard to bear witnessing such treatment towards me. Cousin, please refrain from making frivolous jokes." At that moment, Su Ro promptly retorted, her tone tinged with both anxiety and bashfulness. Su Muqing cast a disdainful glance at the two youthful individuals before her, an overwhelming sense of displeasure rising within her. You two ungrateful brats. I shall no longer engage with you. I'm retreating upstairs. Lu Heng, could you please keep an eye on the front desk? I will go upstairs to take a look. After Mu Jie finished speaking, Su Ro followed in Su Muqing's footsteps and ascended the stairs. I stood there, dazed and bewildered, with a face adorned with flowers, while listening to the essence of cohabitation on tomato. My mind was a blank canvas. At that moment, on the second floor, my cousin exclaimed, "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so loud? What's the matter? I'm trying to assist you. Yet you audaciously turn and accuse me. Assist me with what?" Su Ro was left speechless. Are you not curious as to why Lu Han was late today? I inquired about it while listening to sentiments of cohabitation on tomato Chantian. At that time, she mentioned she simply overslept. My dear, do you truly believe that? Allow me to ask you, do you know the reason for her oversleeping? She has never been late before. However, aside from this reason, are there any others? You're simply too naive. If you do not act promptly, you may lose your chance. Now, do you suppose she overslept due to another woman? I doubt it. Lu Han is not that kind of person. I am not asserting that this is the case, merely urging you to hasten your progress. You are moving far too slowly, and I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. As Su Luqing spoke, her voice gradually diminished, evidently reflecting on something. I am aware that my cousin has the best intentions for me. I understand now. All right, hurry off to work. I am fine. As the day swiftly drew to a close, I immersed myself in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on tomato listening. Just as I was about to leave work and head home, a sudden voice called out from behind me, "Lu Han, wait a moment." I turned my head in confusion and asked, "What's the matter, Mu Jie? What about Lu Han?" Please listen to emotional cohabitation on tomato chanter. Today, could you kindly put in some extra hours at work? Rest assured, the overtime compensation will be generous. I will provide you with double the usual rate. For dinner, feel free to order takeout, and I will reimburse you for it. The boss is generous. You say we shall work until a certain hour, and so we shall. Haha. Well then, it seems I shall toil an additional 3 hours. Back to the bookstore we go. As I listened to emotional cohabitation on tomato listening, I was reminded of Lu Ruyan's words about watching a movie. I took out my phone and called her. "What's up, pighead? Are you coming back?" Lu Ruyan's excited voice came through the line. "I will be working overtime until 7 p.m. today. As for dinner, perhaps you could order takeout for yourself." I understand. On the other end of the line, the somewhat despondent voice of Lu Ruyan resonated as I listened to emotional cohabitation on tomato sound. Thus, I shall take my leave for now. As I prepare to hang up, "Lu Han, I am departing." Suddenly, Su Ro came over to greet me. But on the other end of the line, Lu Ruyan erupted with fury. "Why is there another woman's voice on your side?" The loud outburst compelled me to immediately extend the phone away from my ear. "Speak up, Lu Han. Are you afraid? Have you committed some wrongdoing that you dare not acknowledge? I was wondering why you suddenly needed to work late tonight. It turns out you were out on a date with another vixen. Huh?" Lu Ruyan continued her tirade on the other end. "You are the one who is incessantly prattling on how am I supposed to respond?" Lu Ruyan's heavy breathing echoed through the phone. "All right, but did you not just hear her say goodbye? And have you considered the time? You met her previously, did you not? The girl at the supermarket, the one who was holding hands with a little sister. So what if she greeted me after work?" A moment of silence ensued, as Lu Ruyan seemed to realize her overreaction, yet she could not restrain herself. "Your reaction makes it seem as though I am the one being unfaithful." Upon hearing the words unfaithful, Lu Ruyan's fury reignited. "You are not permitted to be unfaithful." "Hello, when have I ever been unfaithful? I have not even had a girlfriend. I will not be returning tonight to accompany you to the movies. If you dare to provoke me, just try not coming back tonight, and I shall turn you into a braised pig's head." I do not wish to engage in an argument with her. He abruptly terminated the call. As time gently flowed by, I immersed myself in the melodious strains of coexisting emotions on tomato listen. Before long, the workday came to a close, and I found myself filled with aspirations throughout my journey. Upon arriving home, I discovered Lu Ruyan seated on the sofa, immersed in the melodious strains of Qingmei Xiangju from tomato music, her face adorned with an expression of indignation as she glanced in my direction. Oh, come now, haven't I already informed you? It is merely a colleague. Why must you stir up such a tempest? Lu Ruoyan remained silent, engrossed in emotional cohabitation on tomato Chao Ting, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Upon witnessing her demeanor, I was overwhelmed with frustration and promptly retreated to my bedroom. The night passed in this manner, as Tomato indulged in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation, harboring the belief that the two would remain ensnared in a prolonged silence. However, on my way to work the following day, I noticed a shadowy figure stealthily trailing behind me. As I caught sight of Lu Ruyin concealed behind the utility pole, my heart was unexpectedly stirred with curiosity while listening to emotional cohabitation. Nevertheless, I maintained an air of nonchalance as I proceeded towards the bookstore, my heart racing with anxiety. Only after I had walked far away did she finally catch up with me, however, as I turned a corner. As the enchanting sound of emotional coexistence resonated, Lu Ruyin stepped into an alley, her heart tightening in an instant. Hastily quickening her pace, she entered the alley, yet could not find my figure. Panic immediately gripped her heart as her gaze darted back and forth in the dimly lit passage. Just then, my voice echoed, "Lu Ruyin, why are you following me? I merely stepped out to purchase a few items." She retorted, "Pray tell, what could one possibly buy in such a dark and murky alley? Is it any of your concern? The path is yours, yet I am still entitled to walk it." "Very well, proceed with your shopping," I replied, before leaving the alley and resuming my journey towards the bookstore. The discovery of Lu Ruyan's sword has led to the unreserved enjoyment of feelings of cohabitation on tomato Changtian. There is no pretense anymore, as one boldly follows behind. Is it not customary for you to at least attempt to conceal your actions? Do you truly have the audacity to trail me so openly? Lu Ruyan blinked cutely, revealing that you possess such a peculiar penchant. Having spoken, she walked towards the nearby utility pole, relishing the melodies of emotional cohabitation, then concealed her figure behind it. Subsequently, she peered out with a curious little head, stealing glances at me. With a silent sigh, I continued my journey towards the bookstore. Upon witnessing my departure, Lu Ruyin hastily adopted a furtive demeanor, trailing behind while engrossed in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation on tomato listening. Passers-by around cast peculiar glances. I hastily quickened my pace, listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato listening, seeking to distance myself from Lu Ruyin. Before long, they arrived at the bookstore. "Good morning," greeted Su Ro, but soon her expression transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. "Good morning. What are you watching?" "I am listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato." Noticing Su Ro's unusual gaze, I followed her line of sight and saw Lu Ruyin, wearing a pair of sunglasses, stealthily lurking outside the door, occasionally glancing back at Su Ro. "I apologize, she's a friend of mine." "It's nothing. Your friend is exceptionally beautiful." "Ha, indeed she is quite lovely, though a bit eccentric." "Mimi, do you share a close relationship with her?" Su Ro inquired shyly, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "She is indeed a formidable sorceress." Tomato Listen presents emotional cohabitation. I am merely a friend to her. Upon observing me engaging in conversation with other women, Lu Ruyin abruptly approached Su Ro, showering her with words of admiration from both the left and the right. If it is not the sin of this woman, then who could it possibly be? Who, indeed, is the enchanting temptress? Su Ro was startled by Lu Ruyan's sudden action while listening to emotional cohabitation on tomato radio. "Lu Ruyin, what are you doing?" I quickly pulled Lu Ruyin back, sincerely apologizing. This child has recently suffered a blow to the head from lightning, and now her mind is somewhat muddled. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruyin was infuriated, exclaiming, "You must have had your brain struck by lightning, for I am quite lucid at this moment." Witnessing the playful scuffle between the two, while immersed in the melodious strains of emotional cohabitation, a profound sense of melancholy weighed heavily upon Su Ro's heart. However, I maintained a smile and reassured her. Subsequently, I led Lu Ruyin into the bookstore. "Listen carefully, this is my workplace. You must not misbehave or tamper with anything indiscriminately. You are required to remain by my side at all times and must not stray beyond my line of sight. Do you understand?" Chapter 26. Do not set your sights on Lu Hang anymore. Beep, beep. Time to clock out, time to clock out. With a playful bounce, Lu Hang was about to dash out of the bookstore when a voice called out from behind. Lu Hang, wait a moment. Su Muqin shouted. Puzzled, Lu Hang inquired. Sister Mu, what's the matter? Lu Hang, could you possibly work a bit longer today? Your shift replacement has taken a leave and won't be here until around 7. I'd greatly appreciate it if you could extend your shift by 3 hours. Lu Hang Juka. But, don't worry, overtime pay will not be shortchanged. I'll give you double. I'll reimburse your dinner for takeout. The boss is magnanimous. You are truly my benefactor. I shall work until you say stop. Lu Hang saluted Su Muqin with respect. All right then. I appreciate your willingness to extend your shift by 3 hours. No, it is my duty, Lu Hang replied confidently and returned to his original position. All right, I need to call Ye Qingling first. Lu Hang Sudenli Zembet. Beep. Hello. What is up, pighead? Are you coming back? The call connected instantly, and Ye Qingling's excited voice resonated through the line. Actually, I want to let you know that I'll be working until 7 tonight, so you might want to order takeout for dinner. Oh, I see. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a hint of disappointment in Ye Qingling's tone. All right then, I'll hang up. Bye, Lu Hang. I'm leaving now. Okay, bye. Just then, Su Ro approached and greeted Lu Hang, who promptly responded politely. However, Ye Qingling's voice suddenly turned alarmed. Alarm! Alarm! Level 1, combat readiness. Lu Pighead, why is there a woman's voice on your side? Ye Qingling nearly shouted, her voice rising in pitch. Lu Hang felt his ears ringing and quickly held the phone away from his ear. You talk. Lu Hang. Speak. Lu Hang, say something. Are you scared? Are you guilty of something? I knew you were suddenly working late tonight. It turns out you're out on a date with some vixen. Say something, Lu Pighead. Ye Qingling screamed, her tone resembling that of someone catching a cheating spouse. How can I speak when you're incessantly chattering? Lu Hang in does it? Fearing for his life if he didn't clarify soon. Okay, you talk. After several deep breaths, Ye Qingling finally allowed Lu Hang to speak, albeit with a tone filled with barely contained rage. Didn't you hear her say goodbye? And look at the time. You've seen her before. Haven't you? That girl from the supermarket who was holding hands with a little sister, Su Ro, she was just saying goodbye after her shift. Lu Hang explained calmly. I'm sorry. There was a silence on the line before Ye Qingling seemed to realize her overreaction and apologized to Lu Hang. However, she couldn't help but feel possessive about Lu Hang, unable to tolerate the presence of other women around him. Lu Hang scoffed. Your reaction made it seem like I was cheating. Cheating? Ye Qingling blushed crimson, realizing that her behavior had indeed resembled that of a jealous spouse. You must not cheat. But once she regained her composure, she retorted firmly. Hey, when have I ever cheated? I don't even have a girlfriend. If you keep nagging, I might just skip out on our movie tonight. You dare. Lu Pighead. If you don't come back tonight, I'll turn you in a braised pighead. All right. I gotta quit the nagging. Ye Qingling warned. You must return after your shift at 7. We start the movie at 8, understand? Okay, I understand. Don't forget to eat goodbye. Lu Hang impatiently replied before hanging up. With a bemused expression, Lu Hang seemed to find such occurrences rather routine. His thoughts drifted back to a memory from middle school. That day, after school, Lu Hang joyfully carried his backpack home, eager to unveil a little secret, a love letter. Boys in their adolescence are often filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding such matters, especially when they learn that a girl has confessed her feelings. Excitedly, Lu Hang opened the letter and immersed himself in its words, oblivious to Ye Qingling's quiet approach from behind. Ye Qingling had merely come to play with Lu Hang, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt as if struck by lightning. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled within her. Without hesitation, she raced forward, snatched the love letter from Lu Hang's hands, scanned it briefly with wide eyes, and, in a fit of fury, tore it to shreds before tossing the pieces into the trash bin. What is this? What is this? I demand to know what this is. At this moment, Lu Hang finally came to his senses and angrily confronted Ye Qingling. Ye Qingling, what on earth are you doing? Why did you tear up my love letter? Love letter, love letter, love letter. Why? The refrain echoed in Ye Qingling's mind, her pent-up frustration boiling over as she exploded in anger. She screamed, lunging forward and biting Lu Hang's arm. Refusing to let go, Lu Hang yelled in pain, struggling fiercely, but Ye Qingling held on tightly. The two began to wrestle on the bed, creating a chaotic scene. Just then, Lu Hang's parents heard the commotion and rushed in, quickly separating the two. The ruckus finally subsided. Ye Qingling said nothing, silently returning home. According to her parents, that night, she locked herself in her room and cried the entire night, not even touching a bite of food. Meanwhile, Lu Hang tended to the bite on his arm, and after applying medication, he too confined himself to his room, not emerging until morning. Even now, a faint mark remained on his arm, a constant reminder of that unpleasant experience. The next morning, Ye Qingling arrived early at school, seeking out the girl who had delivered the love letter to Lu Hang. She walked straight up to her, throwing the tattered remains of the love letter at her feet, deliberately scattering the pieces across the floor. The girl felt utterly embarrassed and humiliated as the fragments lay scattered about, while the surrounding classmates stared in astonishment. Ye Qingling fixed the girl with a defiant glare, a silent warning to all. Do not set your sights on Lu Hang anymore. From that day forward, the relationship between Ye Qingling and Lu Hang grew increasingly strained, filled with bickering and cold wars. However, following this incident, no girl dared to approach Lu Hang, and he himself refrained from interacting with other girls, fearing unnecessary trouble. It could be said that Lu Hang's prolonged singlehood for 18 years was closely intertwined with Ye Qingling's influence. Chapter 27. The melodrama unfolds at 6 in the evening. Lu Hang sat at the front desk, delighting in a sumptuous bowl of spicy hot pot. Suddenly, the wind chime at the entrance rang out, heralding the arrival of a guest. A man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication, approached him directly. Good evening. How may I assist you? Lu Hang inquit politely. Hello. I would like to ask if Su Muqin is currently here. The man responded courteously. Mujia? What brings you to look for her? Lu Hang asked, curiosity piqued as he slurped a noodle. Oh, it's nothing much. I'm an old friend of hers. I happen to be passing by and thought I would drop in to catch up. Is that so? Let me check for you. Lu Hang offered eagerly. Thank you. Just tell her Lin Jun is here to see her. Understood. With that, Lu Hang ascended the stairs to the second floor, where Su Muqin usually rested when in the shop. As he stepped into the lounge, he suddenly lost his footing and landed in a basin of water, the icy sensation sending shivers throughout his body. Mujia, what are you doing? My shoes are soaked, he exclaimed. Oops. Su Muqin giggled, tilting her head innocently. Lu Hang teased. You're over 30, yet you're still acting like a little girl. Hey, what is wrong with being over 30? Didn't you know that as long as one's heart is young, every day feels like 18? I just turned 18. Wait, if you're 18, what does that make me? My shoes are drenched. What on earth are you doing? Lu Hang shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Just a little prank. Spending your days up here, doing nothing and pranking your employees? I don't care. You must give me a raise. Lu Hang Feigen and, indirectly revealing his true feelings, then quickly glanced at Su Muqin, apprehensive about her response. Su Muqin tis. Oh? Our dear Lu Hang is already demanding a raise at such a young age. Well, I don't know. They say money is the root of all evil. Are you going to raise my salary or not? If you don't, I'll just take a day off tomorrow, and you'll have to cover my shift. I'll wear you out, he declared stubbornly. Ha ha ha. Su Muqin erupted in laughter, unable to contain herself. Why you don't laugh? Tell me, are you increasing my salary or not? Lu Hang stam, sto. With a playful smile, Su Muqin covered her mouth. All right. I didn't say I wouldn't give you a raise. For tonight, your overtime pay will be tripled. Is that satisfactory? Lu Hang hotitli ziplit. Well, that's more like it. Curious, Su Muqin asked, by the way, what brings you to the lounge? Oh, I almost forgot. A man named Lin Jun came downstairs, claiming to be your friend, and he is here to catch up. Su Muqin's eyes widened in surprise as she shook Lu Hang's shoulders. What? Say that again. Li Yun. Don't shake me. Lu Hang swatted her hand away. Yes, Lin Jun, the gentleman who looks quite refined before he could finish. Su Muqin dashed down the stairs like a gust of wind. Hey, how was he done talking? Lu Hang sighed, shaking his head as he followed her. Li Yun, what brings you here? Su Muqin's demeanor transformed from exuberant to demure in an instant. Lu Heng was taken aback. This grown adult, who typically lacked composure, now bore an entirely different expression. He immediately grabbed his colleague, Li Jun, to express his astonishment. Hey, you're not aware? That man, Lin Jun, is Mu Jie's first love. They say they've broken up, but he suddenly shows up today. Who knows what his intentions are? Li Yun, who had been working at the bookstore for 3 years, was privy to many happenings. Wow, wow, wow. Lu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating the phrase as he processed the revelation. This is sensational. Lu Heng et Golim. Li Jun smiled mysteriously. Oh, there's even more to this story. Quickly, what is the more sensational part? Lu Heng uget et siten li. Cough, cough. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode, or perhaps consider spending 5 yuan for VIP access. Get lost. I'm off to the early shift. Lu Heng replied with a slight smile, uttering a classic retort. I'd rather watch the live broadcast and enjoy the show. He scoffed. Lu Heng observed Lin Jun's gentle smile, which melted Su Muqin's heart. The seeds of affection took root within her, revitalizing a dormant love. Turning away in disdain, Lu Heng muttered under his breath, "Get lost." Watching the live broadcast doesn't require your commentary. Li Jun, ever self-absorbed, replied, "Don't you think my commentary makes it more exciting? For just 5 yuan, you can enjoy a royal experience. Get lost. I'm off to the early shift." Lu Heng pushed Li Jun away in annoyance. All right. I won't bother you anymore. Enjoy the show. Li Yun et Quisit. Su Muqin eagerly fetched a small stool and placed it beneath Lin Jun. Lin Jun, please, have a seat. With a sweet smile, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, reminiscent of a young girl in love. Oh, all right, you sit too. Lin Jun momentarily hesitated before politely taking a seat. Lin Jun, what brings you here? Su Muqin inquired. Oh, nothing much. I was just out for a stroll with CC and happened to pass by. So I thought I'd come to see you. CC? Chen CC? Yes. Su Muqin's expression suddenly turned vacant, as if petrified, sitting immobile in her chair, on the verge of shattering. Where is CC? She managed to ask, her voice strained as if the question could cost her dearly. Dingling. The entrance bell chimed once more. Yun, am here. I just wanted to buy something, and there were so many people. CC, you've worked hard. Let me see what you bought. Li Yun kritzit heromli. Chapter 28. Aren't you bullying the honest person? Look. Baby clothes, tiny shoes, and diapers. Why did you buy them so early? The baby has just been conceived. Chen Cici introduced each item to Lin Jun, who was happily recounting his affection for Chen Cici. The two appeared like a pair of celestial lovers, evoking envy in those who witnessed them. However, Su Muqin, standing alone on the side, appeared rather pitiable, isolated in her solitude. Lin Jun, has Cici already conceived your child? Su Muqin's voice was filled with disbelief and a glimmer of faint hope. Lin Jun, brimming with happiness, replied, yes, indeed. She just found out, which is why we are hastily preparing for our wedding. Bang! Lin Jun's words struck Su Muqin like a bullet, shattering the fragile barrier of hope in her heart, leaving it in splinters. She forced a smile and offered a blessing. I wish you both a swift arrival of your little one. Yet, her eyes glistened with the thread of tears barely concealed. By the way, Muqin, I came to ask if you would attend our wedding. I never received a reply, so I thought I would ask while I was here. Oh, that. I'll see you later. Aren't you getting married on the 10th? It's only the 10th now. I'll reply in a few days. Su Muqin's voice trembled, her tone growing increasingly frail, as if she were on the verge of breaking. Luhan Gudiosili Inquit? Hey, Li Jun, what's the situation here? Didn't I tell you to pay $5 for VIP access? Now you ask me? It's $10. I'm so early. Lu Heng silently mouthed a curse, unable to contain his curiosity about the unfolding situation. Brotherly. ISNT their free trial for non-VIPs? How come you don't even offer a free preview? If I pay, how do I know you're reliable? Wouldn't I be at a loss? How can you run your business like this? Cough, cough. You make a valid point. I'll give you a brief snippet. Let you see that my reputation as an all-knowing source is not unfounded. All right, brotherly. You truly are impressive. Please go on. Lu Hang flattered eagerly. Well, let me tell you, Lin Jun and Chen Cece were university classmates of Sister Mu. Back in the day, Lin Jun and Sister Mu were an enviable couple. Their love story lasted several years, until 3 years ago. Who would have thought they never reached the altar? It is said that Chen Cece had a secret crush on Lin Jun, but never had the chance to confess due to Lin Jun's relationship with Sister Mu. However, one day, 3 years ago, Lin Jun abruptly broke up with Sister Mu and immediately got together with Chen Cece. The plot is even more dramatic than a soap opera. After their breakup, although Sister Mu did not interfere in their lives, she could never truly let go of Lin Jun, having loved him for so many years. 3 years passed, and recently Lin Jun sent an invitation to our store for his wedding, which I received. He seemed unaware that Sister Mu had moved, thus delivering the invitation to the shop. From their earlier conversation, I suspect that Chen Cece is pregnant, hence their decision to marry. Alas, this must be quite a blow for Sister Mu. She loved Lin Jun for 8 years, 4 years in college and 4 years in the workplace, dedicating her most beautiful years to him, only to end up like this. This is the background of the story, truly lamentable. Li Yun sighed, unable to suppress his sympathy for Su Muqin. Oh, I see. That is indeed dramatic. Lu Hang echoed, nodding in sync with Li Jun, their movements in perfect harmony. Li Jun insisted, so that's the whole story. Your preview is over. Now, pay up. Pay for what? Lu Hang Feigen in Godan, Popo. You just enjoyed a preview. Pay up $10, but you called it a preview. Why should I pay? Bang. Li Jun felt as if a gun had been fired at him, jolting him awake, and he turned to see Lu Hang sporting a mischievous expression. Lu Hang knew Li Jun was a blabbermouth. Once he started, he couldn't help but spill everything, which was why he had been coaxed into giving a preview. He tried to stifle his laughter, wearing an expression of playful mischief, occasionally glancing at Li Jun. Li Jun quickly realized he had been tricked but stubbornly retorted, "Since you heard the entire story, you must pay for it." Lu Hang family ziplit. Hey, don't slander the good person. You revealed everything voluntarily. I didn't force you. Why should I pay? Aren't you just bullying the honest person? Li Jun gritted his teeth and insisted, I don't care. You owe for what you heard, the full amount. Isn't that extortion? Aren't you just bullying the honest person? Don't think just because you're a long-time employee, you can take advantage of the honest folk. Lu Hang declared, wide-eyed and indignant. Li Jun could only snarl in frustration, having no rebuttal left. In this round, Lu Hang wins. As the two continued their quarrel, a sudden sound of quiet sobbing reached their ears. They turned to see that Lin Jun and Chen Cece had left at some point. Su Muqin sat alone on a chair, her legs drawn up, her face buried in her knees, trembling slightly as she quietly wept. This sight was heart-wrenching, prompting the two to approach her. Sister Mu, are you all right? Lu Hang gently nudged Su Muqin's arm, expressing concern. Slowly, she lifted her head, revealing that her eyes were completely red, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister Mu, if you need to vent, just tell me. My shoulder is always here for you. Li Yun proclaimed earnestly. The two stood by her side as she cried, glancing between them. She reached out, attempting to hug Lu Hang's waist, but he sidestepped, not wishing to get his clothes soaked with her tears. Chapter 29. Missed calls, is it true? Goodness, even seeking comfort requires good looks. Li Jun felt a sudden pang of injustice as he observed from the side. Oh, what? Su Muqin sat on the chair, weeping like a delicate flower in the rain, her tears cascading like a flood, threatening to saturate the entire floor. Lu Hang, with an expression of helplessness, said, Come on, Mujia, while it's understandable that you're crying, could you perhaps pause for a moment? The floor is about to be drenched. Su Muqin briefly halted her sobs, looking up at Lu Hang's exasperated face, and an overwhelming sense of being abandoned by the world washed over her. Oh, I'm so heartbroken. And you're looking at me like that? I even gave you a raise. Wah. Su Muqin lamented between sobs, her sadness intensifying, leading to another outburst of tears. What? A raise? Li Jun, overhearing this, immediately shrieked. Oh, you Lu Hang, you've raised the salary, and now you're even trying to cheat me out of a measly $10. Li Jun frowned at Lu Hang, his dissatisfaction evident. What raise? It's just a slight increase in overtime pay for today. Besides, how am I cheating you? You were the one who brought it up. Lu Hang Vito, Li Yun, growing increasingly disgruntled, questioned, Ah, Mujia. You gave him a raise, so why not me? Su Muqin lifted her head, her eyes red and puffy as she assessed Li Jun, then glanced at Lu Hang and sobbed. You're not as handsome as he is. Boom! Li Jun felt as if the sky was collapsing, yet he glanced at Lu Hang's face and found himself at a loss for words. Oh dear, this is infuriating. Lu Hang, you can comfort her all by yourself. With that, Li Jun stormed off in a huff. Lu Hang watched Li Jun's departing figure with a sigh, then turned to the still-crying Su Muqin and said, Mujia, please stop crying. At this rate, the bookstore will be flooded. Upon hearing Lu Hang's words, Su Muqin's sobs gradually diminished, though she continued to sniffle. Lu Hang gently patted Su Muqin's shoulder, offering comfort. There, Mujia, don't be sad. If something is troubling you, just share it with me. It might help to voice it. Though I already know, I just want to gossip a bit. Su Muqin looked up at Lu Hang, her eyes still glistening with tears, and said, Lu Hang, I've experienced a heartbreak. Muya, don't be upset. Heartbreak is merely a chapter in life. Perhaps it is a new beginning. Lu Hang consoled her. Oh, it's just that I can't seem to start new. Upon hearing this, Su Muqin burst into tears again, feeling as though her eyes were swollen beyond recognition. Tears flowed like a torrent, streaming down her cheeks, soaking her collar and the table. Oh, I need a drink. I want to forget all of this. Su Muqin cried out in despair, her voice laced with hopelessness, as if the entire world had crumbled around her. Lu Hang responded seriously. Oh, fine, then Mujia. Go ahead and drink. I have 20 minutes left before I finish work. His tone hinted at a touch of resignation. You, come with me. Su Muqin insisted, her gaze resolute and unyielding. I want to go. I don't drink. Lu Hang firmly waved his hand, expressing his outright refusal. Who said you have to drink? I need a garbage can. Su Muqin shouted, her voice tinged with frustration. A garbage can? You could just go outside and find one for yourself. Lu Hang looked at Su Muqin, puzzled. No, it's an emotional garbage can for confiding. Su Muqin's voice brimmed with ire. But I'm about to finish work. Lu Hang protested, his face reflecting his reluctance. There are still 20 minutes left. Don't worry, it won't take long. Su Muqin reassured him, a glint of mischief in her eyes. But, you wouldn't really deny the request of someone who just suffered a heartbreak, would you? Oh, I'm so pitiful. All right, fine. Tonight, I'll increase your overtime pay to 4 times. Instantly, Lu Hang perked up, straightening his back and declaring with seriousness, Yes, sir. It is the duty of every employee to comfort the heartbroken store manager. Before long, they arrived at a small bar inside the mall, where the music was deafening. It was Lu Hang's first time in such a place, and he felt as if his eardrums might burst, quickly covering his ears with both hands. Why is it so loud? Lu Hang frowned and shouted. This is just how it is here. You'll get used to it, Su Muqin explained. Saying this, she led Lu Hang through the bustling crowd to a somewhat secluded sofa in the corner, where they settled down. Su Muqin unhesitatingly ordered a case of beer and began drinking on her own. Oh, I truly love him. Yet he doesn't love me. He cheated on me 3 years ago. Yet why can't I forget him? Oh goodness, what explosive news. Lu Hang's curiosity was instantly piqued. This was exclusive first-hand information. Once I get this, I must make a fortune off that little brat. Ha. Unable to resist, Lu Hang asked, Mujia, what do you mean by he cheated? Oh, just thinking about it makes me sad. I want to say anything. Please don't hold back. This is a lucrative opportunity for me. Mujia, perhaps if you share. Oh, 3 years ago, I caught him cheating with Chun Sisi in a hotel suite. Caught in the act, Goodness, I was going to pry it out of you, and you've already spilled the beans. Lu Hang was left speechless. Glug, glug, glug. Su Muqin tilted her head back and took a large gulp of beer. That day I caught them in bed. Only then did I realize they had been having an affair since college. But why can't I just forget him? Li Yun, that scoundrel, that jerk. Su Muqin lamented as she drank, while Lu Hang quietly listened, occasionally chiming in to help berate Lin Jun. What a joke. There's no real consolation at times like this. She came to vent. After Su Muqin finished an entire case of beer, her face flushed and swaying. She began to cry and sway on the sofa, then attempted to wave for another case. Lu Hang quickly stopped her, saying, "Mujia, no more drinking. Stay sober. Let us go, I'll help you out." No, you should drink too." Su Muqin insisted, pushing the beer can toward Lu Hang's face. Smack, smack. Lu Hang, with a look of exasperation, lightly slapped Su Muqin's cheeks, bringing her back to a semblance of awareness, and she awkwardly leaned on his hand to stand up. Of course, the slaps were not hard, merely a gentle reminder. Lu Hang held onto Su Muqin's arm with one hand while using the other to clear a path ahead, and they made their way out together. Lu Hang managed to guide the wobbling Su Muqin back to the bookstore's lounge, helping her settle in. As Lu Hang descended from the lounge, he encountered Li Jun, curious, asked, "Hey, it's already 9. Aren't you off work yet?" 9 o'clock. Lu Hang shrieked, immediately pulling out his phone. When the phone screen illuminated, he was bewildered. The entire lock screen was filled with missed calls, numbering over 20. All from a contact named Ye Qingling. Chapter 30. "Yemo, are you a dog?" Lu Hang glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 9 in the evening. Oh no, this is disastrous. Just moments ago at the bar, he had been engrossed in gossip and listening to Su Muqin's woes, and the loud music had drowned out his phone's ringtone, preventing him from checking it. In that instant, Lu Hang felt as if he had been turned to stone, standing motionless as beads of sweat formed on his forehead and trickled down his cheeks. A wave of dread surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Li Jun, standing nearby, curiously poked Lu Hang's shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Hang bolted out like a tempest, his speed so swift that it spun Li Jun around in place. "Remember to tell Sister Mu that I worked overtime until 9 tonight. She should not shortchange me on my pay," he shouted back at Li Jun as he ran. While dashing, Lu Hang dialed Ye Qingling's number. The phone rang once before it connected, and immediately, Ye Qingling's furious voice erupted from the receiver. "Lu Pighead, where have you been? I'm so sorry." Lu Hang has the apolit. However, before he could finish, Ye Qingling's voice thundered back. "You promised to watch a movie with me. Look at what time it is now." Lu Hang's heart sank, and he quickly explained, "I'm so sorry. I'll be back in 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. I'll explain everything when I return." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a tone signaling that the call had ended. Ye Qingling had hung up. Cold sweat poured from Lu Hang's body, and the feeling of terror spread throughout him. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace towards home, running at full speed without daring to stop. 10 minutes later, bang! With a loud crash, Lu Hang flung open the door to his home. He stood in the entryway, hands on his knees, gasping for breath as if he had just survived a life-and-death race. However, the house was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. An ominous premonition surged within him as he cautiously made his way into the living room. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him from behind. Thud! Lu Hang felt a tremendous force knock him onto the sofa, followed by a soft body pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. Terrified, he turned his head to see Qingling burying her face in his back, her voice icy as she inquired, "Where have you been?" His heart tightened at her question, and he nervously stammered, I've been working overtime. I encountered an unexpected situation, so I returned a bit late. Ye Qingling, narovit herius, dangerosly asking. Then tell me, what exactly is this unexpected situation? Lu Hang, now anxious, replied, "Well, our manager had some last-minute tasks, so I had to work extra hours in the bookstore and didn't go out at all." He dared not reveal the truth to Ye Qingling. He feared she might fly into a rage like she had in middle school, and he would find himself battered and bruised. Ye Qingling scoffed, "Oh, really? Yes, that's exactly it." Lu Hang felt his heart racing, nearly reaching 140 beats per minute, as if it might leap from his chest. "Oh, well, then explain to me how, if you were working late at the bookstore, you ended up smelling of another woman and alcohol. Answer me." Ye Qingling beloved, her tone filled with seething anger akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Lu Hang's complexion turned pale as he realized his lie had been exposed. He attempted to explain, while I was working at the bookstore, a customer who had been drinking came in to buy a book, and perhaps her scent transferred to me." Ye Qingling let out a derisive laugh. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense?" An eerie silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a halt. This stillness was chilling, making it feel as though one could hear each other's heartbeats. All right, I'll tell you. Lu Heng finally succumbed to the suffocating pressure, realizing that if he didn't confess soon, he might not escape this night unscathed. He explained urgently. Our manager had a breakup and insisted on dragging me to the bar to vent. But you must believe me, I didn't drink a drop. After I dropped her off at the bookstore, I rushed straight back. Yet, all he received in response was a profound silence. Ye Qingling said nothing, merely sitting quietly on his back, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. Believe me, everything I said is... Rip. Are you insane? Lu Heng's words were abruptly cut off by the sound of tearing fabric from behind him. He turned in shock to see Ye Qingling, seemingly mad, fiercely ripping at his shirt. His t-shirt was instantly shredded into tatters, and he yelled in anger, Ye Qingling, are you crazy? Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain on his shoulder. Ye Qingling had bitten him fiercely. The pain made him cry out involuntarily. Yemo, let go. You need to let go. Lu Heng used his other hand to push her away with all his might, but she clung to his shoulder like a wild animal, refusing to release her grip. Bang! After a struggle, Ye Qingling finally let go. Lu Heng quickly turned on the light to inspect the damage. He saw 2 deep bite marks on his shoulder. Although there was no blood, the dark red impressions were alarming. Lu Heng looked down at his body and saw that his shirt had been ripped to shreds. What had once been a perfectly intact t-shirt was now reduced to mere scraps hanging off him. Furious, Lu Heng shouted, Yemo, are you a dog? In response to his accusation, Ye Qingling remained silent, her eyes reddening as she clenched her teeth, staring intently at him. She certainly believed everything Lu Heng had said, for she knew him well enough to trust he wouldn't deceive her. Though she understood that he hadn't been drinking, the unfamiliar scent of perfume still left her feeling unsettled. It was as if that scent whispered to her that Lu Heng had been with another woman. She tried to convince herself not to dwell on it, but every time she caught a whiff of that fragrance, her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, leaving her unable to calm down. She knew her feelings were irrational, yet she could not control her emotions. Nevertheless, whenever faced with similar situations, her mind would spiral into chaos. She feared losing Lu Heng, worried that he might be taken away by another woman. This fear and anxiety rendered her sensitive and fragile, even bordering on neurotic. Chapter 31. Witness my wrath. Ye Qingling glared at Lu Heng with gritted teeth, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, instilling a sense of dread within him. Lu Heng retorted angrily, what now? You've torn your clothes, bitten me, and still aren't satisfied? What more do you want? Ye Qingling offered no response. Her teeth clenched as she continued to fixate on him, the fire in her gaze intensifying, mingled with a barely perceptible hint of possessiveness. Lu Heng furrowed his brow, questioning, is it really such a big deal that I returned a little late? I explained the smell of alcohol. Do you need to react this way? Suddenly, Ye Qingling erupted like a lit powder keg, shouting, it is a big deal. You promised me you'd watch a movie with me tonight and that you'd be back by 7. You accomplished neither. Instead, you went off drinking with another woman. Her outburst was akin to a thunderclap, startling not only Lu Heng but also herself. He stumbled, falling beneath the sofa. Why shout so loudly? Lu Heng, Fumet, I've told you I did nothing wrong. Haven't you known me all these years? This is utterly unreasonable. With that, he clambered to his feet and stormed back to his room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Ye Qingling remained alone, dejectedly kneeling on the sofa, her expression a complex mix of anger and grievance. Her body trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes, though she fought to keep them from spilling. Clenching her hands tightly, she continued to glare at Lu Heng's door. Half an hour later, Lu Heng stormed out of his room, filled with rage, thrusting the door open with a loud crash that seemed to shake the very walls of the room. Clutching a pile of clothes, he marched straight toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling sat alone on the sofa, maintaining her awkward position, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Heng, as if she could see through the door. As time ticked by, Lu Heng eventually emerged from a shower, yet Ye Qingling remained in her contorted posture, her piercing stare penetrating his soul, making him profoundly uncomfortable. Unable to bear the torment any longer, he opened his door and strode into his room. Out of sight, out of mind, Lu Hang thought, tonight, you shall witness the extent of my wrath. I can no longer indulge you. He lay on the bed, frustration bubbling within him, grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the nightstand and gulping it down in one go. At this moment, a mere wall separated them, one lying in the bedroom, the other seated on the living room sofa. Both remained still, furrowing their brows as they fixated on the door to Lu Hang's room, each brooding in their own discontent. Suddenly, Lu Hang raised his fist and waved it wildly in the air, shouting in frustration, his feelings of suffocation intensifying. He recognized he might be at fault, yet he was unwilling to concede easily. Despite knowing Ye Qingling disapproved of his interactions with other girls, he had still done so. Yet this hardly seemed significant. He had offered explanations, and he felt she understood him well enough, yet she still spiraled into anger. They were merely childhood friends, after all. Who was she to dictate his actions? He resolved to show her the fury of a man tonight. Ye Qingling lay on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the door to Lu Hang's room, almost as if she could see him through the barrier. She understood his actions were not egregious, knowing he would never cross certain lines, yet she found herself unable to control her emotions. As she matured, her obsession with Lu Hang deepened, leading to an increasing sense of possessiveness. She disliked anyone else interacting with him, especially females, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Time passed slowly. Both sat in silence, staring at the ceiling, simmering in their own frustrations until exhaustion washed over them, gradually lulling them to sleep. At midnight, oh no, I've overdone it with the water. Lu Hang was abruptly awakened by the urgent need to relieve himself. It's all Ye Qingling's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have downed an entire bottle of water. He fumed internally. With that, he dashed out of his room toward the bathroom. The potential of human capability is immense. At this moment, Lu Hang felt as if he were outpacing Usain Bolt, weaving through a sea of sprinting champions, ultimately claiming victory. A rush of thrill and tension transformed into a sigh of relief as he finally reached his destination just in time. Drip, drip. The sound of water hitting the still surface of a lake created ripples that spread outward, the droplets ascending before merging back into tranquility, returning to their familial embrace. Lu Hang shook off the lingering tension, the exhilaration subsiding, returning to a state of calm. He emerged from the bathroom, glancing curiously at the sofa, pondering. I wonder if Ye Qingling is still there? It's late. Surely, even if she is upset, she would have gone to sleep by now. However, as he cast a casual glance, he was struck dumb. There lay Ye Qingling, curled up on the sofa, facing him. One arm was propped under her head, while the other rested gently at her side. Moonlight poured through the balcony window, casting a mystical glow upon her face, enhancing her already stunning beauty and making her appear ethereal. Even Lu Hang, who was typically immune to her charms, found himself momentarily captivated. As a chilly breeze swept through, he shivered, his thoughts gradually returning to focus. He approached her, murmuring, honestly, at your age, you should know how to take care of yourself. He then bent down, slipping one arm under her knees and the other around her back, lifting her effortlessly. The softness of her skin and her exquisite features were now within arm's reach, stirring feelings of longing within him. Her long, delicate legs dangled gracefully, swaying like a gentle breeze. The sensation of her smooth skin reverberated through him, striking a chord deep within his soul. Before him stood a woman of unparalleled beauty, and she was his childhood companion. Chapter 32. Truths of a Night. Lu Hang gently cradled Ye Qingling as he approached her room. This woman appeared so perfect, with ample curves where they should be and delicate features where they ought to be. Yet, why did she feel so light in his arms? He resolved to ensure she consumed more sustenance. Such lightness was not conducive to health. He would feed her broccoli until she could hardly refuse. With a chuckle of mischief, Lu Hang soon reached the threshold of her room. Hesitation gripped him, as if two contrasting figures, one dark and one light, were engaged in a fierce struggle within his mind. Although they had previously agreed not to enter each other's rooms, the current circumstances felt beyond his control. Disgraceful, one voice scolded. I cannot simply leave her outside to brave the cold winds alone. Disgraceful, echoed the other. Yet, as her childhood companion, it is my duty to care for her. Disgraceful, the first voice retorted again. And besides, she is sound asleep and will not notice. Why not test that theory? Oh, I shall, Lu Hang declared, bouncing slightly with Ye Qingling in his arms. Her limbs stirred in response, sending a jolt of anxiety through him. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, and he froze in a half squat, holding his breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A sigh of relief escaped him as he observed that Ye Qingling remained undisturbed. His earlier anxiety dissipated. Who had suggested such a foolish idea? He mentally cursed, finding that the internal bickering had ceased entirely, leaving him in silence. It was settled. She was deeply asleep. Even if he were to drop her, she would remain oblivious. Why not try? Oh, I shall. Go away. I have early class. The internal voices resurfaced, and Lu Hang cursed again in his mind. Fine. It shall be done. She won't notice. I am going in. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he opened Ye Qingling's door. A sea of pink greeted his eyes. Pink wallpaper, anime posters, magical girl decorations, and so on. The only stark contrast was the bed, adorned with Lu Hang's own bedding set. Despite the overwhelming pinkness, the room was immaculate, filled with the delightful fragrance that was uniquely Ye Qingling. He found himself irresistibly drawn to it, inhaling deeply. Pervert, get out. A voice in his mind scolded, but he dismissed it, gently placing Ye Qingling on her bed. He tucked her in, ensuring she was snug beneath the covers, and turned on the air conditioning. It was summer, after all, and warmth under the covers without air conditioning would be unbearable. As he prepared to leave, his gaze was caught by a small, incongruous wooden carving on her pink desk. Driven by curiosity, he stepped closer to examine it. The carving was a rough likeness of Ye Qingling herself. He instantly recognized it, recalling that she had once gifted him a matching piece. The memory flooded back. When they were in elementary school, she had handed it to him with utmost seriousness, declaring, "I'll give you myself when I grow up." In that moment, their innocent smiles and youthful promises seemed to transcend time, vividly replaying in his mind. Those cherished memories washed over him like a tidal wave, evoking a tender expression as he approached Ye Qingling's bedside. He knelt beside her, gently brushing his finger against her nose, smiling affectionately as he whispered, "So you truly intended to give me your grown self, did you?" His gaze then fell upon a conspicuous packet of lollipops on her nightstand, purchased to placate her after they had quarreled on her first day here. He couldn't help but smile at the recollection, despite their petty arguments. The sight of her beaming with her characteristic pride upon accepting the treat was indelibly etched in his memory. He picked up the lollipops, feeling as if he could sense her warmth through the packaging. He understood her to be a pure-hearted, kind girl, albeit occasionally willful and stubborn. Yet he had grown accustomed to her ways. It was when her demeanor shifted that he truly felt a sense of unease. Setting the lollipops down, he turned back to Ye Qingling's exquisite visage. Her skin was as pale as snow, her eyes closed, and her long lashes fluttered gently as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. Unable to resist, he reached out to softly caress her delicate nose, relishing in her warmth and softness. "Qingling," he spoke earnestly, "everything I said tonight was sincere. I have neither been drinking nor have I engaged with other women." His voice was low and tender, akin to a vow. "The only women I've interacted with throughout my life, apart from my mother, have been you. In fact, I feel I spent more time with you than with her. Having grown up together, how could he ever abandon her?" As he continued, a hint of nostalgia colored his tone. He reminisced about the countless moments they had shared, the laughter, the tears. "Good night, and may you have sweet dreams." His voice was as gentle as a whisper in the night breeze, filled with warmth and care. In a final affectionate gesture, he lightly tapped her nose before rising like a graceful gentleman, taking his leave from the room. With a soft click, the door closed, producing only the faintest of sounds, as if it were the night's most tender melody. As Lu Hang's footsteps faded away, another door softly closed in a different room, and Ye Qingling suddenly opened her eyes. A complex whirlwind of emotions flickered in her gaze: gratitude, happiness, and a hint of unspoken shyness. Tears glistened in her eyes. Illuminated by the night's gentle glow, her bright gaze a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Her heart was enveloped in warmth. Lu Hang's kindness felt like the sun on a winter's day, filling her with indescribable joy. "Fool! Pighead!" she whispered affectionately, her tone laced with tenderness. She knew that Lu Hang genuinely cared for her, and every gesture he made filled her with overwhelming happiness. As the night deepened, Ye Qingling's heart radiated warmth. She understood that with Lu Hang by her side, her life was destined to be filled with joy and bliss. Chapter 33: A Quiet Morning in Truth. Ye Qingling had not truly fallen asleep. She was merely resting with her eyes closed. Each time the thought of Lu Hang carrying the scent of other girls crossed her mind, she felt a wave of frenzied discomfort. However, overwhelming fatigue gradually enveloped her, ultimately lulling her into a light slumber. At that moment, Lu Hang gently opened the door, preparing to head to the restroom. Despite his soft movements, Ye Qingling's keen hearing immediately detected the sound, jolting her from her dreams. She slightly opened her eyes, observing Lu Hang hastily making his way to the bathroom, and then saw him emerge with an air of ease. As Lu Hang turned to look at her, Ye Qingling quickly shut her eyes, her heart pounding furiously. Nerves heightened to their peak. She sensed Lu Hang's gaze lingering upon her, yet she remained in suspense, uncertain of his next move. Suddenly, she felt a warm embrace as Lu Hang gently lifted her into his arms. The warmth and comfort of the moment enveloped her, and she yearned for it to last an eternity. He tenderly placed her back on the bed, covering her with a blanket. When she heard the heartfelt words he spoke, Ye Qingling was filled with solace and emotion. The resentment she had harbored towards Lu Hang began to dissolve, replaced by an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. It turned out that the boy she had quietly admired also cared for her deeply. Thus, she drifted off into a peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, the sun began to rise, casting a gentle blue hue across the sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seemed to drape the earth in a golden veil. Lu Hang yawned, sleep still clinging to him as he stepped out of the room, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to awaken fully. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, followed by two cries of pain. It was Lu Hang, who collided with Ye Qingling, who had also emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes. Neither had noticed the other, resulting in a rather forceful encounter. Ouch! Lu Hang furrowed his brow, gently massaging his chin, clearly in discomfort, while Ye Qingling bent down, rubbing her forehead, her face contorted in pain. Abruptly, both raised their heads, their gazes meeting. For a fleeting moment, the entire space seemed to freeze, with only their breaths reverberating in the air. Their cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. Lu Hang had intended to express his frustration, but upon seeing the familiar face before him, a complex emotion stirred within him. Memories of the previous night flooded his mind, evoking feelings of embarrassment and shyness. He endeavored to suppress his impulses, yet found it impossible to do so. Ye Qingling gazed at Lu Hang's face, her heart brimming with shyness and unease. She lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet his eyes. The atmosphere between them grew palpably awkward, with neither knowing what to say. Both consciously avoided mentioning the events of the previous night. Silence lingered for a moment until Lu Hang resolved to break the tension. He swiftly turned and headed toward the restroom, hoping to escape the discomfort of the situation. He felt the atmosphere was too awkward, and it was best to leave for a while to gather his thoughts. However, Ye Qingling followed closely behind him into the restroom. Lu Hang's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Thus, they proceeded to wash up in silence. The restroom filled only with the sound of running water and the brushing of teeth. As Lu Hang brushed, he discreetly stole glances at Ye Qingling, who was engaged in her routine with delicate movements and an intense focus, as if she were performing a task of great importance. Curiosity bubbled within him, and he wondered what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. Just then, Lu Hang felt a searing gaze upon him. His heart raced. nearly causing him to swallow the foam in his mouth. He quickly turned to look at Ye Qingling, but she immediately averted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Lu Hang felt flustered, his cheeks slightly reddening. He struggled to maintain his composure and continued brushing, yet his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Thus, they furtively scrutinized one another, pretending to focus on their tasks whenever their eyes met. As Lu Hang immersed himself in washing his face, he suddenly sensed that gaze fixated on him once more, igniting a sense of awkwardness and tension. He recalled how Ye Qingling had once instructed him on how to wash his face, urging him to follow her method. This mischievous girl, even now, she was still concerned about him. Lu Hang inwali goomba. Nonetheless, he resolved to follow her instructions, and truthfully, it was the first time he had ever washed his face with such earnestness. After completing the task according to her guidance, the penetrating gaze dissipated. Lu Hang sighed in relief, thinking that he could finally relax. Thus, the two remained silent throughout breakfast, with Ye Qingling taking the initiative to tidy up the remnants on the table. Lu Hang was taken aback by her unexpected proactivity. Beep beep. After a while of watching television from the sofa, Lu Hang's phone rang. He quickly donned his shoes and adjusted his attire, preparing to leave for work. As he reached the door, he contemplated warning Ye Qingling not to enter his room without permission, as was customary. However, the words faltered on his lips. After all, he had entered her room without consent the previous night, albeit under special circumstances. Mentioning it now felt inappropriate. With a soft sigh, he silently closed the door and turned to leave. Yet, moments after he departed, Ye Qingling emerged from her room. She wore a pristine white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with basketball shorts, showcasing her long, slender legs. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, swaying with her lively steps, and she donned a pair of sunglasses, adding an air of mystery and fashion to her appearance. Ye Qingling's enchanting figure and striking beauty were captivating, leaving onlookers in awe. A sly smile danced on her lips, as if a plan was brewing in her mind. With a blend of excitement and trepidation, she slowly opened the front door. Chapter 34. The pursuer becomes the pursued. 2 minutes later, Ye Qingling joyfully spotted Lu Hang on the road and stealthily followed him. Damn that Lu pighead. What a fool. Today, I shall see which vixen dares to entangle you. I am resolutely tailing you. Ye Qingling sated silently, hertit clenched in indignation. As Lu Hang walked down the main road, he felt an unusual gaze fixated upon him. Though it was common for passers-by to glance at him occasionally, today's sensation was akin to being scrutinized inappropriately. He awkwardly shrugged, the intensity of that gaze making him uncomfortable. Suddenly, he spun around sharply, scanning the crowd, yet he discerned nothing unusual. Ye Qingling pressed herself against the corner of an alley, sweat trickling down her back, her heart racing as she took deep breaths. That was close. I almost got caught. Thus, as Lu Hang turned back repeatedly, Ye Qingling adeptly dodged, trailing him from a distance of 10 meters, moving cautiously with every step. Onlookers began to focus their attention on these two peculiar individuals. Bystander. So, am I also a part of your little game? Wow. Handsome, you are so charming. An 18 or 19-year-old girl approached Lu Hang, showering him with compliments. Thank you. Lu Hang replied with a polite smile, appreciating the flattery. Could I have your contact information? Handsome, the girl shyly inquired, extending her phone toward him. Ye Qingling, kurajit behind an nirbi turashbin, kulenchit her feast. Nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Damn that Lu pighead. Dung, dum, dum, dum. D. In her mind, Ye Qingling incessantly cursed Lu Hang. No, thank you. I rarely add strangers. Lu Hang responded with a momentary surprise, then politely declined. Oh, I see. The girl had no choice but to leave. Disappointed, Lu Hang sighed. Encounters like this had become commonplace for him, happening approximately 4 to 5 times each month. He pondered how he had managed to remain single all this time. It's all that Ye Demon's fault. Demon. Ye Qingling muttered in indignation, feeling a sense of pride that Lu Hang had rebuffed another girl while she lived with him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed down the street. Ye Qingling accidentally kicked a fixed metal trash can, producing a resounding clatter. She froze, then swiftly turned around, darting behind a nearby utility pole like a startled rabbit. Lu Heng, already alert to the commotion behind him, turned with curiosity to investigate the sound. Upon seeing the source, he was taken aback. Although the utility pole concealed most of Ye Qingling's figure, a glimpse of her profile and part of her arm was still visible. Others might not recognize her. But for Lu Heng, who had etched her image deeply in his mind, he immediately identified her. However, he refrained from making a scene, feigning ignorance as he turned back. What could this demon be plotting by following me so stealthily? Just wait until I catch you. Lu Heng clenched his fist, mimicking a threatening gesture. A mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he imagined the scenario of capturing Ye Qingling. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling pressed herself tightly against the utility pole, unable to avoid being partially exposed. Her heart raced, her palms slick with sweat, paralyzed with fear as she leaned against the pole. Only when Lu Heng moved further away did she cautiously turn her head, relieved as she patted her chest, before resuming her pursuit. As they approached a corner, Lu Heng suddenly feigned a move, slipping into a narrow alleyway, vanishing from the bustling street in the blink of an eye. Alarmit, Ye Qingling hastenet hersitips, hurriedly following him into the constricted passage. However, upon entering the alley, she found that Lu Heng had already disappeared from sight. Panic surged within her, and her gaze darted back and forth in the dimly lit alley, desperately searching for any trace of him. Her heart raced faster. She took a deep breath, mustering her courage, and continued to sprint ahead. Suddenly, a hand reached out from a side path, gripping her wrist tightly and yanking her inside. Ye Qingling shrieked in fright, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her chest. The alley was dark and damp, the sunlight completely obstructed by the towering buildings surrounding it, casting an eerie shadow that inspired an inexplicable dread. A multitude of terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She squeezed her eyes shut, too afraid to look at the person before her. "What do you want, Ye? Demon?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in front of her. Slowly, Ye Qingling opened her eyes, and upon recognizing Lu Heng, her fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of safety. "Lu Heng, you scared me to death," she reproached, her voice quivering slightly. "You know fear, do you? Speak. What are you really doing following me?" Lu Heng ziplit dit daifun, turning to interrogate her. Ye Qingling, with an air of defiance, retorted, I was he following you at all? You've been sneaking behind me. Wherever I go, you follow, and you dare to enter this dark place? Aren't you stalking me?" I am not stalking you. I merely, just, went out to buy something." At her words, Lu Heng chuckled, amused. "What could you possibly buy in this pitch-black alley?" Feigning righteousness, Ye Qingling shot back. "That's none of your business. I'm walking here, so what? Did you buy the road? Am I not allowed to walk? All right. Go ahead and buy then." Lu Heng ziplit haupa, rubbing his face in frustration before exiting the narrow alley and continuing toward the bookstore along the main road. Chapter 35. So, you have this peculiarity. Ye Qingling continued to follow Lu Heng closely behind. Having been discovered, she decided to discard any pretense and walked boldly in his wake. Lu Heng looked back at her, exasperated. "Come on, at least pretend a little. Do you have to follow me so brazenly?" He closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and turned to express his frustration. Ye Qingling innocently replied, "Oh, so you have this peculiarity." She nodded as if she had come to a sudden realization, then retreated behind a nearby utility pole, peeking out to observe Lu Heng. Just then, she accidentally kicked a trash can, producing a loud clang. Bang! Immediately, a startled exclamation escaped her lips. "Ah!" Lu Heng, hearing the commotion, tightly shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, unwilling to witness this absurd scene. He sighed internally. "Forget it. It's not worth my attention." With that, he clenched his fists and swiftly turned to leave. Seeing Lu Heng depart, Ye Qingling hurriedly feigned stealth and followed him. Passers-by cast curious glances her way, their eyes lingering on her. After all, her beauty was striking, yet her behavior seemed rather odd. They mused silently. This girl is quite pretty, but why does she seem so dim-witted? I wish I could just whisk her away in a sack. Thus, Ye Qingling trailed Lu Hang into the shopping mall, watching as he entered the bookstore where he worked. "Good morning, Lu Hang." Su Ro's greeting grew fainter, her expression shifting to one of confusion and intrigue, as if pondering something profound. Her face then morphed into one of contemplation, ultimately culminating in shock as she gazed ahead. At that moment, Ye Qingling, wearing oversized sunglasses, was stealthily hiding behind a bench outside, occasionally turning to surreptitiously scrutinize Su Ro. "Good morning, Su Ro. What are you looking at?" Lu Hang inquired curiously, following her gaze and instantly spotting Ye Qingling, which sent a wave of discomfort through him. With a deep sigh, he endeavored to regain his composure, shaking his head in resignation. "I apologize. She is that friend I encountered at the mall the other day. Sorry for the trouble." Su Ro quickly responded, waving her hands dismissively. "Oh, I see. No witties. But I just think she is incredibly beautiful." Lu Hang rubbed his face in exasperation, forcing a smile as he agreed. "Indeed, she is quite stunning. However," internally he grumbled, "but she behaves like a little demon, incessantly pestering me. It's infuriating." "Lu Hang, do you have a good relationship with her?" Su Ro asked shyly, her head lowered, fingers fidgeting in embarrassment. Lu Hang chuckled at her question, replying, "Huh, her and I? She's just a little demon." Yet, before he could finish, a frantic shout pierced the air. Lu Hang!" It was Ye Qingling's voice. Alarmed, Lu Hang looked up to see two young men with dyed yellow hair, adorned with earrings, clad in tight pants and loafers, encircling Ye Qingling, their eyes glinting with ill intent. Panic surged through him, and with a fierce gaze, he dashed toward her, moving so swiftly that it resembled a sonic boom resonating from his previous location. "Hey there, little sister, you're so beautiful. Why don't you come play with us?" One of the ruffians leered, a lewd grin plastered across his face. "Get away. I don't know you," Ye Qingling shouted, her face contorted with anger. "Then let us get acquainted." The other thug sneered, inching closer, hand reaching out to seize her wrist. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, yet his hand did not make contact. Just as it was about to grasp her wrist, a powerful hand seized his with unyielding strength. Lu Hang had appeared before Ye Qingling, firmly gripping the thug's hand, preventing him from touching her. Fury radiated from Lu Hang's face, his brow furrowed, eyes ablaze with righteous indignation, resembling a lion aroused by anger. "Leave? Before I count to 3, his voice resonated low and authoritative, reverberating like thunder in the air. "Who the hell are you?" The thug snarled, glaring at Lu Hang, attempting to free himself from his grasp. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape Lu Hang's iron grip. 1. Lu Hang stated flatly, coldly uttering the number. "Hiss." As Lu Hang tightened his hold, the thug winced in excruciating pain, unable to suppress a groan of anguish. "What are you doing? Let him go." The second thug shouted angrily, witnessing his companion's distress. Yet Lu Hang remained unfazed, his icy gaze fixated on the two. With that, he increased the pressure on the thug's wrist. The thug writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by unbearable pain. Yet Lu Hang showed no signs of releasing him, continuing to exert his force. "Let me go. You have to let me go first." The fallen thug cried out in agony. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot." Lu Hang scratched his head in feigned embarrassment, his tone laced with insincerity. Just as the thug thought Lu Hang would relent, Lu Hang grinned slyly, declaring, "But I never intended to let you go." His wide-eyed innocence belied the irritation in his words. "You're going too far." The other thug lunged forward, attempting to land a punch on Lu Hang's face. However, Lu Hang effortlessly dodged, smirking at him. "You started this." 3. Upon uttering the final count, Lu Hang forcefully slammed the thug's hand to the ground, producing a thunderous crash. The thug clutched his wrist, rolling on the ground in agony. Chapter 36. Memories from middle school. Lu Hang stood firmly behind Ye Qingling, enveloping her in a cocoon of safety. As she gazed at his protective silhouette, a profound sense of security washed over her. Suddenly, a ruffian, still standing on the ground, lunged at Lu Hang with a furious punch aimed at his face. Yet, Lu Hang merely lifted his hand and deftly deflected the blow, rendering its force ineffective. The ruffian stumbled forward, propelled by his own momentum, only to be met with Lu Hang's sinister smile that filled him with dread. With a resounding thud, Lu Hang landed an uppercut squarely on the ruffian's chin. The thug was instantly knocked to the ground, clutching his mouth in agony, groaning softly as he rolled about, a trickle of blood seeping through his fingers. At that moment, another ruffian struggled to rise, his eyes fixed on Lu Hang with a malevolent glare. He let out a furious roar, seemingly to bolster his courage, and charged at Lu Hang with clenched fists. Lu Hang, however, chuckled inwardly at the obvious openings in the ruffian's attack. As the assailant's fist drew closer, Lu Hang seized his arm without hesitation and executed a shoulder throw. With another deafening crash, the thug was slammed to the ground, unable to utter a sound, only rolling about and emitting low, pained groans. Blood began to trickle from his mouth as well. A wicked grin adorned Lu Hang's face as he leisurely surveyed the two fallen ruffians. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I'm a 6th-degree sauna practitioner." The thugs, upon hearing this, froze momentarily, then slowly began to rise, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear as they regarded Lu Hang. "Oh, do you wish to continue?" Lu Hang asked with a smile. The two ruffians quickly shook their heads and begged, "Big brother, we concede. We won't fight anymore." "Then you may leave," Lu Hang declared, and the two thugs fled as if granted a reprieve. In truth, Lu Hang had held back. Had he unleashed his full strength, their bones would surely have shattered. "Are you all right?" Lu Hang turned to Ye Qingling, cupping her delicate face in his hands, scanning her anxiously. "I'm fine. Ye Qingling chuckled, her heart warmed by Lu Hang's concern. She couldn't help but smile, knowing he would always come to her aid, just as he had in the past. She recalled their middle school days, when Ye Qingling had blossomed into a beautiful and pure young lady, recognized as the school's belle. However, her beauty also attracted unwelcome attention. One day, after an argument with Lu Hang, she was in a foul mood. Since he was on cleaning duty that day, she decided to head home alone. As she passed through a narrow alley, 3 ruffians from their school blocked her path. One, claiming to be the leader, towered over her, his intimidating bulk and brutish demeanor instilling fear. "Hey, beautiful, come with me. You'll be my girlfriend, and I'll protect you," he said, flashing a self-satisfied grin. Ye Qingling could not tolerate such an affront. She had always harbored feelings for Lu Hang. No one else was worthy of being her boyfriend. Without hesitation, she retorted, "I don't like you. Leave me alone." The so-called leader's expression darkened, clearly affronted. He reached for her, cursing, "You ungrateful brat. I'll show you what." In a moment of desperation, Ye Qingling slapped him across the face. The sound echoed through the air, leaving the 3 ruffians momentarily stunned. Then, the leader retaliated, swinging a fist at Ye Qingling. Fearful, she shut her eyes, but instead of pain, she felt a presence shield her. When she opened her eyes, Lu Hang stood before her, having taken the blow himself, his handsome face flushed with pain. He then charged at the 3 ruffians, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Though still a youth, not fully developed and lacking training in Sanda, he fought valiantly, grappling with them using sheer strength, though he quickly bore the marks of their assault. Unable to bear the sight of Lu Hang being mistreated, Ye Qingling cried out in anguish, rushing to join the fray. Eventually, the ruffians, realizing the fight was becoming mutually damaging, retreated, limping away. Exhausted and injured, Lu Hang and Ye Qingling collapsed to the ground, their adrenaline waning. Even as they lay there, Lu Hang remained protectively sprawled over her. Eventually, passers-by alerted the authorities and both were rushed to the hospital. When their parents arrived, they found their children unconscious in their hospital beds. They spent a week recovering, only to later learn that the 3 ruffians had also been hospitalized due to their injuries. The school took immediate action, expelling the ruffians upon learning of the incident. Following a thorough investigation, it was revealed that they had been involved in previous robberies and thefts. Consequently, they were arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center for rehabilitation. From that day forward, Lu Hang dedicated himself to learning Sanda. Regardless of their quarrels or cleaning duties, he patiently awaited Ye Qingling, and she in turn waited for him, and together they would journey home. Chapter 37. You must remain by my side at all times. Lu Heng curled his lip, disdain evident in his voice as he uttered, "Humph. I'm not worried about you. If something were to happen here, not just your father, but mine would have my head. Humph." Such bravado from Lu Zhu too. Ye Qingling silently cursed him under her breath. Lu Heng glanced around, failing to discern any trouble with Ye Qingling, then seized her wrist firmly and insisted, "Come with me inside." Hey. Ye Qingling was caught off guard as Lu Heng pulled her into the bookstore. Upon seeing them enter, Su Ro felt a pang of emptiness yet maintained her politeness. "Good evening, Ye Qingling." She had witnessed the earlier incident when Lu Heng effortlessly drove off the two ruffians, which ignited her excitement. However, the sight of Lu Heng's anxious concern for Ye Qingling filled her with a sense of loss. Would he protect me with such fervor if I were bullied? Would he worry about me so? She mused silently. Suddenly, Ye Qingling broke free from Lu Heng's grasp and dashed toward Su Ro. "What is that scent? It's not from this woman. So who could it be? Which seductress is it?" Ye Qingling said ignardly. Su Ro was startled by Ye Qingling's sudden approach and looked to Lu Heng for help. "Ye Demon, what are you doing?" At that moment, Lu Heng quickly stepped forward, yanking Ye Qingling back and pressing her head down as they both bowed deeply to Su Ro. He then apologized. "I'm terribly sorry. This child has been struck by lightning recently, and her mind is a bit muddled." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling was infuriated, breaking free from Lu Heng's hold to glare at him, retorting through clenched teeth, "Lu Zhu too. You're the one whose brain was fried by lightning. I am perfectly lucid." Witnessing their playful banter deepened Su Ro's sense of despondency, as though a heavy stone pressed upon her heart. Yet, she forced a smile, waving her hand gently, replying, "It's quite all right, really." Beneath her calm exterior, however, her heart ached with the bittersweet pangs of unrequited love. Lu Heng then firmly grasped Ye Qingling's hand, leading her to a chair at the back of the bookstore, glaring at her with warning. "Listen carefully, you must not misbehave or touch anything." He emphasized, most importantly, "You must stay by my side at all times, within my line of sight. Do you understand?" Feigning boredom, Ye Qingling retorted, "Oh, what if I want to go home?" Lu Heng maintained a stern demeanor, replying seriously, "No. Who told you to come and work with me? Since you're here, stay put until I finish my shift, and then we can go home together." In truth, Lu Heng was deeply concerned that if Ye Qingling returned home alone, she might encounter those ruffians again. Furthermore, her striking beauty could easily attract the attention of unsavory characters, which troubled him greatly. With a sigh of resignation, he lamented, "Beautiful women bring trouble." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling replied with annoyance, "Oh, fine, I get it, how bothersome." Yet, despite her words, her heart danced with joy, as sweet as the honey gathered by bees at dawn. This sensation filled her with immense pleasure and satisfaction. In reality, Ye Qingling had no desire to go home. The thought of facing the emptiness of her room alone without Lu Heng was daunting. That loneliness left her feeling hollow and desolate. In contrast, she preferred to stay here, relishing his warmth and care. "You can read or play on your phone. I'll finish my work and come back to keep you company," Lu Heng stated before turning to leave. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Little Lu Heng." I caught a little Lu Heng. Sumukin, inebriative, reached out to embrace Lu Heng. Smack! Just as she was about to pull him in, a swift hand knocked hers away. "Hey, who are you? Why do you want to hug Lu Heng without asking?" Ye Qingling growled, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Heng, much like a wolf guarding its prey. "Huh? Who is this?" Su Muqin inquired, eyeing Lu Heng curiously, though her steps were unsteady. Lu Heng frowned, answering, "Mujia, you're still drunk. This is my childhood friend, Ye Qingling." He gestured toward Ye Qingling to indicate all was well. Su Muqin swayed slightly, responding, "Oh, childhood friends. That's nice. I'm not drunk, I just drank more." Lu Heng, exasperated, rubbed his face and sighed. "Didn't you drink enough last night?" "Last night?" Ye Qingling suddenly exclaimed. "Why are you yelling?" Lu Heng questioned, covering his ears. "Cousin, you're drunk again." Her shout drew Su Ro from the front desk, and upon arriving, she found the inebriated Su Muqin and the fierce-looking Ye Qingling. She hurried over to support Su Muqin. At that moment, Ye Qingling charged forward. Graving su moine scalarto snith. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap struck Ye Qingling's face. She had finally identified the culprit. The scent and the alcohol reek were unmistakably the same. Ye Qingling demanded fiercely, It was you. You took Lu Hang out drinking last night. Drinking? Su Ro responded, shock evident in her gaze as she turned to Su Muqin. Oh, what drinking? Yesterday, Mu Jie was heartbroken and needed me to vent. I wasn't even drinking. Lu Hang interjected, pulling Ye Qingling back. Su Muqin remained oblivious, lost in her alcohol-induced haze. Huh? Drinking? He. Drinking? Lu Hang sai hao ba. This person is completely out of it. We need to get her upstairs. No, you can't leave. I haven't finished asking you. Ye Qingling protested fiercely, blocking the way. However, her fierce expression, combined with her stunning beauty, lent her an undeniable allure. Chapter 38. The True Merchant of Deceit Indeed. Cousin, what transpired during last night's drinking escapade? Su Ro could no longer suppress her curiosity and eagerly pressed for answers. Well, last night drinking, continued drinking, he glug glug. However, Su Muqin seemed far from coherent. Upon hearing the mention of alcohol, she once again unsteadily lifted the bottle to her lips, gulping down its contents. Hey, cousin, stop drinking and speak. Su Ro, witnessing this, hurriedly snatched the bottle from Su Muqin's grasp. Slap! Lu Hang, with an expression of exasperation, slapped his forehead and sighed. Su Ro, please take Mu Jie upstairs to the lounge. She's completely inebriated and out of her senses. Once you come down, I will explain everything to you slowly. All right. Su Ro reluctantly agreed and assisted the limping Su Muqin as they slowly made their way upstairs. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming urge to confront Su Muqin, but Lu Hang restrained her. With a resigned tone, Lu Hang advised, I already explained everything to you last night? Why are you still so agitated? Lu, blockhead, I hope your forthcoming explanation will be satisfactory. Ye Qingling swiftly turned around, threatening with a fierce glare, before sulking into a chair. In truth, she had calmed down after last night, but the scent lingering in the air instantly reminded her of Lu Hang, reigniting her inner fury, especially upon witnessing him with a captivating older woman. No, not just an older woman, but a woman of grace. The bitterness in her heart surged anew. Talp, talp, talp. After placing Su Muqin in a comfortable spot, Su Ro hurried downstairs, her curiosity about what transpired between Lu Hang and Su Muqin from the previous night overwhelming her. Soon, the two girls gathered around Lu Hang. Aware that he could not clarify the situation alone, he resignedly dialed Li Jun's video call. Before Li Jun could utter a word, Lu Hang hastily interjected, Brother Jun, only you can assist me. Please explain what happened to Mu Jie last night. I will send you 10 kwai. Oh, when did you become so generous all of a sudden? Li Jun raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Lu Hang then shifted the camera to show the two girls, one looking fierce and the other anxious, both fixated on him. He returned the camera to himself and earnestly implored, Brother Jun, you are my only hope. Li Jun instantly grasped the situation, nearly choking on his own breath. Is being handsome such an advantage? Mu Jie chose him yesterday, and now 2 stunning young ladies were interrogating him. He recognized Su Ro, but the other one, fierce as she was, simply breathtaking. Gritting his teeth, Li Jun asserted, So you want me to help you explain, do you? Lu Hang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. With a menacing glare, Li Jun stated, 20 kwai. I want help for less. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hang gestured to the 2 girls to signal that he needed to step aside. Grinding his teeth, Lu Hang muttered, What the hell? You're raising the price on me. What do you mean by raising the price? You still owe me 10 kwai for the story VIP from yesterday. If you want my help today, you'll need to add another 10. But you were the one who spilled everything yourself. When did I owe you 10 kwai? This is extortion. Oh, I wouldn't say that. If you want my help, you must purchase it. This is simply bundling services. There's nothing wrong with that. Lu Hang shouted in frustration. Aren't you just bullying honest people? Li Yun, with a smirk, retorted, Indeed I am. What are you going to do about it? Lu Hang was left speechless. Li Jun urged, Hurry up. If you want my help, send over 20 kwai right now. With his teeth nearly grinding to dust, and seeing Li Jun's expression of delight, Lu Heng begrudgingly transferred the 20 kuai. A second after sending the payment, Li Jun's mocking grin appeared on the screen. Thank you, esteemed guest. Now can you assist me? Of course. But what? You don't expect me to not ask for more money, do you? Are you still asking for money? Have you gone mad? Li Jun, with a grin, replied, Oh, I merely require a 5 kuai opening fee. You want more money? Have you lost your mind? Lu Heng felt as if he might lose his sanity. Li Jun, with a serious demeanor, stated, I've already said the 5 kuai opening fee. How is that asking for money? It's a mutual agreement. That is still asking for money. You're practically robbing me. Look, you bought the story for 10 kuai, and you're paying another 10 for the explanation. That is when I'm willing to speak up. But right now, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. So you must pay the 5 kuai opening fee. Had it not been for our colleague relationship, I would have charged you 10 kuai. Li Jun said, his tone utterly infuriating. Lu Heng wished he could reach through the screen to strangle him. With a fierce whisper, Lu Heng hissed, Besides me, who else would buy your nonsense? If you say that, then I won't sell to you anymore. I'll find another willing customer. At that moment, Lu Heng noticed Li Jun's finger growing larger on the screen, and he quickly interjected, No. Brotherly, I'll buy it. But considering my responsibilities, can't you give me a discount? Li Jun resolutely replied, No way. 5 kuai is 5 kuai. This is a matter of principle. With great reluctance, Lu Heng sent over another 5 kuai. Is that enough? Lu Heng growled through clenched teeth. All right. I value integrity. And now I can help you solve your dilemma. Swindler. Lu Heng muttered under his breath. What did you say? Li Yun quisint positive. Lu Heng quickly forced a smile. Nothing. Now, Masterly, I'll take you there. All right. You must admit, your fierce demeanor just now resembled that captivating girl from earlier. Not in looks, but in attitude, strikingly similar. Your girlfriend? Li Jun teased with a knowing grin. What girlfriend? Just childhood friends. Stop babbling. Let us go. I've paid for your explanation. All right, I understand. With that, Lu Heng returned to his seat in front of Ye Qingling, phone in hand. Chapter 39, A Good Book. A Good Book. After Li Jun and Lu Heng animatedly recounted their story to the two girls, their expressions gradually shifted from shock to skepticism, and finally to understanding. Oh, I see now. Suru exclaimed, nodding in comprehension. Indeed, Li Jun and Lu Heng nodded enthusiastically, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Well then, since everything is resolved, I shall return to my work, Suro declared, turning towards the bookstore's front desk. Once the phone call ended, Lu Heng turned to the visibly uncomfortable Ye Qingling, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. What's wrong? Do you still not believe it? He asked with a smile. Ye Qingling pouted, gazing stubbornly at Lu Heng, and softly replied, Of course I believe you. I just didn't expect your store manager to have such a past. A wave of sympathy washed over Ye Qingling as she began to grasp Su Muqin's feelings. She recalled her own situation. If Lu Heng had chosen not to be with her, but instead had been taken away by another woman, she would not merely cry. She might very well lose her sanity. If such a scenario were to unfold, she would resolutely reclaim Lu Heng physically and confine him to a place known only to her. Even if she couldn't possess Lu Heng's heart, she was determined to claim his body. After all, a forcibly obtained fruit, though not sweet, could still quench one's thirst. However, at this moment, she did not wish to resort to such extreme measures, for Lu Heng remained by her side. She still hoped to possess both his heart and body, allowing them to experience the beauty of the world together. As these thoughts consumed her, Ye Qingling instinctively clung tightly to Lu Heng's arm, as if terrified of losing him. Hey, what are you doing? I still have work to do. Let go of me, Lu Heng said helplessly, attempting to pry Ye Qingling's hand away, but finding it impossible, as though her grip were glued to him. Reluctant to exert too much force and risk hurting her, he could only move his arm incrementally. Yet, each time he managed to create a bit of space, Ye Qingling would immediately latch onto him once more, rendering his efforts futile. Ultimately, Lu Heng had no choice but to concede, sitting beside Ye Qingling with an expression of resigned indifference while allowing her to embrace him. Meanwhile, Suro, stationed at the front desk, inadvertently caught sight of this scene. A wave of emptiness surged within her, an increasingly intense feeling that brought her discomfort, even evoking a sense of pain. She wanted to turn away, forcing herself not to look at them, but this proved an exceedingly challenging endeavor, requiring immense willpower and resolve. Time passed slowly. Bang! As Lu Hang observed, Ye Qingling tightening her embrace to the point where her saliva was nearly dripping onto his arm. He swiftly delivered a light tap to her head. The force was minimal, merely a playful gesture that caused a slight sting. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Ye Qingling exclaimed, glaring at Lu Hang with indignation. Lu Hang maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "If I hadn't, your saliva would have dripped onto my arm. Besides, I need to work. Do you plan to cling to me until closing?" "Oomph, you stingy boy." Ye Qingling scoffed, turning her head away in disdain. Lu Hang refrained from responding, instead making a face at Ye Qingling before returning to organize the books. "Sisters, today I encountered a rather disappointing guy," she thought, though she opted not to send the message, deleting it instead. Watching Lu Hang busy himself, she idly picked up a book from the nearby shelf. "My rival's childhood friend moved into my home, and she's a Yandera." The plot was filled with twists and turns, echoing her own experiences. What a wonderful book! Ye Qingling marveled, becoming increasingly engrossed. She was so absorbed that she didn't even notice when Lu Hang returned to sit beside her. "What are you reading that has you so captivated?" Lu Hang inquired with curiosity. Ye Qingling jumped, startled, but upon realizing it was Lu Hang, she gradually relaxed. "Look, this book is amazing," she said, lifting the book between them for him to see. Lu Hang glanced at the content, instantly captivated by the riveting narrative. He became engrossed in the story without realizing how much time had passed. Ding, ding. The sound of his phone alarm jolted him back to reality. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon. Time for lunch. "Lu Hang, I've brought today's lunch. Which one do you want?" Su Ro approached, carrying a large bag of takeout. The bookstore provided lunch, as Su Muqin owned a small restaurant in the mall, though she preferred the quieter atmosphere of the bookstore. "Ye Qingling, there's one for you too." "I ordered 4, Su Ro said as she looked at Ye Qingling. "Thank you." Ye Qingling replied politely, retrieving a box of barbecue pork rice from the bag. "How much is this?" "I'll transfer you the money." Su Ro smiled and declined. "No need. This is our staff meal. It's free." "No way. I'm not one of your employees. I must pay for my meal." Ye Qingling insisted stubbornly. "Really, it's fine." "No, just tell her. This is a matter of principle." Lu Hang interrupted as Su Ro was about to wave her hand in refusal. Su Ro slowly conceded. "All right. You don't have to transfer me. Just scan that QR code at the front desk to pay. The meal is 15 yuan. "Okay." Ye Qingling replied, heading to the front desk to make her payment, but suddenly remembered something and returned. She picked up the book My Rival's Childhood Friend Moved Into My Home, and she's a Yandera, asking, "How much is this book?" Su Ro replied, "Are you going to buy it? It's 30 yuan, so with the meal, it's 45 yuan. Great." Ye Qingling hurried to the front desk to settle the payment before returning to sit beside Lu Hang. The three of them then began to eat. "Lu Pighead, this is for you. I want to eat it," Ye Qingling said, offering some of her food to Lu Hang. "Hey, don't just take a bite and throw in my bowl." Lu Hang Qingmei. Yet he obediently accepted the food she offered and devoured it. Watching this scene, Su Ro felt a sharp pang in her heart, the weight of her disappointment growing heavier, causing her to lose interest in the meal before her. Unable to bear the emotion any longer, she finally spoke up. "Lu Hang, are you and Qingling in a relationship?" "Huh? Why would you ask that?" Lu Hang, caught off guard while eating, nearly choked. He stared at Su Ro in astonishment. "Well, it just seems like you two don't mind sharing food and all. It feels rather like." Su Ro struggled to articulate, her voice tinged with bitterness and helplessness. Each word felt as though it were being squeezed from between her teeth, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, causing unbearable pain. Lu Hang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Ro's thoughts. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling paused her actions, revealing a subtle, cunning smile. "Chapter 40, Hang Hang. Will you help me eat?" Lu Hang hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, you misunderstand. She is my childhood friend. We've grown up together since we were young, so we are merely accustomed to each other. She is not my girlfriend." As he spoke, he shot a glare at Ye Qingling beside him. "Is that so?" A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Su Ro's heart. Indeed, Lu Hang quickly nodded in affirmation. Ah, Lu Hang let out a yelp. Seeing Lu Hang's eagerness to distance himself from her, Ye Qingling, fueled by youthful indignation, promptly stomped on his foot with considerable force. What are you doing? Lu Hang quickly turned his head, glaring at Ye Qingling in inquiry. I did nothing, merely kicked a certain blockhead. Ye Qingling huffet, turning her head away in defiance. I was asking why you suddenly stomped on me. Lu Hang persisted, refusing to relent. Ugh, you are so bothersome. Ye Qingling exclaimed impatiently. Ah, another heavy stomp landed on Lu Hang's foot, and this time it was in the same spot. Lu Hang was about to speak when Ye Qingling interrupted him. Try saying another word, I dare you. Ye Qingling glared at Lu Hang, her expression fierce. Ye demon, do not push me too far. Lu Hang shouted angrily, pointing at Ye Qingling. I'm not bullying a person, but rather a pig, a big blockhead. Ye Qingling retorted, making a face at Lu Hang. One can only tolerate so much. Lu Hang muttered under his breath, clenching his fists before letting out a shout to muster his courage, and retaliated by stomping on Ye Qingling's foot as well. Ah, Lu Piged, these are white shoes. How dare you step on me? And what of it? Lu Hang responded with a cheeky grin, mimicking Ye Qingling's earlier gesture. You are doomed. Ye Qingling aimed another stomp at Lu Hang's left foot, but he evaded it, countering with a stomp on her other shoe instead. He. Lu Hang chuckled slyly, reveling in his success. Lu, pig, head, you are infuriating. Ye Qingling screeched, lunging forward and tackling Lu Hang onto the chair. She locked her arms around his neck and began to shake him vigorously, threatening. Do you dare stomp again? Do you dare? Smack! Seizing an opportunity while Ye Qingling was distracted, Lu Hang retaliated with another stomp on her pristine white shoe. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as Lu Hang and Ye Qingling stared at each other, wide-eyed. Lu Hang narrowed his eyes, flashing a bright smile at Ye Qingling in mockery. Lu Pighead, I can't take it anymore. You shall meet your demise. With that, Ye Qingling intensified her shaking, causing Lu Hang's head to bob along. Cough, cough. You are choking me. Let go, or I shall retaliate. Lu Hang wouldn't, struggling against her grip. Unfazed, Ye Qingling maintained her hold, refusing to release him. Ye Qingling gasped as Lu Hang retaliated by locking her neck in turn. Will you let go? If you don't, we shall perish together. Lu Hang's warning echoed in her ear, his uniquely magnetic voice causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Yet, she maintained her defiance. I shall not release you. Let us see what you can do. Is that so? You wish to experience a death roll, do you? Lu Hang exclaimed, shaking her vigorously. Ye Qingling, unyielding, reciprocated the movement, and they both engaged in a wild back and forth. You both should eat. I've had enough. The front desk cannot be left unattended for too long, so I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Su Ro's voice rang out before them, her tone slightly awkward. Upon hearing her, both Lu Hang and Ye Qingling froze, halting their antics. They looked up to see Su Ro hastily packing up her lunchboxes. Her expression hurried as she departed. Exchanging glances, they realized how peculiar their position and actions appeared at that moment. Lu Hang sat in the chair, while Ye Qingling perched on his lap, their faces mere inches apart as if they were conjoined twins. Instantly, their cheeks flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples. They slowly released each other, not uttering a single word, yet their blushing faces unveiled their mutual embarrassment. Su Ro really eats quickly. Lu Hang scratched his head, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere with a chuckle. Ye Qingling responded softly, her face still flushed as she lowered her gaze. Her heart brimmed with shyness and anxiety, uncertain of how to navigate this embarrassing situation. Well, let us continue eating. Lu Hang stam akwadili. Okay. Ye Qingling replied, equally fulusteret. The two then sat like robots, mechanically consuming their meals. Meanwhile, Su Ro at the front desk felt a pang of sadness, unable to hide her envy at the sight of Lu Hang and Ye Qingling playfully bickering. especially when she saw them so closely intertwined. Her initial flicker of hope was extinguished. She could not bear to witness the boy she admired being so intimately connected with another girl. It was a heart-wrenching feeling. This was why she had rushed off so quickly, despite having half a lunchbox left. Unable to resist, she glanced back at the scene of Lu Hang and Ye Qingling dining together, resembling an old married couple, and a wave of gloom washed over her. Ye Qingling had noticed Su Ro's forlorn gaze directed at them, and instinctively raised her lunchbox to conceal her own triumphant smile. She had sensed during their supermarket outing that Su Ro harbored feelings for Lu Hang, but she had been unsure. However, after witnessing their interactions today, she was certain that Su Ro was utterly smitten with Lu Hang, and she felt compelled to take action to dissuade her. Lu Hang is mine. Mine, mine, mine. No one shall take him away. Ye Qingling declared fiercely in her heart. Are you done eating? I've finished. Lu Hang suden li inquit. Ye Qingling glanced at him, then at her lunchbox, which still held a third of its contents. With a charming smile, she replied, Pighead, I cannot finish it. I don't gross me out. Lu Hang rubbed his arms, feeling goosebumps rising. Hang, will you help me eat? Ye Qingling blinked her large eyes, adopting a coy expression. If I help you eat. You must stop using that voice to gross me out, Lu Hang exclaimed, snatching her lunchbox and taking a bite. To be honest, although he could not stand such a cutesy tone, he found himself unable to resist the allure of Ye Qingling's adorable demeanor. Chapter 41. You are so childish. No, you are the childish one. Beep, beep. The alarm on Lu Hang's phone blared. He glanced at the screen and noted that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, time to clock out. With a surge of excitement, Lu Hang stood up, beckoning Ye Qingling to join him. Oh, is it already 4? That was rather quick. She mused. Usually, time felt like it dragged on while she was at home, but being with Lu Hang made it fly by. See you tomorrow, Lu Hang. As they passed the front desk, Su Ro waved at Lu Hang. See you tomorrow. Lu Hang returned the gesture politely. Ye Qingling observed their interaction with a twinge of discomfort. Once they exited the bookstore, Lu Hang noticed Ye Qingling puffing her cheeks, glaring at him with a huff. This expression was simply too adorable, prompting Lu Hang to pinch her cheek playfully. Instantly, a mix of air and saliva sprayed onto Lu Hang's hand. Yuck, that's all saliva. Ye Qingling then saw Lu Hang wiping his hand on his clothes. Lu Pighead, you've smeared your spit all over me. Are you trying to kill me? Ye Qingling quickly swatted Lu Hang's hand away. It's your saliva. Why are you complaining? Lu Hang ziplit non jialen. Ye Qingling gritted her teeth and retorted. Would you be pleased if I wiped your saliva on you? That's an intriguing question. We could certainly test it out, but I need to get some saliva on your hand first. With that, Lu Hang leaned down, attempting to spray saliva onto Ye Qingling's hand. Are you insane? Ye Qingling hurriedly scampered away. Lu Hang feigned innocence, asking, Weren't you the one who said you wanted to wipe my saliva on me? Lu, pig, head. Ye Qingling lunged at Lu Hang, pretending to bite him. Hey, don't bite. Lu Hang ducked away, begging for mercy. He was genuinely afraid of Ye Qingling's bite. He still bore 2 distinct marks from her, one from childhood and another from the previous night. Are you scared now? Ye Qingling beamed with pride at Lu Hang. Lu Hang countered, Are you a dog? You just want to bite people. As long as it works on you, that's all that matters. Besides, I only bite you. Ye Qingling proudly turned her head away. What she intended to convey was that she only bit Lu Hang. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang abruptly realized that she had only bitten him. The implication of only suggested her special affection for him, while the notion of one person hinted at her soul tormenting of him. Lu Hang could not help but exclaim, You can only bully me. Indeed, I can only bully you. To his surprise, Ye Qingling candidly affirmed this. One could not help but acknowledge the depth of Chinese culture. Lu Hang turned away dismissively, saying, I won't stoop to your childish level. Ye Qingling seethed. Who are you calling childish? You are childish. Ye Qingling is childish. No, you are. Lu Pighead is childish. You are. Mommy, look, there are 2 childish people arguing. A distant little boy clutched his mother's leg, pointing at the bickering duo. The kind mother gently patted the boy's head and replied, "You'll understand when you grow up." At last, the two grew weary from their quarrel. Ha ha ha, they sat together on a bench, panting, their breathing synchronized. A temporary truce. Lu Hang conceded first. All right, a temporary truce. Ye Qingling agreed as well. Thus, they signed a temporary truce treaty in the air. Since we're out, how about we explore them all? Ye Qingling proposed. Oh, I have no objections. Whatever works. Haha, sure. Let us go. Ye Qingling excitedly grabbed Lu Hang's hand and led him toward a nearby arcade. This marked their first outing to a mall together since high school. After all, in the past, Ye Qingling often invited Lu Hang out, but he would rarely agree. Coupled with their rigorous academic schedules at a prestigious high school, they had little time to spare. Consequently, she often found herself visiting Lu Hang's home to play. I can't believe you actually enjoy playing video games. Lu Hang inquired with curiosity. Ye Qingling Sekolfut, Himepe. You have no idea what else I like. She recalled how, during middle school, Lu Hang had been captivated by video games, frequently heading to the arcade without her, simply because she couldn't play. Eventually, she practiced diligently, mastering the 81 types of equipment in the arcade, only to find that Lu Hang had lost interest. That had infuriated her to no end. Remembering this made Ye Qingling glare at Lu Hang, her irritation growing. Lu Pighead, let us have a one-on-one match. Loser pays for everything. How about that? Lu Hang dismissed her challenge with a laugh. Haha. You? Challenge me? Although he no longer played often, his foundational skills remained sharp. Ye Qingling retorted defiantly. That's right, are you scared? All right, prepare to pay. So what are we challenging? Ye Qingling pointed straight ahead. Lu Hang looked up, astonished. Wow, a violent motorcycle game. Indeed. Ye Qingling nodded grave. Luang scoffed. Ah, you're doomed. Back in the day, I was known as the best racer in Jiangnan. We won't know until we try. Ye Qingling simirket mischievously. Back then, she had dedicated much of her time to mastering the game, knowing it was one of Lu Hang's favorites. Subsequently, Lu Hang exchanged some coins and handed them to Ye Qingling, mockingly saying, "Just remember to pay me back for these coins if you lose. You'll be the one paying for everything soon." Ye Qingling shot back. They both hopped onto the motorcycle, inserted the coins, and commenced the game. Here we go. Don't start crying if you lose. Huh, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. After exchanging their banter, they began selecting their characters and motorcycles. The vibrant visuals on the screen momentarily overwhelmed Lu Hang's senses. Damn, I've almost forgotten how to play after such a long hiatus. Lu Hang cursed under his breath. However, it should be effortless to defeat her. With that thought, Lu Hang smirked dismissively. Chapter 42. One cannot admit to being seduced. 3, 2, 1. Ready. Go. Buzz. The screen displayed two motorcycles darting forward as if propelled by the wind. They were evenly matched, neck and neck. Lu Hang and Ye Qingling swayed their bikes left and right, drifting through sharp turns. With a deft maneuver, Lu Hang executed a close-range drift, surging ahead of Ye Qingling. Speed in the bends is what truly matters. Anyone can accelerate in a straight line. Lu Hang shot a mocking glance at Ye Qingling. Darn it! Ye Qingling gritted her teeth and accelerated. Fortunately, Lu Hang had not played in a while, and his miscalculations led to several collisions. It wasn't long before Ye Qingling caught up. Bang! Just as they were almost side by side, Lu Hang delivered a swift kick that sent Ye Qingling's motorcycle tumbling to the ground. Hooray! Lu Hang cheered and quickly sped away. Lu Pighead. Ye Qingling seethed through clenched teeth. By the time she managed to right her bike, Lu Hang's taillight was already out of sight. As the distance between them gradually closed, Lu Hang was nearing the finish line. Lu Pighead, you brought this upon yourself. Turning to Lu Hang, Ye Qingling tearfully pleaded, Hang, could you please let me pass? Upon hearing this, Lu Hang felt a shiver run down his spine, his body stiffening as he crashed directly into a wall ahead. Hooray! Ye Qingling cheered and swiftly surged forward. Yidimon, no magical attacks allowed. Lu Hang shouted in indignation. Ye Qingling winked playfully, her exquisite features accompanied by a mischievous gesture, leaving Lu Hang momentarily dazed. Wow, I won. Ha ha ha. Just as he was lost in thought, Ye Qingling erupted into jubilant cheers beside him, realizing he had lost. Lu Hang turned, fuming. Ye demon, you cheated. With wide, innocent eyes, Ye Qingling feigned confusion. How did I cheat? You, just now you. Lu Hang stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. One cannot admit to being seduced after all. Ultimately, it was his own issue. Hurry up, go settle the bill. In exchange for more tokens. I haven't had enough fun yet. Ye Qingling urged from the side. With no choice, Lu Hang clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration as he went to pay the bill in exchange for a basket of tokens. Is this enough? Lu Hang gritted his teeth and asked. Just take these for now. If it's not enough, we'll buy more since you're footing the bill, hee. Ye Qingling mused, her face alight with mischievous glee. Lu Hang felt a strong urge to smack her playfully. Why was she so infuriating? Lu Hang, come quickly. I want to play this. Lu Hang, bearing a basket of tokens, followed her despondently. Lu Hang, I want to try that. Lu Hang, let's go check out that. Lu Hang, hurry up. Why are you so slow? Lu Hang, can you keep up? Lu Hang felt as if he were a personal bodyguard and playmate to a spoiled princess, trailing after Ye Qingling as they wandered from game to game. Ha ha ha, miss, are you satisfied now? Lu Hang, panting and bent over, inquired as he observed the nearly empty basket of tokens. We've played quite a bit. Let me see what else is around, Ye Qingling mused, stroking her chin as she scanned their surroundings. How about we save the rest for next time? Lu Hang's words were abruptly interrupted by Ye Qingling's excited scream. He quickly covered his ears, feeling utterly defeated. What now, Lady Yi? Lu Hang, I want to take a photo, Ye Qingling exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a large photo booth in the distance. Take a photo? Hey, don't pull me. Lu Hang found himself unceremoniously dragged into the booth by Ye Qingling. Why do I need to take a photo? He inquired, curious. Is it not my prerogative? Ye Qingling replied with a hint of pride. In truth, the last picture they had taken together was during their sophomore year, and it had been a candid shot taken by her. Since entering high school, they had rarely captured moments together. This time, it was not only to make up for the past, but also to create a memento for today. Every moment spent with Lu Hang felt particularly meaningful to Ye Qingling. From playing together to visiting the hospital, she had recorded everything, unbeknownst to him. All right, as long as it makes you happy, my lady. Lu Hang replied with a resigned smile. Let me put this on you. Ye Qingling exclaimed, playfully placing a small dog hat atop Lu Hang's head. She then adjusted the position carefully to make it look even cuter. Next, she selected an identical hat and gently placed it on her own head. The two hats resembled a pair of twins, perfectly matched. After completing this, Ye Qingling joyfully hugged Lu Hang's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, as if she had found the warmest harbor. Hey, why are you clinging so tightly? Lu Hang furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with mild annoyance. He attempted to extricate himself from her grasp, but it proved futile. Although he outwardly appeared displeased, a subtle blush crept onto his cheeks. Perhaps others would not notice this slight change, but for Ye Qingling, who spent every day with Lu Hang, it was as clear as day. Observing the faint flush on Lu Hang's face filled her heart with joy. She silently rejoiced in her understanding of him, feeling a wave of sweet contentment wash over her. This sensation was akin to savoring a piece of silky, sweet chocolate. Oh dear, don't have such a serious face. Smile a little. Ye Qingling, ganti kuzet. Her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. She reached out, gently tugging at the corners of Lu Hang's mouth, attempting to coax a smile from him. As she did, Lu Hang's lips were pulled upward, forming a stiff and awkward grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Ha 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 ha. Upon witnessing Lu Hang's peculiar smile, Ye Qingling burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth, as if oblivious to her surroundings. Lu Hang clenched his teeth, muttering under his breath, Hey, what are you laughing at? It's all you're doing. His eyes expressed a mix of irritation and helplessness directed at Ye Qingling. Ye Qingling covered her mouth, giggling softly. Oh dear, who told you to look so stiff, huh? She continued to laugh, and Lu Hang, feeling helpless, could not help but let his lips curl upward as well. Come on, smile a bit. We're about to take the picture. Ye Qingling urgit. With that, She attempted to pry Lu Hang's mouth open further to elicit a more radiant smile, but he swiftly blocked her hand. All right, I get it. Just don't keep tugging at my mouth. Lu Hang gonset, visibili sapata. Fine. Let us start taking the photo. Ye Qingling, mischievously vinket. With that, she pressed the photo button and swiftly hugged Lu Hang's arm, resting her little head on his shoulder, beaming sweetly. Lu Hang faced the camera, displaying a gentle and captivating smile. Click! A crisp sound resonated as the photograph slowly emerged. This image required no composition or enhancement. The two individuals captured within it were breathtakingly beautiful and handsomely alluring, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of beauty. Even the photograph itself was flawless in its perfection. Chapter 43, Ye Qingling cautiously cradled the photograph, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness and joy, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting into a sweet smile. Lu Hang also retrieved a photo from the front, and together they had purchased two. Gazing at the image of the two of them, Lu Hang found himself momentarily entranced. Their faces radiated happiness, as if time had come to a standstill at that very moment. Standing side by side, they held the photograph tightly in their hands, savoring the warmth of this intimate moment. Suddenly, their stomachs growled in unison, shattering the serene atmosphere. With a laugh, they exchanged glances, both noticing the slight blush on each other's cheeks, leading to a shy chuckle. Ye Qingling suggested, well, since we're out, let us dine outside today. Lu Hang nodded in agreement, asking, oh, what do you want to eat? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qingling replied, let us wander around and see what delicious options we can find. Thus, the two exited the arcade and took the elevator to the fourth floor of the shopping mall. The fourth floor was a bustling food court, filled with a myriad of restaurants and snack stalls. Wow, Lu Hang, let us go have hot pot. Ye Qingling exclaimed, shaking Lu Hang's arm while her eyes sparkled at the sight of a hot pot restaurant ahead. Spicy hot pot? Are you sure? Lu Hang asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. After all, Ye Qingling had a delicate constitution when it came to spice. She loved it yet feared it, often relying on Lu Hang to handle the heat for her. Yes, Ye Qingling replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. Lu Hang sighed in resignation, then warned, but this time, don't just leave it all for me. You always take one bite and toss the rest into my bowl. Don't worry. Ye Qingling assured, potting herchist. All right, let us go, she exclaimed excitedly, bouncing into the hot pot restaurant. Her jubilant demeanor caught the attention of many passers-by, who cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. For who could resist the charm of a beautiful girl with a quirky spirit? Meanwhile, Lu Hang trailed behind, bending slightly and covering his face with his hand, muttering, I don't know her. He felt a bit embarrassed, but followed her nonetheless. They arrived at a booth designed for four, with a small table in the center and two seats on either side. Without hesitation, Ye Qingling plopped down into one of the seats, gesturing for Lu Hang to join her. He naturally settled beside her, a habit they had developed over time. Whenever they dined out, they instinctively chose to sit together, with Lu Hang always allowing Ye Qingling to occupy the inner seat, as if it were an unspoken agreement. With a beep, Ye Qingling swiftly took out her phone and scanned the QR code to order. Seeing this, Lu Hang followed suit, retrieving his phone and scanning the same code to view the menu. Wait, you want to eat the super spicy hot pot? Lu Hang et Golim, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Ye Qingling, unable to fathom her choice. Since they had scanned the same table code, the information was shared, allowing Lu Hang to see the dishes she had selected. Yes, Ye Qingling replied, a triumphant gleam in her eyes as she licked her lips, clearly eager to indulge in the fiery feast. No, absolutely not. Lu Hang shook his head vehemently, his gaze resolute in opposition. Why not? I want to eat. Ye Qingling putted, her bereits furuit in dissatisfaction. Lu Hang retorted firmly, is it really about wanting to eat? Or are you trying to torment me? Think about it. Every time you order so much, it's always me who ends up finishing it. He punctuated his words with a pointed finger towards her, his expression a mix of exasperation and playful sarcasm. I don't care. I want to eat. as Lu Hang remained unmoved. Ye Qingling resorted to her most persuasive tactics, pouting and pleading. Absolutely not. Lu Hang continued to refuse, unwavering in his stance. You heartless person, I will never forgive you. Even if you say that, it's still a no. Ye Qingling protested. I just want to eat. I want to eat, eat. No, 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 no. It's a definite no. As her attempts at persuasion failed, Ye Qingling decided to pull out her trump card, slowly extending her hand to form a 6. Lu Hang looked perplexed, asking, "What are you up to now?" I said no. With a sly smile, Ye Qingling raised her lips slightly, dismissively declaring, "For this hot pot, I'll cover 60%. 60%? Is my stomach only worth 60%? Lu Hang et gleam in sudun." Ye Qingling smirked. Do you really care about that? Lu Hang feigned a dilemma, saying, "Qingling, you misunderstand. This stomach is my beloved kin, my cherished brother." After a moment of silence, Lu Hang's mind raced, and he gritted his teeth, finally uttering, "Then you must pay more?" Ye Qingling smiled slyly and raised her fingers to indicate 70%. No more. Deal. Lu Hang exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he clapped the table. Super spicy hot pot, iarikome. Ye Qingling grinned mischievously. Lu Hang gazed at her with a resigned expression. Oh no, I mean Ms. Yi. He immediately ordered a large box of ice milk on his phone, already bracing himself for the impending culinary battle. Ye Qingling, licking her lips in anticipation, eagerly clicked on the menu items, murmuring, beef tripe, fatty beef lamb. Lu Hang, his expression darkening as he looked at the all-meat selections on the screen, threatened, "Don't just choose meat. Add some vegetables. If you don't, I will." He pretended to reach for the screen to select items. Hey, I'll choose myself. Ye Qingling hurriedly intervened. Chapter 44. Imported beef. Lu Hang watched intently as the waiter placed a large pot brimming with crimson oil before them. The pot bubbled vigorously, releasing ominous bursts of steam, while segments of fearsome red chili peppers gradually surfaced, causing a flutter of unease within Lu Hang. The hot pot seemed to beckon him with a ghostly whisper, "Come, savor me." In stark contrast, Ye Qingling's eyes sparkled with fervor as she fixated on the infernal hot pot, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. She licked her lips, nearly drooling with desire. At that moment, Lu Hang noticed a waiter wheeling a cart laden with an array of meats, beef, lamb, and pork, toward him, each item appearing irresistibly appetizing. Lu Hang, I want that." Ye Qingling exclaimed, her mouth watering as she eagerly pointed at a plate of beef on the cart. Since the cart was positioned on Lu Hang's side, she was unable to reach for the food directly. "Oh dear, stop shaking me. I'll help you get it." Lu Hang replied with a hint of exasperation, then picked up a pair of chopsticks and transferred the entire plate of beef into the bubbling pot. Hurry up. I can't wait to eat." Ye Qingling urged, her eyes gleaming as she watched the beef swirl in the pot. "Lu Hang, so me what desai, vito." Just because you say so doesn't mean it cooks any faster. He then retrieved a large bottle of cold milk and 2 sizable cups from beneath the cart, placing them on the table. "Why did you buy milk?" Ye Qingling inquired curiously. "I was worried the spiciness might overwhelm you, so I prepared the milk to counter it," Lu Hang said, shaking his head in mild amusement. "Wow, you're so thoughtful." Ye Qingling beamed, though she added confidently, "But I won't be overwhelmed. My tolerance for spice is remarkable." "Is that so? We shall see." Lu Hang chuckled inwardly, secretly anticipating her reaction. He poured a cup for both of them, feeling a little reassured as the milk filled the glasses. "All right, it's time to eat," Ye Qingling exclaimed, eagerly scooping a piece into her dipping sauce. Unsurprisingly, the sauce was saturated with chili and fragrant oil, and she added a generous spoonful of hot pot broth, turning her dipping sauce a fiery red. With a flourish, Ye Qingling dipped her chopsticks into the pot and retrieved a piece of perfectly cooked beef. After lightly dipping it into the sauce, she excitedly gazed at the steaming morsel, blowing gently on it before hastily popping it into her mouth. "Ow! So hot! So hot!" she exclaimed, the freshly cooked beef scorching her tongue. She instinctively opened her mouth, letting her tongue dangle as she gasped for relief, fanning her face with her hands in an attempt to cool down. Despite the discomfort, She couldn't resist chewing a few bites before swallowing the delectable beef. So good, so delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight, though her words were slightly slurred from the heat. Seeing this, Lu Heng quickly handed her the cold milk, expressing concern. Drink some milk to cool down. He couldn't resist teasing. Didn't you just say you wouldn't eat any? And now look at you. Ye Qingling took a generous sip of the milk, and as the burning sensation subsided, she stubbornly retorted, I'm not drinking it because of the spice. It's because the beef is too hot. A sly smile crept onto Lu Heng's face as he replied in a mocking tone. Just don't end up tossing the meat into my bowl after taking a bite. Not a chance. Ye Qingling shot back playfully, sticking out her tongue. In her mind, she resolved that she would merely dip a few pieces in water, never relinquishing the meat to Lu Heng. Lu Heng then picked up a hefty piece of beef himself, savoring it thoughtfully. Quite good, actually. It's not too spicy at all, he remarked with admiration. Indeed, while Lu Heng was not particularly adept at handling spice, he was certainly more resilient than Ye Qingling, as he was not one to shy away from culinary challenges. Right? Right. I told you spicy is the way to go. Ye Qingling nodded in agreement, pleased with her choice. She then added another generous helping of beef to her bowl. This time, however, she didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she gently blew on the steaming morsel until the white vapor dissipated before indulging in its flavors. So good, so delightful, she murmured, her eyes narrowing in pleasure as she savored the taste. Slow down. Look at the oil on your lips. Lu Heng disait, grabbing a napkin and wiping her lips as if it were a routine task. Ye Qingling squinted her eyes like crescent moons, watching Lu Heng clean her lips, a wave of sweetness swelling in her heart. Lu Heng, I want that, she exclaimed after swallowing the beef, pointing excitedly at a plate of beef tripe beside him. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Heng turned away, she slyly placed a piece of chewed beef into his bowl. When Lu Heng added the tripe to the pot, he noticed the unexpected piece of bitten beef in his bowl. Gritting his teeth, he questioned, Hey, didn't you just say you wouldn't put a bitten piece in my bowl? Shoo. Ye Qingling whistled at the ceiling, feigning innocence, though her inability to whistle only produced a soft whooshing sound. Lu Heng cast a resigned glance at her before eating the piece of beef she had bitten. So, is it good? She eagerly turned to him, awaiting his verdict. Lu Heng grumbled with a hint of irritation. You already bit it. All the flavor is gone. Why do you even ask? P.S. Watching them enjoy the hot pot made me crave one too. So, I ordered a small hot pot delivery to celebrate my solitary Qixi festival. Chapter 45. Another bite. How delightful. So spicy. So spicy. Hiss. Ye Qingling's face had turned crimson, beads of sweat continuously rolling down her forehead. It felt as if fire could erupt from her mouth, the intense heat causing her to fan herself with her hand while gasping for breath in an effort to alleviate the pain. Lu Heng was no better off. His face was equally flushed, his clothes soaked with perspiration. He drank frantically from a glass of ice milk, hoping to mitigate the spiciness in his mouth. To his dismay, the chili turned out to be one of those that pack a powerful punch. Initially mild, it grew increasingly fiery, rendering it irresistible. I want some too. Ye Qingling exclaimed, noticing Lu Heng sipping his ice milk for relief. She hurriedly snatched the half-full glass from him. Hey, you haven't even finished your own milk. Lu Heng thought that, ignoring her. Lu Heng picked up the glass that originally belonged to Ye Qingling and drank from it. Gulp, gulp. How the two of them finished off each other's glasses of ice milk in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. You see, I told you not to order the explosive spicy. Look at the state we're in now. Lu Heng complained, sticking out his tongue. I think we should have ordered it extra spicy. That's what makes it delicious. Ye Qingling retorted, also sticking out her tongue. Fine, then you can eat it all yourself. I'm done, Lu Heng said helplessly. No way. Look at how much food is left. I certainly can't finish it all by myself. Ye Qingling pointed to the remaining dishes on the table. Well, I can't do anything about it. Lu Heng shrugged, expressing his helplessness. I did pay for 70% of this meal, so if you don't eat, I'll pour it all over your head. Ye Qingling tireten it. Why you wouldn't dare? Lu Heng exclaimed, quickly shielding his head. Then hurry up and eat. Ye Qingling said triumphantly. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat the food on the table. Although the spiciness still lingered intensely, he had no choice but to endure it to avoid Ye Qingling's threat. It's definitely not, because you paid 70%. That's the spirit. Ye Qingling smiled contentedly as she picked up her chopsticks to continue relishing the joy of the meal. Lu Hang glanced at the several plates before Ye Qingling, noticing they were filled with water, and couldn't he help but comment, if you're going to eat, just eat. What else with pouring water into those plates? Ye Qingling pouted in response. It's too spicy. Lu Hang protested. No, you ordered it extra spicy. You must endure and finish it. Ye Qingling stubbornly replied no. With that, she turned her head away and ignored Lu Hang. Feeling a bit annoyed by her dismissal, Lu Hang picked up a large piece of meat with his chopsticks and held it threateningly near her mouth, saying, "Eat up. If you don't, I'll shove in your mouth." Ye Qingling felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at the sight of the meat near her lips. She mumbled, Fine, I'll eat." With that, she took the meat into her mouth along with the chopsticks, even sucking on them slightly when Lu Hang withdrew them. Lu Hang smirked at her, feeling scared. "Are we?" Ye Qingling didn't respond. Her face flushed as she shyly fiddled with her fingers, the spiciness in her mouth contrasting with the sweetness blossoming in her heart, causing her lips to curl into a smile. After a moment, Ye Qingling pretended to be obstinate. Just that one bite. I want to eat more." She glanced at Lu Hang, casting furtive glances his way. You must eat," Lu Hang declared fiercely, picking up another large helping and offering it to her. Ye Qingling lightly brushed her hair behind her ear and parted her lips, gracefully taking the meat and chopsticks together. Her actions were elegant and captivating, causing Lu Hang's heart to race. You have to eat too. You can't expect me to finish it all by myself," Ye Qingling said, her words muffled as she chewed. "Oh, I know, no need to remind me." Lu Hang quickly realized and hurriedly took a large helping for himself. This person truly is oblivious, unable to grasp even this simple matter, Ye Qingling mused to herself, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. She stole a glance at Lu Hang, finding him thoroughly enjoying his meal, and felt a flutter of sweetness in her heart. Hurry up and eat. I just had a bite," Lu Hang urged again, offering her another large helping. Fine, I'll eat." Ye Qingling obediently opened her mouth and devoured the dish he offered. A radiant smile graced her face, as if she were savoring the most exquisite food in the world. The two continued their back and forth, taking bites and sipping milk in between, observing Ye Qingling's face turning red and beads of sweat forming. Lu Hang reached out to touch her cheek, discovering it was heated from the spiciness. "I'll finish the rest. You've already eaten quite a bit tonight." Lu Hang hadn't anticipated that Ye Qingling could consume so much. However, seeing her flushed face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Just one more bite. Hissed the last one. Ye Qingling pleaded breathlessly. "All right, fine. The last bite, and there's not much left. I can manage it on my own." Lu Hang sighed in resignation, then picked up a portion to feed her. How delightful. So spicy. Ye Qingling stomped her foot and quickly took a sip of ice milk to cool off the heat. Okay. How was he really threatening you just now? Why are you still acting tough?" Lu Hang said, grabbing a napkin to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead. "It's all right. I can still eat." Ye Qingling insisted stubbornly. "No, you've eaten enough. Continuing will make you uncomfortable," Lu Hang insisted. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Hang's gaze. Yet her heart brimmed with happiness and sweetness. "Fine, then you can finish the rest," Ye Qingling finally conceded softly, understanding her acceptance. Lu Hang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily, though his manner was less than graceful. It exuded a certain masculine charm that made Ye Qingling's heart swell with affection. Chapter 46. Quite good, girlfriend. After finishing their meal, Lu Hang let out a hearty belch and patted his round belly. "Let us take a break before we head out," he suggested. "Sure." Ye Qingling nodded, then handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth. "No need, I can manage," Lu Hang replied, taking the tissue and starting to clean himself. Lu Hang," Ye Qingling stammered, struggling to find her words as she gazed at him. What's wrong? Lu Hang asked, puzzled. Well, about what happened last night. I owe you an apology. I'm really sorry, Ye Qingling said, her head bowed, her two index fingers fidgeting with each other, filled with remorse. Her voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's hum, and if Lu Hang hadn't been so close, he might not have heard her. Lu Hang stared at her in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. This usually arrogant little tyrant was actually apologizing to him? It felt as if the sun had risen in the west. You haven't been possessed, have you? He teased, reaching out to touch her forehead, convinced that something was amiss. However, as soon as his hand made contact, she swatted it away. Ugh, Lu Pighead, don't push your luck. Ye Qingling's momentary embarrassment vanished as she angrily brushed off his hand, her eyes glaring fiercely as if ready to devour him. Indeed, this is the real you. Lu Hang pouted, nodding seriously. He had always known that this little witch would never apologize so easily. There must be some ulterior motive. Lu, pig, head. Ye Qingling growled through clenched teeth, pretending to take a bite out of him. Terrified, Lu Hang scrambled back into the aisle, panic etched on his face. I'm telling you, this is public. If you bite me, I'll call the police. Ye Qingling paused for a moment, then flashed a wicked smile and said slowly, So, does that mean it's permissible at home? No way. Not at home either. That counts as domestic violence, and I can still call the police. Lu Hang et gueulim, his face a mask of fear. He. Domestic violence? A faint blush crept across Ye Qingling's face as she lowered her head, murmuring softly, barely audible to herself. About yesterday I'll temporarily forgive you, but you must not bite me again. Returning to his seat, Lu Hang stammered, his voice quiet, reminiscent of a mosquito's buzz. He was deeply afraid that Ye Qingling might suddenly change her mind and decide to bite him again. Ye Qingling blinked, then grinned mischievously, standing up and slowly approaching Lu Hang. Her gaze twinkled with cunning, her lips curling slightly as if plotting something. Seeing her expression, Lu Hang's heart raced with fear. He retreated until he found himself cornered by the sofa, with nowhere to run. What? What do you want? He stammered. Ye Qingling did not answer his question, but continued to close the distance between them. Her steps were light and graceful, like a leopard stalking its prey. When she reached him, she suddenly extended her hand, gently caressing his cheek. Her fingers were soft and delicate, sending shivers down Lu Hang's spine. What? What do you want? He asked, his voice trembling. Ye Qingling chuckled softly and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I want to tell you that I won't bite you anymore. Relieved by her words, Lu Hang relaxed. However, just as he let his guard down, Ye Qingling suddenly opened her mouth and bit his ear with surprising force. Ouch! Lu Hang exclaimed, covering his ear and letting out a low cry. Ye Qingling doubled over with laughter, her joy spilling over as she laughed until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. You're such a liar. Lu Hang gritted his teeth, annoyed. All right, it was just a joke. I didn't bite that hard. Ye Qingling retorted, patin defiantly. Do you want to bite hard? Lu Hang snapped, his teeth clenched. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Ye Qingling, eager to change the subject, exclaimed, Oh, enough about that. I genuinely apologized to you earlier. So please tell me, do you forgive me? Seeing her anxious expression, Lu Hang's anger subsided significantly. He sighed in resignation and replied, I was a bit angry at first, but I have my faults too. I owe you an apology for not keeping my promise to watch the movie with you. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling's face lit up with joy. So, you forgive me then? Lu Hang replied nonchalantly, Forgive. It's not that serious. I never really blamed you. These things happen all the time when we were kids. Ye Qingling chided, Ha. Then we can watch the horror movie we missed last night. I've carefully selected it all day. Sure, sound good. Lu Hang nodded, Ha. Then let us not delay. We should hurry back. Ye Qingling exclaimed excitedly as she eagerly pulled Lu Hang towards the front desk to settle the bill. Hello. I'd like to inquire about our table's total. Ye Qingling asked, pointing to where they had just dined. The front desk attendant smiled professionally and politely replied, Hello. Your table's total is 300 yuan. However, we currently have a promotion offering a 20% discount for couples. Really? Ye Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. The attendant nodded with a smile, confirming, Yes, ma'am. What do you think, boyfriend? Ye Qingling turned to Lu Hang, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh, quite good, girlfriend. Lu Hang stuttered, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Though they were only pretending to be a couple to save money. He couldn't help but think to himself, why not save a bit? Hearing Lu Hang refer to her as girlfriend, Ye Qingling felt a shy warmth bloom on her face. Even if it was all in jest, her heart fluttered with sweetness. After that, Ye Qingling scanned the code to make the payment. Instead of splitting the bill as they had initially planned, Lu Hang transferred 120 yuan to her, covering exactly half after the discount. The attendant smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit." As they stepped out of the restaurant, Ye Qingling bubbled with excitement. We can finally go home and watch the movie. I can't wait. Let us go. With that, she eagerly pulled Lu Hang in the direction of home. On the night streets, the two walked side by side, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of their figures. Chapter 47. Watching in your room, I'm finally back. Lu Hang stretched, a hint of relaxation gracing his face. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, a wave of weariness washed over him, compelling him to collapse onto the soft sofa. Lu Pighead, get up quickly. You promised to watch a movie with me. Ye Qingling hurried to Lu Hang's side, her voice tinged with mild irritation. She grasped his arm, attempting to pull him from the sofa. Wait a moment, let me rest a bit longer. Lu Hang lazily replied, his tone almost defiant. No, you must get up right now. Ye Qingling frowned in annoyance, tightening her grip and speaking through gritted teeth. You can't go back on your word. Oh, I'm really exhausted. Lu Hang continued to feign pity, trying to buy some time. Seeing this, Ye Qingling's irritation grew. She released his arm and stood beside him, arms crossed, glaring. Realizing he could no longer delay, Lu Hang sighed in resignation and reached for the remote control on the coffee table, preparing to turn on the television. Who said we were going to watch it on the TV? At that moment, Ye Qingling interjected, her tone laced with triumph. Not on the TV? Then what will we use? Lu Hang widened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Ye Qingling's lips curled into a mysterious smile. She dashed into her bedroom and soon emerged, cradling a laptop and a small projector. Wow, when did you buy these? Lu Hang et Golim, astonished by the devices in her hands. This laptop was sent over by my mom the day before yesterday. I forgot to pick it up earlier. I bought the projector just yesterday. As she recalled her effort to acquire the projector, Ye Qingling felt a surge of frustration, realizing Lu Hang had not returned in time. I'm furious. Today, I intend to make up for it. Lu Hang, with an odd expression, remarked, Oh, I never expected you to have such interests. Just set them on the coffee table. We can turn off the lights and watch later. Who told you I wanted to watch it here? Ye Qingling's eyes widened. Her jaw clenched in indignation. If not here, do you want to go somewhere else, like your room? Lu Hang was momentarily taken aback, staring at Ye Qingling's smug grin in astonishment. Bingo, you guessed right. Ye Qingling's smile grew playful as she stuck out her tongue. Lu Hang looked as if he had heard the most unbelievable news, his mouth agape as he stared at her in bewilderment. Make a decision. Do you want to watch in my room or yours? Ye Qingling urged impatiently. Why watch in the room? Can we watch here? Lu Hang replied, his eyes wide with surprise. Think about it. Isn't it much more comfortable to lie in bed than on the sofa? Ye Qingling gestured as she spoke. That makes some sense. Lu Hang nodded, seeming persuaded by her reasoning. Plus, considering it's a horror movie, would it feel more intense in a confined space? Ye Qingling continued. That is true. Lu Hang nodded again, reluctantly conceding that Ye Qingling had a valid point. What if we were in the living room, and suddenly a hand appeared behind us? That would be terrifying. Ye Qingling raised her voice, mimicking a horror-stricken expression. Would you even get scared? Lu Hang squealed. Incredulity etched on his face. Cough, cough. That is none of your concern. Besides, I specifically chose a supernatural film. You know, I'm not afraid of monsters or zombies, but I'm terrified of ghosts. Ye Qingling replied earnestly. Then why did you choose it if you're scared? Lu Hang scratched his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling narrowed her eyes, looking at Lu Hang with disdain. Fine, but I regret saying that, she declared. It's precisely because I'm afraid that I want to watch a horror movie. Seeing Lu Hang's persistent indecision, she boldly stated, "It's settled. We'll watch in your room." "Hey, why do you get to decide we're watching in my room?" Lu Hang sat up protesting. Ye Qingling adopted a pleading expression, saying, "Oh, I promise I won't cause any trouble." "No," Lu Hang firmly rejected her. "And you'll be there too. I can't cause mischief without you noticing." Ye Qingling pressed on. "No," Lu Hang remained obstinate. "Please." Ye Qingling tugged at his arm, her voice sweetly imploring. Caught off guard by her sudden display of affection, Lu Hang hesitita. Once he regained his composure, he resolutely shook his head. No way. He understood Ye Qingling's nature all too well. If she entered his room, there was no telling how chaotic it would become. Although there was nothing particularly strange in his room, past experiences had left him with a considerable psychological shadow. Seeing that her persistent coaxing was ineffective, Ye Qingling felt a twinge of annoyance. She bit her lip, seemingly making a firm decision, and said with utmost seriousness, "Then I'll exchange it for a wish you owe me." "A wish? What wish?" Lu Hang scratched his head in confusion, utterly bewildered. Ye Qingling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh? You forgotten? Hurry up and tell me. What is the wish?" Lu Hang grew impatient, urging her on. "Thankfully, I wrote it down. That day. You even marked my thumb with a red pen, and now you want to deny it." Ye Qingling pointed angrily at the note on the wall, which read, "Lu Hang owes Ye Qingling one wish," accompanied by their thumbprints. Realization dawned on Lu Hang as he recalled the embarrassing incident from that day when he accidentally touched Ye Qingling's chest. To apologize, he had promised her a wish. A blush crept onto his cheeks, and he lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Ye Qingling noticed the flush on his face and was reminded of that day. Her own cheeks warming. It was her first time being touched in that way, yet it was Lu Hang, he. Her lips curled into a dreamy smile. I've decided. Let us just watch in my room." Lu Hang stammered, still averting his eyes. Chapter 48. "I have prepared your clothes." With an excited laugh, Ye Qingling hurriedly carried her laptop and projector into Lu Hang's room. "Hey, no messing around. Do you understand? I will keep an eye on you," Lu Hang warned loudly from behind. Observing Ye Qingling's animated demeanor, an ominous premonition suddenly stirred within him. I got it. You go take a shower first." Ye Qingling's eager voice echoed from inside the room. "Even if I'm showering, I still need to grab my clothes, young miss." Lu Hang sighed in resignation as he made his way into the room. "Here you go. I found everything for you." Ye Qingling exclaimed, producing a set of pajamas and handing them to Lu Hang. "Hey, you're rummaging through my things again." Lu Hang gritted his teeth, questioning her. "Wow, you even brought my underwear? You. Lu Hang was left speechless, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at Ye Qingling. "You? What about me?" I've touched them before. Why are you so concerned?" Ye Qingling's face flushed, her head lowered as she fidgeted with her fingers. Her tone defiant. "That was when we were children. Now, you can't just touch my things?" Lu Hang frowned, attempting to explain patiently. "Why not? I am your childhood friend." Ye Qingling insisted stubbornly. "No means no." Lu Hang's temper flared as he looked at her, who was so adamant. "I say yes, so it's yes. I say no, so it's no. Yes. No. Yes, no, damn it, Lu Pighead. Just wait until I have you under my thumb. I'll explore every inch of you, not only touching but kissing everywhere." Ye Qingling fumed internally, but for now, she had to concede, saying, "This is just to speed things up. Don't mind it. You say not to mind it. But I wonder how you know where I keep my personal items?" Lu Hang placed his hands on his hips, adopting an interrogative stance. "Oh no. Crisis." Ye Qingling felt a large red warning sign flashing above her head. Cold sweat dripped down her back as anxiety consumed her. If I tell Lu Hang the truth, I'll never be able to sneak in again. Suddenly, a clever thought struck her. You're scaring me." Ye Qingling feigned tears, her eyes glistening. "Stop pretending. Just spill it." Lu Hang pressed, his expression unimpressed. "Damn it, Lu Pighead. How could you be so hard to deceive?" Ye Qingling clenched her fists in frustration. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she turned to Lu Hang with a pitiful expression. I guessed." "Guessed?" Lu Hang appeared skeptical. "Yes, I just guessed. Knowing you're so tidy, your personal items must be kept in a clean place, so I searched around and surprisingly found them. Ye Qingling blinkit innocently. Lu Heng scrutinized her, his suspicion deepening. Do you think I'll believe you? He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile forming. You must believe me. Ye Qingling pouted defiantly, yet her anxiety reached a peak. How could you utter such shameless words? Lu Heng stared at her in disbelief. To be honest, that day you asked me to help you dry your comforter, I wanted to find you a new one, but couldn't, and while searching, I found this instead. So I brought it out for you. And now you're blaming me? Ye Qingling crossed her arms, her tone earnest, though she felt increasingly aggrieved. Well done, Ye Qingling. Perfectly shifted the blame onto him. She made him feel guilty, ensuring he wouldn't pursue the matter further. Lu Heng intended to question her further, but upon seeing her pitiful expression, he felt reluctant to press on. He had indeed asked her for help drying the comforter, and her rummaging was somewhat understandable. After contemplating, he said, "All right, I'll let this slide this time. But you're not allowed to enter my room freely in the future, understood? I hear you loud and clear." Ye Qingling nodded eagerly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Lu Heng glanced at her before turning to exit the room. Ye Qingling watched his retreating figure, silently vowing, "Lu, pighead, just wait. You'll see what happens when I have you completely under my control. You'll regret being so arrogant." Ye Qingling made a face at Lu Heng as he walked away. "Oh, Ye Qingling, should you go take a shower first? Let me help you with this. What are you doing?" Suddenly, Lu Heng turned around and caught her making a face, prompting him to frown in inquiry. Ye Qingling felt a rush of guilt, cold sweat trickling down her. "And nothing. Huh? You say nothing, yet I just saw you making a face at me." Lu Heng hissed through clenched teeth. Don't mind it. Hurry up and take a shower." Ye Qingling feigned impatience, gently pushing Lu Heng out the door. Bang! Click! Then Lu Heng heard the sound of the door being locked. "Ye Qingling, this is my room. Are you rebelling?" Lu Heng shouted in anger from outside. Hurry up and shower. Once you're done, I'll let you in." Ye Qingling's impatient voice drifted through the door. Listening to her audacious words, Lu Heng was furious. Yet there was nothing he could do now. "Just wait until I catch you," he muttered angrily before heading to the bathroom to shower. Ye Qingling leaned against the door, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. "I almost had a heart attack. Luckily, I reacted quickly." She patted her chest, secretly relieved. Duong, it's indeed quite bouncy. No wonder Lu Pighead looked so red that day. Naughty Pighead. A sweet smile crept onto Ye Qingling's lips. Chapter 49. The movie begins. "Knock, knock, knock. Hurry and open the door, I'm all washed up," Lu Heng called out while tapping on the room's door. Creak. The door slowly creaked open, revealing Ye Qingling's face, which was etched with a hint of guilt. "It seems you've grown quite bold, daring to keep me locked outside." Lu Heng pressed his hands against Ye Qingling's delicate face, playfully teasing her. MMM. Ye Qingling, disoriented from his playful antics, could only emit muffled sounds. "You know you've made a mistake now, don't you?" Lu Heng eventually paused his playful torment, yet his hands remained on her face. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Ye Qingling swiftly bent down and slipped out from under his arms. With a cheeky grin, she turned and made a hasty retreat, sticking her tongue out at him. Lu Heng, resigned, rubbed his face and then turned to survey the room. On the nightstand lay a computer and a projector, the projector's light casting a clear image on the pristine white wall in front of the bed. "Not bad at all," Lu Heng remarked, admiring the atmosphere of the room. "Just a bit warm." He noted the closed windows and drawn curtains, realizing that in the sweltering heat of August, the room was stifling. Beep. He promptly switched on the air conditioner, setting the temperature to 22 degrees. Ye Qingling seems to be more sensitive to the cold, he mused, adjusting it to 24 degrees after a moment's thought. Delightful. Lu Heng nodded in satisfaction as he felt the cool air. He then reclined on the bed, engrossed in his phone while awaiting Ye Qingling. Bang! The door suddenly burst open, slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. A figure rushed in with exuberance, exclaiming, "I'm back." It was Ye Qingling, her hurried demeanor suggesting she had something monumental to share. Water droplets still clung to her smooth hair, shimmering under the glow of the screen, accentuating her beauty. Yet, she paid no heed to her dampness, leaping onto the bed, her face alight with anticipation and excitement. Start the movie, I can't wait. She urged Lu Heng, reaching for the mouse on the nightstand. Hey, hold on. Your hair is still wet. Lu Heng replied, somewhat exasperated. But Ye Qingling brushed him off, waving her hand dismissively. It's fine, it's just a little thing. She attempted once more to climb onto Lu Heng, eager to reach the mouse. Observing this, Lu Heng swiftly grasped her shoulders, pulling her down. No, you must dry your hair first, or you'll catch a cold, he said earnestly. He then retrieved a hairdryer from the drawer of the nightstand and handed it to her. Oh, it'll dry in no time. Ye Qingling pouted, unconvinced. What do you think this is, natural wind? You'll regret it when you're older and have a headache. Lu Heng insisted, firmly positioning her in place as he began to dry her hair. The gentle hum of the hairdryer enveloped the room, resembling a soft caress to the ears. The warm air it emitted flowed over Ye Qingling's silky locks, creating a comforting sensation. Standing behind her, Lu Heng focused intently on her hair, his fingers delicately weaving through the strands, ensuring that the warm air reached every inch. As time passed, the sound of the hairdryer gradually diminished until it finally ceased. The room fell silent, but a faint floral fragrance lingered in the air. Ye Qingling's hair was now completely dry, soft and smooth, glistening with a captivating sheen. Yet, she remained lost in the lingering comfort of the moment, reluctant to break free. All right, you can start the movie now, Lu Heng said, giving her arm a light pat before placing the hairdryer on the nearby table. Yay! Finally! Ye Qingling exclaimed with delight, leaping over Lu Heng to click the mouse. The opening theme of the movie began to play, and the white wall before them came alive with flickering images. Both Ye Qingling and Lu Heng sat cross-legged on the bed, their eyes fixed intently on the projection, brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere, startling them both. Boom! A thunderous clap of noise erupted as a horrifying, blood-soaked face appeared on the screen, its grotesque features sending chills down their spines. Ah! Ye Qingling let out a small yelp, instinctively recoiling, while Lu Heng visibly trembled. The ghastly visage vanished, replaced by a series of suspended corpses, their bodies marred with gaping wounds and ghastly remains. Each corpse appeared hollow, merely a shell hanging lifelessly from hooks. Drip, drip, black, foul-smelling blood trickled down into a crimson pool below, saturating the scene with an aura of horror. As Ye Qingling beheld the gruesome display on the screen, a wave of dread washed over her, and she instinctively leaned closer to Lu Heng, their shoulders brushing together. Ah! Ah! Lu Heng suddenly shouted in fright, causing Ye Qingling to scream in response, equally alarmed by his reaction. Their hearts raced, breaths quickening in unison. What was that for? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Ye Qingling exclaimed, hands on her hips, a mix of annoyance and lingering fear in her eyes as she glared at Lu Heng. Chapter 50. Truly helpless against you, why did you suddenly lean over and press against my arm? You startle me. After Lu Heng regained his composure, he anxiously patted his chest, attempting to calm himself. He too had been startled by the earlier scene, but did not wish to appear excessively timid in front of Ye Qingling. Gulp. I'm a little scared, aren't I? Ye Qingling asked nervously, swallowing hard. Ah, yes, it's a bit. Lu Heng scratched his head, casting a similarly guilty glance at Ye Qingling. The movie continued to play, and their eyes gradually returned to the screen. The cold air from the air conditioning swept over Ye Qingling, mingling with the chilling visuals on the screen, sending shivers throughout her body. So cold. Ye Qingling hugged her arms and shivered. If you're cold, just cover yourself with a blanket. Lu Heng promptly draped the blanket over her, wrapping her snugly. Since it was summer, Lu Heng was accustomed to using a light air-conditioned blanket, so even tightly cocooned, he felt no heat. Aren't you going to cover up? Ye Qingling tilted her head and asked. I'm not cold. Oh, fine. She had initially hoped to snuggle under the same blanket with Lu Heng, but this arrangement was also quite agreeable. Ye Qingling lowered her head to inhale the fresh scent of the blanket, a fragrance uniquely belonging to Lu Heng. A smile crept onto her lips, more difficult to suppress than a burst of laughter. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the screen. Ye Qingling looked up to see a woman desperately fleeing. pursued by the horrifying apparition from earlier. The figure floated in midair, moving with incredible speed. Swish! Suddenly a sound echoed as the woman glanced back. The ghostly entity that had been chasing her had completely vanished, leaving no trace in the air. Huff, huff! The woman's cold sweat streamed down her face, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Just as she thought the ghost had disappeared. Suddenly, cackling, an eerie laughter resonated from behind, sharp and piercing, penetrating the soul and evoking terror. The woman instantly froze, her eyes glazed over, paralyzed by fear, unable to take a step to escape. At that moment, Ye Qingling had grasped Lu Hang's arm tightly, her grip so firm that it left red imprints on his skin. Lu Hang, however, felt nothing but the intensity of the film, his heart racing in response to the fright. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in the silent room. The ghastly face of the ghost suddenly appeared on screen, marred by stitched lines, oozing dark, viscous blood that formed grotesque rivulets. Suddenly, that distorted face magnified on the screen, as if it were about to leap out. Ye Qingling screamed, clutching Lu Hang's arm so tightly that his flesh sank under her grip. Hiss, Ye Qingling, don't hold on so tightly, it hurts. Lu Hang grimaced, gently tapping her shoulder. No, don't. Lu Hang, I'm scared. Ye Qingling continued to cling to his arm, her expression pitiful, with tears welling in her eyes. Are you really that frightened? Then, perhaps we shouldn't watch anymore. As he spoke, Lu Hang prepared to pause the movie, but Ye Qingling suddenly tugged at his arm, softly saying, It's fine, but I fear you won't even dare to return to your room tonight. Then, how about this? What? Ye Qingling slowly lifted one side of the blanket that enveloped her, patting the space beside her, beckoning Lu Hang to join her. You want me to share the blanket with you? Lu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ye Qingling. Yes. Ye Qingling nodded vigorously. But Ye Qingling pouted, threatening. You wouldn't want me to be too frightened to sleep in your room tonight, would you? Are you threatening me? Lu Hang questioned through clenched teeth. Just stating the truth. Ye Qingling looked up with a nonchalant expression. Lu Hang bit his lip, pondering for a moment, then finally crawled into Ye Qingling's blanket. Ha! Ye Qingling gleefully closed the blanket, wrapping them both snugly together. Lu Hang, with a fierce expression, warned, I'm warning you. Once the movie ends, you must go back to sleep. Understand? Okay. Ye Qingling waved her hand impatiently. Even if I don't go back, what can you do? Will you force me to leave? Hey. By the way, don't you think it's a bit cramped like this? Lu Hang shifted slightly. Ye Qingling suddenly smiled mischievously in the darkness, revealing a sly grin. Truly helpless against you, Ye Qingling feigned exasperation, shaking her head with a look of resignation. Then Lu Hang felt Ye Qingling's soft body slowly nestling into his embrace, settling on his lap. Hey, you, why are you sitting here? Lu Hang's face flushed crimson as he stammered his question. Didn't you say it was cramped? Isn't this better? Ye Qingling blinked innocently, her expression feigning innocence. But, this is improper. Oh dear, you're the one who complained about it being cramped. Now you're all shy about it. What do you want? Ye Qingling said impatiently. This, fine. Let's leave it this way. Lu Hang relented, acknowledging that he had initiated this situation, and now he was the one feeling bashful. After all, they had grown up together. It should be fine, right? Ye Qingling chuckled slyly in the shadows. How easy to manipulate. Truly, I am impressive. Heh. Unconsciously, she revealed a delightful grin. What are you laughing at? Lu Hang furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of being ensnared. Am I laughing? Slurp. Ye Qingling quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. Oh dear, let us watch the movie. Don't mind me. Ye Qingling then turned in Lu Hang's embrace, deliberately rubbing against him. Chapter 51. Lu Hang. I'm afraid. Knock. The eerie sound of knocking echoed through the silent room, creating a stark contrast against the stillness. This disheveled space seemed forgotten by time, immersed in a stifling silence. A faint stench of decay lingered in the air, while the walls were adorned with tattered posters and yellowed photographs, each whispering tales of a bygone era. The man sat at the edge of the bed, his face contorted in terror, his eyes brimming with despair and fear. He turned his head stiffly, his gaze fixated on the door, stained with blood, as if he could glimpse the horrors lurking beyond. Knock, knock, knock. Again, the peculiar knocking reverberated, growing louder and more frantic. Each strike felt like a heavy hammer pounding against the man's heart, quickening its rhythm. The unsettling sounds ricocheted throughout the chaotic room, akin to the whispers of demons, causing the man to tremble uncontrollably. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his brow, cold droplets trickling down his cheeks, hitting the floor with a soft thud. As that sound echoed, the knocking ceased abruptly, and the unsettling noises faded into an eerie silence, enveloping the room once more. This sudden stillness was suffocating, as if an invisible hand had clutched the man's throat, rendering him breathless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed agonizingly slowly, the man's heartbeat intensifying, his breaths becoming shallow, his features contorted in fear. He bit his lip hard, striving to suppress any sound. Yet the tide of terror surged within him, threatening to overwhelm him. Crash! A picture frame on the wall suddenly fell to the ground with a resounding smash, shards of glass scattering like a brief yet violent storm. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, shattering the calm and filling the space with an aura of despair and dread. The man's body began to split apart, a pool of crimson blood mingling with grotesque innards oozing out. Blood stained everything in sight, filling the air with a nauseating metallic scent. He. An eerie, high-pitched laughter erupted, reminiscent of a demon's voice from the depths of hell. That sharp laughter shattered the silence, invoking an overwhelming fear of plummeting into an endless abyss. Suddenly, a ghastly, grinning face loomed large, like a terrifying flash of lightning. The visage was marred by deep gashes formed from blood, its features grotesquely distorted. Those hollow eyes resembled two black voids, so profound that one could scarcely gaze into them, as if peering into the abyss itself. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Abruptly, that monstrous face detached, taking with it the rotting flesh and foul blood. A massive bloodied void remained, exuding a suffocating stench. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder erupted, illuminating the grinning specter with flashes of lightning. The man's form gradually reassembled, slowly turning to face the two, grinning ominously, instilling a deep-seated terror within their souls. Ah! Two startled screams rang out simultaneously, shattering the quietude of the room. Ye Qingling clung tightly to Lu Hang, resembling an octopus with her limbs wrapped around him, her whole being pressed against him in fear, trembling slightly. Lu Hang, too, gripped Ye Qingling tightly, his own fear manifesting in his embrace. They faced each other, as if conjoined twins, inseparable in their fright. Lu Hang, I am afraid, Ye Qingling whispered faintly in his arms, her body still quivering with terror. Yet, unable to resist her curiosity, she turned to glance at the screen, only to retreat back into Lu Hang's embrace. Don't say that. I'm afraid too. Lu Hang ziplit e quali sekung. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, they discerned a faint knocking sound. That sound, it seems, is not from the movie. Lu Hang pointed toward the door, his eyes wide with fear. Lu Hang, don't scare me. Ye Qingling burrowed under the covers, clinging to him tightly, playfully hitting his chest in mock anger. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of knocks erupted, louder and more urgent. Gulp. That sound is definitely not from the film. Lu Hang instinctively tightened his hold on Ye Qingling, the softness of her skin unable to mask the terror coursing through him. Ding dong, ding dong. This time, it was not knocking but the doorbell ringing, accompanied by faint cries. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang increasingly faster, more impatiently. Lu Hang noticed the shouts growing louder, seemingly emanating from his front door, muffled by several walls. Perhaps I should check. Someone must have come to see me. Lu Hang swallowed hard, his heart racing, speaking to the trembling Ye Qingling in his arms. No, don't. Ye Qingling, still hidden in his embrace, urgently protested. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it was not just the doorbell. Lu Heng also faintly heard the sound of someone pounding on the door. No, it's nothing. It must be someone else. You wait here. I'll be right back. Saying this, Lu Heng slowly released Ye Qingling from his embrace, fear evident in his movements as he cautiously stepped off the bed. Hey, no, don't leave me alone. I want to go with you. Ye Qingling stammered, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Then, that's fine. Lu Heng glanced down at her, his voice softening. Together they took small, tentative steps down from the bed, opened the bedroom door, and made their way toward the front door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the impact at the entrance grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 52. A perfect match gulp. Lu Heng swallowed hard, seizing the television remote as he passed the coffee table to bolster his courage. Xiao Hang, Xiao Hang. As the two approached the door with trepidation, Lu Heng gradually discerned the familiar shouts emanating from outside. How strange. Why did that voice evoke such a sense of familiarity? Lu Heng mused to himself. Xiao Hang? Has this ghost become so intelligent that it knows your name? Ye Qingling, nestled in Lu Heng's embrace, asked tremulously. Ghost my foot. That's Aunt Wong from next door. Lu Heng suddenly recalled, giving Ye Qingling a gentle tap on the head. Creaked the door, slowly swung open. Lu Heng, are you all right? Aunt Wong swiftly approached, her face etched with concern as she scrutinized him from head to toe. All right? What do you mean? Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback by Aunt Wong's anxious gaze. We heard screams coming from your room and thought something had happened. Uncle Wong quickly explained from his side. Aunt Wong, with a serious expression, added, Yes, yes. You're living here all alone without any relatives or friends. If anything happens, you must let us know. In that instant, Lu Heng realized that he and Ye Qingling had been watching a movie too loudly, causing Uncle Wong and Aunt Wong to believe something was amiss, hence their urgent visit. I'm really sorry, Uncle Wong, Aunt Wong. We were just watching a movie and got a bit carried away. Lu Heng hurriedly bowed his head in apology. Aunt Wong keenly picked up on his choice of words. All right, not a ghost. You should come out and apologize too. Lu Heng grasped the trembling Ye Qingling, who was hiding behind him. As Ye Qingling cautiously assessed the couple before her, she realized they were indeed human, not ghosts, and her anxiety began to ease. Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry. Ye Qingling also bowed her head in apology. Wow, such a lovely little girl. No worries. We only came because we were concerned about you. Aunt Wong exclaimed, waving her hand dismissively. However, Aunt Wong continued with genuine concern. But it's quite late now. You should finish your movie and head home early. It's not safe to stay out too late. In her mind, she had always thought Lu Heng lived alone, and the sudden appearance of a girl his age could only mean she was visiting him. Aunt Wong, I just moved here a few days ago. I live here with Lu Heng, Ye Qingling clarified. Live here? Aunt Wong's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Lu Heng. Ah, yes, Aunt Wong. She's my childhood friend who just moved in with me. She'll be staying here until school starts. I'm sorry for not visiting you sooner. Lu Heng sheepishly scratched his head. No problem at all. I just didn't expect, Aunt Wong said, looking at Lu Heng and Ye Qingling with a knowing smile. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were a perfect match, as if they were destined for each other. You young man have a bright future ahead. Uncle Wong patted Lu Heng on the arm. Lu Heng replied with a serious demeanor. Uncle Wong, what are you talking about? We're just childhood friends. There's nothing going on. No need to explain. We understand, Aunt Wong said with an amused tone, eyeing the two. Aunt Wong, we are truly not what you think. Lu Heng protested. Ah, young people, we get it. We were young once too. Aunt Wong chuckled behind her hand. You should say something? Lu Heng nudged Ye Qingling, who was blushing and staring at the ground, her hands fidgeting with her clothes. She imagined a future with Lu Heng, where she could openly call him husband in front of others, and she felt a surge of excitement. A slight smile crept onto her lips, but Lu Heng remained oblivious, seeing only her awkward posture as she bowed her head. Oh no, she's gone blank. Lu Heng thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, we won't disturb your little world any longer. We'll be on our way. If anything comes up, feel free to come next door, Aunt Wong said as she pulled Uncle Wong away, but not before giving a final piece of advice. Yet, Lu Heng couldn't shake the feeling that there was something subtly unusual about her tone. Goodbye, Aunt Wong, Uncle Wong. Lu Heng intended to explain further, but unexpectedly, Ye Qingling waved enthusiastically at the departing couple. You're something else. I just asked you to help me explain, and you stood there like a fool. Now you're so excited to see them go. Lu Heng playfully chided Ye Qingling. Oh, I was just being polite. Ye Qingling protested, covering her forehead and pouting dismissively. All right, there's still a bit of the movie left. Let's go finish it, Lu Heng said as he turned back toward the room. This. Ye Qingling's hesitant voice trailed off behind him. Lu Heng turned to see her nervously clutching her clothes, her expression conflicted. In that moment, he understood. Haha. Are you scared? Lu Heng dizet. Who said I was scared? Ye Qingling retorted defiantly, though her fidgeting hands betrayed her unease. Oh really? Then why not watch it all over again? Lu Heng teased further. Lu Zhuo, are you looking for trouble? Ye Qingling klenchet herfeasts, hertit giritet. Weren't you the one who said you weren't afraid? Lu Heng grinned mischievously. I'm not afraid. It's just, rewatching it would be a waste of time. So we should just finish the last bit. Ye Qingling turned her head away, unable to meet Lu Heng's gaze, but still stubbornly stated her case. You said so. Let us finish the last bit. Lu Heng exclaimed excitedly. Lu Zhuo, you tricked me. Ye Qingling accused through gritted teeth. Who tricked you? You just said you wanted to finish the last bit. Lu Heng Laoget. Could it be that you're really scared? Fine, I'll watch it. Ye Qingling fumed, her teeth gnashing, but once words were spoken, they could not be taken back. With no other option, she steeled herself and followed Lu Heng back into the room. As she pulled back the covers, Ye Qingling reached for the edge of the blanket and patted the space beside her. We don't need to, Lu Heng said, his expression conflicted. Not an option. You said you wanted to finish the last bit, so you have to return to your original position, Ye Qingling insisted firmly. All right. Reluctantly, they both crawled back under the covers. Lu Heng felt Ye Qingling's soft form gradually nestle back into his embrace. Holding her gentle frame and inhaling her delightful scent, Lu Heng found himself beset by a wave of emotions. How had she grown so lovely? Unbeknownst to him, his cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 53. Surely you don't wish to sleep in my room tonight? As the film's ending theme began to play, the credits rolled, signaling the conclusion of the cinematic experience. Yet, Ye Qingling remained nestled in Lu Heng's embrace, clinging to him tightly. The warmth emanating from Lu Heng and his unique fragrance enveloped her, instilling an overwhelming sense of security that made her reluctant to part ways. All right, the movie has concluded, and you can return to your room now, Lu Heng said with an expressionless face, attempting to gently extricate Ye Qingling from his grasp. Wait a moment. That terrifying sensation is still lingering in my mind. How can you expect me to leave so soon? Ye Qingling retorted, refusing to budge and tightening her hold around Lu Heng. Cough, cough. You're choking me. Lu Heng coughed, a faint sound escaping his throat. Oh. Ye Qingling immediately released her grip around his neck. Gotcha. Lu Heng smirked mischievously, then playfully pushed her upper body away. Ye Qingling food. I knew you would resort to tricks. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. With that, she secured her legs around Lu Heng's waist, hanging upside down in a C shape. Get down this instant. Lu Heng gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Not a chance. You dare to hit me? Ye Qingling teased, making a playful face. You think I wouldn't tee? Just try me. Lu Heng challenged, his frustration mounting. Come on. You're the one pushing me. Ye Qingling taunted, beckoning him with a finger. You're infuriating. Lu Heng's fists tightened, veins visible from the strain. He then delivered a swift yet gentle tap to Ye Qingling's arm, leaving a faint crease on her shirt before the gesture lost its force. Miss, I implore you to return. Lu Heng clasped his hands in a pleading manner. Of course, he wouldn't dare truly strike her. The mere thought of his parents discovering this would ensure he faced dire consequences, certainly a mixed reprimand from them. Moreover, there was a part of him that simply could not bear to harm her. Playful banter was acceptable, but he found it hard to cross that line. After all, they had grown up together, and he would become furious if anyone else so much as touched Ye Qingling. Hee. Ye Qingling smiled mischievously, fully aware that Lu Hang would not truly hurt her, which emboldened her to act so brazenly. No, absolutely not. Ye Qingling firmly rejected. Why? Lu Hang furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing an ominous premonition that intensified with each passing moment. Oh, come on. The movie just ended, and I've said the frightful feeling still lingers in my heart. I just want to stay a bit longer. Ye Qingling pouted, visibly displeased. Upon hearing her words, Lu Hang's anxious heart eased slightly. At least it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Fine, you can stay for another 10 minutes before heading back to your room. Understood? Lu Hang acquiesced after a moment of silence. There was no escaping Ye Qingling's stubbornness. He was utterly powerless against her antics. Got it. Ye Qingling exclaimed, spinning around excitedly while still clinging to Lu Hang's waist, causing him to twirl along with her. Hey, I've already agreed to let you stay for an extra 10 minutes, so you better get down, Lu Hang said, patting her thigh, gritting his teeth. Huh, are you feeling shy? How adorable. Ye Qingling mocked, covering her mouth with a laugh. Seeing Lu Hang's awkward expression filled her with delight. Lu Hang was so frustrated his teeth began to itch, but he felt utterly helpless. He could only grind his teeth to alleviate his anger while subtly indicating his discontent to Ye Qingling. However, she merely smiled at his expression, showing no further reaction. And then she spun around again, still perched on him. Cough, cough. Ye, mischief maker, if you enjoy spinning, could you please let me go? No, absolutely not. Lu Hang felt as though he might shatter his own teeth from frustration. Calm down. Breathe deeply. After several deep breaths, he managed to suppress the fury swelling within him. What are you doing? 10 minutes. So? You must return to your room. Oh, I know, you're so nagging. Ye Qingling vavet headhunt dismissive. With a sudden movement, she settled back into Lu Hang's embrace. It's much cozier here. So warm. Ye Qingling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Hang felt the softness of her body returning to his arms, and he could only think. The elasticity was remarkable, and she truly felt so soft. The unique fragrance that belonged solely to Ye Qingling slowly wafted into his nostrils, a scent he particularly adored. Before long, his face flushed crimson, not with a mere blush, but a deep, vivid red. Fortunately, the room remained dim, preventing Ye Qingling from discerning his current expression. Otherwise, Lu Hang would have wished to burrow into the ground. No, that wouldn't suffice. He should carve out a 3-bedroom suite instead. After all, having socially embarrassed himself, wouldn't he deserve a bit of comfort? Life is short. One must seize joy where possible. At that moment, Ye Qingling's face was also slightly flushed. If it were daytime, she would never dare to act so boldly, for Lu Hang would be able to see her clearly. But it was night, and in the darkness, neither could see the other's face. Truly, fortune favored her. There was no denying that this fool's embrace was simply too comfortable. The two sat quietly together, neither daring to use their phones, fearing that the light might betray their blushing faces. Approximately 10 minutes later, it's been 10 minutes. You can let me go now. Lu Hang nudged Ye Qingling in his arms. How do you know it's been 10 minutes? You didn't even check your phone. Ye Qingling pouted, displeased. In truth, Lu Hang was unsure if 10 minutes had indeed passed, but the heat was becoming unbearable. This Ye Qingling was a true nuisance. She seemed utterly unfazed by the warmth. He felt as though he might faint from the heat, despite the air conditioning being on. Ugh! While it wasn't that hot, it was certainly warm. Stubbornly, Lu Hang picked up his phone to check the time. See, it's already 10:20. We just finished the movie at 10:05. You've lingered in my room for an additional 15 minutes. Lu Hang presented his phone to Ye Qingling, adopting a serious tone. No, I simply don't want to go back. Ye Qingling resorted to her petulant antics once more. You can't possibly wish to sleep in my room tonight, can you? Lu Hang exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at Ye Qingling. Chapter 54. I just want to sleep in your room. Lu Hang's heart began to race violently, an ominous premonition intensifying within him. Ye Qingling, nestled in his embrace, could even hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. A sly smile suddenly danced across her lips. Oh no, when did I ever say I wanted to sleep in your room tonight? She inquired innocently, her large eyes wide with feigned innocence. Upon hearing her words, Lu Heng's anxious heart finally found solace. Since Ye Qingling had no such intention, it was indeed a relief. He eagerly replied, then you can go back. I merely want to sleep in your room. Ye Qingling's voice pierced Lu Heng's mind like a ghostly whisper. He faltered, his unfinished sentence dissipating into a mere sigh. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. His mind went blank as he stared at Ye Qingling, his heart pounding furiously. What on earth is she saying? Lu Hang screamed internally. Ha! I'm just teasing you. Look at your silly expression. Ye Qingling, chocolate, coquettish hermot in mokiri. At this, Lu Heng's heart began to lift once more. He hastily asserted, if that's the case, then you should hurry back. I only want to stay in your room tonight. Ye Qingling's voice detonated in his ears like a bomb. Once again, he faltered, his words evaporating into thin air. This time, despair consumed him entirely. His mind went blank once more as he gazed at Ye Qingling, but unlike before, his heart had ceased to beat. It truly had stopped, for he now understood that Ye Qingling was not jesting. She genuinely wished to sleep here. No, 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 no. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Heng immediately waved his hands in rejection. On what grounds? Ye Qingling's defiant voice resounded in Lu Heng's arms, her tone unapologetically insistent. On what grounds? That should be my question. Why do you get to decide where I sleep? Lu Heng gritted his teeth, indignantly questioning. Why should it be permissible for you to stay in my room? Because I am your childhood friend, Ye Qingling declared with utmost seriousness, her tone exuding sincerity. I have never encountered someone so shameless. A meme of Zhuge Liang suddenly flashed through Lu Heng's mind. He resolutely shook his head, refusing. Even if you say that, it is still unacceptable. Childhood friends cannot spend the night in each other's rooms. On what grounds is that unacceptable? Simply because I'm a boy and you are a girl. Eh? Ye Qingling's voice dripped with irritation, the sound grating. Then I will become a boy, she retorted, her cheeks puffed out in anger. What? Lu Heng's eyes widened in shock, his mind short-circuiting once again. Suddenly, Ye Qingling recalled something. Never mind. I won't become a boy. I'll remain this beautiful girl, she murmured to herself. She remembered that if she became a boy, she could not be with Lu Heng, could not go on dates, nor partake in the playful antics of a couple. Most importantly, she could not engage in the peculiar activities reserved for boys and girls. In her moment of frustration, she had blurted it out without thinking. Oh, I beg you, Lu Heng, I can't go back to my room. Ye Qingling resorted to a softer approach, speaking truthfully. Then I will escort you back. After watching a horror movie, I cannot bear to be alone in a dark room. Then just sleep with the lights on. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Lu Heng, you stubborn pig-headed boy. Ye Qingling's voice shattered the stillness, punctuated by the sound of her fist striking the pillow. Even if you say that, you still must return to your own room. Lu Heng narrowed his eyes, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I don't care. I want to sleep here tonight, right here. Ye Qingling pouted and squirmed in Lu Heng's embrace. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. Lu Heng maintained his firm refusal. The sound of Ye Qingling grinding her teeth echoed once more. Damn you, Lu Heng. You are forcing my hand. In an instant, Ye Qingling flipped over and pinned Lu Heng to the bed beneath her. Their eyes locked in a moment filled with a peculiar tension, not romantic but rather strange. Though they were close, Ye Qingling glared at Lu Heng with gritted teeth. At this proximity, it was either a kiss or a fight. Clearly, it was the latter. Will you let me sleep here? Ye Qingling asked earnestly once more. Absolutely not. Lu Heng stubbornly replied, pouting. Is that so? How? A hiss, Ye Qingling threatened. And Lu Heng felt her nibbling at his arm. Though the pressure was light, Lu Heng already had a psychological aversion. All right, I concede. You can stay just this once. Lu Heng's voice echoed in the room, a lament of defeat. Ye Qingling slowly released her grip, and this time, there were no bite marks or bruises. Only a circle of saliva on Lu Heng's arm. Truth be told, she did not wish to bite Lu Heng. Seeing him in discomfort tugged at her heartstrings. Yet sometimes, she could not control herself, especially when other temptresses approached him. Oh, you said it. You promised. No backing out. Ye Qingling's triumphant cheer echoed like a victory song for her. You, truly. You had to bite me over such a trivial matter. Lu Hang wiped his arm dry, aware that Ye Qingling had not bitten hard, but he could not shake his profound fear of bite marks. He still bore 2 marks from her previous bites. Please, Lu Hang. After watching that horror movie, I'm genuinely scared and cannot stay in a room alone tonight. Just this once. Ye Qingling pleaded, waving her hands. You said it. Just tonight, this one time, no exceptions. Lu Hang warned through gritted teeth. Ha! Understood. Understood. Ye Qingling exclaimed with excitement, spinning joyfully in Lu Hang's embrace. Hey, since you've agreed to sleep in my room, you should hurry and get off me. All right. With that, Ye Qingling rolled over and lay beside Lu Hang. Chapter 55. Slipped? Cunning. Listen carefully. Just because you're sleeping here does not mean you can do as you please. I need to clarify a few things first. Lu Hang's expression was solemn as he gazed at Ye Qingling, his tone exceedingly serious. I would hassle Ye Qingling pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. If you find it troublesome, then go sleep in your own room. Lu Hang gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, wearing a fierce expression. Oh dear, I got it. Just tell me what you want to say. Ye Qingling waved her hand dismissively, impatiently urging Lu Hang to continue. We will use the center of the bed as a dividing line. No one is allowed to cross it, understood? Lu Hang pointed at the bed, drawing an imaginary line in the air with his finger. But how am I supposed to know where the boundary is? Ye Qingling blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Then Lu Hang opened the wardrobe, retrieving a cute little pig pillow, placing it in the middle of the bed. He proudly pointed at the pig pillow. This is the boundary, understood? Absolutely no crossing. You actually brought the little pig pillow I gifted you here. Ye Qingling's eyes lit up, a smile of delight spreading across her face as she reached out to touch the pig pillow, her gaze filled with fondness. She remembered giving him that pillow on his 16th birthday, a special gift to celebrate the occasion. Who would have thought it ended up here? Well, that's none of your concern. Just remember not to cross the boundary, understood? Lu Hang pouted, looking away from Ye Qingling, stammering. It seems you really cherish the gift I gave you. Ye Qingling teased, a playful glint in her eyes. What? I don't like it. Didn't you see I just took it out of the wardrobe? Lu Hang insists to burn. In truth, he had kept every single item she had ever given him, even a tiny origami crane, carefully preserved. Ha! Ye Qingling excitedly hugged the little pig pillow to her chest, even sniffing its scent. It smells lovely, and it still carries Lu Hang's fresh fragrance. Looks like Lu Pighead gets it washed regularly, and he must cuddle it often. Such a hard-headed yet soft-hearted pighead. Hee. Ye Qingling couldn't help but smile, looking adorably foolish. Hey, don't take the boundary away. Put it back, quickly. Lu Hang glared at Ye Qingling with a fierce expression. Just let me hold it for a bit longer, Ye Qingling pleaded with wide, innocent eyes. This expression left Lu Hang momentarily stunned, utterly captivated. Why must this enchanting creature be so alluring? Truly, a faint blush crept onto Lu Hang's face. All right, I'll give you 5 more minutes. I'm keeping track. Lu Hang warned, illuminating his phone screen towards Ye Qingling. Yay! Ye Qingling excitedly tossed the pig pillow, directly smashing it against the ceiling. It then rebounded and hit Lu Hang in the face. Toot-um! The room fell into silence once more. Time's up. No more play. Lu Hang seized the pig pillow from his face and placed it back in the center of the bed, glaring fiercely at Ye Qingling. Petty man. Ye Qingling rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. What did you say? Lu Hang perked up, curious. Oh, it's nothing, you. Let's just go to sleep. Ye Qingling said, pressing Lu Hang down onto the bed with a guilty expression. Hey, you're the one nagging me. Lu Hang's gulp. Lu Pighead, hurry and sleep. Ye Qingling made a fierce face and shook her fist in front of Lu Hang. I know. Just remember to cover yourself with the blanket. Good night. Lu Hang turned away and closed his eyes. Aren't you covering yourself? Ye Qingling asked, concerned. I'm not afraid of the cold. I usually set the air conditioning to 20 degrees. At 24 degrees, I don't need a blanket. Lu Hang ziplit nun jialen. No way. You must cover yourself with a blanket regardless of the air conditioning. It'll be too late if you get cold later. Ye Qingling insisted firmly. Fine. Lu Hang sighed and retrieved a small blanket from the wardrobe, placing it over his stomach, which was barely enough to cover him. What is the difference between that and not covering at all? Ye Qingling helplessly rubbed her forehead. The issue is, I don't have any other blankets here. Lu Hang pouted, glancing at Ye Qingling with annoyance. Suddenly, Ye Qingling remembered that Lu Hang only had 3 sets of bedding. One was being washed, one in her room, leaving only this one here. A sly smile crept across her face as she thought. Hee. This isn't my fault then, little Lu. You just have to obediently share the blanket with me. Then, how about we share the blanket? Ye Qingling looked up, attempting to maintain a calm facade. But her excitement was palpable, her voice trembling. Let us just leave it at that, Lu Hang said, looking troubled, as it felt inappropriate for a man and woman to share a blanket. Then how about you go to my room and get my blanket? Ye Qingling pointed towards the door. I'm scared, Lu Hang stammered, the terrifying feelings still lingering in his mind. Ye Qingling wore a victorious smile, quickly reverting to a neutral expression and said, so you can only share a blanket with me. But, oh, it's just a blanket. A 1T crossed the boundary. Probably Ye Qingling proclaimed with feigned righteousness. The last 2 words she mumbled under her breath in a voice barely audible, leaving Lu Hang completely unaware. Well, all right then. Lu Hang pondered for a moment. After all, it was just sharing a blanket and not crossing boundaries, so it should be fine. Hopefully. However, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling creeping in. All right, just lie down. I'll cover you with the blanket. Ye Qingling pushed Lu Hang down onto the bed with a carefree expression. Inside, she was bubbling with excitement. Soon, the next phase of my plan will be realized. Just take it slow. This Lu Pighead is bound to be mine. Ha ha, cough. What are you doing? Lu Hang suddenly felt something heavy land on him after being covered with the blanket. Looking down, he saw Ye Qingling, unbeknownst to him, had fallen onto his stomach. Sorry, I slipped. Cunning. Chapter 56. May I sleep while holding your arm? The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, resembling a myriad of sparkling jewels embedded in the dark canvas above. The moonlight poured down like water, draping the earth in a silvery veil. The 2 of them lay under the same blanket, each occupying their respective sides of the bed, while the room enveloped itself in a serene atmosphere. Yet within their hearts, turmoil brewed. Lu Hang lay on the edge of the bed, a faint blush gracing his cheeks, his eyes blinking in a futile attempt to close. What to do? Although they had shared a bed in their childhood, that was long ago. Now they were adults. What if something were to happen? Stop thinking. She is your childhood friend. How can you entertain such thoughts? Sleep. Lu Hang curled up, clutching his head, forcing himself to shut his eyes. On the opposite side, Ye Qingling lay, biting her lip in contemplation. How could she take a step further? After finally gaining this advantageous position, it couldn't be squandered so easily. The most infuriating part was that this blockhead had drawn an imaginary line. How maddening! Glancing back at Lu Hang, she found him curled up, motionless, evidently asleep. Damn that Lu Pighead. No, I cannot allow him to sleep. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wasting my time here? What to do? Just as Lu Hang was on the verge of slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the sound of rustling nearby. He covered his ears with his pillow, but the vibrations beneath him steadily roused him from his drowsiness. Turning his head, he discovered Ye Qingling tossing and turning, which infuriated him. Just as he was about to drift off, he was jolted awake. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Lu Hang gritted his teeth, demanding an explanation. Huh? What? Ye Qingling turned with an innocent expression. I said, what are you fidgeting around for? You've woken me up. Lu Hang frowned, his impatience evident. Oh, I woke you? I'm so sorry. You just keep sleeping. I promise I won't disturb you again. Ye Qingling looked at Lu Hang with genuine remorse. Taken aback by her sincerity, Lu Hang paused. Could it be that this devilish Yi had finally learned to be reasonable? It seems my years of guidance have not been in vain. With his eyes still closed, Lu Hang nodded in satisfaction and generously declared, in light of your honesty, I shall forgive you this once. Now, go to sleep. I won't disturb you. With that, Ye Qingling promptly turned away, falling silent and ceasing her restless movements. Lu Hang, too, gradually rolled over and lay down. The room slowly returned to tranquility. Time passed slowly. Lu Hang's eyelids began to droop once more, and he was on the verge of slumber. Lu Hang, are you asleep? Ye Qingling's voice suddenly shattered the peaceful silence. His drowsiness dissipated slightly, but not entirely. Not wanting to engage with her, he pretended to be asleep, remaining motionless and silent. Lu Hang, are you asleep? Seeing his lack of response, Ye Qingling grew anxious and gently nudged him. This startled him awake, banishing all remnants of sleep. What is it, my lady? Lu Hang sat up, furrowing his brow at her, his expression impatient yet still bearable. Oh, heh. Ye Qingling's heart fluttered at the sound of those two words, feeling as though she had just savored a piece of silky chocolate, sweetness filling her heart. I need to use the restroom, Ye Qingling mumbled. Her head bowed, her fingers shyly fidgeting. If you need to go, just go. Lu Hang ziplit in sodun. I don't dare. I'm afraid of that ghost. Could you accompany me? Ye Qingling asked, her face flushed. Huh? Lu Hang's expression mirrored his shock. You. Don't worry, I can go in by myself. You just wait for me outside. Ye Qingling quickly reassured him. Well, all right then. I happen to need to go as well. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hang decided it was best to resolve the matter promptly, lest he remain awake. He also felt a twinge of fear about going alone, but as a man, he found it difficult to ask Ye Qingling to accompany him. However, this situation presented a perfect opportunity, killing two birds with one stone. Thus, the two of them rose and made their way to the restroom together. Creak, the restroom door creaked open, producing an eerie sound. Ah! Ye Qingling let out a small scream, grabbing onto Lu Hang's arm. Gulp! Lu Hang swallowed nervously. You go in first. I'll wait outside. Ye Qingling stammered, her voice trembling. Oh, okay. Lu Hang cautiously stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Click! Turning on the light dispelled much of the fear. Lu Hang, are you done? Ye Qingling called from outside. I'm here. Lu Hang zet ponde. Before long, he emerged, having completed his business. You, go ahead. I'll wait outside. Oh, don't you dare leave. I know. Ye Qingling then entered the restroom. Now, Lu Hang was left alone. Admittedly, being alone in the dark felt quite eerie. Lu Hang, are you there? Ye Qingling's voice echoed from within. I'm here. Lu Hang answered. Shortly after, Ye Qingling returned, and they prepared to head back. Let us go back, Ye Qingling said, quickly clutching Lu Hang's arm. MHM. Lu Hang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, whoosh bang, 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 a gust of wind slammed against the balcony door, causing it to rattle violently. Ye Qingling, startled, leaped onto Lu Hang, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, her arms and legs clinging tightly to his waist. Gulp! Lu Hang trembled at the sudden fright. Quick, let us go, Lu Hang, Ye Qingling urged urgently. With little regard for anything else, Lu Hang hurried back into the room. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, they burrowed back under the covers, finally feeling a sense of safety. Indeed, the blanket was the ultimate shield against all things sinister. Lu Hang, may I sleep while holding your arm? Ye Qingling asked, fear still evident in her eyes as she clung to his arm. Do you really need to ask? You've already latched onto me. Lu Hang looked at Ye Qingling with exasperation. Huh, so you agree then? Ye Qingling laughed excitedly. You move to the other side. I'll stretch my arm out to you. Lu Hang awkwardly turned his head. In truth, he felt a tinge of fear himself. Huh, yay. Ye Qingling rolled over to the other side of the bed. Mission accomplished. It was worth braving the risk of being devoured by ghosts just to use the restroom. He. Ye Qingling cheered, waving her small fists in delight. P.S. Please urge for updates and send free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 57. Adorable. Yearning for a kiss as night enveloped the room in a tranquil ambience, the moonlight filtered through the window, casting silvery patches upon the floor. The furnishings and decorations within the space appeared strikingly vivid under the moon's gentle illumination, as if they were all in a deep slumber. The air was fresh, imbued with a subtle fragrance, while the ticking of the clock echoed in the stillness, marking the passage of time. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep through, causing the curtains to flutter softly, whispering the tales of the night. Lu Hang lay quietly on the bed, his eyes closed, breathing steady and even, while his hand unconsciously reached towards the other side of the bed. Ye Qingling, facing Lu Hang, curled up beside him, tightly clutching his arm. Fortunately, Lu Hang's bed was not too large, and Ye Qingling found herself pressed against the small pig-shaped pillow that served as a boundary. This proximity allowed her to grasp Lu Hang's arm, yet an unavoidable distance lingered between them. Both were immersed in a serene dreamscape. The faint hum of the air conditioner sent a gentle breeze through the gap in their blankets. Ye Qingling shivered slightly, her brow furrowing as she instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Hang's arm. As the cool air increased in intensity, she found herself adjusting the blanket around her. Yet the chill persisted, causing her to shudder involuntarily, her hand brushing against Lu Hang in search of warmth. "It's so cold," Ye Qingling murmured, her voice trembling. She had always been sensitive to the cold, especially now that they lay on opposite sides of the bed, with the draft creeping in through the blanket's seams, rousing her from her slumber. With her sleep-addled eyes narrowed, she gazed at Lu Hang, feeling an undeniable warmth emanating from him that sparked a deep longing within her. In a playful defiance of boundaries, she tossed aside the small pig pillow and slowly inched closer to Lu Hang. "What boundary? I know nothing of such a thing. I only know this is the privilege of childhood sweethearts." "Hee hee. Ah, how delightful." Like a languid kitten, Ye Qingling nestled against Lu Hang, enveloping him in her embrace. The warmth radiating from his body was irresistible, prompting her to exclaim softly in delight. Like an octopus, she entwined herself around him, one arm around his, the other wrapped around his waist, her legs entwined with one of his. She lay close, feeling the comforting heat that enveloped her. It was so warm and pleasant, akin to a cozy heating pad, making her giggle with joy. As she slowly lifted her gaze from his neck to his handsome face, she marveled. So handsome. Stunned for a moment, she could not help but softly exclaim. Her hand instinctively reached out, gently poking Lu Hang's cheek. So soft and springy. Unable to resist, she pinched his cheek again. This Lu Hang, who had grown so handsome, with such a soft face, truly deserved to be the object of her affection. Hee hee. With a sweet laugh, she felt a surge of pride. Yet, she could not resist poking his face once more. Lu Hang, slightly frowning, swatted at his cheek. Fortunately, Ye Qingling was quick, retracting her hand beneath the blanket just in time to avoid capture. If Lu Hang were to wake, she would lose her chance to hold him close. The mere thought of returning to the chill of solitude sent shivers down her spine. "That startled me," she thought, patting her chest in relief. Lu Hang, however, shifted slightly toward her, providing her with even more warmth. Adorable, yearning for a kiss. As she gazed at Lu Hang's serene face, a bold thought crossed her mind. If I were to kiss him, surely he wouldn't wake. But what if he did? How embarrassing. Would he be angry? What if he kicked me out? Oh, what to do? Such a dilemma. Never mind. I must kiss him. I cannot resist. This is the privilege of childhood sweethearts. The mantra echoed in her mind, a form of self-encouragement. She was aware that her actions might be somewhat audacious, yet her desire was insatiable. After a lengthy internal struggle, desire ultimately triumphed over reason. Resolute, she lifted her gaze to Lu Hang's soft visage, swallowing hard as her heart raced, her breaths quickening. She felt a warmth enveloping her, as though aflame with yearning. "Lu Hang, I can't help it, you. You can't blame me. You're just too tempting," she whispered, attempting to ease her own tension. Yet, the nervousness only intensified as she cautiously leaned closer to his face. With each inch gained, her heart raced faster, as if a startled deer were leaping in her chest. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the blanket, fearful of waking Lu Hang. Finally, her lips brushed against Lu Hang's cheek. In that moment, a wave of warmth washed over her, soothing her anxious heart. A soft peck, she thought, and then she swiftly buried her head beneath the covers, too shy to look at him. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripened apples. Hiding under the blanket, she reveled in Lu Hang's warmth and presence, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Though it was but a fleeting kiss, it marked a significant milestone for her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She cautiously peeked out to observe Lu Hang, her heart gradually settling as she noticed he remained undisturbed. Chapter 58. So soft, so sweet, so kissable. Ye Qingling gazed at Lu Hang with eyes alight, unable to restrain herself from tightening her embrace around him. Gulp! She could not help but swallow, her heart yearning for more than just a fleeting moment. Hang. If I kiss you again, you wouldn't mind, would you? Her voice carried a hint of anticipation and shyness. I'll count to 5, and if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Ye Qingling exclaimed eagerly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She spoke rapidly, giving Lu Hang no time to respond. Although Lu Hang was indeed unresponsive, caught in a dream where he feasted on dumplings. All right, since he didn't speak, it's clear you agree. He. A triumphant smile spread across Ye Qingling's face as she slowly leaned in to attack Lu Hang's cheek. Ha, her excitement quickened her breath, the warm air brushing against Lu Hang's face, which he inhaled deeply. Smack, she planted a kiss on his cheek, lingering for a full second rather than retreating immediately. Unable to resist, she gently nibbled at his cheek. Pop! The sound of her release was soft yet distinct. Lu Hang furrowed his brow, letting out a muffled grunt as he patted the spot where Ye Qingling had just nibbled. In a swift motion, Ye Qingling dove under the covers, too shy to meet his gaze. Her face flushed like firecrackers on New Year's, hot and radiant. What have I just done? I actually nibbled. Goodness. I truly feel amazing. Ha, I am simply a genius. At this moment, Ye Qingling's heart soared with excitement, the soft and bouncy sensation akin to jelly, utterly irresistible. Lu Hang patted his face, emitting another muffled sound. Just as Ye Qingling reveled in her exhilaration, she suddenly felt Lu Hang stir in her embrace. Her heart plummeted, paralyzed with tension. Suddenly, she felt a hand wrap around her, and her head shifted from Lu Hang's shoulder to his chest. He turned onto his side, facing her. No, they were facing his chest. With one hand encircled by Ye Qingling, he embraced her with the other, yet his legs remained firmly trapped by her grip. In Lu Hang's dream, a model pillow of a J-20 fighter jet appeared before him, and he instinctively pulled it into his embrace. After all, who could resist a J-20 model pillow? No one. Moreover, this pillow was soft and warm. So comfortable. He. At that moment, Lu Hang's smile was brighter than the sun, unable to be contained. He tightly embraced Ye Qingling, who, from her perspective, interpreted his silly grin as a result of holding her. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart, reminiscent of honey collected by bees at dawn, delectably sweet. Ha! She couldn't help but stifle a giggle, wrapping her arms around Lu Hang and burying her face in his chest, curling up in his embrace. How fragrant! It was entirely Lu Hang's scent. This place is my paradise. Ye Qingling inhaled deeply, savoring the comforting aroma. Pure bliss. She felt that her effort to sleep in Lu Hang's room today was truly worthwhile. Such treatment was rare. Their day had been like a date, playing video games, enjoying hot pot, and watching horror films. And in the end, they even fell asleep together. Ha, cough. Ha. Oh, the little version of Ye Qingling in her heart laughed so hard that she nearly lost her breath. Suddenly, she envisioned the future. After marriage, she would comfortably nestle in his arms, listening to him whisper sweet nothings. After having children, she would openly snuggle in his embrace while their child watched their father serenade their mother. In their old age, they would lean on each other, reminiscing about their life together. After ascending to heaven, they would be intertwined, continuing to be an enviable celestial couple. In this lifetime, the next for eternity, they would always be together. Just thinking about it filled her with joy. Ye Qingling couldn't resist rubbing her face against Lu Hang, inhaling his reassuring scent and the warmth that warded off the chill of the night. A profound sense of security and happiness enveloped her completely. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue began to set in, her eyelids growing heavy. She stifled a deep yawn and gradually closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep. After all, Lu Hang's embrace was simply too comfortable. As they held each other, Lu Hang shielded Ye Qingling from all unease with his broad frame. She nestled obediently against him, feeling his warmth. The night deepened, silence enveloping the surroundings, occasionally broken by the chirping of insects. They lay on the bed, their breaths synchronized and deepening, their bodies slowly relaxing into a sweet slumber. A satisfied smile graced Lu Hang's face, his arm securely wrapped around Ye Qingling's shoulders as if to protect her from harm. Ye Qingling, nestled in his embrace, bore a gentle smile as though lost in a delightful dream. Their bodies gradually melded into one, as if they had become a singular entity. Suddenly, a cool breeze from the air conditioning swept through, bringing a chill. Instinctively, Lu Hang tightened his embrace. Ye Qingling. She felt his warmth and shifted slightly to snuggle in closer to him. Their dreams deepened further. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently awakening the slumbering flowers, as everything stirred to life and tranquility. Oh, so warm. Lu Hang slowly shifted his body, reaching out to push away the warm source in his arms. With that push, a soft sensation enveloped him. Duong, as Lu Hang opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the little pig pillow had somehow found its way to the foot of the bed. Ye Qingling, what are you doing here? Chapter 59. News from the parents. Good morning, Hang. Ye Qingling, still drowsy, snuggled up to Lu Hang, pressing her entire being against his warmth. Hey, wake up. I'm talking to you. Lu Hang called out, shaking the slumbering Ye Qingling. I want to sleep a little longer. Ye Qingling playfully wriggled, nuzzling closer into Lu Hang's embrace. Get up, don't sleep any longer. If you don't, I might just have to spank you. Lu Hang threatened with clenched teeth. Ye Qingling remained unfazed, burrowing deeper into his arms. A soft slap echoed in the air. Seeing Ye Qingling's nonchalant expression ignited a spark of irritation in Lu Hang, prompting him to deliver a playful smack to her backside. Ah! Ye Qingling yelped, instantly jolted awake, the sensation of the playful swat registering. A blush crept on her cheeks. I ask you, how did you suddenly end up here? Lu Hang demanded, his expression fierce as he looked at her. That is a good question. Ye Qingling replied earnestly, giving him a thumbs up. Don't change the subject. Tell me how you ended up in my arms. Lu Hang put his hands on his hips, feigning anger. Well, how would I know? I woke up and suddenly found myself here. I can't possibly explain. Ye Qingling lowered her head, looking sheepish. Fortunately, Lu Hang remained oblivious to the fact that she had kissed him the night before. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss for words. I hate the cold. Perhaps it was just too chilly last night, and I accidentally crawled into your arms, she interrupted, trying to justify herself. Forget it. After all, it was I who allowed you to sleep here. Lu Hang sighed in resignation. So you forgive me? Ye Qingling asked excitedly. That was just for last night. From today onwards, you are to return to your own room. Lu Hang replied seriously. TCH stingy. Ye Qingling murmured under her breath. All right, since we're both awake, hurry up and get up. Lu Hang urged, looking down at the still drowsy Ye Qingling. Oh no, let me sleep a little longer. She pleaded innocently, tightening her embrace around him. Then you can sleep by yourself. I'm getting up to make breakfast, Lu Hang said, gently pushing her away before rising from the bed and exiting the room. With a bang, the door closed, and Ye Qingling made a face. Stingy. Drinking cold water turns you into a devil. After her little complaint, she returned to Lu Hang's bed, lying down where he had slept the previous night, still warm from his presence. She leaned down to inhale the lingering scent he left behind, feeling enveloped in a comforting sense of safety. Unbeknownst to her, drowsiness crept back in. Resting her head on Lu Hang's pillow, she gradually closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Sizzle flames danced at the bottom of the pan. Hot oil crackled as ingredients swiftly transformed into golden, crispy perfection, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Lu Hang stood nearby, stifling a yawn, his eyes still heavy as he scrambled eggs. Despite feeling quite tired himself, he noted the time. It was only 7:30 a.m., and he typically rose at 9. However, with Ye Qingling present, he felt reluctant to linger in bed any longer. Though they were childhood friends, a subtle distance was necessary given their different genders. As for last night, it was a reluctant choice. Having someone there was far more reassuring. The memory of the previous night flushed his cheeks with a gentle warmth. Having her nestled in his arms, soft and fragrant, was undeniably pleasant. Sizzle the oil in the pan bubbled, snapping Lu Hang back to reality. He glanced at the pan, startled to find his eggs had turned to a charred mass. Oh no, my eggs! He lamented, dismayed at the waste. What was I even thinking? Lu Hang shook his head, attempting to clear his mind of distractions. He discarded the burnt mess into the trash and cracked another egg to start again. By the time he prepared breakfast, Ye Qingling emerged from her room, still appearing somewhat dazed. Go wash your face and brush your teeth to wake up, then come eat breakfast, Lu Hang urged, observing her sleepy demeanor. Okay, she replied, resembling a sleepy little girl as she obediently headed to the bathroom. Lu Hang nodded in satisfaction, akin to a proud father. Very good, very good. As they sat down to eat, Ye Qingling suddenly asked, Lu Hang, when do you get day off? Well, we work in shifts, and it also depends on my own arrangements. As long as I coordinate with my colleagues, it works out, Lu Hang replied slowly. Oh, so you can rest whenever you want? Ye Qingling inquired, her mouth full of egg. Not exactly. If my coworker is off too, it won't work out. I only have one day off a week, which I usually take on Sunday, Lu Hang explained after a moment of thought. Ye Qingling glanced at her phone, noting today's date, August 5th, Thursday. Oh no, I have to wait 3 more days for your day off. I'll be alone for 3 days. How miserable. She sighed inwardly, feeling disheartened. Is there a reason you're asking? Lu Hang queried, puzzled. Not really, just curious about your schedule, Ye Qingling replied, poking her egg in resignation. If you need anything, do let me know. I could take leave, Lu Hang said, noticing her conflicted expression with concern. Actually, my parents are coming to visit us the day after tomorrow. They want to see if we're settling in well, Ye Qingling said, exuding a sense of helplessness. What? Aunt Yi and Uncle Yi are coming? Lu Hang's eyes widened in shock as he asked. Chapter 60. I will definitely return. Ye Qingling's parents both bear the surname Yi. Her mother is named Yi Bai, and her father is Yi Jun. Although Ye Qingling and Lu Hang have been childhood friends, he only knows that her family is affluent, while he remains oblivious to the specifics of her background. He is aware that the Yi family operates a company, and both of her parents are accomplished individuals. Nevertheless, Lu Hang remains ignorant of the scope, scale, and social standing of the Yi family's business. On the contrary, Lu Hang's parents have long been acquainted with Ye Qingling's parents, and the two families maintain a cordial relationship. Hence, while Lu Hang is somewhat familiar with Ye Qingling's parents, he knows little about their professional achievements. Lu Hang's father is named Lu Shi, and his mother is Li Beining. Both of Lu Hang's parents work in governmental positions, so his family is not lacking either. When Ye Qingling informed Lu Hang that her parents were coming to visit, he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he had only spent the night with their daughter the previous evening. What if they discovered this? The mere thought sent a shiver of fear down his spine. Therefore, Lu Hang, could you possibly take a day off the day after tomorrow, which is Saturday? They are coming specifically because they know I am living with you. And if you are not here, I fear they may become suspicious. Ye Qingling earnestly pleaded, her hands clasped together. Lu Han has da. On one hand, he was indeed cohabiting with Ye Qingling, but on the other hand, he dreaded the thought of her parents discovering that they had spent the night together. Please, Lu Hang, I promise I will behave and not cause you any trouble in the future, Ye Qingling implored, her large, watery eyes gazing at him innocently. Her adorable demeanor rendered Lu Hang momentarily speechless. Honestly, this woman always resorts to this tactic to entice me, Lu Hang thought to himself, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine. I will inform Mu Jie and the others at work today. Ha! Lu Hang, you are truly wonderful, Ye Qingling exclaimed, and her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She placed a half-eaten egg in Lu Hang's bowl, saying, this is your reward. Hey, if you want to express gratitude, don't give me a half-eaten egg. Lu Hang frowned as he complained. Who said I wanted to thank you? I simply can't finish it. Ye Qingling replied innocently. You must eat it thoroughly. You have to finish it. Lu Hang gritted his teeth and, with his chopsticks, playfully shoved the egg into Ye Qingling's mouth. Ye Qingling was startled by the sudden act, her eyes widening as she stared at Lu Hang. Just eat it. Once she regained her composure, Ye Qingling defiantly swallowed the egg and took a fierce bite of Lu Hang's chopsticks. By the way, my parents mentioned that your parents will also be coming over. Ye Qingling suddenly said, startling Lu Hang. Cough, cough. He choked and exclaimed in surprise, what? My parents are coming too? Why didn't they tell me? They said it was enough to inform me. Ye Qingling replied nonchalantly, her heart brimming with joy. Doesn't this practically confirm that I am to be their daughter-in-law? Hee. All right, once we finish breakfast, you can clean up. As today, it is your turn to tidy up, Lu Hang said, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his stomach lazily. Oh, understood. Ye Qingling obediently gathered the dishes from the table and headed to the kitchen to wash them. Lu Hang noted how particularly compliant she was today, a stark contrast to her usual argumentative nature. At that moment, Ye Qingling, with her back turned to Lu Hang while washing the dishes, was already elated in her heart. This time, she was determined to make Lu Hang's parents recognize her as their future daughter-in-law. With their strong support, step by step, Lu Hang would inevitably become hers. Time passed slowly. Beep, beep. Lu Hang's alarm went off, indicating it was already 9:30. I'm off to work. You stay at home and don't follow me, Lu Hang warned as he changed his shoes at the entrance. Ugh, I know, stop nagging. Ye Qingling waved her hand impatiently from the sofa. With a soft thud, as the door slowly closed, a sly smile crept onto Ye Qingling's lips. You think you can stop me? I'm going. Just wait for my surprise. With a determined look, she donned her sunglasses and a sun-protective outfit, wrapping herself up tightly. This time, I will not let Lu Hang discover my intentions. 2 minutes later, as Ye Qingling descended the stairs, fully prepared, she found Lu Hang waiting for her with a mischievous grin. Huh, I knew it. Fortunately, I was here to catch you. Lu Hang scoffed. Ye Qingling, didn't you say you wouldn't follow me? He grabbed her hand firmly, a fierce expression on his face. Who is Ye? Ye Qingling? I don't know her, ha. Ye Qingling, feeling guilty, turned her head away, stammering. Even if you were turned to ashes, I would still recognize you, Ye Qingling. Don't pretend. Lu Hang teased as he snatched the sunglasses off her face. Who is following you? I just wanted to buy a book. Realizing Lu Hang had seen through her, she decided to drop the act. Do you think I would still believe that? You followed me yesterday for quite a distance. I can't let you go back alone. Today, no way. You're coming back with me. I'll get you your book after work. Lu Hang wunne Stanley, che you stingy pig. Ye Qingling made a face before turning to flee. I can't believe that stupid pig discovered my plan. I must come up with a more elaborate strategy next time. She muttered to herself as she ran. I will definitely return. Just wait for me, Lu. Pig. Head. Chapter 61 this afternoon. I shall let Ye Qingling experience this trap. Good morning, Lu Hang. Su Ro greeted him with a smile as he approached the front desk. Good morning, Su Ro, Lu Hang replied, returning her smile. Is Ye Qingling not accompanying you today? Su Ro inquired, glancing behind Lu Hang for any sign of her. Oh no, that little troublemaker would only cause me headaches. So I decided against bringing her along, Lu Hang remarked, scratching his head in frustration. Lu Hang, come here for a moment. A voice called from the back of the bookstore, belonging to Su Muqin. I'll head over now. Lu Hang gestured toward the back while addressing Su Ro. All right, go ahead. Su Ro nadi din Qingling. What is the matter, Mujia? Lu Hang asked as he reached the back, where he found Su Muqin struggling to lift a nearly 1 meter high stack of books, her efforts proving fruitless. Oh, Lu Hang, you arrived just in time. Could you help me move this stack of books to the lounge upstairs? Su Muqin requested, her voice barely above a whisper as she strained against the weight. Why not break the stack down and carry it piece by piece? Lu Hang suggested, face-palming in exasperation. You might have a point. Su Muqin paused, then laughed awkwardly. Ah, the hopelessness of adulthood. Lu Hang silently critiqued her. Then, I shall dismantle the stack now, she declared, rising to fetch scissors to cut the binding. No need, let me give it a try. I should be able to manage. Lu Hang rolled up his sleeves and reached out to stop her. You really think you can handle it? Su Muqin looked at him skeptically. You doubt my abilities? Allow me to demonstrate, Lu Hang declared, lowering himself into a powerful stance, exuding an aura reminiscent of a great warrior. Su Muqin was taken aback by his impressive demeanor. Could this truly be the mark of a master? Pray tell, have you heard of my legendary lightning, 5 whips? A bizarre image flashed in her mind. Observing Lu Hang's silhouette, she nodded in approval. This young man possesses the spirit of a great emperor. Master Lu, we are counting on you, she exclaimed, with a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the heavens. Lu Hang seized the stack of books, his hands as resolute as steel. Muscles tensed and veins bulged, a powerful energy swirling around him. Up, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, inspiring awe. The stack of books began to lift, a glimmer of hope igniting in Su Muqin's eyes, brimming with joy and anticipation. However, with a disheartening thud, the stack shifted a mere centimeter before crashing to the ground like a heavy stone. Silence engulfed the room, as if time itself had frozen. Su Muqin stared blankly at Lu Hang, who remained frozen in his previous pose, while the books lay scattered on the floor. Oomph! Lu Hang chuckled lightly. This stack of books lacks martial virtue. I underestimated it. He raised his head, adopting an air of profundity as he gazed at the ceiling. Ah, the irredeemable youth, Su Muqin thought, pursing her lips in exasperation. Forget it. I'll just go get the scissors. Lu Hang nodded sagely. An excellent idea. Wow, this is incredibly heavy. I truly wonder who managed to bring this in. He lamented, blowing on the red marks on his hands as soon as Su Muqin left. Ouch, it still stings. I'm sorry, my dear hand. It's my fault for not protecting you. Blame me if you must. To atone for this, I shall vow to abstain for a month. What are you doing, staring at your palm? Su Muqin asked curiously, patting Lu Hang's shoulder. You startle me, Lu Hang exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart. All right, let us move the books upstairs. I've already cut the bindings. With that, Su Muqin grasped a small stack of books and ascended toward the lounge on the second floor. Okay, Lu Hang picked up a small stack and followed her. Why are you taking these books to the lounge? He asked. Curiosity piqued as he noticed the volumes seemed brand new, having just arrived at the store. You are unaware of my intentions. It's a secret. Su Muqin replied mysteriously. So what do you plan to do? Lu Hang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Of course, to read. Enjoying a beer while reading books I haven't perused yet. There are comics, novels, and story collections. Su Muqin chuckled gleefully. Are these books not meant for sale? Lu Hang questioned. Of course they are. But first, I must read them before selling, she said, turning to Lu Hang with a sly grin. Only you would concoct such schemes, still ensnaring employees in your traps at your age. Lu Hang muttered under his breath. Speaking of which, I've devised a new trap recently. Would you be interested in testing it, little Lu Hang? Su Muqin turned to him with a tempting expression. No, your traps are mere childish play. I will not be fooled. With that, Lu Hang pushed open the door to the lounge. Bang! A loud clang reverberated as a metal plate fell, striking him on the head just as he opened the door. It didn't hurt, but the noise was deafening. Huh, you fell for it, didn't you? You call my traps childish. This one is called drawing a tiger away from its lair. No, that's not it. Waiting for a rabbit? No matter. You've been ensnared. Su Muqin laughed heartily, nearly losing her composure. I can't be bothered with you, Lu Hang retorted, rolling his eyes as he set the books down. This afternoon, I shall let Ye Qingling experience this trap. Ah, I am truly a genius, Lu Hang thought to himself, imagining the comical expression on Ye Qingling's face later that evening. Chapter 62. I shall personally accept you as my disciple Mu Jie. Where should I place this last book? It seems there is no space left on the ground, Lu Hang inquired, gazing at the books that Su Muqin was tossing aside with exasperation. Just put on the desk over there, Su Muqin replied, reclining on the bed, engrossed in a comic book with a bottle of beer resting on the bedside table. All right, Lu Hang acquiesced, placing the book on the small desk. A glance caught his eye, revealing a large red invitation card tucked away in the corner. Given what he knew, it must be the wedding invitation for Lin Jun and Chen Sisi. I didn't expect Mu Jie to leave it here untouched. Lu Hang sighed helplessly, but said nothing further, ready to leave after setting down the book. Lu Hang, do you think I should attend their wedding? Su Muqin suddenly asked, her voice soft as she remained fixated on the comic. Lu Hang discerned a hint of sadness in her tone, though she attempted to conceal it. The slight tremor in her arm betrayed her anxiety. Mu Jie, do you truly desire my honest opinion? Lu Hang queried, pulling a chair to sit beside her. Yes, please. Go ahead. Su Muqin nodded gravely, yet her gaze remained glued to the comic. I believe you should not go, Lu Hang stated emphatically. Why not? Su Muqin's voice quivered slightly. Because they are not worth your presence. Some may think attending an XS wedding signifies moving on, but in reality, it reflects an inability to let go. If you have truly moved on, he should occupy no space in your heart, becoming nothing more than a memory, an absolute stranger. Would you attend a stranger's wedding, especially when it entails giving a monetary gift? Lu Hang shook his head, adopting an air of emotional wisdom. Wow, I didn't expect you to possess such insight at your young age, Su Muqin remarked, a hint of appreciation mingled with an almost imperceptible sadness in her tone. Of course, Lu Hang deeply li. Have you ever contemplated what your future wedding might be like? Su Muqin curiously asked, turning her head. Mujia, what are you saying? I don't even have a girlfriend at the moment. How could I possibly think that far ahead? Lu Hang shook his head in exasperation, adopting a mature demeanor. For some reason, upon hearing Su Muqin's question, his mind immediately conjured an image of Ye Qingling, envisioning her in a wedding dress. She was undeniably the female companion he had interacted with the most throughout his life. Honestly, let things unfold naturally. Who can predict such matters? He quickly dismissed those errant thoughts. Quite profound. If one didn't know better, they might think you have vast romantic experience. Su Muqin teased, chuckling at the comic. Lu Hang grinned slyly, turning his attention back to Su Muqin. Mujia, since I've offered you such significant advice, shouldn't you show a little gratitude? He rubbed his fingers together in front of her. You're trying to squeeze money out of me for such a trivial matter? Absolutely not. No money, no life. Su Muqin retorted, coveting hervalit protective. Who said anything about money? I just want you to share the method for creating this trap with me, and perhaps lend me that iron plate. Lu Hang pointed at the trap hanging on the door, wearing a mischievous grin. Su Muqin instantly perked up, sitting upright on the bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You truly want to learn? Lu Hang nodded, stili. Ha ha ha. I never imagined my teachings would carry on through you. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. Su Muqin exclaimed, her voice filled with emotion, as if she might shed tears. Is it really that significant? Lu Hang raised an eyebrow, bemused. Listen well, today, I shall personally take you as my disciple, and you must ensure that my sect's ultimate skills are carried forward. Su Muqin statit solemnly. Wait, disciple? Does that mean I have a senior brother? Lu Hang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Su Muqin. Unfortunately no, but having me as your master is sufficient. Yes, indeed. Su Muqin nadidernistli. Doesn't that mean I'm your first disciple? You made it sound so grand, and now I'm quite thrilled, Lu Hang remarked, rolling his eyes playfully. Well, it can't be helped. I tried teaching Su Ro and the others, but none would pay me any heed. Su Muqin pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. But, since you're willing to learn today, let us begin, she declared eagerly. Oh, splendid. Lu Hang nodded, settling onto the chair, embarking on a lengthy journey of learning. Su Muqin imparted not only this trap, but also numerous lifelong skills to Lu Hang. Have you understood? Our sect emphasizes practical application and adaptability. Do you remember? Su Muqin queried, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Lu Hang with an enigmatic expression. I shall not disgrace my master's name, Lu Hang replied, saluting her with a playful grin. Then mischievously pulled on a lever. Bang! Two enormous gongs clashed beside Su Muqin's ears, producing a thunderous sound, set up while she was distracted. Lu Hang, are you trying to scare me to death? Su Muqin shrieked, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Thank you for your teachings, master. Lu Hang chuckled wickedly before darting away. Truly, teaching a disciple has led to the master's demise. Su Muqin grumbled, fixing her hair in irritation. Bang! Are you trying to kill me? The door suddenly swung open, crashing against the wall with a loud noise, startling Su Muqin into jumping up. Master, I shall take a day off on Saturday, as my parents will come to visit. Lu Hang bowed his head respectfully. Oh, I understand. Considering you are my esteemed disciple, I grant you permission. Su Muqin proclaimed proudly. Thank you, master, Lu Hang exclaimed, picking up the large iron plate before dashing away. In the afternoon, When Lu Hang returned home from work, he stealthily unlocked the door with his key, cautiously pushing it open to avoid making a sound. He meticulously set up the trap, and then called Ye Qingling. Ye Qingling, hurry and open the door. I forgot my keys. Oh dear, how can one forget their keys? I'm coming. With the sound of footsteps approaching, the door was swung open by Ye Qingling. Lu Zhu, how could you forget your keys? Clang. A large iron plate suddenly fell from above, striking Ye Qingling's head with a resounding crash. Chapter 63. Carry. Carry me, ha ha ha. Lu Hang doubled over with laughter, almost collapsing onto the floor. Lu, pig, head, you have sealed your fate, Ye Qingling declared, eyes closed and fists clenched, before lunging onto Lu Hang. Her fists descended upon him like a torrential downpour, albeit with little force. Ha ha, stop hitting. Ha, it tickles. Lu Hang chuckled while dodging, but the narrow corridor forced him against the wall. With a swift motion, Ye Qingling placed her hands on either side of Lu Hang's head, executing a wall slam. Lu Pig Head, tell me, how do you wish to die? Ye Qingling said through gritted teeth. I don't want to die. Huffed. Ha ha ha. Lu Hang struggled to contain his laughter, but ultimately burst forth, inadvertently spraying Ye Qingling's face. You are utterly insufferable. With a swift motion, Ye Qingling locked Lu Hang's throat while her other hand mercilessly poked at his sides. Ha ha, stop tickling. Ha ha, stop tickling. Ha ha ha. Lu Hang writhed and rolled, desperate to escape her grasp, feeling as if his sides might be hollowed out. You ha ha. If you keep moving ha ha, I'll retaliate ha ha I will. Lu Hang sequim, laughing while issuing his threat. Very well. I shall observe how you retaliate. Ye Qingling taunted, unaware that her own smile had stretched from ear to ear. This was a moment to seize the advantage over Lu Hang. Ha ha, you said it. Suddenly, Lu Hang threatened, and in an instant, he swept Ye Qingling onto his back, his hands grasping her thighs. Startled, she gasped but wrapped her arms around his neck, her weight pressing down on him. Duong Lu Hang felt two soft mounds enveloping his head. Oh, what are this lovely couple doing? Aunt Wong, who had just exited the elevator, caught sight of the scene and couldn't suppress a knowing smile. Aunt Wong, you misunderstood. We are not a couple. Lu Hang's face turned crimson upon seeing Aunt Wong, wishing he could sink into the floor, and promptly set Ye Qingling down. Yet, her arms remained around his neck, her face buried in his back, concealing her own blush from view. I understand, Aunt Wong feigned innocence, covering her mouth as she chuckled. No, Aunt Wong, we really aren't in the relationship you think. Lu Hang hastily waved his hands in protest. Oh, I can understand the shyness of youth. Don't worry. Auntie is just passing by. You two continue with that. Aunt Wong turned and stepped into the adjacent room. Oh no, why do I feel like the more I explain, the messier it gets? Lu Hang covered his forehead in exasperation. Lu Hang, shall we go inside? Ye Qingling murmured, her face still buried in his back, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, let us go. Lu Hang lifted his foot to leave, but was abruptly pulled back by Ye Qingling. Carry me. Ye Qingling lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, speaking softly. Huh, you want me to carry you for just a few steps? Lu Hang's expression was one of disbelief. Ye Qingling did not respond further, merely nodding slightly. Oh, very well, my lady. After a moment of silence, Lu Hang sighed in resignation and turned to squat down. Ye Qingling looked up and saw Lu Hang poised to lift her. She giggled, leaping onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hold on tight. I'm lifting you, Lu Hang warned as he stood up, supporting her weight. Wow, why are you so heavy? Lu Hang couldn't help but comment. Lu, pig, head. Ye Qingling growled, her voice brimming with indignation as she feigned another attempt to lock his neck. Hey, I was wrong. You're not heavy at all. Not even a bit. Lu Hang quickly pleaded, fearing the return of that awkward scene. You're fortunate it's not heavy. I'm glad you can carry me, Ye Qingling huffed, resting her head on Lu Hang's shoulder, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. What did you say? Lu Hang didn't catch the latter part of her sentence, but felt a breeze tickle his ears. Nothing. Just a few steps. Hurry up. Ye Qingling playfully nudged his shoulder, urging him on. You know it's just a few steps, yet you still want me to carry you. Lu Hang replied, his face contorted in disdain. I want you to carry me. I just want you to carry me. Ye Qingling, having failed to find a proper excuse, stubbornly declared her wish. I'm done pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. Hey, now you can't even be bothered to come up with an excuse. Can you? Lu Heng shot her a sidelong glance. Ye Qingling offered no reply, tightening her grip around him, a sweet smile unconsciously gracing her lips. I'm so tired. Suddenly, Lu Heng, with Ye Qingling still in tow, flopped onto the sofa, startling her. Lu Pighead, you should have warned me before lying down. You scare me to death. Ye Qingling lightly scolded him, though her body remained atop his. You dare to say that? Get off me, Lu Heng muttered, looking down. Ye Qingling, however, ignored his complaint, absorbed in her phone, her grip around Lu Heng's waist tightening. A cough. What are you doing? Get down. Lu Heng felt a sharp pinch to his sides, and promptly flipped, sending Ye Qingling tumbling off him. Yet in that motion, she ended up nestled in his embrace. You think you can escape, little Lucy? Ye Qingling smirked, ensnaring Lu Heng with her legs. I warn you, if you don't let go, I'll only cook water and broccoli tonight. Lu Heng threatened through gritted teeth. Petit-mon, Ye Qingling, with no other recourse, could only begrudgingly release her hold on Lu Heng. This tactic works best on you. Lu Heng stood by the sofa, a sly smile on his face, reveling in the sight of Ye Qingling's flustered yet helpless expression, feeling a surge of joy. Chapter 64. Oh, you are truly pretentious at 10 o'clock at night. As Lu Heng approached the doorway of his room, he noticed Ye Qingling stealthily trailing behind him. What are you up to, sneaking around? Lu Heng inquired with a frown that he could not suppress. It's nothing. I just wanted to take a peek inside, huh? Ye Qingling turned her head away, her fingers fidgeting as she spoke hesitantly. Oh, absolutely not. Bang. Without hesitation, Lu Heng firmly shut the door, leaving Ye Qingling standing alone, disheveled in the wind. Lu Zhutu, open the door. You must let me in. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Qingling continued to pound on Lu Heng's door. Give up on that thought. There is no way I'm letting you sleep in my room tonight. Lu Heng's resolute voice echoed through the door, reaching Ye Qingling's ears. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, and a wave of indignation surged within her. Fine if you won't. Then you won't. You're really putting on a show. Actually, I didn't really want to sleep in your room anyway. Just kidding. You wouldn't think I was serious, would you? Ha, that's too funny. You really thought I wanted to sleep in your room. Ye Qingling stood by the door, tilting her head and blushing as she rambled on. A minute later, knock. The door to Lu Heng's room was rapped upon. Creak. Lu Heng slowly opened the door to find Ye Qingling standing at the threshold, clutching a pillow. What is it? Lu Heng asked, digging in his ear with a bland expression. So, you're really not going to let me in? Ye Qingling inquired with wide eyes, her face pleading. Not a chance. Lu Heng feigned closing the door, but Ye Qingling swiftly stopped him. Please, just let me sleep in your room, okay? I still haven't processed yesterday's movie. I'm really scared. Ye Qingling shook the pillow up and down, her face reflecting genuine fear. Do you think I believe you? Lu Heng scoffed, questioning her sincerity. Then he added otherwise. You'll end up clinging to me again tonight, and I'll be roasted. Don't worry. I promise I won't cling to you tonight. Ye Qingling insisted, slightly stamping her foot in desperation. Once you let me in, it will be a different story. No way. Lu Heng remained steadfast in his refusal. Then how can I sleep in your room? Ye Qingling bit her lip, demanding an answer. Not happening, no matter what. With that, Lu Heng pushed Ye Qingling back to her own room. Bang! The door was promptly shut behind him. Ye Qingling stood dazed behind her door, seemingly pondering the events that had just transpired. Damned Lu Zhutu. Once she regained her composure, Ye Qingling cursed at the door with gritted teeth. Just you wait. You will pay for this later. With that thought, she vented her frustration by pounding on the pillow in her arms. As the night deepened, the city gradually fell silent. Yet Ye Qingling's heart remained restless. It was already 1 a.m, but she tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. How annoying, she muttered under her breath, frustration and irritation lacing her tone. There's no trace of Lu Zhudo's scent. I simply cannot sleep. Ye Qingling rolled about on her bed, her mood growing increasingly agitated. She tightly clutched the clothes she had stealthily taken from Lu Heng's room, burying her face in them, greedily inhaling the lingering fragrance. However, it was far from sufficient to quench her longing for Lu Hang. Not enough, utterly insufficient. Ye Qingling angrily tossed aside Lu Hang's clothes, her heart brimming with discontent. Reflecting on the previous night, it had been the most comfortable sleep she had ever experienced, enveloped by Lu Hang's scent and warmed by his presence, which had given her an unparalleled sense of security. Now, that feeling had abruptly vanished, leaving her anxious and unable to sleep. Damn you, Lu Zhutu! Ye Qingling angrily pounded the pillow, expressing her inner turmoil. Just you wait. Once I have you, I will deal with you harshly. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Ye Qingling opened her phone, pulled up a photo of Lu Hang, and placed it on her pillow, striking it repeatedly as if to release her pent-up emotions. Her feet restlessly kicked against the bed. However, gazing at Lu Hang's image, her heart softened, and she looked at him fondly, slowly leaning down. She pressed her lips against the picture of Lu Hang. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Cold and unyielding, it was nothing like the warmth of yesterday's kiss with Lu Hang. Ye Qingling complained, yet she couldn't help but reminisce about the sensation of kissing him. Soft, warm, and utterly irresistible. Thoughts of yesterday's kiss made her break into a silly grin, and she unconsciously nibbled on her fingers. Ugh, so annoying, so annoying. I can't sleep. It's all Lu Zhutu's fault. Ye Qingling fumed, tossing and turning on her bed, her heels unconsciously tapping against the mattress. Suddenly, a bold idea struck her. She couldn't help but giggle, a bit of drool escaping her mouth. If you want to let me come in, then I will just go in anyway. I will sneak in tonight. Ye Qingling declared, hands on her hips, her expression proud. Action speaks louder than words. With this resolution, Ye Qingling stealthily embraced her pillow and cautiously opened her door, scanning the surroundings. After confirming that all was quiet, she smirked mischievously. Little Lu, just obediently let me keep you company. With excitement, Ye Qingling eagerly grasped the doorknob to Lu Hang's room. Krika! Ye Qingling froze in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. The doorknob turned, yet the door showed no sign of opening. Doubting her luck, she pushed against it, but the door remained steadfast. Damned Lu Zhutu actually dared to lock the door. Ye Qingling muttered angrily, cradling her head. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her grip tightening on the doorknob as she twisted it faster. Damn Lu Zhutu! Ye Qingling snarled through clenched teeth, clutching her pillow, but the door remained unyielding, prompting her to return to her own room in frustration. She collapsed on her bed in a starfish position, staring blankly at the ceiling. That cursed lock. One day, I will dismantle every lock in this house. Every single one. Ye Qingling vowed, her fist clenched with determination. Chapter 65. You didn't go steal chickens last night, did you? Early the next morning, Lu Hang pushed open the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stepped out of his room. Bang! Oh no! The two collided once again, but fortunately this time it was not a chin collision. Instead, Ye Qingling bumped into his chest. She appeared haggard, leaning against him with her eyes still bleary. Lu Hang gently pushed her away, noticing that she was swaying unsteadily. He quickly supported her, only to discover the prominent dark circles under her eyes. Goodness, how did you get those dark circles? Lu Hang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ye Qingling slightly raised her gaze to confront the source of her woes. If it weren't for you, I might have actually slept last night. You kept me awake until 3 in the morning. Although she admitted to engaging in some other activities, she firmly placed most of the blame on him. You pig-headed Lu. I could barely keep my eyes open before I managed to steal a few moments of sleep. She was baffled by her predicament. She had been perfectly fine before sharing a bed with Lu Hang. Now, she found herself utterly reliant on his presence for slumber. Yet, she resignedly muttered, "It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night," as she prepared to brush her teeth and freshen up. You should take a little more time to sleep, Lu Hang suggested with concern. No, that's unnecessary. I can't sleep anyway, Ye Qingling replied, stifling a tremendous yawn. Soon, they finished their morning routines, with Lu Hang busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling leaned against the sofa, battling drowsiness, alternating between moments of wakefulness and sleepiness. Aledikt, Ye Qingling. Come and eat breakfast. Ah, oh, okay, coming, she mumbled, standing up from the sofa and groggily seating herself at the dining table. Are you really okay? Lu Hang couldn't help but worry, reaching out to touch her forehead. Finding no fever, he deduced that she simply hadn't rested well. You didn't actually go steal chickens last night, did you? Lu Hang inquired skeptically. It's you who went to steal chickens, Ye Qingling retorted, her spirit lifting slightly as she responded through gritted teeth. Honestly, after breakfast, you should hurry back to sleep. Lu Hang sighed, exasperated. I understand, she replied mid-bite. Given her inability to sleep in her own room, she planned to sneak into Lu Hang's room for a nap once he left for work. I'm such a genius. When Lu Hang returned from cleaning the dishes, he found Ye Qingling nearly dozing off at the table. Oh, he sighed in resignation and lifted her into his arms. This little girl, what on earth did she do last night? Surely she didn't go steal chickens? He pondered, observing her fatigued expression. Lu Hang, why are you carrying me? Ye Qingling awoke abruptly from the sudden sensation of weightlessness, and as she opened her eyes, she found herself in his embrace. Look at you, so exhausted. I'm taking you back to your room so you can catch up on sleep, Lu Hang urged as he walked. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck and nestled closer. Lu Hang et sen. The comforting aroma overwhelmed her senses, and she succumbed to drowsiness, closing her eyes in bliss. Even as he placed her on the bed, she remained in a dazed state. All right, I'm off to work. Sleep well. And remember to call me if anything comes up, Lu Hang reminded her with genuine concern. Ye Qingling squinted at him, nodding sleepily. The movement caused a strand of hair to fall across her eyes, no matter how much she tried to blow it away. Noticing this, Lu Hang approached and gently tucked the errant hair behind her ear, lightly brushing her forehead. Seeing that she had no fever, his heart eased a little. Remember, if anything happens, call me immediately. I'll come back any time, he gently admonished. I know, Ye Qingling murmured, her eyes still half closed. With that, Lu Hang slowly exited, closing the door gently behind him. The room was once again enveloped in darkness, and with the familiar scent returning, Ye Qingling's sleepiness resurfaced, and she soon drifted off. Beep beep. Lu Hang swiftly silenced his phone in the living room, fearing it might disturb Ye Qingling. Checking the time, he realized it was already 9:30, time to head to work. Moreover, with his parents and Ye's uncle and aunt visiting tomorrow, he needed to buy more groceries after work. Thus, Lu Hang put on his shoes and left for work, restoring tranquility to the home. The midday sky was a brilliant sapphire, cloudless and illuminated by a scorching sun. Ye Qingling gradually awakened from her slumber, rubbing her eyes and slowly opening them. Recognizing the familiar decor and layout, she confirmed she was in her own room. Stretching and yawning, she glanced at her phone on the bedside table. It was already 12:30. I can't believe I slept for so long, over 2.5 hours. She marveled. Not enough. She still wanted to sleep. With that thought, Ye Qingling mischievously stepped out of her room. Not spotting Lu Hang anywhere, she excitedly flung open his bedroom door and leaped onto his bed. Sniff. Sniff familiar scent. She buried her head in his blankets, letting out a muffled sound of satisfaction. Beep. A message notification suddenly chimed from her phone. Opening it, she saw a message from Lu Hang, whom she had saved in her contacts as Pighead. Lu Pig, are you awake? Ye Qingling, yes. Just woke up. Lu Pig, you don't feel unwell, do you? If you do, let me know right away, okay? Reading this, Ye Qingling felt a sweet warmth in her heart, akin to the smooth indulgence of Dove chocolate. Ye Qingling, I feel fine. If anything comes up, I'll tell you. Lu Pig, good. You haven't eaten yet, right? Ye Qingling, just woke up. Haven't eaten yet. Lu Pig, I knew it. I ordered takeout for you. It's waiting by the door for you to pick up. Ye Qingling, really? Lu Pig, go check and see for yourself. Chapter 66. How are you sleeping in my room? Ye Qingling, brimming with excitement, rushed out of Lu Hang's room and swung open the front door. There, dangling from the doorknob, was a delivery neatly packaged in an insulated bag. With great anticipation, she eagerly retrieved it and settled at the dining table, pulling out her phone to capture the moment and send a photo to Lu Hang. Ye Qingling, photo. Ye Qingling, you're so sweet. Hang hang. Lu Piggy, am I sweet? This is your favorite beef rice bowl, you know? Mysterious smile. Upon opening the package. Wow, it really is you. Beef rice bowl. She quickly replied to Lu Hang. Ye Qingling. Hang hang, to repay you, I've decided to sleep in your room tonight. Lu Piggy, oh no. Don't. You're repaying kindness with malice. Displeased image. Ye Qingling. Lu. Pig. Head. Angry pig image. Lu Piggy. Well, if you want to express your gratitude. Lu Hang left a string of ellipses, igniting Ye Qingling's curiosity. What could it be? It couldn't be. That could it? He. Hang hang. We. Aren't that quick yet? Hey hey. Ah, how annoying. Ye Qingling's face flushed as she indulged in her fantasies. Ding. The notification sound interrupted her daydream, and she quickly glanced up. Lu Piggy, the beef rice bowl is 20 yuan, plus 5 yuan for my labor. That makes it 25 in total. Not an unreasonable request, right? Bang. Ye Qingling's daydream shattered like glass, replaced by a surge of fury. Ye Qingling, 25 yuan red envelope. Ye Qingling, I'll leave this 25 yuan here. Let us see if you dare to take it. Lu Hang, red envelope claimed. Almost immediately after Ye Qingling's threat, Lu Hang accepted the money. Lu Piggy, thank you, boss. You're so generous. Ye Qingling, die. Ye Qingling, just wait for tonight. Lu Piggy, Ye Qingling, you're still laughing? Just wait for tonight. Lu Piggy, all right, don't be angry. How about I buy you pudding when I get back this afternoon? Ye Qingling, pudding? Really? Eyes sparkling image. Lu Piggy, yes. Ye Qingling, heh. Since you're so sincere, I'll forgive you. Lu Piggy, well, I have to get back to work. Talk later. Ye Qingling, okay. I'll be waiting for your return. Ye Qingling gazed at the chat history on her phone, feeling elated. Lu Piggy really cares about me. She flipped through the messages while enjoying her meal. The sight of the beef rice bowl made her savor every bite, and soon she had finished it, even feeling she could indulge in another 2 bowls. After tidying up the takeout box and trash, Ye Qingling returned to Lu Hang's room. Once again, she dove onto the bed, closed the curtains, and turned on the air conditioning, taking out tissues. Ahem, sorry, it's a habit. Wrapping herself in the blanket imbued with Lu Hang's scent, she drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The sunlight at 4 in the afternoon remained bright and warm, streaming through the window and casting golden patches on the floor. The low angle of the sun elongated shadows, creating a unique ambience. The sky was a clear blue, devoid of clouds, with the occasional bird flitting by, adding life and vitality to the scene. Lu Hang, please organize these books. Once done, you can leave work early. No need to wait until 4, Su Muqin said, placing several stacks of books in front of Lu Hang. Okay. Lu Hang nodded in agreement and began to organize the books. Lu Hang, did you get to test the trap I taught you yesterday? Su Muqin inquired curiously, raising an eyebrow. Of course. You should see who your top disciple is. I scared her so much she jumped. Lu Hang proudly looked at Su Muqin. Though he had faced a beating afterward, the trap had been remarkably successful. Very good. No wonder you're my top disciple. The Su family legacy continues. Su Muqin praised, patting Lu Hang's shoulder with satisfaction. All right, Sister Mu, I'll get back to organizing the books. Okay. With that, Su Muqin left, and Lu Hang resumed his task. Few finally done, Lu Hang wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and checked the time on his phone. 3:20 p.m. Off work. Lu Hang bounced out of the bookstore. Oh, wait. I need to buy 2 puddings from the dessert shop. Lu Hang turned around, skipping back into a dessert shop. Boss, how much is 1 pudding? Lu Hang inquired, pointing at a small jar of pudding. This small pudding is 10 yuan each. The larger one is 15 yuan. The boss explained with a professional smile. Lu Hang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If I buy 2 small ones, that's 20 yuan, leaving me with a 5 yuan profit. But if I buy 1 big and 1 small, I won't have any profit at all. Why hesitate? Lu Hang snapped his fingers in realization. Yes, this is a business opportunity. Boss, I'll take 1 big and 1 small. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Hang spoke to the boss. Forget it. I'll buy the big pudding for Ye Qingling. She loves sweet treats. I'll just get a small one for myself since I'm not that fond of sweets. All right, 1 large and 1 small. That LLB 25 yuan. Beep. Payment completed, boss. Thank you and welcome back. Lu Hang left with one large and one small pudding, heading home. Ye Qingling, do you know what I've sacrificed for you? That S5 yuan. It's the seed capital for earning millions. The evening sunlight stretched his shadow long. Bang! I'm back. Lu Hang intended to surprise Ye Qingling by bursting through the door, but he found her absence unsettling. Hey, where'd she go? Lu Hang scratched his head in confusion. She must have gone out to buy something. I'll just put the puddings in the fridge for now, he decided, heading to the kitchen to store them. After waiting on the sofa for a while without seeing Ye Qingling, Lu Hang wondered aloud, is she still sleeping? With a mischievous grin, he approached Ye Qingling's bedroom door. Bang! I'm back. No response. How strange, where is she? Lu Hang scratched his head, puzzled. He then opened his own bedroom door and was taken aback. Ye demon, why are you sleeping in my room? P.S. Today's update is right on time. Please encourage more updates and free gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 67. Let us swap pillows. Ye Qingling abruptly awakened in her bed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lu Hang. Lu Hang, she stammered in astonishment. Ye Qingling, I'm asking you a question. How did you end up in my room? Lu Hang interrogated through gritted teeth, his gaze revealing a hint of anger and confusion. I can. You. Explain, will you believe me? Ye Qingling sat upright on the bed, turning her head to the side, unable to meet Lu Hang's penetrating gaze. Her fingers fidgeted nervously, and her words tumbled out in a disordered rush. Let us hear your explanation. Lu Hang leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a dismissive eyebrow raised, clearly not expecting much from a response. It's just, well, you see, it's not necessarily, that we should just say, There's a reason for this. Ye Qingling shifted her position, kneeling on the bed, her thoughts swirling chaotically, making it difficult for her to articulate a coherent response. Stop. Just stop. Lu Hang could no longer contain himself. He pressed one finger against his palm in a gesture for silence, exasperatedly stating, What are you even saying? I can't understand a word. All I hear is your awkward laughter. Maybe it's because I was half asleep when I got up to use the bathroom and accidentally wandered into your room. Ye Qingling hurriedly explained, her voice growing softer, clearly lacking confidence. Do you honestly think I'll believe that? Lu Hang scoffed. What? What do I have to say for you to believe me? Ye Qingling pouted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Are you really asking me to come up with a reason for you? Lu Hang bent over, astonished. I have never encountered someone so shameless. All right, I'll ask you 2 questions. Go ahead. First, did you fall asleep in my room and get caught in the act? Ye Qingling fell silent for a moment, reluctantly nodding. Second, did you enter my room without my permission? Isn't that enough? You've already breached the cohabitation agreement, and according to its terms, you'll be responsible for all the household chores until school starts. Lu Hang said seriously, nodding with utmost gravity. TCH, petty man. Ye Qingling muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. Did you hear that? Lu Hang leaned closer, gently patting her head. All right, I got it. Ye Qingling replied, puffing up in annoyance. Now I have a question for you. You just slept and didn't touch anything else, right? Lu Hang asked with a stern expression. I shouldn't have, right? Ye Qingling stammered, her unease evident. She had indeed rummaged through Lu Hang's belongings, but had restored everything. So surely he wouldn't notice. What? You touched my things. Lu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ye Qingling as if trying to see through her very soul. Why you? How did you know I touched your things? You can't make baseless accusations without evidence. She protested nervously. Your stammering gave you away. I could tell you had ulterior motives. Lu Hang retorted, his frustration mounting, though he had no proof to accuse her. Get out. I'll find the evidence in my room, and then you'll know you were wrong. Lu Hang pointed towards the door, his body blocking her escape, exuding an air of authority. Oh, I'll leave then. Ye Qingling exclaimed, clutching Lu Hang's pillow as she attempted to sneak out, only to be caught by the collar. What do you think you're doing? That's my pillow. Lu Hang narrowed his eyes dangerously at her. Gulp. Ye Qingling nervously swallowed, yet she held on to the pillow with determination. Put it down. Lu Hang insisted sternly, sensing an ominous feeling creeping in. The answer lies within this pillow. Come on, don't. Lu Hang, I'll bring my pillow from my room to exchange. Ye Qingling suggested, attempting to escape. But Lu Hang swiftly grasped the pillow from her arms. Hey, you pig-headed fool, there's nothing special about this pillow. Just give it to me. No, absolutely not. You must have done something strange. I need to check. Stop. Let go. No way. Give it to me. The two engage in a tug-of-war over the pillow, neither willing to relent. Ultimately, Lu Hang managed to reclaim it, his strength proving superior. Lu Hang, please, don't look. Ye Qingling attempted to lunge for the pillow again. However, Lu Hang deftly sidestepped her attempt, flipping the pillow over, and upon seeing its state, he froze in shock. Ye Qingling, why is it so wet? Lu Hang enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Haha, I can explain. Ye Qingling's fingers fidgeted nervously, her heart racing, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Hang lowered his gaze, bringing the pillow closer to inspect the moisture, his expression contorting in disgust. Ye Qingling, explain to me why this pillow is soaked with drool. Lu Hang's mild obsession with cleanliness was thoroughly tested, and his voice carried a trace of anger. I'm sorry. Lu Hang, I was wrong. I promise I won't drool again. Ye Qingling hurriedly apologized, her anxiety palpable. Seeing her remorse, Lu Hang's mood lightened slightly, though the anger still simmered within him. You, bring your pillow over. We'll swap, Lu Hang commanded, speaking each word with conviction. First, he could not bear the thought of sleeping on a drool-soaked pillow. Second, he aimed to give Ye Qingling a chance to save face. He believed this plan would seamlessly convey the consequences of her actions while sparing himself from the dreadful pillow. Chapter 68. Open wide, and I shall feed you a bite. Indeed, Ye Qingling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This reaction took Lu Hang completely by surprise, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Why do I feel like you are even more thrilled? He stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, let's switch right now. I'll fetch it for you, Ye Qingling declared, rushing to her room to retrieve her pillow. By the time Lu Hang was handed Ye Qingling's pillow, he was still in a daze. All right, the pillow exchange is complete. You must not go back on your word, Ye Qingling warned, clutching Lu Hang's pillow tightly. I really, fine, let us leave it at that, Lu Hang said, incredulously squeezing the pillow in his hands before letting out a resigned sigh. He had acquiesced. Something about this scenario felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Ye Qingling's reaction perplexed him, giving him the strange illusion that a punishment had morphed into a reward. Ye Qingling chided, swiftly placing the pillow in her room before returning to Lu Hang, standing before him expectantly, awaiting his reprimand. However, she appeared quite obedient, smiling sweetly as she stood there. You. Lu Hang stuttered, his thoughts jumbled. Forget it. There's nothing to say. I have nothing to hide in my room. He waved his hand dismissively. So you forgive me then, Ye Qingling exclaimed, excitedly hugging Lu Hang's arm, her face alight with joy. I even bought you pudding, Lu Hang replied stubbornly, turning his head away. Yay, you've forgiven me. Hang, you are so wonderful, Ye Qingling chided, recognizing from Lu Hang's reluctant expression that he was no longer angry. Do not get too carried away. You are responsible for all the chores until school starts, Lu Hang warned, observing her exuberance with a mix of irritation and resignation. Okay, I got it. Let us hurry and eat the pudding, Ye Qingling said, pulling Lu Hang out of the room. I still feel something is off, Lu Hang murmured, scratching his head softly. Oh, it's nothing. You were probably just too angry earlier. Come, let us eat some pudding and calm down, Ye Qingling said, bouncing into the living room. I put the pudding in the fridge. You go get it, Lu Hang said, scratching his head at Ye Qingling. All right. Piggy's pillow. I can't believe I got it, Ye Qingling thought to herself, feeling fortunate despite the circumstances. Hey, Piggy, why did you buy one big and one small? Ye Qingling asked, bending down to retrieve 2 puddings, one large and one small, from the fridge. Oh, you eat the big one, I'll have the small one. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, so a small one will suffice, Lu Hang replied, seated on the couch, engrossed in his phone. Pudding my favorite, Ye Qingling exclaimed, hopping to sit beside Lu Hang with a spoon. She opened the lid and took a spoonful, savoring it. Delicious, she said, resting her head on her hand, her eyes squinting in pleasure. Lu Hang also opened his smaller pudding and took a spoonful. Not bad. Sweet, he remarked as he enjoyed it. Piggy, let me taste yours. What is the flavor like? Ye Qingling gazed eagerly at Lu Hang's pudding. No, she meant the spoon. Huh, but the flavors are the same, right? Lu Hang asked, puzzled. Ah, perhaps the smaller one has a more concentrated sweetness. Hurry, let me have a bite. Ye Qingling said, opening her mouth wide and pointing at herself. Well, fine then, Lu Hang conceded, initially wanting to tell her to use her own spoon, but seeing her open mouth, he relented. He scooped a generous spoonful of pudding and fed it to Ye Qingling. Nom. Ye Qingling swallowed it eagerly, licking the spoon afterward. What do you think? Is there a difference? Lu Hang inquired. Yes. It's much sweeter. Piggy, you must open wide so I can feed you a bite. Ye Qingling said, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. I'll pass. I'm not really into sweets. Lu Hang declined, waving his hand. No way. You must try a bite of mine. I tasted yours, or I'll feel unbalanced. Ye Qingling insisted. Her de manor serios, though her heart raced with excitement. Fine. Lu Hang agreed, seeing her determination, and prepared to use his own spoon. Clang! Ye Qingling blocked Lu Hang's spoon with her own, the two spoons clinking softly. They taste different. We cannot mix spoons. So let me feed you, Ye Qingling declared, feigning seriousness, leaving Lu Hang momentarily stunned. All right then. Lu Hang opened his mouth. With a blush, Ye Qingling scooped a generous spoonful and fed it to Lu Hang. As expected of me. My training has been remarkably successful. She giggled. How is it? Tasty? Well, it's similar. Lu Hang replied calmly, tilting his head. It's probably because you don't like sweets, so you can't tell. Ye Qingling explained, a hint of nervousness in her voice while maintaining a relaxed facade. That must be it. Lu Hang nodded in agreement. Ye Qingling fell silent, quietly enjoying her pudding. However, Lu Hang noticed that each time she finished a bite, she would always lick the spoon. Is it really that delicious? Lu Hang wondered, soon mimicking her actions, licking his spoon after each bite. But it tastes the same. It seems my lack of a sweet tooth is indeed the reason. Lu Hang pondered, then said, I'll let you have the rest of this pudding. Really? Ye Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Lu Hang. Yes. Lu Hang nodded slightly, pushing the pudding towards her. To be honest, he truly did not enjoy sweets, and he had only bought it to try. He was now relieved he had purchased 2 large ones, as he could hardly finish one. Chapter 69. Then sleep with me. Huh. Ye Qingling chuckled joyfully, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly snatched the half-eaten pudding from Lu Hang. By the way, you need to change the pillowcase. It's covered in saliva, Lu Hang remarked with a disgusted expression. Ye Qingling savored the pudding, completely ignoring Lu Hang, though she nodded absently. Let me change it for you. Lu Hang sighed helplessly and walked to the balcony to retrieve the pillowcase that Ye Qingling had previously used. Speaking of which, how can someone your age still drool? Thankfully, when you slept beside me that night, it didn't get on me. The thought sent a shiver down Lu Hang's spine, and he rubbed his arms in discomfort. That's an interesting question. Perhaps next time it will end up on you? Ye Qingling shot him a mischievous grin, licking the remnants of pudding from the corner of her mouth. Oh no. Lu Hang instinctively took a step back, looking at Ye Qingling with distaste. You want next time? No way. Little Lu, that is not up to you. Ye Qingling, holding the pudding, slowly stood and approached Lu Hang with a wicked smile. What? What do you intend to do? Gulp. Lu Hang suddenly felt an ominous premonition, fearfully swallowing as he leaned back, extending his hands to block her. Ye Qingling grinned, then dashed towards Lu Hang's room. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut startled Lu Hang, who processed what just happened. Hey, Ye Demon, where are you up to? Lu Hang shouted through clenched teeth, hastening towards his room's door. Click! The door opened, and thankfully, Ye Qingling had locked it, allowing Lu Hang's heart to ease slightly. He saw Ye Qingling sprawled on his bed, eating while scrolling through her phone. Ye, demon, why are you in my room? Lu Hang enunciated each word with frustration. Can't you see? I'm here to play in your room. Ye Qingling replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at him, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Hee. Now that I've been discovered, what do I have to fear? It's just a month of chores. Who cares? In fact, it's better this way, as I can freely come and go from Lu Hang's room. Oomph. Ye Qingling chuckled softly to herself, her face alight with excitement. Huh? What did you say? Dare you repeat that? Lu Hang was bewildered, his mind malfunctioning as he stared at Ye Qingling in disbelief. When did she become so audacious? She completely disregards me. She is so brazen as to enter my room without hesitation. Lu Hang gazed in astonishment at Ye Qingling lying on his bed. You can't do anything about me now. I'll just do a month's worth of chores. Ye Qingling scoffed, taking another bite of pudding. You. I've never encountered such shamelessness. Lu Hang stammered, finally managing to utter the only phrase that came to mind. I'm finished. Ye Qingling looked at her empty pudding cup and murmured, then turned to Lu Hang and slowly said, Pighead, could you fetch the large pudding I left unfinished on a coffee table? Since Lu Hang had handed her the half-eaten pudding earlier, she had finished his. But her own larger one remained untouched. Huh? Do you even hear yourself? Lu Hang was infuriated, wanting to smack Ye Qingling's little behind. This was driving him mad. $5. Ye Qingling, unfazed, held up her hand to indicate $5. Impossible. Absolutely not. Lu Hang stubbornly replied through gritted teeth. Hey, you can't charge me $10 for such a short distance to fetch a pudding. Ye Qingling turned to Lu Hang, pouting in disdain. Ahem. Well, not quite that much. Lu Hang cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. Go on, name your price. $7. $7. No way. That little distance isn't worth $7. $5. That's all I'm offering. Lu Hang bit his lip, deep in thought. You would want to walk away with nothing, would you? Ye Qingling threatened with a mischievous smile. Fine. $5 it is. But you have to transfer it to me first. Lu Hang finally conceded after a moment's contemplation, insisting on preserving a shred of dignity. All right, I've sent it. Ye Qingling tapped her phone screen a few times. Boss, you're generous. May you prosper. Lu Hang quickly accepted the money and dashed to retrieve the remaining pudding for Ye Qingling. He then witnessed Ye Qingling placing the empty cup on the bedside table before resuming her indulgence with the other pudding. Oh dear, my lady, I implore you. Please don't eat on my bed. Lu Hang pleaded earnestly and then pulled Ye Qingling up, seating her in the chair at the desk. But so comfortable lying on the bed. Ye Qingling peut indissatisfaction. Of course, it is. You don't sleep here. If you spill it on the bed, how will I sleep later? Lu Hang covered his forehead in exasperation. Then sleep with me. Ye Qingling proclaimed with righteous conviction. I'd rather sleep on the sofa than with you. Lu Hang gently tugged on Ye Qingling's ear. TCH. Hopeless man. Ye Qingling muttered in annoyance. All right, finish up and head back to the living room. Don't linger in my room. Lu Hang patted Ye Qingling's head, urging her before stepping out of the room. Ye Qingling smiled as she watched Lu Hang's departing figure. Has he accepted my presence in his room? If he accepts me now, will he accept sleeping together next time? It seems that enduring a month of chores might not be so bad after all. After finishing her pudding, Ye Qingling wiped her mouth and dove back on a Lu Hang's bed, rolling around. Hang, yi don snolai hang, so fudagang. Ye Qingling exclaimed excitedly, rolling and talking to herself. Unbeknownst to her, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She quietly locked Lu Hang's door and opened the photo album on her phone to look at his pictures. Chapter 70. It's all thanks to my mother. After dinner and a leisurely bath, the two of them lay languidly on the sofa, engrossed in their phones. By the way, when are Uncle Yi and my parents arriving tomorrow? Lu Hang tilted his head, peering at Ye Qingling over his phone. They said they would arrive around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Ye Qingling replied lazily. Every time I ask my mom, she never gives me a clear answer and always tells me to ask you. I really can't tell whether you're my biological sibling or I am. Lu Hang said indignantly. Regardless, you and I are inseparable, so it's not a problem at all. Ye Qingling said, a hint of crimson rising on her cheeks as she smiled slightly. It seems. It should be Lu Hang felt there was something slightly off about Ye Qingling's words, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. It was just an awkward feeling. Forget it. I'm heading to my room. With that, Lu Hang stood up, preparing to leave. However, upon hearing this, Ye Qingling sprang up and dashed toward Lu Hang's room. Hey! Lu Hang shouted, springing into action and catching her by the back of her shirt just as she was about to turn the doorknob, pulling her back with a swift motion. I warn you, don't think you can sneak into my room when I'm not paying attention. Lu Hang glared fiercely at Ye Qingling, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Oh, come on. Hang. Just let me play for a little while. I promise I'll go back to sleep obediently after. I swear. Ye Qingling raised 4 fingers with a serious expression. Do you think I would still believe you? You'll end up lingering in my room again. Hurry back. Lu Hang, still holding onto the back of her shirt, tossed her in her own room next door. Cheapskate. Ye Qingling exclaimed, flinging herself onto her pillow to vent her frustration. The next morning, oh no, did you sneak out last night again? Lu Hang exclaimed in shock as he looked at Ye Qingling's haggard face. Fortunately, today Ye Qingling didn't look as tired as she had the day before. She had at least managed to sleep, albeit poorly due to the absence of Lu Hang's presence. You're the one who sneaked out, Ye Qingling retorted through gritted teeth, glaring at the culprit before her. Having not slept well for 2 consecutive days, her temper was quite high. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the ground, resembling beautiful patterns painted by nature's brush. In Lu Hang's room, Ye Qingling lay atop Lu Hang's back like a small cat, engrossed in her phone. Hey, don't keep pressing down on me. It's too hot. Lu Hang Qingmei, turning his head to voice his irritation. Really? You're hot, even with the air conditioning on? Ye Qingling replied lazily, her eyes half closed. Are you even aware that it's 36 degrees today? Of course, it's hot with you on top of me. Lu Hang flipped over, tossing Ye Qingling off his back. TCH, you cheapskate. Ye Qingling muttered under her breath, but she remained sprawled on the bed like a lump of dough, refusing to move. Honestly, if you don't cover your belly, the wind will just blow into your belly button. Lu Hang said helplessly, pulling a corner of the blanket to cover her midriff. Ye Qingling smiled sweetly, then lazily snuggled against Lu Hang's thigh, using it as a pillow. Lu Hang, too lazy to engage with her, felt a ticklish sensation from her hair as it brushed against his exposed thigh due to his shorts. They lay comfortably on the bed, each absorbed in their devices. Ding dong, the doorbell rang at the entrance. That must be Uncle Yi and my parents arriving, Lu Hang said, preparing to get up and answer the door. I'll go. Unexpectedly, Ye Qingling sprang up from the bed, pushing him back down before dashing out like a gust of wind, her previous laziness vanishing in an instant. Lu Hang stared in astonishment at Ye Qingling's retreating figure. What got into her? Is she on some kind of high? Ye Qingling excitedly opened the front door, greeting the visitors with a bright smile. Uncle Lu, Aunt Li, hello. She quickly fetched 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them before them. She was being so well-behaved, completely unlike her earlier demeanor, leaving Lu Hang utterly dumbfounded. Good girl, Ling Ling. Li Baining affectionately patted Ye Qingling's head. Ye Qingling similit civitli. Hey, you little rascal. You greet Uncle Lu and Aunt Li, but ignore your own parents, huh? Yibai said, feigning indignation as he lightly tapped Ye Qingling's forehead. Good afternoon, Uncle Yi, Aunt Li. Lu Hang approached to greet Ye Qingling's parents, then retrieved 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet for Yi Jun and Yibai. Little Hang is so considerate. Yibai reached out to pat Lu Hang's head, but was halted by Ye Qingling, who pulled his hand to her own head. Mom, just pat my head, Ye Qingling similit softly. Hey, you little imp. But Yibai still gently ruffled Ye Qingling's hair. Mom and Dad, Uncle Yi, Aunt Li, please come in. Lu Hang gestured for everyone to enter. At that moment, Ye Qingling, as if fueled by enthusiasm, dashed into the kitchen to slice a large bowl of fruit, placing it on the coffee table before the sofa. Uncle Lu, Aunt Li, enjoy the fruit. Ye Qingling eagerly invited them. Haha, Ling Ling, don't be so busy. Take a break, Lu Shi said with a satisfied smile. Uncle Yi, Aunt Li, you should eat too. Lu Hang politely skewered some fruit with toothpicks and offered them to Yi Jun and Yibai. Little Hang, don't fuss about it. Come play chess with me, Yi Jun said, pulling a chess set from one of the bags he brought. Old Yi, count me in. Lu Shi chimed in, and the three men began their game nearby. Ling Ling, are you settling in well here? Li Beining asked, smiling as she enjoyed the fruit. Yes, I'm quite comfortable. Ye Qingling nodded obediently. Little Hang isn't bullying you, is he? Li Beining pressed on. Little Hang would never bully Ling Ling. I think it's Ling Ling who is bullying Little Hang, right? Yi Bai teased with a grin. Only. Just look at her. Ye Qingling pouted as she sat next to Li Beining, leaning against her arm to complain. Hey, you little rascal, who is your mother? Me or Aunt Li? Yi Bai asked, hands on his hips, mockingly stern. They're both my moms. Ye Qingling laughed as she hugged Li Beining warmly. Chapter 71. Watch how I handle you tonight, haha. I adore hearing Ling Ling say that. We are all your mothers. Li Beining chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Ye Qingling's hair. You little rascal, I won't concede. Xiaohang, you should also call me mom. Yi Bai felt a pang of imbalance in his heart, casting a commanding gaze at Lu Hang that brooked no refusal. This seems inappropriate. Lu Hang initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Yi Bai's formidable expression, he hesitated to refuse. He then turned to seek help from Ye Qingling. To his surprise, Ye Qingling shot Lu Hang a mischievous grin, her eyes glinting with mischief. In an instant, Lu Hang realized that Ye Qingling had set a trap for him. Cursed Ye demon, I shall deal with you sooner or later. He glared fiercely at Ye Qingling, but the intensity of his gaze only made her laugh more heartily. Xiaohang, I have watched you grow since childhood, always taking care of you and Ling Ling. Who would have thought that after all these years, you would refuse to call me mom? How heartbroken I am. Yi Bai dramatically covered his face with his hands, feigning sorrow while occasionally peeking through his fingers to gauge Lu Hang's expression. I feel like that statement is a bit odd. Lu Hang awkwardly scratched his head, then turned to Li Beining for help. To his astonishment, Li Beining smiled and replied, Xiaohang, your Aunt Yi has also watched you grow all these years. Calling her mom is not excessive, Forget it, you agreed to this. But my biological mother agreed. With that thought, Lu Hang's gaze turned to Yi Bai, and he quietly called out, Mom. Hey, good son. Yi Bai's face lit up with joy, casting a challenging glance at Ye Qingling, which bore a hint of triumphant success. Ling Ling, you too should call me Mom. Li Beining gently stroked Ye Qingling's head and said, Mom, Ye Qingling excitedly exclaimed, then joyfully embraced Li Beining. Why do I feel like something is off? Lu Hang muttered to himself, a peculiar sensation creeping over him. What is off about it? It's perfect. Ye Qingling playfully patted Lu Hang's backside, teasing him. Lu Hang glared at her, his irritation mounting at her gleeful expression. He leaned closer to her ear, gritting his teeth as he whispered, Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. I'm looking forward to you dealing with me tonight. Ye Qingling cheekily stuck her tongue out at Lu Hang. By the way, Mom, how long are you all staying here? Lu Hang asked curiously. Didn't Ling Ling tell you? We're staying here tonight and returning tomorrow night, Li Beining replied, munching on fruit. Staying here tonight? Lu Hang exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Yi Bai nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ye Qingling leaned closer to Lu Hang, a wicked smile on her face, and provocatively said, I'm waiting for you to deal with me tonight. Lu Hang glared at Ye Qingling with a fierce expression. This demoness knew they would be staying here, but didn't he inform him? He had initially thought they would only spend an afternoon here or stay outside, which is why he dared to threaten Ye Qingling earlier. Now, it was clear that he could no longer threaten her. He felt as though his life might be in jeopardy tonight. Suddenly, another question struck him, and he scratched his head in confusion, asking, But there are 6 of us, including you and Ye Qingling, and there are only 2 rooms here. Won't that be cramped? No worries, your Uncle Yi and I won't be staying here tonight. Ye Shi interjected. So are you staying outside? Lu Hang inquired with curiosity. Old Yi, tell him what the man's plan is. Yi Shi said with a mysterious smile, turning to Yi Jun. We're planning to go night fishing tonight. It's not every day we come to Haicheng, so we must indulge ourselves. We'll head out after dinner and not sleep tonight, Yi Jun said, stroking his chin with an enticing tone directed at Lu Hang. To be honest, Lu Hang felt a bit tempted. However, thinking about his work tomorrow caused him a wave of inner turmoil. All right, you all go. I'll just stay home and sleep since I have to work tomorrow. Before Lu Hang could fully process his thoughts, Ye Qingling interjected, standing in front of him to refuse. Forget it, I want to go. I really have to work tomorrow, so you and Uncle Yi can go? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hang replied, Hey, you little rascal, turning your elbow outward so quickly. Huh? Yi Jun looked at Ye Qingling with a hint of imbalance. When has she not turned her elbow outward? She has favored Lu Hang since childhood. Yi Bai chimed in, equally indignant. I haven't favored Lu Hang at all. Ye Qingling protested. Her head bowed and her cheeks slightly flushed, stealing glances at Lu Hang. Lu Hang could only smile awkwardly and scratch his head. Such occurrences had been common since childhood, and he had grown accustomed to it. If that's the case, tonight. Mom, you and Aunt Yi can sleep in Ye Qingling's room. And Ye Qingling, you can sleep in my room. Lu Hang suggested, patting Ye Qingling's shoulder. Then where will you sleep? Ye Qingling turned to Lu Hang with a slight frown. I'll sleep on the sofa. Lu Hang pointed to the sofa in front of him. No way. In such hot weather, you're bound to be uncomfortable without air conditioning. You'll be too hot. Ye Qingling argued firmly. That's fine. It's just one night. I can use a fan. That's still too hot. Then what do you suggest? Lu Hang asked, exasperated. You can sleep in the same room as me, Ye Qingling said softly. Her head lowered, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. She initially intended to suggest sleeping together, but hesitated and changed it to the same room instead. While she could be carefree when Lu Hang was alone, it was better to be a bit restrained with both families present. Lu Hang has tita momentia. On one hand, he truly feared the heat. Sleeping on the sofa seemed likely to wake him up in discomfort. On the other hand, he dreaded the possibility of Ye Qingling unexpectedly cuddling up to him, which would lead to more than just warmth. It would be an overwhelming heat. Li Baining observed Ye Qingling's excited demeanor, and then glanced at Lu Hang's hesitant expression, a sly smile playing on her lips. Then she said, Xiaohang, you should share a room with Lingling. Just lay down a mat. That works. I'll just lay down a mat. I happen to have a set of bedding that dried in the sun earlier. Lu Hang pondered for a moment before agreeing. Chapter 72. You better be honest with me tonight. Ye Qingling slept on the bed, while Lu Hang had to make do with the floor. It was unlikely that Ye Qingling would accidentally roll off the bed in her sleep. As he turned to glance at her, he was taken aback to see Ye Qingling immediately avert her gaze, as if sensing his attention. Her expression was difficult to conceal, an amalgamation of excitement and mischief. She desperately tried to suppress her laughter, not wanting Lu Hang to catch on. It had been exactly 2 days since they last shared a bed, and she had hardly slept well during that time. Finally, tonight, she could enjoy a good night's sleep. As for whether he slept on the floor or the bed, it didn't matter much to her. After all, once he fell asleep, she would have the final say. Hee, little Lu, be a good boy and keep me company tonight. As this thought crossed her mind, she could no longer contain her laughter, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Lingling, what are you laughing at? Yi Jun inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Oh, nothing. You must be mistaken, Dad. Ye Qingling hastily waved her hands in denial, her peripheral vision darting towards Lu Hang. Upon hearing her words, Lu Hang was struck by an ominous premonition. He slowly turned his head, fixing her with a scrutinizing gaze. Ha, why are you looking at me like that? Ye Qingling's heart raced under his penetrating stare, and she could only awkwardly push his face away, urging him to look elsewhere. You better behave tonight. Lu Hang leaned closer, threatening her in a low whisper. What do you mean behave? You really can make wild guesses. Ye Qingling giggled nervously, feeling a bit guilty. Before long, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. As dusk approached, the sun began to set, painting the sky with vibrant hues of red and orange, reminiscent of a blazing fire or a blooming flower. Lu Hang glanced at the time and realized it was 5:30. He decided it was time to prepare dinner. Xiaohang, you don't need to cook tonight. Just let me and Aunt Yi take care of it. You should keep Lingling company, Li Baining said, patting Lu Hang on the shoulder from behind. Indeed, let your mother and I handle it. Lingling is quite lazy and doesn't know how to cook. You usually do all the cooking anyway. So let us take over today, Yi Bai chimed in. Mom, is there anyone who would belittle their own daughter like that? Ye Qingling protested as she lay on the sofa, indignant. Hey, Just admit that I speak the truth. Ye repeat solemnly. A Ye Qingling found herself at a loss for words. That is all right. Annie, I'm used to it, Lu Hang said, a hint of bitterness creeping into his expression as he fought back tears. Upon seeing Lu Hang's expression, Ye Qingling was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on him. Look at what you've done, Ye Qingling. You've bullied Xiao Hang to this extent. Ye Bai admonished seriously. It's not Ye Qingling was at a loss for how to respond. While it was true that Lu Hang did most of the cooking, she had helped out too. Moreover, she would be the one handling all household chores from now on. Was it Lu Hang who was feeling wronged? Then she noticed Lu Hang subtly turning his head to make a face at her, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. In that instant, she realized she had been tricked. Lu, pig, head. She felt a surge of anger, wishing she could drag Lu Hang over and punish him right then and there. All right, stop pretending. Look at how upset you've made Lingling. Li Baining playfully nudged Lu Hang's head before leading Ye Bai into the kitchen. Lu Hang turned to Ye Qingling with a devilish grin. Lu Pig Head. Ye Qingling slowly approached him, ready to unleash her frustration, but suddenly remembered that there were still two others in the room, Lu Shi and Ye Jun. Qingmei, let's go to my room. Ye Qingling seized Lu Hang's wrist and pulled him into his room. Lu, Pig, Head, you've grown increasingly bold. Haven to you? How dare you complain? Ye Qingling gritted härtigt. What complaint? I'm just speaking the truth. Lu Hang replied earnestly, though the grin threatening to split his face made her question his sincerity. You just embellished the truth and feigned a pitiful expression. What do you want me to think of you? Ye Qingling straddled Lu Hang, glaring down at him. Don't you understand? That's called artistic embellishment. Artistic embellishment. Oh. Well, let me show you my own form of embellishment. With that, Ye Qingling yanked open Lu Hang's shirt and extended her mischievous hands. What are you doing? Gulp. Lu Hang watched as her hands drew nearer, anxiety evident in his throat as he swallowed hard. Hey Ye Qingling, chocolate vikidli. The sound of her fingers dancing over his body filled the air as she tickled him mercilessly. Imisri adonte, stop tickling, alon ruyatabodo plesli. Unablato escapa acagrasp. At that moment, Ye Qingling was exhilarated. She thought to herself, fortune favors me. Who would have thought I'd have the chance to openly take advantage of this pig-headed boy? Wow, this part is so firm. Wow, this part is so soft. Gulp. Gazing at the tantalizing figure beneath her, she felt parched, her cheeks flushing involuntarily as her hands came to a halt. Lu Hang's shirt lay completely stripped away, revealing his nearly perfect physique. Was already ticklish. And now he could finally catch his breath. He covered his flushed face, the redness a result of their earlier tussle. Have you had enough? Lu Hang pantet. No response. Hey, I said, if you're done venting, get off me, he said with a look of distaste. Oh, I understand. Ye Qingling, momentarily does it. Finally snapped back to reality and slowly climbed off Lu Hang. Honestly, it's so hot. Lu Hang muttered as he put his shirt back on. Ye Qingling remained silent, standing there in a daze. Should she undress Lu Hang tonight? Chapter 73. Feed me meat. Xiao Hang, Ling Ling, come for dinner. The voice of Li Bai Ning echoed from outside the door. All right, coming. Lu Hang sprang from his bed, landing directly in front of Ye Qingling, startling her considerably. Lu Zhu too. Why did you suddenly come so close? You scare me to death. Ye Qingling lightly punched Lu Hang's chest in feigned anger. Who told you to stand there with such a foolish expression? Lu Hang replied with a calm demeanor. I. Ye Qingling was at a loss for words. She certainly couldn't admit that she had just been pondering how to deal with him that evening. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Lu Hang urged as he gently pushed Ye Qingling's shoulder. I know, stop urging me. With that, Ye Qingling took Lu Hang's hand and stepped out of the room, only to release it as they reached the living room. Aunt Li, let me help you. Ye Qingling eagerly approached and placed a plate of oil-braised shrimp that Li Bai Ning was holding onto the table. Hey, I knew you would curry favor in front of the adults. I never see you being this nice to me. Lu Hang felt a surge of jealousy, mentally complaining. Ling Ling is so well-behaved, unlike that person, just standing there like a fool. Li Bai Ning affectionately patted Ye Qingling's head and then glanced meaningfully at Lu Hang. Huh, what does that have to do with me? Lu Hang felt confused. Then he noticed Ye Qingling looking at him with a challenging expression. Feeling provoked, he hurried into the kitchen, declaring, "Aunt Yi, let me help you with the remaining dishes." "It's fine, Xiao Hang. There are only 2 dishes left I can manage," Yi Bai said, stirring the vegetables while sounding pleased. "Really, Aunt Yi? There are only 2 dishes. Let me show you my culinary skills." Lu Hang rolled up his sleeves, determined despite wearing short sleeves. If you insist, it's been a while since I've had your cooking. Then Aunt will be in for a treat today." Yi Bai smiled, putting down her spatula. Lu Hang flashed an okay gesture and took the spatula from Yi Bai, starting to cook while casting a playful glance at Ye Qingling outside. Ye Qingling couldn't stand it, but she felt helpless as she wasn't particularly good at cooking. All she could do was grit her teeth in annoyance, but then an idea struck her. Turning to Li Bai Ning with a serious expression, she said, "Aunt Li, you should sit on the sofa for a bit. I'll go help Lu Hang." Li Bai Ning noticed Lu Hang cooking in the kitchen, then looked at Ye Qingling and smiled knowingly. "All right, and we'll take a break. The rest is up to you too." Ye Qingling gave an okay gesture. "Don't worry." She dashed into the kitchen, swiftly closing the door behind her, leaving just her and Lu Hang inside. "Lu Zhu too, you want to steal my thunder, huh?" Ye Qingling said through gritted teeth. "Hey, it's only permissible for officials to start fires, but not for the common folk to light lamps, is it? You steal my thunder. I haven't said anything yet." Lu Hang retorted angrily. I don't care." Ye Qingling pouted defiantly. "Also, what are you doing here? There's nothing for you to do. Hurry up and get out. It's already hot in the kitchen, and with 2 of us so close, it's even hotter," Lu Hang complained, stirring the dishes while urging her to leave. Hee. Suddenly, Ye Qingling seemed to have an idea. A mischievous smile crept across her face as she hugged Lu Hang from behind. Duong Lu Hang was startled by the sudden softness against his back. A wave of tingling sensation coursed through him, causing his face to redden involuntarily. "Hey, what are you doing? Get down, it's too hot." Lu Hang hooded in uget, his tone laced with embarrassment and indignation. Hee. I want tea. You stole my thunder earlier, so now you'll taste my strength." Ye Qingling's cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone remained proud. However, in her heart, she thought, I want tea, let go. How could I pass up such a golden opportunity? Come on, let go. It's too hot." Lu Hang complained, shifting his body impatiently. It was indeed peculiar. Ye Qingling was sensitive to cold, but not to heat, while he was the opposite, a truly complementary pair. "I want you to feel the heat. If you're not sweating, how is this a lesson for you?" Ye Qingling grinned wickedly, leaning against Lu Hang's back. If you keep this up, I'll set the air conditioner to 16 degrees tonight, and you'll freeze," Lu Hang threatened through clenched teeth. He thought this would make Ye Qingling back down, but she simply scoffed. "If you dare do that, I'll just get out of bed and cuddle with you when I wake up cold. You wouldn't want to be woken up by the heat in the middle of the night, right?" You, fine. I want to argue with you." Lu Hang was at a loss for words this round. He had lost, but I will win it back. Will I? I will. Lu Hang silenti vau et. As Lu Hang finished cooking the last dish, Ye Qingling remained perched on his back. He was already drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his body, thoroughly soaked. Ye Qingling was in a similar state, yet she stubbornly refused to let go. "All right, you, get down. You're all sweaty. Don't you feel hot?" Lu Hang asked, gently patting Ye Qingling's head. "If you feed me a piece of the spicy stir-fried meat you're cooking, I'll get down," Ye Qingling stubbornly replied, clinging to her ground. In truth, she was a bit warm too, but her tolerance for heat was stronger than Lu Hang's. However, she was sticky all over with sweat. "You could just eat it when we sit down for dinner. We can serve it out and eat," Lu Hang asked, slightly puzzled. "No way, I want the first bite," Ye Qingling insisted, leaning closer to Lu Hang's ear. All right, just wait for me to wash my hands first." Lu Hang set down the spatula and walked over to the sink to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he pinched a piece of meat from the plate and offered it to Ye Qingling's mouth. Ye Qingling smiled and swallowed the piece of meat, along with Lu Hang's finger. Chapter 74. Hey, how could you have bitten my finger too? Lu Hang gritted his teeth in frustration. With a playful smirk, Ye Qingling released her grip after giving a teasing lick. "Oh my, it's all wet with saliva." Lu Heng glanced at her with disdain before hurriedly making his way to the sink to wash his hands. Ye Qingling chuckled softly, Haicheng slightly flushed, before letting go of Lu Heng. Let us go. You take the dishes out. Dinner is ready. After washing his hands, Lu Heng opened the kitchen door and urged her on. Oh, Ye Qingling then carried the plate of food, following closely behind Lu Heng as they walked out. Wait a minute. Why are both of you drenched in sweat? Your clothes are soaked. Is it that hot? Ye Bai asked, puzzled. Ha! Lu Heng scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond, while casting a fierce glance at Ye Qingling behind him. It's all because of that certain demon. Ye Qingling couldn't find the words either, so she hid behind Lu Heng, unwilling to show her face. All right, you two, hurry back to your rooms and change. You're both soaking wet, Li Baining urged from the side. Okay, Lu Heng and Ye Qingling replied in unison. After Ye Qingling placed the dish on the table, they both returned to their rooms to change. Why are this pig's fingers so smooth? I want to eat. Ye Qingling leaned against the doorframe, staring blankly as she nibbled on her own finger, her thoughts wandering, causing her saliva to trickle down. Slurp, gulp, she swallowed hard, suddenly aware of her dry mouth. Once the two returned, the other four were already seated at the dining table, leaving 2 spots vacant. Ye Qingling quickly took a seat first, patting the spot beside her to signal Lu Heng to sit down. Lu Heng promptly joined her. All right, let us start eating, Li Baining announced, and everyone began to enjoy their dinner. At that moment, Lu Shi and Yi Jun suddenly pulled out 3 bottles of beer from a large bag on the floor. Xiao Heng, you're not a child anymore, come. Have a drink with your uncle. Yi Jun placed a can of beer in front of Lu Heng. No thanks, Uncle Yi, I'm not good at drinking. I'd rather have tea. Lu Heng poured water into his cup and pushed the beer aside. It's fine, Xiao Heng, you'll get used to it. Just have a couple of sips with me and your Uncle Yi. Lu Shi chimed in. Lu Heng sighed in resignation, recalling how he had been persuaded to drink on his 18th birthday and ended up tipsy after just 2 bottles. Dad, Uncle Lu Heng really shouldn't drink. He is not good at it. Ye Qingling interjected calmly, yet her tone held an undeniable firmness. She then placed the beer can on the floor. Hey, you little girl, turn your back on me so quickly, Yi Jun exclaimed, half amused and half annoyed. He felt a mix of emotions seeing his daughter so quickly siding with another man. Yet he was also pleased to see them getting along so well. Ha ha, fine, then Lu Heng one tea drink. We'll drink instead, old Yi. Lu Shi smiled contentedly and took the beer that Ye Qingling had set aside, placing it in front of himself. Are you two still going to drink? Aren't you going fishing later? Ye Bai asked, slightly frowning. Yes. How will you go later if you drink? Li Baining echoed. Oh, it's all right. We'll just take a cab later. Yi Jun waved his hand dismissively. We'll only have 1 bottle tonight, not more. Lu Shi added to Li Baining. All right, as long as it's not too much. Li Baining and Yi Bai knew their drinking capacities. If they truly only had 1 bottle, it would hardly make a difference. Thus, the group began to savor their delightful dinner, sharing stories and experiences for the past few days. The table was filled with a rich atmosphere of life. Everyone appeared relaxed and joyful. Laughter resonated through the air as they exchanged tales, momentarily forgetting all their worries, relishing this rare occasion of togetherness. Lu Heng, I want to eat that. I can't reach it. Ye Qingling nudged Lu Heng, pointing at a plate of cola chicken wings on the table. Oh, all right. Lu Heng responded, reaching out to grab a chicken wing from across the table and placing it in Ye Qingling's bowl. Hee. Ye Qingling licked her lips and eagerly bit into the chicken wing. Do you want anything else? Lu Heng asked, turning to her. I also want that braised shrimp. Chewing on her chicken wing, Ye Qingling thought for a moment before pointing to the plate of shrimp in front of Lu Heng. Okay. Lu Heng then carefully peeled a shrimp and placed it in Ye Qingling's bowl. Hee. Ye Qingling smiled sweetly at Lu Heng before devouring the shrimp. Since the braised shrimp was right in front of Lu Heng, she could reach it, and he continued to enjoy the other dishes. Ye Qingling also grabbed a shrimp, meticulously peeled it, and then held it up to Lu Heng's mouth. Ye Qingling opened her mouth wide. Oh, all right. Lu Heng promptly took the peeled shrimp into his mouth. Such exchanges had become a norm when they dined together, both accustomed to this playful dynamic. Hey, you little girl, I've never seen you peel shrimp for me, Yi Jun remarked, feigning indignation. Yet, It was merely teasing. He felt no real grievance, having witnessed such moments many times before. Although there had been an initial awkwardness, now it hardly mattered. Perhaps. Never mind. Old Ye here. Let me peel one for you. Ye Bai cheerfully presented a shrimp to Ye Jun's mouth. Still, my wife treats me the best, Ye Jun said, touched, as he took a bite. Wife, I want some too, Lu Shi exclaimed, eyes wide at Li Beining. Really, the competitive nature of men. Li Beining chuckled, as she also peeled a shrimp and fed it to Lu Shi. My wife is wonderful, Lu Shi mumbled through his chews. Here, I peeled one for you too. Lu Hang gently pushed a small bowl filled with peeled shrimp towards Ye Qingling. Chapter 75. It's you who will draw the lots. Ye Qingling gazed emotionally at the small bowl of peeled shrimp before her and spoke softly. Hang, you are truly wonderful to me. Now you recognize my goodness, don't you? Lu Hang replied with a proud smile. Hee, I've always known, Ye Qingling said with a light chuckle, though her tone carried a hint of seriousness. At this moment, she felt increasingly resolute about her goal, to firmly grasp Lu Hang in her hands. For this feeling of happiness was one she wished to experience for a lifetime. No one must covet it. Here, you eat first, she said, gently picking up a shrimp and offering it to Lu Hang's lips. No need, I just ate. Lu Hang politely declined. Eat quickly. Ye Qingling disregarded his protest and forcefully placed the shrimp in his mouth. Lu Hang was momentarily taken aback by this sudden action, chewing awkwardly while mumbling. What are you doing? You startled me. The shrimp you peeled should naturally be tasted by you first. Ye Qingling replied with a mischievous grin, lightly licking the tip of her chopsticks. Lingling, do you remember when you drew lots at the age of 1? Ye Jun teased with a smile. Dad. I know, please don't say it. Ye Qingling hurriedly interjected, her knowledge stemming from her father's teasing during his visits home. Ye Qingling quickly raised her hand to stop him, but it was too late. At that time, Lingling had just turned 1. I and Ye Bai placed her on the bed with a brush, ink, paper, jade bracelet, drawing board, money, and books. And most important one, of course, was Xiao Hang, who would have thought that upon being placed down, she would completely ignore everything else and slowly crawl over to Lu Hang, wrapping her arms around him. What do you say, that's just? Ye Jun burst into laughter, prompting the other adults to join in. Dad, that was in our childhood. What is there to talk about? Ye Qingling murmured, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Yet her eyes would occasionally sneak glances at Lu Hang's expression. Oh my, is there more to this story? Lu Hang teased, gazing intently at Ye Qingling's blushing face. Xiao Hang, you were only half a year old then. You surely don't remember. Lu Shi chimed in with a smile, adding, do you know what you picked during the drawing at 1 year old? I don't know, and I don't wish to. Lu Hang shook his head vigorously, a bad premonition creeping in. Don't laugh at Lingling. You two headed straight for her when it was your turn. You too. Lu Shi chuckled helplessly. Oh my, is there really more to this? Ye Qingling echoed Lu Hang's teasing expression, her gaze fixed on his slightly reddened face. What are you laughing at? We're equally matched. Neither of us can laugh at the other. Lu Hang stammered, gritting his teeth in embarrassment. The reason they had been engaged as children stemmed from that incident. Yet as time passed, neither mentioned it again. Hey, Dad, we are in the era of free love now. There's no need to bring that up. Lu Hang quickly interjected to halt Lu Shi's words. All right. No more talk about it. You young people have your own ideas. Lu Shi sighed, shifting the conversation to their upcoming fishing trip. Suddenly, Lu Hang felt a sharp pain on his foot, causing him to involuntarily exclaim. What are you doing? He glared at the culprit standing on his foot. I don't know. Ye Qingling withdrew her foot, her tone a mix of disdain and slight annoyance. That pesky Lu Zhu. If it weren't for hearing about free love in middle school and coming home to demand the cancellation of our betrothal, I wouldn't be so exhausted now. It was also the fault of the adults. They never took the betrothal seriously, no formal agreement was made, and the verbal agreement to cancel was just as easily dismissed. If only there had been a written agreement, she could at least threaten Lu Hang with it. Perhaps there might even be some benefits. With that thought, Ye Qingling couldn't help but clench her teeth. Hey, don't just eat meat. Have some vegetables, Lu Hang advised, noticing her relentless indulgence in shrimp. He then placed a generous portion of lettuce in her bowl, knowing she was not particularly fond of vegetables, yet she would at least eat some lettuce. Ye Qingling closed her eyes and opened her mouth, signaling Lu Heng to feed her. Ugh, what a hassle. Lu Heng complained with annoyance, but still took a piece of lettuce and fed it to her. Ye Qingling's face brightened instantly, and she happily munched on her extra greens. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This pig head will eventually be mine. It's only a matter of time, she thought, smiling sweetly to herself. Pighead, I want more. Ye Qingling opened her mouth wide, pointing to herself. Ugh, you can't eat it yourself, huh? Lu Heng impatiently fed her another piece of lettuce. Should I feed you as well? Ye Qingling smiled mischievously, making Lu Heng shiver slightly. Hey, no need for that. I can feed myself. Lu Heng waved his hand and took a bite of his own vegetables. TCH so stingy, Ye Qingling whispered under her breath, just loud enough for herself to hear. The meal soon concluded amidst laughter and joy, and Ye Jun and Lu Shi departed with their fishing gear. As they left, they couldn't resist tempting Lu Heng. Xiaoheng, I wonder what size fish we'll catch today. It's a pity you won't TC it. TSK. So unfortunate. You too. When will you stop talking about fishing until you actually catch something? I've never seen you bring fish home. Lu Heng retorted with a scoff. Hey, didn't I bring one home last time? Lu Shi countered indignantly. Dad, I feel embarrassed to point this out, but the last time you fished in the river, you brought home a yellow croaker. Have you ever seen a sea fish caught in a river? Lu Heng replied, his expression one of disbelief. Well, regardless, you don't need to worry. This time I will definitely catch a big one. Lu Shi, unable to respond to the rebuttal, huffed and declared a promise. Chapter 76. Predestined Father. Uncle Lu Heng won't be joining us. He has to rise early for work tomorrow. Ye Qingling explained as she approached. Of course, if Lu Heng were to go out for night fishing with him tonight, who would keep me company for the night? I cannot let this rare opportunity slip away. Ye Qingling silently lamented. All right, we shall take our leave then. We will bring back fish for you to enjoy tomorrow. Ye Jun replied, and the two departed with their gear in tow. At last, I can relish a good night's sleep. Ye Qingling rubbed her hands together with a mischievous grin. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Lu Heng frowned slightly, questioning her with disdain. Nothing. I'm off to take a shower. You make the bed. Ye Qingling hurriedly replied before darting away. Lu Heng shrugged in resignation, collected the clean bedding from the balcony, and returned to his room to prepare the bed. Why is the passageway beside this bed so narrow? Lu Heng grumbled before pushing the bed forcefully to the other side. Once there was enough space for one half of him, he began to make the bed. Qingling, come here for a moment. Li Beining and Yi Bai waved to Ye Qingling, who was about to shower. Oh, all right, coming. Though puzzled, Ye Qingling placed her clothes on the sofa and walked over. Mom, Aunt Li, what is up? Ye Qingling asked with curiosity. The two simultaneously displayed an expression of intrigue. What is going on with you two? Ye Qingling stammered, feeling somewhat odd and instinctively covering herself. Oh dear, where is your mind wandering? We merely wanted to inquire about your progress with Lu Heng. Li Beining raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Why are you asking this? Ye Qingling shyly lowered her head, her voice wavering. Although she never intended to hide anything, being directly questioned by both families made her bashful. Come on, it's evident that you fancy Lu Heng. Yi Bai playfully patted Ye Qingling's shoulder with a grin. Well, all right. The progress, it's just all right. I suppose Ye Qingling chuckled lightly at the thought. This is a love story preordained by both families. Come on, hurry and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Ye Bai gente nudgit Ye Qingling se shoulder. Then Ye Qingling noticed Yi Bai and Li Beining with a stash of sunflower seeds, gazing at her with eager expressions. Well, we're not officially together yet, Ye Qingling shyly admitted, a blush rising to her cheeks. What? Not together yet? I just thought you two seemed like a couple, Yi Bai exclaimed, munching on seeds in disbelief. Mom, we've always been like this since childhood. Ye Qingling pouted slightly, contemplating whether perhaps she shouldn't have started training Lu Heng so early. Now, even the most intimate gestures felt normal to him, as they had always been common during their childhood. Qingling, Lu Heng is quite the straightforward guy. But rest assured, He only has eyes for you. I can guarantee that. Li Beining promised, giving Ye Qingling's shoulder an encouraging pat before resuming her snacking. Hee. Thank you, Annie, I know. Ye Qingling replied with a sweet smile. Also, I must remind you both that you are still young, and those peculiar activities should wait until after marriage. Li Beining cautioned. Yi Bai promptly added, even if you do, make sure to take proper safety precautions. Safety is paramount. Oh, Mom. Aunt Li, what are you talking about? We haven't even gotten started yet. This is just too much. Ye Qingling feigned indignation, though her heart raced with excitement. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Go take your shower. Yi Bai chuckled, urging her. Annie has already decided you will be my daughter-in-law, so do your best. Li Beining encouraged with a playful nudge. Ye Qingling nodded. Her face flushed as she took her change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. All the while, she reflected on Li Beining and Yi Bai's words. Does this mean they are completely convinced I will be with Lu Hang? Hee. This is simply fantastic. Yes. Oh dear. Ye Qingling internally celebrated, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, Lu Hang remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, still grappling with the chaos of his surroundings, unaware that he was already destined. These kids, Yi Bai chuckled, shaking his head. Quite well. It's lovely to see young people with such straightforward thoughts. Li Beining responded with satisfaction. Hey, your tone is increasingly resembling old Lu S. Ye Bai teased. I am undoubtedly becoming more like my husband. Li Beining beamed with pride. Hey, I'm done washing up. You can go now. Ye Qingling entered Lu Hang's room after finishing her shower. All right, Lu Hang responded, and without hesitance, found his clothes and headed for the shower. After all, it wasn't just the two of them. Yi Bai and Li Beining were also present. Once Lu Hang left, Ye Qingling wore a sly smile and flopped onto the freshly made bedding. Sniff, sniff, how rare. Ye Qingling lazily sighed, closing her eyes. Hang. She rolled playfully on the bedding, soon disheveling it entirely. Oh dear, I'm too excited. Ye Qingling playfully tapped her head before standing up to restore the bed to its former state. There was no way she could contain her excitement. Today was undoubtedly her lucky day. She could sleep next to Lu Hang, and both families were supportive. It was simply marvelous. With that thought, Ye Qingling excitedly rolled on the bedding once more. Ha. She sprawled out, one arm and one leg on the bed, the other arm and leg on the floor, breathing deeply in a starfish position. She couldn't help but smirk. Ye Qingling, you messed up my bed. How will I sleep tonight? Lu Hang walked in after a shower, witnessing the aftermath of her playful antics. Chapter 77. What's wrong with a daughter-in-law hugging her son? Don't mind it. Just don't mind it. Ye Qingling paused briefly, then waved her hand dismissively, speaking in a languid tone. You may not care, but you don't sleep here. I, however, will be spending the night here. Lu Hang clenched his fists, and seeing Ye Qingling's nonchalant expression filled him with ire. How about I keep you company on the floor tonight? Ye Qingling grinned mischievously and rolled over onto the floor mat. You get back to bed this instant. Lu Hang stepped forward and firmly swept Ye Qingling off her feet, tossing her onto the bed. Is it acceptable to throw someone onto the bed like that? Ye Qingling rubbed her backside, glaring at him in indignation. And you dare question me after making such a mess of my bed? Lu Hang glared at Ye Qingling threateningly, causing her to wilt under his gaze. Miser. Ye Qingling turned her back to Lu Hang on the bed, continuing to mutter her grievances. Lu Hang, uninterested in her complaints, adjusted the air conditioning to a cool 22 degrees and blissfully settled down on the floor mat, engrossed in his phone. It was only 9 in the evening, and neither felt sleepy. With 2 adults still outside, it was more comfortable to remain in the room with the air conditioning blowing. The chilly breeze from the air conditioner intermittently brushed against Ye Qingling. At that moment, she was not under the covers and continued to grumble about Lu Hang. Brrr, it's so cold. The air conditioning made her shiver involuntarily, and she wrapped her arms around herself for warmth. If you're cold, cover yourself with a blanket. I'm determined to correct your bad habit of not using one tonight. Lu Hang, catching her mutterings, lay on the floor, reveling in her discomfort. You pig-headed oaf. Ye Qingling flipped over to see Lu Hang grinning mischievously, which only fueled her irritation. She initially intended to grab a blanket, but then conceived a bold idea upon spotting Lu Hang. Hee hee, this is your doing, so don't blame me. Ye Qingling secretly chuckled to herself. She then began to roll towards him slowly while he was distracted by his phone. Oh no! Thud! Ye Qingling tumbled off the bed and landed on Lu Hang, causing him to exhale sharply. What on earth are you doing? Lu Hang grasped her face gently but firmly, pulling at it with a light touch. This little troublemaker, why is her face so soft? Though reluctant to admit it, it felt rather nice. As he continued to playfully tug, he found himself unable to stop. Hey, stop it! Ye Qingling quickly pushed his hand away. So, what was the purpose of your sudden descent? With such a large bed, you were just on the other side, wide awake. Don't tell me it was an accident. Lu Hang questioned while rubbing her cheek. Ye Qingling smirked, then swiftly pulled back the blanket and snuggled under it like a kitten. Hey, what are you doing suddenly crawling in here? Get out! Lu Hang's face turned crimson, not just because she had joined him under the blanket, but also due to the cramped space that barely accommodated both of them. At that moment, Ye Qingling lay partially on him, resembling a koala. Oh no, it's so cold. I don't want to go out. Ye Qingling cuddled closer to Lu Hang, her half-body pressed against him. Lu Hang's face flushed deeply, as a torrent of peculiar thoughts flooded his mind, causing his hand holding the phone to tremble slightly. If you're cold, just go back and cover yourself with the blanket. Lu Hang turned away, unable to look at Ye Qingling, stuttering his words. But as he spoke, his voice grew fainter, and the last part was nearly inaudible. Oh dear, Hang, are you shy? Ye Qingling teased, playfully lifting his chin, her flippant tone leaving Lu Hang feeling both embarrassed and furious. I'm not shy. Don't linger here. Hurry up to bed. Lu Hang insisted in a stubborn whisper, attempting to mask his fluster. Oh no, just let me stay a little longer. I promise I'll go to bed obediently afterward. Ye Qingling pouted, though this time she refrained from pressing against him, wary that he might truly send her back. Ahem. You had better remember what you said. You must return to bed before sleeping. After a moment of silence, Lu Hang reluctantly conceded. He knew that if he didn't allow Ye Qingling to stay, she would stubbornly cling to him. So it was better to let her have her way for now and later return to bed himself. Besides, there was the fact that Ye Qingling felt incredibly soft and fragrant, which was somewhat addictive. However, to prevent a repeat of her previous antics, he warned her sternly. If you don't return to bed on your own later, I'll carry you back and toss you onto the bed. Oh dear, I understand. Ye Qingling, fine Annoyanje. Lightly punching Lu Hang's chest. Yet, with her head resting on his chest, she felt the tremor of his heartbeat. Ye Qingling, sivitli chaklet, tightening her embrace around him, as if trying to merge with him completely. Ahem, don't hold me so tightly. I can't breathe. Lu Hang. Facing upward and holding his phone, called out softly, his face slightly red. Oh, Ye Qingling loosened her grip a little, but snuggled in closer, sharing his phone screen. Click. Xiao Hang, Ling Ling, would you like some water? Fruit? Plop. Li Baining, carrying a plate of freshly washed plums, walked in and was met with the shocking sight before her, causing the plum she was nibbling on to fall to the floor. Mom, we're not what you think. Lu Hang desperately attempted to extricate himself from Ye Qingling's embrace, but she clung on tightly, refusing to let go. After all, Aunt Li has already accepted me as her daughter-in-law. I have every right to do this. What is wrong with a daughter-in-law hugging her son? It's perfectly reasonable. Ye Qingling thought resolutely, though her cheeks flushed involuntarily. How did I do so? Oh, haha, it's nothing. You all please continue. Li Baining hastily picked up the bitten plum from the ground and swiftly ran outside, calling out, YBI, we have exciting news. Wait, Mom, let me explain. Lu Hing shouted in frustration from behind, but Li Baining had already dashed out, leaving only the fading glow of the taillights. Oh dear, what is this? Lu Hing sighed dejectedly and shot a glare at Qingling beside him. Oh, Qingling suddenly exclaimed, and with great understanding. She released her embrace around Lu Hing and slowly stood up. Lu Haicheng was still astonished that she had clung to him so desperately just moments ago. And now she had let go. Bang! Click! He then heard the sound of the door being locked. Haha, little Lucy, I'm coming. As soon as Ye Qingling locked the door, she lunged at Lu Haicheng once more, tackling him. Wait, you're back again. Lu Haicheng's expression was one of bewilderment. I locked the door, so they can't come in. No, that's not what I meant. I was asking why you're pouncing on me again. Dimi, don't look at me like that. I warn you. No they. You promised I could lie here until I fall asleep. Hey, hold on. I said you could lie here until bedtime, not until you sleep. Are you playing word games with me? Curse that Lu Zhtu. How did he even notice that? Ye Qingling inwardly gritted her teeth. Fine, come lie back. Lu Haicheng helplessly lifted the covers, his face slightly flushed. It was because I promised Ye Qingling she could lie down until bedtime. One must not go back on their word, right? It's definitely not, because she is comfortable to hold, that I let her lie back down. Absolutely not. Ne. Udesokin. Ye Qingling excitedly burrowed back into Lu Haicheng's blanket, clinging to him like a sloth. You only get on the bed until bedtime. Do you hear me? Lu Haicheng warned after she nestled in. He understood. Ye Qingling sweetly smiled while resting her head on Lu Haicheng's chest. What are you looking at? Ye Qingling turned her head to see Lu Haicheng holding his phone, watching a game live stream. A game featuring a fateful little monkey that's become quite popular these days. Lu Haicheng replied, his gaze still glued to the screen. Ye Qingling began watching alongside him, unknowingly getting engrossed. Though she usually didn't play games, a good game was undeniably captivating at first glance. The night enveloped the city like a vast black satin sheet. Dots of light flickered in the darkness, resembling jewels embedded in the fabric. The moon ascended the treetops, its cool light spilling onto the earth, adding a layer of tranquility and mystery to the night. As time passed, the clamor of the evening gradually faded, leaving only the occasional bark of a dog and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Ha's sleepiness washed over him, and Lu Haicheng yawned deeply. Glancing at the time, it was already midnight. All right, you should hurry and lie down to sleep. Lu Haicheng gently shook Ye Qingling in his arms. Oh, all right. Ye Qingling yawned sleepily, watching the game, listening to Lu Haicheng's heartbeat, and before she knew it, she felt drowsy. But she had already answered, and she stubbornly refused to leave Lu Haicheng's warm cocoon. Hey, get up quickly and go back to your bed to sleep. Lu Haicheng felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly patted Ye Qingling's shoulder to urge her. Ohat, okai equi then groggily burrowed back into Lu Haicheng's embrace. Hey, are you trying to be lazy again? This time I won't let you. Seeing that Ye Qingling hadn't responded, Lu Haicheng swiftly picked her up and gently placed her on the bed. It seemed she was truly tired. After tucking Ye Qingling snugly under the covers, he lay back down on his own makeshift bed. With a click, Lu Haicheng turned off the room's light with his foot, plunging the room into darkness. The only light came from outside, where the stars twinkled amidst countless homes. After another deep yawn, Lu Haicheng closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. This Lu Zhtu actually left the beautiful girl all alone on the bed. Plan A, the act of sleeping failed. Initiate Plan B. Wait for Lu Haicheng to fall asleep, and then quietly crawl over. Thus began Ye Qingling's long endeavor to feign sleep. She hoped Lu Haicheng would quickly succumb to slumber. This time, she was exceptionally quiet, not even rolling over in bed. Simply lying on her side with her eyes half closed, gazing at Lu Haicheng's serene face. Minutes ticked by the room was enveloped in silence, as if one could hear their own heartbeat intertwined with Lu Haicheng's steady breathing. Ye Qingling's gaze remained fixed upon him, observing every subtle movement and expression. She noticed Lu Haicheng's brows occasionally furrowing slightly, as if troubled by something in his dreams, but soon relaxing again, at times. The corners of his mouth would lift gently, as if he dreamed of something joyous. Watching his sleeping face, a warm sensation surged within Ye Qingling. Unbeknownst to her, time passed, and the scattered lights outside gradually dimmed as the entire city sank into slumber. Only the moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow that created a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. At last, Lu Hing's breathing became steady. His chest rose and fell gently, indicating he had fully succumbed to sleep. Ye Qingling couldn't help but chuckle softly. She could finally end this long and torturous wait. Lu Hing Ye Qingling cautiously climbed out of bed, crouching beside Lu Hing and gently calling his name. No response, Pighead. Pighead Ye Qingling still felt uneasy, so she lightly poked Lu Hing's arm. Still no reply. This is splendid. After confirming that Lu Hing was fast asleep, Ye Qingling excitedly dove back into his blankets. So cozy, so warm cuddled in his embrace. She couldn't help but exclaim, breathing in Lu Hing's familiar scent and listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Ye Qingling finally felt completely at ease, the weariness of body and soul dissipating in that moment. Hing, how delightful you smell. Ye Qingling tenderly caressed Lu Hing's cheek, and she couldn't help but let her drool flow. Chapter 79. The moment of lips meeting. With a swift motion, Ye Qingling quickly wiped away the droplet of saliva that had cascaded down, although a tiny bit had already landed on Lu Hing's shirt. Oh no, she exclaimed, staring in shock at the small stain on his clothing. She gently pinched the corner of it and rubbed it between her fingers. It's bigger now. She decided to let it go, reasoning that it would dry by morning, and this oblivious fool would never notice. He, so handsome. Ye Qingling giggled softly, playfully pinching Luhan's cheek, which was soft and smooth to the touch. Honestly, she could never get enough of him since childhood. She wished she could lock him away, so she could gaze at him every day. With that thought, a flicker of possessiveness and a hint of a morbid obsession crossed her mind. Yet, she dared not act on it, fearing that Lu Hing might come to dislike her. The mere thought of that was more painful than death itself. Hang. Ye Qingling couldn't resist leaning against Lu Hing's chest, gently rubbing against him. She was cautious not to be too forceful. If she woke him, she'd be thrown back onto that lonely bed again. I didn't get enough kisses last time. This time, I'll make up for it. Ye Qingling silently clenched her fist, her lips inexorably drawn closer to Lu Hing's cheek. With a soft peck, she first tested the waters, and upon finding no reaction, grew bolder, planting a kiss on his skin. The soft sound of skin rebounding echoed sharply in the stillness of the room. Oh no, I must have pressed too hard. Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Frightened, Ye Qingling shrank back under the covers, terrified that Lu Hing might suddenly awaken. She pondered whether she should slip him a sedative next time, so she wouldn't have to be so anxious. Just think of all the delightful things they could do openly then. Fortunately, Lu Hing merely exhaled deeply and remained still. Fantastic. Ye Qingling couldn't help but whisper in relief. But those things are bad for the body. Let us just keep it like this for now. Once I win him over, I can indulge in all sorts of peculiar activities every day. Lu Hing smacked his lips in his sleep, his soft, plump lips lightly quivering, captivating Ye Qingling's attention. Lying quietly beside him, she gazed at his sleeping face, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within her. His lips parted slightly, producing gentle smacking sounds as if savoring some delectable treat in his dreams. The sound resonated clearly in the quiet room, utterly enchanting. Unable to resist, Ye Qingling inched closer, her gaze fixated on Lu Hing's lips as if drawn by an invisible force. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath became shallow. A sudden, intense urge to commit an act of passion surged within her, to kiss his lips and feel their warmth and softness. Gulp. Ye Qingling felt a wave of dryness in her throat, unable to suppress the instinct to swallow as she wiped the droplet of saliva that threatened to escape her lips. Her rational mind warned her that such actions were inappropriate, yet her emotions surged uncontrollably. Slowly, her hand reached towards Lu Hing's face, gently caressing his cheek, absorbing his warmth and breath. In his slumber, Lu Hang seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly, and his lips twitching as if murmuring something. Startled, Ye Qingling quickly withdrew her hand, terrified of waking him. She lay trembling beside him, her heart filled with conflict and struggle. She knew she shouldn't harbor such thoughts, yet she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. Gazing at his sleeping face, she felt as if she was on the brink of losing control. Drawing a deep breath, Ye Qingling summoned her courage and gently lowered herself, placing a soft kiss on Lu Hang's lips. The moment her lips brushed against his, she experienced an unprecedented warmth and softness, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Lu Hang, still slumbering, seemed to respond, his lips moving slightly in reaction to her kiss. Startled, Ye Qingling quickly pulled back, her heart racing with anxiety and uncertainty. Yet, seeing that Lu Hang remained asleep provided her with a modicum of relief. Just a little more, just a whisper away from completely kissing him. Come on, Ye Qingling. You can do it. Just a tiny bit more, just a fraction more. If only she could inch a little closer, it would be a success. This time, she acted without hesitation, rolling over and positioning herself directly atop Lu Hang. This maneuver greatly facilitated her next move. She lowered her head once more, pursing her lips as she leaned down, just as her lips were about to touch Lu Hang's. Qingling, stop fooling around. Lu Hang's voice suddenly broke the silence, striking her like a thunderclap. Lu Hang is awake. She froze instantly, maintaining her position, paralyzed by fear. A profound sense of terror washed over her, a feeling of guilt akin to that of a thief caught in the act. She couldn't dare open her eyes to face Lu Hang, terrified of confronting the reality before her. Time seemed to halt in that moment, her heartbeat echoing loudly in the stillness of the room. She was at a loss for how to confront Lu Hang, uncertain of his reaction. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, a cacophony of thoughts intertwining. She regretted her impulsiveness and her actions, yet she knew it was too late for remorse. Moments ticked by. Lu Hang remained silent, aside from his earlier words. Ye Qingling waited in vain for an outburst, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her heart. Drawing a deep breath, she cautiously opened her eyes and lifted her head to look at Lu Hang. Lu Hang still lay with his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ye Qingling, if you keep this up, dinner will be nothing but boiled broccoli for you. And I want to even add salt. Lu Hang threatened through gritted teeth, still with his eyes closed. Phew, you scared me to death. I almost thought you were awake. Ye Qingling let out a sigh of relief, her heart finally easing as she patted her chest in gratitude. However, after this incident, she dared not impulsively kiss Lu Hang again. The fear lingered. A peck on the cheek could be explained away, but a kiss on the lips. She truly couldn't fathom how to justify that to Lu Hang. Chapter 80. Next time, I must kiss you, Lu Zhu too. Are you threatening me even in your dreams? Ye Qingling whispered through gritted teeth, her frustration palpable. She gently pinched Lu Hang's nose as a means to vent her current feelings of embarrassment and anger. Once she had her fun, she lay on Lu Hang's chest and sighed softly, declaring, "Next time I must kiss you." Her tone was filled with seriousness and determination. Wait, I need to consider how I would explain it if I were to secretly kiss you and you caught me. In that case, I could still kiss you, right? After a long while. Nothing comes to mind. I can't possibly say that kissing between childhood friends is perfectly normal. Even if he is a fool, he would never believe that. He would throw me out of this house, because I am a bad woman who cannot control myself. Forget it. If I can't think of anything, then I want tea. Time to sleep. It's not every day I get to cuddle with this fool, so I mustn't waste it. Finally, I can have a good night's sleep tonight. With that thought, Ye Qingling's spirits lifted, cherishing the moment. Good night. Hang moi, she gently pressed her lips against Lu Hang's cheek once more before closing her eyes to drift off to sleep. A slight smile graced her lips, clearly relishing this warm moment. The night sky was particularly beautiful, stars twinkling like jewels embedded in a black canvas. The moon hung high, casting its cool light upon the earth. So heavy, so hot, Lu Hang mumbled sleepily, his eyes tightly shut. Frowning, he squirmed on the floor, but the oppressive weight clung to him, intensifying with his movements. No way. Am I being pressed down by a ghost? At this moment, Lu Hang's consciousness had begun to stir slightly, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. Goodness, this is really heavy. After enduring a myriad of challenges, Lu Hang finally managed to open his eyes just a crack. What greeted him was a blurry figure. Can someone tell me why this ghost feels so corporeal? Once his eyes fully adjusted, he realized that the being atop him was indeed a person, and astonishingly, it was Ye Qingling. However, his mind was still a bit hazy from being abruptly awakened in the middle of the night. He fought against the dizziness and gently nudged Ye Qingling. Ye Moto, wake up, wake up. No response. He squinted at his phone, barely able to see. 2:30 a.m. This is all your fault, Lu Hang warned in a hushed tone. His right thumb pressed firmly against his middle finger, preparing to strike, aiming for Ye Qingling's forehead. Smack! Ouch! He flicked her forehead, jolting her awake. Ye Qingling, still bleary-eyed, rubbed her forehead and pouted, asking Lu Zhutu, what on earth are you doing? You asked me what I'm doing? You're the one who crawled into my bed and is now lying on top of me. Do you know how heavy you are? Lu Hang gritted his teeth, fighting against the dizziness in his head. Oh, don't mind it. Ye Qingling sleepily nuzzled against Lu Hang's chest. You can't say you just accidentally rolled over, can you? I wanted to sleep with you. It's so cold alone. With her eyes still closed, Ye Qingling murmured while resting on Lu Hang. If you're cold, just pull the blanket tighter. Did you kick it off again? Lu Hang frowned as he questioned her. No, I'm just really cold. Ye Qingling refused to open her eyes, remaining lazily sprawled over Lu Hang. Then I'll turn up the air conditioning. You should go back quickly. As he spoke, Lu Hang squinted and reached for the remote control on the bedside table. Hey, don't. That LL make you hot. Ye Qingling suddenly opened her eyes, grabbing Lu Hang's hand. If you hold me, I'll feel hotter. Lu Hang, battling dizziness and desperate for sleep, didn't he want to argue and reach for the remote. However, Ye Qingling snatched it away, saying, I'm not going back. I'm really cold. Just let me sleep with you. I'm hot here too. In a moment of frustration, Lu Hang pinched her soft, fair face. Beep, beep, beep. All right. It won't be hot now. I set the air conditioning to 19 degrees. With that, Ye Qingling tossed the remote onto the bed, just out of reach for both of them. Then she returned to her spot on Lu Hang's chest, closing her eyes to sleep. What the heck? It could be like this? Lu Hang thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement, his voice laced with threat. Are you going back or not? Nope. Ye Qingling tightened her grip around Lu Hang, refusing to let go. Oh, just don't lie completely on top of me. It's too heavy. With that, Lu Hang pushed Ye Qingling down slightly, leaving only half of her resting on him. Hee, so you agree I can sleep here? Ye Qingling chuckled it softly, her eyes still half closed. Quick sleep. Am exhausted, Lu Hang urged before lying back down to continue sleeping. There was no choice. He was too tired to argue with Ye Qingling. With the air conditioning set to 19 degrees, they shouldn't be too hot together. After all, they had slept together before. One more time should be fine, right? Next time, I absolutely want tea letter in my room. Lu Hang silently vowed as he closed his eyes. All right, time to sleep. Ye Qingling smiled dreamily before nuzzling back in a Lu Hang's embrace like a small kitten. Lu Hang, too weary to engage with Ye Qingling, allowed her to snuggle closer, hoping she wouldn't wake him again. Being jolted awake in the middle of the night left his head spinning, and he longed for slumber. With that thought, he once again drifted into a deep sleep. This time, Ye Qingling, though not lying directly on him, nestled her head gently into the crook of his neck. Her breathing quickened as she inhaled his refreshing scent, intoxicating her senses as if she were in a dreamlike world. Sensing her presence, Lu Hang's body trembled slightly, yet he made no move to push her away. Wrapped in a cocoon of safety, the weariness enveloped Ye Qingling once more. Her eyelids grew heavy, and before long, she succumbed to slumber, her breathing steady and deep, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the tranquil room, only their synchronized breaths remained, intertwining in the stillness, melding into one another. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world transformed into a realm of exquisite peace and beauty. P.S. If it's not too much trouble, could you kindly leave a 5-star review for this book? Thank you. Chapter 81. What's wrong with a childhood kiss? The morning sunlight gently bathed the windowsill, softly awakening the slumbering flowers, as everything stirred to life in tranquil harmony. M. So soft Ye Qingling smacked her lips, gradually inching towards Lu Hang in her dreams. Her body moved like a nimble serpent, twisting and turning as she sought the most comfortable position. Lu Hang was roused by Ye Qingling's movements. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself wedged into the corner of the bed, his body pressed tightly against the wardrobe. He sighed helplessly, attempting to push Ye Qingling away, but she clung like a stubborn piece of chewing gum, refusing to budge. "Hey, don't. That's not right," Ye Qingling mumbled in her sleep, her words muffled, yet Lu Hang could discern the underlying intimacy. His face flushed instantly, and his heart began to race. Ye Qingling's breathing grew more rapid, her body radiating warmth. Lu Hang sensed the change within her. An inexplicable urge surged within him. "Ye Qingling, wake up, wake up!" Lu Hang shook her vigorously, trying to rouse her from her slumber. Yet, she remained deeply asleep, continuing to murmur in her dreams. Suddenly, Ye Qingling opened her mouth wide and bit down gently on Lu Hang's arm. Her teeth grazed his skin, playfully chewing as if savoring a delightful delicacy. "Let go! Let go!" Lu Hang exclaimed urgently, gently pushing her head away from his arm. Fortunately, Ye Qingling had bitten down hard. She merely left a faint, rosy imprint on his skin. Oh, the aroma of steamed goose heart! Lu Hang suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent scent and glanced down to find his arm glistening with Ye Qingling's saliva. His face flushed a deep crimson, embarrassment flooding his senses. "Don't move." Lu Hang firmly held down the Ye Qingling perched on him, rubbing his arm against her clothes to wipe off the drool. The friction stirred Ye Qingling from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly opened them, only to find Lu Hang's face twisted in disgust. "Hang, you're awake." Ye Qingling flashed a sweet smile before diving onto Lu Hang's chest. This action reignited the inexplicable urge within Lu Hang. Being young and vigorous in the early morning, Ye Qingling, "Get off me." Lu Hang growled in embarrassment, hastily pushing her away. If she continued her antics, his pristine reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Hey, I haven't had enough sleep yet," Ye Qingling complained, pouting as she lay beside him. "You still want to sleep? You're practically suffocating me," Lu Hang exclaimed, pinching her cheek in frustration. "If you should feel honored that I can crowd you. Ye Qingling krosit herarms, feignin piride. I can't be bothered with you. Get up." Lu Hang urged, preparing to rise when, unexpectedly, Ye Qingling yanked him back. What are you doing? You startle me." Lu Hang fell back onto the bed, frowning at Ye Qingling, who was leaning over him. "Come on, we stayed up so late last night. Let us sleep a bit more." Ye Qingling clung to Lu Hang's head, nuzzling against him. Gazing at the face that had captivated her dreams, she lost control, her eyes sparkling with affection. Moi. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason, and she planted a kiss on Lu Hang's cheek. What are you doing?" Lu Hang's face turned beet red, his wide eyes staring blankly at Ye Qingling. What's wrong? Did I do something?" Ye Qingling's face flushed as she averted her gaze toward the ceiling, unable to meet Lu Hang's eyes. Oh no, she and controlled herself and had crossed a line. But it felt so good. The thrill of a secret kiss was entirely different from a bold one. You just kiss me on the cheek." Lu Hang stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I didn't kiss you. Ye Qingling, fine innocence." But her anxious tone betrayed her turbulent heart. You still want to admit it?" I. Lu Hang was at a loss for words, his head feeling hot and about to burst. What about me? You did it." Ye Qingling retorted. Her face flushed as she attempted to mask her embarrassment. "No, you kissed me. How can you be so unapologetic about it?" Lu Hang felt a surge of frustration, as if he might explode. "Well, so what? Childhood friends can kiss. What is wrong with that?" Ye Qingling blushed, putting on a smug expression as she playfully protested. Are you daring to say that again?" Lu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if his entire worldview was being shaken. Initially, it was just that, if not You should kiss me back, Ye Qingling said, trying to sound nonchalant, but her voice dwindled to a whisper, her face burning crimson. Huh, I want to do that. Lu Hang muttered, his head lowered, cheeks aflame, his voice barely audible. Then, if you want tea, let me kiss you again. Ye Qingling placed her hands on her hips, straddling Lu Hang with a faux authoritative demeanor, albeit her speech was laced with hesitation. Huh, you want a kiss? Lu Hang felt as if the morning had transformed into the most absurd experience of his life. Then, if not you kiss me back. Otherwise, I'm left feeling so embarrassed. Ye Qingling tugged at Lu Hang's collar, shaking him to mask her own mix of shame and fury. Chapter 82, A Kiss Just Like That. I. Lu Hang lowered his head, stammering for what seemed like an eternity. Yet he could not muster a single coherent sentence. You won't kiss, will you? Then I shall. Ye Qingling, having lost her inhibitions, decided to seize the moment and indulge in the opportunity. With that, her lips boldly advanced towards Lu Hang's, and just as they were about to meet, Quiche, Ishel kiss. Lu Hang turned his head away, eyes tightly shut, shouting defiantly. After all, this enchantress had already kissed him. Why should he refrain? Since she had cast aside pretense, why should he continue to pretend? A kiss it would be. What? What did you say? Ye Qingling, perched atop Lu Hang, gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She had initially thought she would have to take the initiative to kiss him, and while she wouldn't experience the thrill of being kissed by Lu Hang, indulging in the act herself would suffice. Yet now, it seemed she had triggered an unexpected surprise. I said, a kiss. Just like that, Lu Hang, blushing profusely, mumbled, his voice barely audible. However, Ye Qingling's heightened senses caught every word. She felt herself soaring with excitement, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Sit tight. I am coming. Lu Hang slowly propped himself up, facing Ye Qingling. Hurry and kiss, you must kiss. Ye Qingling urged, pointing to her own rosy cheek, her anticipation palpable. Don't rush me, Lu Hang stammered, his earlier bravado replaced by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. His palms were slick with sweat. Finally, he pouted and leaned in towards Ye Qingling's face. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, the silence enveloped them, their heartbeats echoing in the stillness, fast and fervent. Ye Qingling, blushing and head down, felt her breath quicken, her hands clutching her clothing tightly. Plop with a gentle sound, Lu Hang's lips brushed against Ye Qingling's cheek. The noise resonated in the quiet room, akin to a beautiful melody from a splendid concert. Ye Qingling trembled slightly, her heart pounding as if it might burst. She closed her eyes, reveling in the exquisite moment. The sensation on her cheek was intoxicating, transporting her into a dreamlike realm. Her heart brimmed with happiness and satisfaction, the sweetness of the experience overwhelming. After years of waiting, she had finally reached the moment when Lu Hang had kissed her. In that instant, all the waiting and sacrifices felt worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lu Hang quickly withdrew from her cheek, covering his mouth with his hand and turning away, unable to meet her gaze. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. His face flushed like a ripe apple, betraying his shyness and trepidation. It was his first voluntary kiss, and the soft, yielding sensation sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. His emotions were a tumult of excitement and anxiety. He was uncertain how to navigate the ensuing situation, yet he knew this moment would forever be etched in his memory. You see, I told you that childhood friends kissing is quite normal, right? Ye Qingling felt lightheaded, her nerves causing her to stumble over her words, though her tone remained proudly defiant. Yes, indeed, quite normal. There is nothing to it. Lu Hang stammered in agreement, merely to validate his own actions. All right, you just kissed me. Now it's my turn to kiss you. Ye Qingling declared earnestly, though her flushed face betrayed her. Huh? Haven't you already kissed? Lu Hang stared at her in disbelief, incredulous. I accidentally kissed you just now, but now I want to kiss you again. Ye Qingling insisted, her cheeks flushed, her tone resolute. But you just said it was normal for childhood friends to kiss. Lu Hang attempted to argue, but was cut off by Ye Qingling, her voice tinged with playful defiance. Yes, quite normal. A kiss is just a kiss. Lu Hang's head felt as if it might spin off, but he could not contradict his earlier words, so he feigned indifference. Well, here I come. Gulp. Ye Qingling swallowed hard, licking her lips, eager to pounce on Lu Hang. This was permitted, with just cause. Ha ha ha. Her breath quickened, warmth radiating from her towards Lu Hang. Plop, all right, that's enough. The sound of a kiss graced Lu Hang's cheek again, but just as it happened, he gently pushed her away. Hey, I haven't even had enough yet. Ye Qingling exclaimed, hands on her hips, indignant. She had intended to plant a fervent kiss on his cheek, only to be thwarted by his sudden retreat. This left her fuming, her teeth clenched in frustration. You kissed, that suffices. Now hurry and get up. With that, Lu Hang sprang up, tossing Ye Qingling off him, his face a deep crimson as he fled. He felt he had to escape before an overwhelming surge of emotions consumed him. So stingy. Ye Qingling sat on the bed, watching Lu Hang's retreating figure, pouting softly. She touched her lips, as if still feeling the warmth of Lu Hang's cheek. Hang. Ye Qingling excitedly rolled around on the floor, savoring every trace of Lu Hang's scent. In that moment, she was enveloped in sweet bliss, basking in the warmth she had long desired. Ha ha ha. She lay on the floor, breathing heavily, her cheeks still flushed from earlier. Yet, she felt incredibly happy, overwhelmingly thrilled. This was her small step, yet a monumental leap for Lu Hang. Now that they had exchanged kisses, the next step could only be, just thinking about it excited her. Sleep eluded her. She resolved to seek out Lu Hang. Hang, I'm coming. With that, Ye Qingling adjusted her clothing and stepped out the door. Hey, I noticed little Hang came out looking as red as a monkey's backside. Why are you blushing so? Ye Bai, seated on the sofa, curiously inquired while munching on an apple. Chapter 83. You better not misbehave. A faint blush graced Ye Qingling's cheeks as she resembled a jubilant little bird, eagerly darting towards the washroom. What brings you here? Did you not say you wanted to sleep a little longer? Lu Hang, freshly washed, was drying his face with a towel, his tone laced with confusion. What do you think? Hang Ye Qingling's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she gracefully approached him, light on her feet. What are you planning? I warn you, I have already washed my face. Lu Hang's eyes widened in alarm, fear gripping him as he watched the girl inch closer, his body involuntarily retreating. He stammered his warning, yet his heart was a tempest of anxiety. However, Ye Qingling seemed unfazed by his caution, continuing her advance with an enigmatic smile. As time passed, Lu Hang realized he had nowhere to escape. Behind him was the unyielding wall. Desperate, he leaned against it, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I warn you, you better not misbehave. I'm a 6-degree fighter. Lu Hang strained to make his tones sound firm and resolute, yet inside, he was a whirlwind of panic. Nevertheless, his threats bore no fruit. Just as he was about to utter more words, Ye Qingling suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his head. Muwa accompanied by a crisp sound. Lu Hang felt a warm breath wash over him, followed by a soft sensation on his cheek. Ye demon, I wash my face. Lu Hang's eyes widened, his face aflame as he shouted at Ye Qingling. It's perfectly normal for childhood friends to kiss on the cheek. Ye Qingling bilinkit innocently. Aseli simile grajink herlips. At her words, Lu Hang's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss, especially considering their previous encounter. It's quite normal, Lu Hang stammered, his voice dwindling as if all confidence had evaporated. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he gritted his teeth and said with mock ferocity, Don't change the subject. I was talking about how I've already washed my face. Oh, and then what? Ye Qingling tilted her head with a wicked grin, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Why you? I've never encountered someone so brazen. Lu Hang gazed at Ye Qingling's shameless expression and could only furiously rub the spot she had kissed with the towel. All right, I've washed my face. You just stay there. Ye, demon. After grinding out a curse, Lu Hang stormed off in a huff. Click with a sharp sound of the door closing. Ye Qingling found herself alone in the washroom. Hee hee. Ye Qingling leaned against the door, a love-struck expression on her face. A suspicious glimmer lingering at the corner of her mouth, perhaps remnants of saliva. So soft, so sweet, so delightful to kiss, she cradled her face in her hands, seemingly savoring the taste of the kiss. Ye Qingling, hurry up and finish washing up for breakfast. My mom and Aunt Yi have already prepared everything. Just then, Lu Hang's voice from outside broke her reverie. Oh, all right, I know. Ye Qingling snapped back to reality, quickly wiping away the moisture at her lips before starting to brush her teeth and wash her face. Upon returning to the living room, Lu Hang noticed that Lu Shi and Yi Jun had already returned, their expressions somewhat inscrutable. Lu Hang swiftly deduced the situation and approached them, teasing, "So, esteemed comrades, let me see the fruits of last night's endeavors ahem. This, well, I believe the joy of fishing lies in the process, not in the outcome." So, Lu Shi began earnestly, but as he struggled to continue, he glanced at Yi Jun for help. Ahem. Thus, simply enjoying the experience is sufficient. After speaking, Yi Jun averted her gaze from Lu Hang, nervously staring at the ceiling. Oh dear, it's all right. Surely, there must have been some result from the night. Come, let me have a look. With that, Lu Hang darted like a gust of wind towards the fish bucket set aside by Lu Shi. No. Lu Shi initially intended to refuse, but Lu Hang had already flung the lid open. Oh, dear, empty as can be. Lu Hang chuckled teasingly, then turned to Yi Jun, saying, Uncle Yi, let me see yours too. Ah, perhaps not. Yi Jun attempted to move the fish bucket away, but in a flash, Lu Hang pressed down on it, grinning mischievously. Uncle Yi, you're too slow. Lu Hang swiftly lifted the lid and peered inside, exclaiming, Oh dear, also empty as can be. Ahem. No, you only see it empty, but little do you know we relish the joy of fishing. Lu Shi stubbornly retorted. All right. Wait, you ever brought fish back from your fishing trips? Hurry and wash up for breakfast. Yi Bai chimed in cheerfully from the side. Oh, I forgot. Darling, you did bring home a fish that one time, the one you caught from the river. Li Beining added with a sly grin. Oh, Dad, Uncle Lu, you're back from fishing? How'd it go? Let me see. Ye Qingling bounced into the room like a little sprite, her spirits evidently high. Ha! Ye Qingling, come over and take a look. Lu Hang stifled a laugh, beckoning her over. She approached and found 2 completely empty fish buckets. It's fine. We've grown accustomed to it. Ye Qingling offered a comforting expression, though her lips were tightly pressed as she struggled to contain her laughter. Hey, you 2 little rascals. Are you both ganging up to tease your father? Lu Hang, don't forget, the last time you went fishing with us, you didn't catch a single thing either. I had an off day. Lu Hang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the focus to shift onto him, yet he held his ground. Oh well, it's all right. You did great. Ye Qingling patted Lu Hang on the shoulder, her expression a complex mixture of exasperation and consolation, tinged with pity. In summary, her demeanor conveyed an intricate blend of emotions. Chapter 84. I will defeat you with a single elbow strike. What did you say? Repeat that. Lu Hang narrowed his eyes slightly, cupping Ye Qingling's delicate face in his hands, playfully kneading it. Ha, I was wrong. Ye Qingling pouted, emitting incoherent sounds of surrender. Now you realize your mistake, right? Lu Hang smirked mischievously, issuing a warning before releasing her. After all, their parents were present, and he couldn't be too reckless. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have already taken her down for some fun. Honestly, you petty man, I curse you with a circle. Ye Qingling huffed, drawing a circle on the ground with her finger. Xiao Hang, Ling Ling, come over for breakfast. At that moment, Li Beining emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bowls of steaming porridge and placing them on the dining table. All right, coming. They exchanged glances and replied in unison, making their way to the table together. Mom, Aunt Yi, are you heading back today? Lu Hang inquired curiously after taking a sip of porridge. Yes, we have work tomorrow. Aren't you going to work as well? We'll have lunch here with Ling Ling, and then head back. Li Beining nodded in response. I see. That's fine. When Ling Ling and I have our break, we'll return. Lu Hang said, patting Ye Qingling's shoulder. Ye Qingling asserted confidently, Don't worry, Aunt Li. I'll make sure to take Lu Hang back. All right, then it's settled. Ling Ling, you take Xiao Hang home. Li Baining smiled contentedly. Ding ding, ding ding. Lu Hang's phone alarm rang. It was already 9:30. Mom, Dad, Uncle Yi. Aunt Yi, I'm off to work, Lu Hang called out as he put on his shoes and stood at the door, then turned and left. Ding ding. Ye Qingling suddenly received a message on her phone. Lu Pighead, don't just wander in my room. Though he knew this warning wouldn't deter Ye Qingling, he couldn't help but say it. It had become a daily habit. Ye Qingling, hee, I won't just wander into your room. Lu Hang was speechless. He knew this little demon wouldn't follow the rules. Lu Pighead, don't mess with my things if you enter my room. Fine, he conceded. Ye Qingling, relax. You know what kind of person I am, right? Lu Pighead, it's precisely because I know you too well that I must say this. Ye Qingling, don't worry. I absolutely won't go into your room this morning. Moral person. JPG, Lu Pighead. Really? I sparkling. JPG, Ye Qingling. I'll wait until this afternoon after they leave. Lu Pighead. I shouldn't have hoped for anything from you. Ye Qingling. Your hope is that I'll sleep in your room tonight. Lu Pighead. Dream on. Ye Qingling. If you agree, I promise not to enter your room today. Lu Pighead. I'd rather you go in during the day. Ye Qingling. I will defeat you with a single elbow strike. TT, don't leave after school. Lu Pighead. TCH, just be careful not to get pinned down by me. Ye Qingling, just wait for tonight. Lu Pighead. Not arguing with you. I'm on the road. Ye Qingling. Oh, stay safe. Lu Pighead. MHM. With that, their conversation ended. As Lu Hang made his way to work, his gaze fell upon a little girl about 5 or 6 years old in the distance. She looked so familiar. Lu Hang squinted, scrutinizing the girl standing in front of small shop. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he tapped his head, exclaiming, Isn't that Su Chi? Su Ro's sister. What's she doing here? He approached and saw the little girl staring intently at an ice cream in the refrigerator, nearly drooling. Su Chi, what are you doing here? Lu Hang asked, gently tapping her shoulder. Huh? Who are you? Su Chi turned around quickly, her tone tinged with caution. Ha! You don't remember me already? Lu Hang chuckled, extending his hand, which triggered her memory. Oh, I recognize you. You're that handsome brother from the other day? Su Chi exclaimed, her face lighting up. Handsome brother, haha. Su Chi, you're quite the charmer. Lu Hang affectionately ruffled her hair, drawn to her adorably innocent demeanor. How come you're here, handsome brother? Su Chi asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I'm off to work, but I want to ask you, how did you end up here? Are you alone? Nope. I have my friends with me. We came out to play. Su Chi pointed to the other children inside the shop, a total of 4 girls, including herself. Wow, you're so handsome. Can I take a picture with you? Are you a celebrity? The 3 other children rushed out, chattering excitedly. Haha, thank you. But I'm not a celebrity. I have to go to work soon, Lu Hang said, feeling his heart melt at the sight of the 4 adorable little beings. All right, everyone. Handsome brother has to go to work now. Let's not disturb him, Su Chi firmly said, pushing the other 3 friends aside, leaving herself next to Lu Hang. Ha! It's fine, but I really must get going, Lu Hang said as he attempted to leave, but then he heard a voice. Oh, what a pity. I can't reach the ice cream I want, Su Chi said, looking sadly at the ice cream in the fridge, glancing back at Lu Hang with big eyes. This. Lu Hang suddenly felt a bad premonition. Su Chi shot a glance at her 3 friends in the shop, who then also leaned against the refrigerator. Yes, we can't have it, I really want to eat it, It seems we're out of luck. The 4 little ones transformed into 4 little crybabies, pitifully leaning against the fridge, their eyes looking up at Lu Hang. This. Lu Hang felt a toothache coming on. Oh, we can't have it. Let's go. Su Chi pretended to be pitiful, turning to leave, but walking very slowly, frequently glancing back at Lu Hang. I'll buy it for you. Lu Hang sighed, biting his teeth in resignation. P.S. How many of you are about to start school? Chapter 85. Are you there? Yay, you're so wonderful, handsome brother. Su Chi exclaimed as she rushed forward to embrace Lu Hang's leg. You're truly amazing. Brother, you're simply the best. The other 3 little ones joined in, wrapping their arms around him, leaving Lu Hang in a state of amused bewilderment. All right, I'll treat you to ice cream, but first, let go of me. Lu Hang chuckled, gently patting the heads of the little ones. At that moment, he was flooded with nostalgia, reminiscent of his childhood. He recalled a time in elementary school when he and Ye Qingling were out playing, and he was captivated by the sight of ice cream, but had no money to buy it. He had then turned to Ye Qingling for help, for her family owned a company, and she had always had ample pocket money due to her parents' desire to pamper their daughter. Lu Heng had cleverly manipulated her generosity, and she had obliged him. Reflecting on those times, he realized how easily Ye Qingling had been swayed. Most of her pocket money was spent on herself, either here or there. However, as he grew older, Lu Heng recognized the impropriety of this dynamic. Although Ye Qingling continued to indulge him, he eventually reciprocated her kindness, albeit with a more limited allowance than hers. Now, Lu Heng still possessed a few garments gifted by Ye Qingling, tucked away in his wardrobe back home. A smile crept onto his lips as he reminisced, feeling warmth in his heart while gazing at the adorable children before him. Look around and see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Just take it to the front desk. I shall cover the entire bill, he declared, playfully tapping his chest to exude a sense of generosity. Upon hearing this, the children erupted in joyous cheers, in unison exclaiming, "Haha, you're so wonderful, handsome brother." They then darted towards the ice cream freezer like little birds, eager to select their favorites. Lu Heng stood by, observing their excitement, which filled him with happiness. At that moment, Su Chi turned back, holding a milk-flavored pudding, and innocently asked, "Brother, would you like anything?" Her clear eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Heng pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before responding with a smile. I'll have what you're having." Su Chi's face lit up with a radiant smile as she nodded enthusiastically. "Okay." She carefully retrieved another identical pudding from the freezer and placed it on the counter. At that moment, the other three children had also chosen their preferred ice creams and placed them on the counter. Lu Heng noticed that they did not opt for the most expensive treats simply because someone else was paying. Instead, they selected more reasonably priced options, such as those costing 50 cents or a yuan. They exhibited restraint and discipline, not succumbing to greed. Witnessing this, Lu Heng felt a deep admiration for the children. Despite their tender ages, they understood the value of appreciating others' kindness and refrained from frivolous spending, a quality remarkably rare in today's society. "You're all so good. You even help brothers save money." Lu Heng affectionately patted the heads of the four little ones before settling the bill. "Hee, so sweet." Su Chi licked her ice cream and looked at Lu Heng with sparkling eyes. "Yes, it tastes just like my childhood," Lu Heng remarked, savoring a bite of his own. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he took out his phone. "Lu Zhu, are you there?" "Ye Qingling. Have you ever heard the saying?" "Lu Zhu, what's saying?" "Ye Qingling. If you start with 'are you there,' you must be a clown." "Ha ha ha ha." "Lu Zhu, if you don't want me to throw you out of my house." "Ye Qingling, I'll show the chat records to Uncle Lu and the others right now." "Lu Zhu, I'm sorry, Batman is coming to catch me." "Ye Qingling, knowing your mistake is good. Let me sleep in your room tonight, and I will forgive you." "Lu Zhu, you really can't talk about anything else. Is my room that comfortable?" "Ye Qingling, oh, it's too cold to sleep alone at night." Although she longed to say, "Your room is indeed comfortable, but not as much as yours." "Lu Zhu, why not just turn up the air conditioning?" "Ye Qingling, no. That would ruin the summer atmosphere." "Lu Zhu, never mind. I won't argue with you about this. Do you want ice cream?" "Ye Qingling, I hadn't thought about it until you mentioned it. Now I really want some." Lu Heng grinned mischievously and snapped a photo of the pudding in his hand to send her. "Lu Zhu, image, Ye Qingling, you dastardly pig. Are you tempting me? I was just wondering why you suddenly asked about this." "Lu Zhu, hey, that's not the case. We value brotherhood above all else." "Ye Qingling, so what do you want to say?" "Lu Zhu, unfortunately, I'm not about brotherhood. I'm merely tempting you." "Ha ha. Ye Qingling, you'll see. When you return this afternoon, you'll find a messy room." "Lu Zhu, hey, I was just joking. I wanted to ask if you wanted me to pick some up after work." "Ye Qingling, really?" "Lu Zhu, yes." "Ye Qingling, hee hee. Then I won't mess around in your room. I'll just sleep there, hee hee." "Lu Zhu, so you repay kindness with malice." "Ye Qingling, Lu Zhu, just don't drool on my pillow. If you do, there won't be a pillow to swap." "Ye Qingling, hee hee, I know, brother. Are you going to work at the bookstore?" Su Chi asked, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she tugged at Lu Hang's clothes. Yes, the bookstore where your sister works, Lu Hang replied, a smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Wow, I want to go see it too. Su Qi's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Can we go with you? Another child chimed in, unable to contain their excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hang thought to himself, the store doesn't usually have many customers, and it's their own shop, so it should be fine to bring them along. He nodded in agreement. Yay! The four children jumped up in excitement, their faces radiating bright smiles. Chapter 86. The Dull Blade and the Slim Matthew. Good morning, Lu Hang. Su Ro's voice at the front desk grew softer, her eyes widening with surprise. Good morning, Su Ro, Lu Hang greeted politely. Good morning, sister. Good morning, Su sister. Good morning, Ro sister. Good morning, Sister Ro. The four little ones formed a line, trailing behind Lu Hang as they entered, each greeting Su Ro in turn. Su Qi, what brings you here? Su Ro asked, astonished. I came with the handsome brother. He bought us ice cream. Su Qi replied cheerfully, licking the remnants of ice cream from the corner of her mouth. Ice cream? Su Ro then noticed the tiny remnants of ice cream adorning the mouths of the four children. My apologies, Lu Hang. How much was the ice cream? I will reimburse you, Su Ro said apologetically. Oh, it was nothing, just a few yuan, and I had some myself. No need. Lu Hang waved his hand in refusal. I'm so sorry for the trouble. Su Ro continued. Su Qi, have you thanked the big brother yet? She asked the four little ones beside her. Thank you, big brother. They chorused in unison, a sight that was utterly adorable. Haha, it's quite all right, Lu Hang smiled, scratching his head. Ah, who is this? What a surprise to see you at your cousin's shop. Su Muqin exclaimed as she spotted Su Qi, unable to resist picking her up and rubbing her face against Su Qi's. Oh, alien who drinks alcohol, cousin, Su Qi said earnestly, pointing at Su Muqin's nose. Alien? Su Muqin froze, staring blankly at Su Qi. Sister said anyone who drinks is an alien. Su Qi pointed at Su Ro, who was attempting to escape from the front desk. Ah, haha, this. Su Ro could only awkwardly laugh, using her index finger to poke at the air to mask her embarrassment. Su Muqin smiled, squinting her eyes dangerously at Su Ro. Don't listen to your sister's nonsense. I smell delightful, Su Muqin said, placing her arm in front of Su Qi for her to sniff. Am I a delightful alien cousin? Su Qi pondered, tapping her head in confusion. You little rascal. Su Muqin feigned anger and set Su Qi down. Come here, little one. Let your sister hold you. She turned her attention to another child hiding behind Lu Hang. And no, my mom said aliens take children for experiments. The child quivered, inching further behind Lu Hang, afraid to look at Su Muqin. And no, I'm truly at my wit's end, Su Muqin exclaimed, her frustration evident as she turned and sat on a nearby chair, pretending to be angry and ignoring the children. Brother, hold me. The child tugged at Lu Hang's shirt, speaking weakly. All right, come here. Lu Hang scooped the child up effortlessly. Oh, so high, the little one exclaimed, gazing down from Lu Hang's arms in awe. Handsome brother, you haven't held me yet. Su Qi tugged at Lu Hang's shirt, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Oh, all right, Lu Hang responded, setting down the child in his arms and lifting Su Qi instead. Oh, ha! Su Qi exclaimed, snuggling into Lu Hang's embrace. Brother, I want it too. Handsome brother, I want to. The remaining two little ones jumped excitedly at Lu Hang. Okay. Lu Hang took turns lifting each child into the air. Su Muqin watched in amazement, feeling the pangs of injustice. Is this preferential treatment? Indeed, girls of any age are drawn to handsome boys. TSK. I want more, brother. Oh, all right. Me too. Okay. Lu Hang, panting, continued to lift the children high, perspiration forming on his brow. All right, Su Qi and little friends. It's time to let the brother rest, Su Ro reminded sternly from the front desk. Oh, fine. The four little ones reluctantly left Lu Hang's side and settled next to Su Muqin. Hey, you still remember to come find me, alien. Su Muqin mockingly pinched Su Qi's petite nose. Hee, cousin, don't be mad. Being petty won't attract boys, Su Qi said earnestly. Thunderstruck, it felt as if a bolt had struck Su Muqin's heart. Goodness, when did you learn to say such things? She exclaimed, lightly swatting Su Qi's rear in playful annoyance. Ah, domestic violence, domestic violence. Su Qi glanced pleadingly at Lu Hang. Fine. Lu Hang sighed, rubbing his face. Then advised, Mujia, children speak without a filter. Let us give her a pass this time. Indeed, indeed. Su Qi nodded earnestly, then swiftly darted behind Lu Hang. Hey, I didn't expect you to be such a mischievous little girl. Lu Hang chuckled, gently patting Su Qi's head. Hee hee. Su Qi grinned playfully from behind Lu Hang. Su Qi, apologize to your cousin, Su Ro said sternly, arms crossed at the front desk. As Su Qi jumped, hiding behind Lu Hang. Although she was quite the rascal, nothing frightened her more than her sister. Su Qi, hurry, I don't want to repeat myself. Su Ro's tone grew increasingly serious. I'm sorry. Cousin Su Qi timidly stepped out from behind Lu Hang to apologize. All right, it's nothing. Cousin isn't angry. Su Muqin approached and picked Su Qi up, planting a kiss on her cheek. Hee. That tickles. Su Qi giggled, scratching the spot that had just been kissed. Oh, really? Then I shall kiss you more. Su Muqin grinned mischievously then. With a loud smack, she kissed Su Qi's cheek again. At the sound, Lu Hang involuntarily shivered, recalling how Ye Qingling had done the same to him that morning. Feeling the warmth rise to his ears, he quietly took out his phone and typed furiously. Lu Pighead, the dull blade, and the slim Matthew. I shall refrain from battling you for now. TT, don't leave after school. 1 minute later, Ye Qingling, Chapter 87. May we visit your home? Ding ding. The crisp notification sounded, akin to a spell that sent Lu Hang into a state of exhilaration, nearly prompting him to leap with joy. He hastily glanced at the time displayed on his phone. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This moment signified the conclusion of a day's labor for him. Ah, the sweet release of finishing work. He could not suppress a cheer, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. However, at that very instant, a delightful, youthful voice called out behind him. Handsome brother, can we come to your home play? Upon hearing this, Lu Hang instinctively halted his steps. Curiosity compelled him to turn around, where he beheld Su Qi standing alongside 3 other eager children, their faces alight with anticipation. Lu Hang wore a puzzled expression as he inquired, Come to my house to play? Yes, yes. We still don't know where you live, big brother, chimed in another child beside Su Qi, brimming with enthusiasm. Then Su Qi pointed to a little girl beside her, continuing, Look, Xiao Shui has said so too. Lu Hang could not help but find the situation amusing. He squatted down and curiously asked, Oh, I still don't know your names after a whole day. This girl with a ponytail is my classmate, Lu Shui. We all call her Xiao Shui. Su Qi introduced, gesturing towards her. And the girl with the bun is my neighbor, Chen Xian Shi. We call her Xiao Shi, she added, pointing to Chen Xian Shi. I'm Hanjia. You could just call me Xiao Jia. Before Su Qi could intervene, the girl with shoulder-length hair eagerly introduced herself. All right, Xiao Shui, Xiao Shi, Xiao Jia, correct? Lu Hang recited their names one by one, and the little ones nodded in unison. And me. Handsome brother, you can't keep calling me Su Qi. Just call me Xiao Qi. Su Qi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Okay, Xiao Qi. Lu Hang responded gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. But we still don't know your name. Handsome brother. Su Qi, with her bright eyes sparkling, tugged at Lu Hang's shirt, her curiosity palpable. I'm Lu Hang. You can call me Lu Gugu. He replied with a smile, his tone soft and inviting. That doesn't sound as nice as handsome brother, but I suppose Lu Gugu will do. Su Qi pouted slightly, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, yet ultimately accepting the title. Well, that works, haha. Lu Hang chuckled awkwardly. So, can we visit Lu Gugu's house to play? Su Qi's eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation as she bounced on her feet. Su Qi, stop pestering Lu Hang. He is about to finish work. Su Ro interjected sternly from his side. But, Su Qi looked at Su Ro with pleading eyes, then turned back to Lu Hang, her gaze filled with desire and reluctance. It's all right, Su Ro. I can take them to my house for a bit, as I have nothing planned. I'll return them later, Lu Hang said, unable to resist the pitiful look on Su Qi's face. Yay, you are the best. Handsome brother, Su Qi exclaimed, instantly bursting with excitement as she wrapped her arms around Lu Hang's leg, her face beaming with joy. Seeing Su Qi's exuberance, Su Ro sighed in resignation, ultimately conceding, fine, but once you're at your brother's house, you mustn't cause any trouble, understood? Yay, you're the best, sister. The four little ones cheered, rushing to embrace Su Ro's legs. Su Ro affectionately patted their heads and then turned to Lu Heng, her eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry for the trouble. I'll come and pick them up later. It's no trouble at all. I'll send you the address. I enjoy spending time with children, Lu Heng quickly reassured her, waving off her concerns. Listen closely. You can only play at Big Brother's house for 1 hour. I'll come and fetch you at 5. Su Ro said seriously, looking at the four little ones with a firm expression. She knew that without setting a clear time limit, they might lose track of time while playing. But, Su Qi started to protest. But upon meeting Su Ro's stern gaze, her voice faltered. There's no but about it. Xiao Shi, Xiao Shui, and Xiao Jiao must return home too. Be obedient. Su Ro's tone left no room for debate. Su Qi, initially wanting to argue, was cut off by Su Ro's unwavering authority. Fine, she sighed in defeat, albeit reluctantly nodding in compliance. All right, little ones, let us go. Lu Heng urged, leading the way. He glanced back at the four children, and the prospect of visiting Lu Heng's home brought a glimmer of happiness back to Su Qi. Hooray! The four little ones erupted in joyous cheers at Lu Heng's words, bouncing eagerly after him. It's 4 o'clock. Pighead should be off work now. Ye Qingling checked the time on her phone, grinning foolishly to herself. 16:05, once he returns. I shall plant 2 fervent kisses on his face. Ye Qingling lay on her bed, one hand clutching her phone while the other supported her chin. Her eyes fixed on the time displayed on the screen, her heart fluttering with delight. After a moment, she shifted her gaze to the photos of Lu Heng stored on her phone. Gazing at his image, she couldn't help but wear a lovesick expression. Oh, how I adore him. Love, love, love. Ye Qingling excitedly rolled around on her bed with Lu Heng's pillow, continuously murmuring her infatuation. 16:15. Why hasn't he returned yet? This is so slow. I wish I could lock you up so you'd have to stay by my side forever. Ye Qingling complained impatiently. She was eager to see Lu Heng, yet time ticked away without a sign of him. 16:20. I can't take it anymore. I must go down to greet him. Ye Qingling finally could no longer remain still, hurriedly climbing out of bed to welcome Lu Heng home. Lu Gugu, how much farther is your house? Haha, Su Qi panted behind him, clearly exhausted. Not far at all, just about 200 meters to go. Lu Heng chuckled at the sight of Su Qi, breathless and red-faced. Chapter 88. Are you married? 200 meters? Su Qi's expression was one of astonishment. Given your appearance, never mind, I'll just carry you. Lu Heng chuckled resignedly and lifted Su Qi into his arms. Yay, thank you, brother Lu. Su Qi cheered in his embrace, then provocatively glanced at the 3 other little ones still on the ground. Oh, brother Lu is biased. He wants to carry us. Exactly, brother Lu. You have to carry me next. The other 3 little ones chimed in, visibly displeased. Get down. A sudden, frigid voice sliced through the air ahead. The tone was as biting as a winter wind, causing Lu Heng to shiver involuntarily. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Ye Qingling, straight as an iceberg, exuding an oppressive chill. Her brows knit tightly, and her eyes were as cold and merciless as ice, fixated on Su Qi in Lu Heng's arms. Su Qi turned pale with fright, trembling as she burrowed deeper into Lu Heng's embrace, seeking refuge. The other 3 little ones, equally terrified, hid behind Lu Heng, afraid to show themselves. Why, Ye Qingling, what are you doing here? Lu Heng stammered, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Under Ye Qingling's piercing gaze and detached expression, he felt as though he were trapped in a frigid wasteland. However, Ye Qingling offered no response. Her voice grew increasingly frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. I command you to put her down. Her sharp, icy eyes radiated an irresistible force. Oh, Lu Heng knew he could not confront Ye Qingling at this moment. She was clearly irate. Once he set Su Qi down, the ferocity in Ye Qingling's eyes softened somewhat. Brother Lu, that sister is really scary. The four little ones tugged at Lu Hang's clothes, their fear evident. Don't be afraid. She's not a bad person, just in a bad mood today. Ha! Lu Hang attempted to reassure them, then hurriedly approached Ye Qingling. Hey, what has gotten into you this time? He whispered in confusion as he stood beside her. Ye Qingling remained silent. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him, emanating an aura of hostility. These little ones are here to play for a while. Look at how frightened they are because of you, Lu Hang reminded her, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Our home? Ye Qingling's sharp mind caught the key phrase, our home. Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new world. The earlier hostility evaporated, replaced by a barely concealed excitement. Indeed, we are living together now. If it's not our home, then whose home could it possibly be? Lu Hang shook his head in exasperation, lightly tapping Ye Qingling's forehead, attempting to pull her back to reality. I understand now. Let them come up to play for a bit. A faint blush crept onto Ye Qingling's cheeks as she assumed the demeanor of a hostess, addressing Lu Hang. What has gotten into you now? Lu Hang was utterly perplexed by her thought process, frowning as he observed her. Yet, Ye Qingling did not respond, merely lowering her head and giggling foolishly. All right, hurry up and greet those little ones. Look at how scared you made them, Lu Hang urged, lowering his voice as he whispered in her ear. Oh, okay. After all, it is our home, Ye Qingling replied with a tone of naturalness, albeit with a hint of redness on her cheeks. Little ones, I'm sorry for earlier. Sister apologizes, Ye Qingling said with a mix of joy and regret to the four children. The little ones exchanged glances, not responding, their faces still bearing traces of fear. It's all right. I was just playing a little joke on you, Lu Hang interjected, stepping beside Ye Qingling to explain. Really? The four little ones asked, their expressions tinged with doubt. Indeed, truly. I'm sorry, sister was just a bit too playful, Ye Qingling replied, her tone laced with sincerity. Sister, I've seen you before. You're that pretty sister who was with Brother Lu that day, right? Su Qi inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, indeed. I remember your name is. Ye Qingling glanced at Lu Hang for help, who silently mouthed, Su Qi. Su Qi, right? Ye Qingling gently patted Su Qi's head. Wow, sister, you remember me. Su Qi exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. I'm Xiaoxua. I'm Xiaoshi. I'm Xiaojia. The other three little ones, seeing Su Qi and Ye Qingling enjoying their conversation, relaxed their earlier caution and introduced themselves. Then what is your name, sister? Su Qi asked curiously. My name is Ye Qingling. Since you call him Brother Lu, you can call me Sister Yi. Ye Qingling raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Hang. Okay, Sister Yi. The four little ones chorused obediently. Sister Yi, do you live with Brother Lu? Su Qi suddenly asked with a glint of excitement in her eyes. Yes. Why? Ye Qingling responded, perplexed. Then, are you married? Su Qi asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ye Qingling and Lu Hang. No. Not at all. Su Qi, why would you think that? Lu Hang exclaimed, waving his hands urgently. But, my parents said only married couples live together. Su Qi replied, puzzled as she poked her soft, fair cheek. Ha! Little Su Qi, you are too adorable. Come here for a hug. Ye Qingling exclaimed excitedly as she scooped Su Qi into her arms. So, Sister Yi, you really aren't married? Su Qi asked, still confused as she looked at Ye Qingling. Not at the moment. Ye Qingling replied with a smile, whispering in Su Qi's ear. Then why do you live together? Su Qi asked, her face a canvas of questions. Clearly, the little one was still grappling with the complexities of such matters. Chapter 89. Speak up. It's time to come out. My sister and I share an exceptionally close friendship, which is why we are temporarily residing together. You see? Lu Hang quickly elaborated, attempting to reach out and pat Su Qi's small head, only to be thwarted by Ye Qingling's intervention. Oh, I see. The little one nodded, half understanding. Dear children, your sister will take you to my home for some fun. Ye Qingling addressed the four little ones in a tone befitting a hostess. Hooray! The children cheered, seemingly casting aside the recent events, and followed Ye Qingling into the building. Just moments ago, Lu Hang had been surrounded by the little ones. Now he found himself utterly alone. Wait, Has their affection shifted so swiftly? Lu Hang exclaimed in disbelief to himself. He could only follow behind, trailing into the elevator. Click! The front door of the house swung open, and the four little ones dashed inside in a flurry of excitement. Wow, is this your home, sister? Wow, your house is quite spacious. The little ones clustered around Ye Qingling, eagerly inquiring, leaving Lu Hang feeling neglected. Goodness, do children's affections change so quickly? He silently lamented, yet seeing the children's enthusiasm, he relented. Fine, I'll go prepare some fruit for you. You all have fun with Sister Yi. Lu Hang pretended to speak loudly to capture the children's attention, but they merely responded with a quick okay and returned to Ye Qingling's side. Well then, I shall cut the fruit. Lu Hang sighed helplessly and turned towards the kitchen. At that moment, Su Qi stealthily leaned closer to Ye Qingling's ear and asked, Sister Yi, when will you marry Brother Lu? Ha! Su Qi, you are simply adorable. Ye Qingling couldn't help but hug Su Qi again, responding softly, Maybe in a few years? I'll invite you to be my flower girl. How does that sound? What is a flower girl? The little ones questioned in confusion. A flower girl is someone who, during the wedding, carries the train of the wedding dress or scatters flower petals before the bride and groom, bringing happiness and blessings to everyone. Ye Qingling patiently explained to the curious children. I want to be the flower girl. Su Qi exclaimed, raising her hand enthusiastically. Me too. I want to be a flower girl as well. The others chimed in, all eagerly lifting their hands. Great. Then all of you can be my flower girls. Ye Qingling smiled, asking them. Yes. The children responded in unison. What are you all so excited about? Lu Hang approached with a plate of fruit, feigning annoyance. When will you marry Sister Yi, Brother Lu? Su Qi couldn't contain her excitement, eager to become the flower girl immediately. Boom! It felt as if thunder had struck Lu Hang's heart, exploding within him. I really can't believe you asked that. Lu Hang squinted his eyes, forcing a smile. Sister Yi just told us about needing a flower girl for the wedding, and I want to be yours. Su Qi said, brimming with enthusiasm. Ha! This! Lu Hang shot a glare at Ye Qingling, who sat on the sofa grinning at his discomfort. Come eat. Eat some fruit, ha! Lu Hang was at a loss for words, so he placed the fruit in front of everyone, attempting to change the subject. Wow, watermelon! And grapes. So many delicious treats. The children leapt from the sofa, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the fruit platter. Few, thankfully, these little ones are easily swayed. Their excitement comes and goes swiftly. Lu Hang silently congratulated himself. Brother Lu, I want that one. Ye Qingling looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes, pointing to a tempting slice of watermelon. Oh, come on, can't you just get it yourself? Lu Hang felt a shiver run down his spine at her sweet voice, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Yet, he held back his discomfort, as the children were still present. He couldn't let them witness him criticize Ye Qingling. Oh dear, it's just too far. Ye Qingling pouted, playfully swaying her body, resembling a charming little girl pleading for candy. Stop, stop, stop. I'll get it for you. Lu Hang found it impossible to resist her charm and reluctantly acquiesced, picking up a toothpick to skewer a piece of watermelon, cautiously delivering it to Ye Qingling's mouth. Truly, you are the man of our house. Splendid indeed. Ye Qingling chewed contentedly, a blissful smile gracing her face. Then, adopting a haughty demeanor, she skewered another piece of watermelon, preparing to feed Lu Hang. As the hostess, I too shall serve you. Now, open wide her tone was playful and slightly arrogant. Wait, can't you just grab it yourself? Lu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief at Ye Qingling's audacity. He inwardly lamented, never expecting her to be so demanding. Don't worry about it. Open wide, it's about to come out. No, the watermelon is going to slip out. Ye Qingling insisted, forcefully feeding Lu Hang the watermelon, her eyes reflecting a stubborn determination. At that moment, the four little ones began to cheer in unison. Together, together, together. Their voices rang clear and bright, filled with innocence and joy. Lu Hang was startled by the unexpected cheers, his face instantly flushing crimson as he nearly choked on the watermelon. Cough, cough. What are you all saying? Lu Hang felt as though he might choke on his own words, coughing as he attempted to explain. Isn't that how it goes? But we saw in the videos online that they all shout like this. Su Qi scratched her head, confused. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity, as her previously amassed knowledge crumbled away. But, Sister Yi, why are you feeding Brother Lu watermelon? Su Qi inquired, her eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. Ye Qingling's face flushed as she pondered how to respond to this question. Because I'm the hostess of this house. So, I just wanted him to taste this watermelon. It's very sweet. Ye Qingling stammered, her gaze revealing a hint of shyness. Oh, I see now. Su Qi nodded, half understanding. Chapter 90, how's it going, Haicheng? Are you coming? A melodious chime resonated through the room as Lu Hang glanced at the clock, noting that it was already 5 in the afternoon. It must be Su Ro arriving, he mused to himself before heading towards the door. At the same time, Ye Qingling was engrossed in playing with her little ones. However, upon hearing Lu Hang mention Su Ro's name, she immediately became alert. What? Su Ro? She asked in surprise, her body instinctively straightening. Yes, she should be here to pick up the little ones, Lu Hang explained earnestly. Yet, a barely perceptible shade of crimson flickered in Ye Qingling's gaze. Her expression grew somewhat complex, as if concealing a deeper emotion. I'll open the door. You stay back. Ye Qingling's tone was filled with unwavering authority. Huh? Isn't it the same for everyone who opens the door? Lu Hang furrowed his brow, perplexed. Don't interfere. Ye Qingling insisted firmly, pushing past Lu Hang to open the door. With a distinct click, the door slowly swung open from the inside. Su! Just as Su Ro was about to greet her, she found Ye Qingling standing straight before her, a subtle smile gracing her face. Su Ro, hello. Ye Qingling greeted politely, waving at her. Why Ye Qingling? Hi. Su Ro was momentarily taken aback by Ye Qingling's presence, a large question mark seemingly materializing above her head. Sister, you're here. We were just playing with Ye Jia. Su Qi excitedly rushed over, hugging Su Ro's legs. The other 3 little ones quickly followed out from Lu Hang's home. Sister, let me tell you, Lu Ge and Ye Jia live together, but they're not married. Su Qi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Ge and Ye Jia live together? Su Ro was equally stunned, her voice tinged with uncertainty as her gaze instinctively shifted to Ye Qingling, confusion filling her eyes. However, Ye Qingling did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, she merely smiled faintly, a smile imbued with an unspoken meaning that provoked speculation. You little rascal. Who told you that living together means being married? Lu Hang's expression darkened, irritation creeping into his voice as he addressed Su Qi. Instead of being frightened by Lu Hang's outburst, Su Qi let out a quirky sound, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. So, Lu Hang, you and Ye Qingling really live together? Su Ro asked cautiously, her voice betraying a hint of insecurity. In truth, she already had an inkling of the answer, yet she couldn't help but seek confirmation. Yes, she lives here and causes me trouble every day. Lu Hang Feigen An No Yang. His tone laced with a sense of helplessness and affection, as if he were lamenting the trials of living with family. Oh, I see. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. I'll take the little ones with me. With that, Su Ro hastily led the children away, not daring to look back, as if eager to escape the situation. Come inside. After they left, Ye Qingling forcefully grabbed Lu Hang's arm and dragged him back into the room. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Hang questioned loudly, his tone filled with suspicion as he attempted to stop her. His instincts warned him that something unfavorable was about to unfold. Bang! With a resounding slam of the door, Ye Qingling pushed Lu Hang onto the sofa in the living room. What's wrong with you? Lu Hang was utterly baffled by Ye Qingling's erratic behavior, alternating between laughter and madness. Ye Qingling did not answer Lu Hang, but instead pressed down heavily on him. Lu Hang, why are you so disobedient? She spoke coldly, her gaze locked onto Lu Hang's, imbued with a sense of fragility and obsession. I'm listening. To what? Lu Hang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Ye Qingling's expression, his voice growing softer as he turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. You are disobedient, Ye Qingling asserted, firmly grasping Lu Hang's head and gently turning it towards her, forcing their eyes to meet. Lu Hang's heart raced, his breathing quickening as he felt Ye Qingling's body pressed closely against him. Her hand firmly held his head in place, rendering him immobile. He attempted to shake free, but Ye Qingling's strength exceeded his expectations, leaving him helplessly gazing at her, a mix of trepidation and confusion in his eyes. "What do you want?" Lu Hang's voice trembled as he stared wide-eyed, trying to glean some insight from Ye Qingling's enigmatic expression, but she merely wore a cryptic smile. "I want it." Observing Lu Hang's anxious demeanor stirred a thrill within Ye Qingling. Unable to resist, she licked her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. In a swift motion, Ye Qingling suddenly pulled Lu Hang's face closer and without hesitation pressed her lips against his cheek, giving it a hearty smooch. With a resounding pop, a vibrant red mark appeared on Lu Hang's face. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment at Ye Qingling, utterly at a loss for words. "Ah, wait. Why did you suddenly kiss me?" Lu Hang exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend Ye Qingling's actions. Before he could fully process what had happened, Ye Qingling pouted again and lunged toward the other side of his face. Pop! Another crisp sound echoed as Lu Hang's other cheek bore the imprint of a vivid red mark. Now, his entire face was flushed, resembling a ripe apple. "Look, now your cheeks are symmetrical, just like a monkey's bottom." "Ha ha!" Ye Qingling burst into uncontrollable laughter at the comical sight of Lu Hang. Nearly doubled over with glee, tears of laughter brimming in her eyes. "You're the one who looks like a monkey's bottom," Lu Hang retorted, his face burning in embarrassment as he glared at Ye Qingling, wishing he could vanish into thin air. This insufferable woman had humiliated him, pushing the limits of absurdity. "How was that? My acting was quite good, wasn't it? You were definitely startled." Ye Qingling chuckled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Why are you even acting? Really?" It was a bit frightening. Lu Hang's voice dwindled at the end, his heart growing fainter. Indeed, he was taken aback by Ye Qingling's antics, but he had no desire to admit it in front of her. "Oh dear, so you're this timid?" Ye Qingling teased, covering her mouth as she laughed, a strange glimmer in her eyes. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Hang would be so easily startled, filling her with a sense of pride. I'm not timid at all," Lu Hang protested, his expression a mix of indignation. "It's all your fault. Besides you, who else would I be afraid of?" He attempted to defend himself, oblivious to how his words stirred a ripple of emotion within Ye Qingling. "Besides me?" The moment she heard that, Ye Qingling's heart felt as sweet as honey, a silly grin spreading across her face. In truth, she was not merely acting. At that moment, she lost control of herself. Fortunately, her quick-witted adaptability prevailed, and it was also a stroke of luck that Lu Hang was somewhat of a fool. In that instant, she genuinely sensed the fear he harbored towards her, which in turn instilled a sense of fear within herself. "Get up quickly, hey," Lu Hang urged as he nudged Ye Qingling's shoulder. He felt somewhat embarrassed by her embrace and wished to break free. "No," Ye Qingling firmly rejected, clinging to him even tighter. Only in his arms did she find solace, allowing herself to let down her guard completely. It was precisely for this reason that she was reluctant to let Lu Hang leave her side. This gentleness was hers alone to possess, and hers alone. With this thought, Ye Qingling gazed at Lu Hang with an intense sense of possessiveness. "Will you let go or not?" Lu Hang threatened, his voice brimming with anger. "Not letting go," Ye Qingling bravely countered, tightening her hold further, her tone resolute. "I warn you if you don't let go. I'll kiss you." Lu Hang's face flushed slightly. He glared at her, a mix of embarrassment and irritation on his features, yet deep within his eyes lay a hint of stubbornness and unwillingness. "Oh, then go ahead and kiss me." Ye Qingling smirked, feigning indifference as she provocatively looked at him. Lu Hang's breath quickened, his chest rising and falling heavily, clearly agitated. Yet, in the face of Ye Qingling's provocation, he felt utterly helpless. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Hang finally snapped, gritting his teeth as he lunged towards Ye Qingling, swiftly pressing his lips against her cheek. The kiss was sudden and forceful, catching Ye Qingling off guard. Her eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily leaving her speechless. "What the heck? I hadn't even savored it." "Ugh," she thought, finally regaining her composure. Lu Hang was equally taken aback. He anticipated that he would actually act in such a manner. They exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere hanging thick with awkwardness. Cough. Afraid, are you? Lu Hang cleared his throat, attempting to feign seriousness to mask his inner turmoil. But Ye Qingling, seemingly unfazed, leaned in to plant another playful kiss on his cheek, lifting her chin with pride, declaring, "You kissed me just now, so I'm returning the favor. You were the one who kissed me first." Lu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed an accusatory finger at her, his voice filled with incredulity. He never expected Ye Qingling to be so brazen. "Oh, and what of it?" She laughed mischievously, her expression crafty, as if to say, "Kiss me, and you can only endure it." "Oh, and what of it?" Ye Qingling lifted her chin slightly, a playful grin gracing her features, radiating a sense of mischief, as if to imply, "Kiss me, and you must bear it." I can't take it anymore." Lu Hang could no longer suppress the impulse within him. He pulled Ye Qingling close, planting a robust kiss on her cheek. With a resounding smack, a bright red mark appeared on her face. Though Lu Hang's cheeks flushed with color, he continued to look at Ye Qingling defiantly, as if to say, "So what? This is how it is. Afraid now." Ye Qingling, covering her face, gazed at Lu Hang in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief alongside a hint of excitement. "Huh," she scoffed, then once more embraced Lu Hang, leaning in for a hearty nibble. "Ah." Lu Hang let out a startled cry. "You bit me again," he exclaimed, clutching his cheek where a row of shallow bite marks adorned his skin. Anger evident in his voice. Though it didn't hurt, it was a blow to his pride. "Not satisfied? Come on then. Ye Qingling, tisit, poking samut." Fair cheek provocatively. "Don't think I won tea," Lu Hang retorted, teeth clenched as he covered his face. "So do you dare not?" Ye Qingling continued to provoke, her patience waning. "Who fears whom?" Lu Hang's face reddened, his eyes igniting with a mix of anger and determination as he shouted, seemingly to bolster his courage. He held Ye Qingling's head tightly, his heart racing with tension and excitement. Then, without hesitation, he gently nibbled her soft cheek, the motion both tender and swift. Afterward, he immediately released her, turning away to avoid her gaze. Ha yet with that kiss. Ye Qingling's cheeks flushed even deeper, her breath quickening as her eyes grew dreamy, sparkling with affectionate light. Gulp. What? What do you want now? Lu Hang stammered, trembling slightly, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. His body instinctively recoiled, yet with Ye Qingling still draped over him, he found no escape. Hang, you're so obedient. I want to kiss you again." Ye Qingling could no longer contain her fervor, her face bright red, heart racing as she nibbled on Lu Hang's head with abandon. Her lips brushed against his cheek, forehead, and nose, leaving behind vibrant red marks on his face. Lu Hang could only emit muffled protests, expressing his dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. "So, Hang, care for another?" After the flurry of kisses, Ye Qingling gazed at Lu Hang with a dreamy look, playfully poking his cheek, her tone laced with provocation. Chapter 91. You've kissed enough today, enough. I'm done. Lu Hang fervently shook his head, vehemently refusing, not daring to cast even a glance at Ye Qingling. His face was flushed crimson, as if a surge of blood rushed to his head, leaving him dizzy and on the brink of losing his composure. "Oh, I haven't had my fill yet," Ye Qingling murmured softly, leaning against Lu Hang's chest, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and reproach. "Get down, hurry," Lu Hang urged anxiously, unhesitatingly pushing Ye Qingling away and darting into the restroom like a gust of wind. Watching Lu Hang's hasty retreat, Ye Qingling couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. "Damn you, you rascal." Lu Hang silently cursed within, scrubbing his face vigorously while inwardly lamenting the audacity of this vexing woman, who could kiss so recklessly and freely. Did she not realize that such actions would leave him breathless? At that moment, the restroom door swung open, and Ye Qingling stepped inside, observing Lu Hang's flushed countenance. Amusement bubbled within her, and a radiant smile graced her lips. "Look at you, all shy. It's utterly adorable." As she gently caressed his cheek, her fingers glided over his skin, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. The soft touch quickened Lu Hang's heartbeat, deepening the crimson hue on his face. Yet to him, her words seemed to carry a hint of provocation. With widened eyes, he stared at Ye Qingling, embarrassment and irritation flickering across his features. Startled by her boldness, he instinctively recoiled, stepping back to create distance between them. His eyes flashed with a spark of anger. His teeth clenched as he spoke in a low tone. "You better watch out. I won't wait." Ye Qingling retorted without hesitation, her tone light-hearted yet resolute. Her gaze met Lu Hang's without flinching, laced with a tinge of anticipation. Huh. Lu Hang was taken aback by her unexpected response, yet her expression seemed to hint at expectation. Flustered, he stammered, I'll make you. Just you wait. TCH, what a petty man. Ye Qingling scoffed, her disdain evident, though her eyes remained fiercely confrontational. Honestly, you just caused me trouble. Lu Hang frowned, a flicker of indignation crossing his face as he muttered complaints. When have I caused you trouble? Ye Qingling shot back, irritation coursing through her. Eyes narrowed as she challenged him. Following me around led to that blonde guy targeting you, sneaking into my room to sleep and drooling all over my pillow. Lu Hang counted her transgressions on his fingers. Stop. Stop. Ye Qingling could no longer endure his list, stepping forward to firmly cover his mouth with both hands. MMM. Lu Hang attempted to continue, but his words were muffled, producing only dull sounds. Haha, serves you right for being so cocky. Am I not cocky? He retorted, his face radiating triumph. Are you going to shout again? You dare? I'll kiss you right now. Ye Qingling threatened, her eyes wide with mock ferocity. MMM? I concede. Lu Hang's eyes widened as he promptly gave in. TCH. Ye Qingling turned her head, discreetly clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction, wishing he had maintained his earlier bravado. For then she could have had her fun. All right, let us go. I'll buy you ice cream. Lu Hang urged, a hint of impatience in his voice as he nudged Ye Qingling to leave the washroom together. Huh? Ice cream? Ye Qingling blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Have you forgotten? I promised to buy you ice cream this morning. Lu Hang reminded her earnestly, his expression solemn. Oh right, I almost forgot. Ye Qingling. Her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Lu Hang. Hang, I can't believe you remembered. Hey, don't come closer. Don't think I don't know you want to kiss me again. Lu Hang quickly pushed her away, a look of annoyance flashing across his face. Yet, a faint blush crept up his neck, betraying his true feelings. TCH, what a miser. Ye Qingling pouted, her tone laced with playful exasperation. No, you've already kissed enough today, Lu Hang asserted, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor, though his voice betrayed a hint of hesitation. What is wrong with a kiss between childhood friends? Ye Qingling asked indignantly. Well, it's not an issue, Lu Hang replied, his voice wavering. But, did you really only kiss once? I'm too embarrassed to point it out. He lightly poked her forehead in frustration. Oh, then why don't you kiss me back? Ye Qingling teased, covering her forehead as she murmured. Let us hurry. If we don't leave soon, I'll one-tea buy it for you. Lu Hang uget, not catching her sulking remark, his brow slightly furrowed. Coming. Ye Qingling quickened her pace, wrapping her arms around Lu Hang's, resting her head on his shoulder, beaming like a little bird. Ugh, in this 36-degree heat, do you know how hot this is? Lu Hang attempted to pry her off, but to no avail, as she clung to him like a leech. I'm not hot, you are. Hee. Ye Qingling grinned mischievously, tightening her embrace around Lu Hang. Let go. No way. What will it take for you to let go? Lu Hang gritted his teeth. Let me sleep with you tonight. Ye Qingling replied with a cunning smile, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Not a chance. That would make everything even hotter. Chapter 92. Hang, you are mine. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the night enveloped the city like ink, wrapping it in serene tranquility. Ye Qingling and Lu Hang reclined languidly at opposite corners of the sofa, their bodies exuding a sense of relaxed lethargy. Yet, their gazes were fixated intently on a singular point, the door to Lu Hang's bedroom. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Ye Qingling stifled a yawn, her peripheral vision darting towards Lu Hang's movements. Yes, indeed. Lu Hang feigned a yawn in agreement, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. As though anticipating something. I think I shall retire for the night, she declared, rising slowly from the sofa. Her movements appeared somewhat awkward, as if she were concealing something. However, Lu Hang was not so easily deceived. His eyes remained steadfastly locked on Ye Qingling, devoid of any relaxation. What? What are you staring at? I'm going to my room to sleep. Ah. A hint of embarrassment crept across Ye Qingling's face, her voice faltering as her heart raced. By the end, she couldn't even bear to meet Lu Hang's gaze, resorting to a forced smile to mask her inner turmoil. Lu Hang offered no response, his expression serious and his eyes brimming with suspicion. An uncomfortable air enveloped them, the silence so profound that even their breaths could be distinctly heard. Well, I too shall head to my room. After a brief pause, Lu Hang rose from the sofa and cast a wary glance at Ye Qingling as he passed her. Suddenly, Ye Qingling seized Lu Hang's wrist, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Wait, don't be so hasty. Oh, I'm not in a rush at all, Lu Hang replied with a forced laugh, his gaze still filled with wariness. How about we sit for a while longer? Ye Qingling suggested, gesturing towards the sofa. All right, sure. They settled back onto the sofa, yet their eyes remained alert, feet tapping lightly on the ground in preparation for any unexpected developments. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall ticked away, its rhythmic sound echoing as if time was silently slipping by. Lu Hang's gaze was fixed on the clock, deep in contemplation. In that moment, Ye Qingling's eyes widened, and she pointed behind Lu Hang, exclaiming in astonishment, Look, an airplane. Too lazy to turn around. Lu Hang simply scoffed at her. Do you think I would fall for that? Ye Qingling paused, taken aback that her little ruse had been so swiftly uncovered. Yet, she decided to drop the act and threatened. Are you going to look or not? Lu Hang met her fierce expression with a resolute refusal. Not looking. Frustrated, Ye Qingling stomped her foot, thinking how difficult this guy was to deal with. Then, a clever idea struck her. She abruptly stood and made her way towards the balcony. Instantly, Lu Hang straightened his posture, alert to her movements. She reached the balcony door, opened it, and peeked outside as if genuinely searching for an airplane. Lu Hang felt a twinge of confusion, but remained on guard. Suddenly, Ye Qingling spun around and dashed back into the living room. Before Lu Hang could react, she pushed him down onto the sofa. Hey, Ye Demon, have I been too nice to you? Lu Hang shouted in anger, attempting to struggle free. I'm going to bed now. Ye Qingling stuck her tongue out at him, resembling a nimble little rabbit as she scampered to the door of his room. Ye Qingling, come out. Lu Hang managed to rise from the sofa and hurried towards the room. Bang! Just as he was about to reach it, the door slammed shut from within with a dull thud. Ye Qingling, come out. Lu Hang pounded on the door twice, his voice laced with fury. Qingmei, I haven't locked the door. Ye Qingling's muffled voice came from inside, tinged with mischief and amusement. Oh, you haven't locked it? Lu Hang Bao said. A moment of confusion crossing his face before a hint of embarrassment emerged. He quickly grasped the doorknob and turned it gently. Indeed, the door swung open effortlessly, a rush of cool air greeting him, as the air conditioning had been set to a comfortable temperature. There lay Ye Qingling, cocooned in blankets like a silkworm, gazing at Lu Hang with a look of utter contentment. Ye Qingling, get out of my room. Lu Hang's voice carried a note of irritation as he approached her, tugging at the blankets covering her. However, Ye Qingling clung to the bed like an octopus, refusing to let go. With a playful whine, she replied, No, I want to sleep with you. Lu Hang furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He questioned her, Why do you always want to sleep with me? Ye Qingling pondered for a moment, then raised her head to meet his gaze, a glint of mischief in her eyes. She feigned a shiver, responding in a delicate tone, because it's so cold to sleep alone. He retorted, teeth gritted. Why didn't I ever hear you complain about being cold sleeping alone before? A smile flitted across Ye Qingling's face at his words. Knowing she had softened his resolve, she intensified her playful demeanor. That was then, this is now. I just want to sleep with you. Every time we sleep, You either crush me or hug me. It's sweltering. And, never mind. Just get out. Lu Heng had intended to add that every time they slept together, something peculiar happened, leaving him flustered. Yet, the words caught in his throat, and he merely tugged at the blankets again, attempting to coax her out. Don't. Ye Qingling, seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, resorted to throwing a tantrum on Lu Heng's bed. Are you going back or not? He pressed. Not going back. Are you sure about that? You really shouldn't push me. Yes, I will push you. What are you going to do about it? Fine, then don't blame me. With that, Lu Heng forcefully pushed, ensnaring her completely in the blankets and hoisting both her and the bedding over his shoulder. Hey, Ye Demon, I've been too nice to you. Lu Heng shouted in frustration, trying to escape her grasp. I don't want to sleep alone. I want to sleep with you. Ye Qingling protested, wriggling playfully in Lu Heng's hold, attempting to break free. Be careful now, don't fall, Lu Heng warned, tightening his grip as he adjusted to her sudden movements. I refuse to stay in an empty room. Ye Qingling lightly thumped Lu Heng's back, venting her irritation. What do you mean, an empty room? This is your room, and this is mine. If you're in an empty room, then why are you in my territory? Lu Heng countered, opening the door to Ye Qingling's room. Don't. Ye Qingling seemed to have heard the most terrifying sound in the world. She shook her body violently on Lu Heng's shoulder, her small fists pounding frantically against his back. Shut up, Lu Heng said with a serious expression as he looked at Ye Qingling. However, at that moment, he suddenly raised his hand and, through the blanket, gave her a sharp smack on her backside. The crisp sound echoed throughout the room. Ye Qingling cried out, her face instantly flushing red. Although there was a blanket between them, the sensation was still incredibly intense. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands and lowered her head, too shy to look at Lu Heng even once. Hearing Ye Qingling's delicate voice, Lu Heng froze momentarily. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting power, weaving its way into his ears. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily shudder. A blush crept onto his cheeks as well. In a flash, Lu Heng, as if electrified, tossed Ye Qingling onto her bed, snatched away the blanket that belonged to her, and hurriedly left the room without looking back. With a heavy thud, the door slammed shut, leaving the room in complete silence, with only Ye Qingling lying quietly on her bed. Pighead fool, big fool, she murmured, her face still crimson, nestled in Lu Heng's blanket, playfully scolding in a tone tinged with a hint of affection. At that moment, Lu Heng was also blushing deeply, hiding under the blanket that originally belonged to Ye Qingling, much like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. Ah, damn it. How could I not resist hitting her? And she, how could she call out like that? So intoxicating? How embarrassing. This is even more awkward than her kissing me. Lu Heng tossed aside the pillow, burying his face in the blanket and letting out a muffled groan. However, the familiar scent from the blanket only fueled his daydreams, deepening the flush on his face and making the heat within him increasingly difficult to suppress. Ah, I should never have let her into my room. No, wait, I never invited her in. She barged in on her own, he thought, feeling wronged. It's all her fault, that little demon. Lu Heng tossed aside the blanket to breathe in fresh air, attempting to escape the scent that was driving him wild. He noticed a small pink pig placed on the bedside table, which he had kept there since that day. It's all your fault. You didn't stop that little demon from entering. What use are you now? Lu Heng scolded the pink pig fiercely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he punched the pig with all his might. It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop her? I'm talking to you. Huh? Answer me. One punch seemed insufficient, and he vented his frustration with a flurry of blows to the small pig while hurling insults. The pink pig remained silent. Lu Heng lay back on the bed, gasping for breath, his body sprawled out. The earlier exertion somewhat alleviated his embarrassment, yet his face grew even redder, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Phew, I should wash my face. He wiped the sweat from his brow and got up to open the door. With a click, both doors swung open simultaneously, revealing Ye Qingling, equally flushed and glistening with sweat. You exercise too? Lu Heng asked awkwardly, lowering his head and stammering. Ye Qingling responded softly, not daring to meet Lu Heng's gaze, standing motionless at the doorway. Lu Heng found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to approach or retreat. Finally, he asked, "How about together?" "Okay." A glimmer of mischief flickered in Ye Qingling's eyes as she nodded gently. Lu Hang scooped a handful of water and splashed it on his face, scrubbing vigorously. Ahem! A cough interrupted him, and he turned to see Ye Qingling watching him with a serious expression. Oh! Lu Hang suddenly recalled something, turned off the faucet, and began to wash his face earnestly, following the method Ye Qingling had taught him. Seeing this, Ye Qingling nodded in satisfaction, and then she gently kissed Lu Hang on the cheek. Feeling the softness on his face, Lu Hang squinted and touched the spot, but there was nothing there. Having just washed his face, the droplets obscured his vision, and he did not see her. "All right, wash up," Lu Hang said, taking off the towel and drying his face. "Hang, give me a kiss." Ye Qingling spoke in a calm tone, as if it were the most natural request. Hearing this, Lu Hang was taken aback, nearly choking on his own saliva. His eyes widened in disbelief, stuttering cough. What did you say?" Ye Qingling, noticing Lu Hang's astonished expression, smirked mischievously. With a swift motion, she closed the bathroom door behind her, approached Lu Hang, pointed to her cheek, and said, "I said, give me a kiss." "No. Why would I suddenly kiss you?" His heart raced, almost leaping out of his chest. "If you kiss me, then I will behave and sleep alone tonight." Ye Qingling teased with a sly smile. You were threatening me?" Lu Hang questioned through clenched teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "How am I threatening you?" Ye Qingling blinked her large eyes innocently, feigning confusion. You. Lu Hang was so furious he could hardly speak, trembling as he pointed at Ye Qingling. "Hurry up. If you don't kiss me, I will kiss you. I haven't washed my face yet." Ye Qingling urged impatiently, pouting as she moved closer to Lu Hang. I'll kiss you, just stand still." Lu Hang pushed Ye Qingling away as she leaned in, holding her in place. "You said it first. I'm not forcing you." With a compliant expression, Ye Qingling stood at attention, waiting for Lu Hang to approach. "If I kiss you, can you promise to sleep peacefully tonight?" Lu Hang asked uncertainly, a hint of worry in his gaze. Ye Qingling nodded emphatically, her face brimming with anticipation. "You absolutely want to disturb me?" Lu Hang raised his voice slightly, questioning with a hint of skepticism. "I swear I won't disturb you. I promise." Ye Qingling raised 4 fingers, looking earnest as she spoke. "You're not lying." Lu Hang began, but before he could finish, Ye Qingling interrupted. "Hey, are you going to kiss me or not?" Her impatience was evident, her expression shifting to displeasure. Her eyes reflected a sense of urgency, as if waiting for something. All right, I'll kiss you," Lu Hang quickly replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. With that, he closed his eyes and slowly leaned closer to Ye Qingling's cheek. His heartbeat began to quicken, and his breaths became shallow. Just as he leaned in for a kiss, Ye Qingling mischievously smiled and turned her head away. The kiss landed softly on the corner of her lips. Lu Hang's lips brushed against Ye Qingling's delicate skin, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within him. "Lu Hang, why did you kiss me on the mouth?" Ye Qingling gently pushed him away, her tone incredulous as she exclaimed. A flicker of anger crossed her face, clearly displeased with his actions. Realizing his blunder, Lu Hang's face flushed crimson. His heart was a tumult of guilt and embarrassment, leaving him a loss on how to confront Ye Qingling. He pondered why it felt different just moments ago, softer than usual, and utterly addictive. "Lu Pighead, just tell me what you're going to do." Ye Qingling feigned irritation, her voice laced with anger. Her gaze held a hint of determination, seemingly awaiting Lu Hang's response. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to." Lu Hang repeatedly apologized, yet quietly murmured, "I was aiming for your face. How could it?" His voice carried a note of grievance, as if justifying his actions. "Just tell me what to do." Before Lu Hang could finish, Ye Qingling interrupted, not allowing him a moment to think as she pressed him for an answer. A flicker of impatience shone in her eyes, indicating her dissatisfaction with his apologies. Lu Hang truly felt lost. While kissing her cheek could be excused, accidentally kissing her lips, albeit just the corner, was a different matter entirely. He was acutely aware that this was Ye Qingling's first kiss, and not just hers, but his as well. His heart was a whirlwind of conflict and turmoil, leaving him unsure of how to face her or navigate this awkward situation. Lu Pighead, do you even want to figure this out? Ye Qingling hastened him, not granting him a moment of reflection. Otherwise, Lu Heng wished to articulate his thoughts further. How about this? If you let me sleep with you tonight, I'll forgive you. Ye Qingling declared with a nonchalant demeanor, handing down her final verdict. Huh? This? You kissed the corner of my mouth. I merely want to sleep beside you. Isn't that reasonable? Ye Qingling interrupted Lu Heng's thoughts again with earnestness. So, do you agree or not? This time, Ye Qingling didn't allow him the chance to respond, her questioning firm and demanding. I agree. I agree. Faced with her assertiveness, Lu Heng quickly nodded in compliance. Ha! Let us go. Hang, it's time for bed. Ye Qingling cheerfully seized him away. Wait, aren't you going to wash your face? Lu Heng asked, puzzled. Oh, I'll do it. Hang, you really have a lot of demands. As she spoke, Ye Qingling swiftly turned on the faucet, splashing water on her face before using Lu Heng's towel to dry off. Huh? You. Lu Heng was left speechless in shock. Once inside the room, Ye Qingling dove under the covers, lifting a corner and patting the space beside her. In that moment, Lu Heng felt a sense of being outmaneuvered. Yet seeing her in that instant, he found it impossible to refuse. Hey, scoot over a bit. Lu Heng sighed in resignation before slipping under the covers beside Ye Qingling. Hey, don't get so close, it's too hot. Lu Heng gently nudged her shoulder, attempting to create some distance. Ye Qingling looked up, her big eyes sparkling as a sly smile crept onto her lips. Oh, she acknowledged, then immediately sprang up from Lu Heng's side to grab the air conditioning remote, adjusting the temperature to a crisp 19 degrees. All right, now it won't be hot. Hee. Ye Qingling chuckled triumphantly before pouncing back on Lu Heng, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Lu Heng sighed in exasperation, realizing he could not escape her embrace. He surrendered to her warmth and softness. Huff. Ye Qingling nestled close to Lu Heng's neck, inhaling the unique scent that belonged solely to him. Her breaths grew increasingly hurried, her body quivering slightly. Stop it, it tickles. Lu Heng tilted his neck, attempting to push Ye Qingling away, but she stubbornly refused to budge. Instead, her excitement only intensified as she burrowed in closer. Oh no, I said it tickles. Lu Heng, now growing impatient, pushed her away once more. Yet like a magnet, Ye Qingling reattached herself to him within a heartbeat. Hang, you are mine. Ye Qingling buried her face in Lu Heng's chest, letting out a muffled sound filled with possessive fervor. Chapter 93. You kissed me, so I shall kiss you too. What did you say? Lu Heng furrowed his brow, questioning with a hint of confusion. Moments ago, he had only heard a vague sound, as if someone had emitted a muffled hum, but he could not be certain. It's nothing. Hee. After a brief silence, Ye Qingling looked up and offered Lu Heng a sweet smile, her face still adorned with an innocent and charming expression. I just felt like, you misheard me. Go to sleep. Before Lu Heng could finish his sentence, Ye Qingling eagerly interrupted him, swiftly placing her hand over his mouth. Hang, you just kissed the corner of my mouth, so I don't think it's unreasonable for me to kiss you back. Ye Qingling stated earnestly, her tone resolute, as if this was the most ordinary of occurrences. Lu Heng's eyes widened in shock, wanting to refute her, but he realized that Ye Qingling had firmly covered his lips, rendering him voiceless. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Hee. Ye Qingling chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She slightly lifted her chin, gazing at Lu Heng with a sense of pride, seemingly quite pleased with her own actions. Woo. Lu Heng felt as though bitter tears were about to spill. Sister, you want tea? Let me speak. How can I respond to you? He lamented silently. You must have agreed, so here I come. Ye Qingling's lips curled into a sly smile. She released her hold on Lu Heng's mouth and quickly pressed his head down onto the bed. What the? You want tea? Let me speak. How can I respond? Lu Heng was startled by Ye Qingling's sudden move, his teeth clenched tightly against his lips, his eyes wide with anger and dissatisfaction. You kissed me first. Why can't I kiss you? Why are you so double-standard? Ye Qingling's brows furrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of irritation. Her gaze was steadfast and insistent, as if she could not comprehend Lu Hang's reaction. Double standard? Lu Hang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his expression contorting. He desperately sought to explain, but his words became tangled. The key is that I did it by accident. I didn't do it on purpose. That doesn't matter. You kissed me, so I must return the favor. Ye Qingling's tone grew more assertive. Her eyes locked onto Lu Hang as if to convey, this is a notification, not a request for your opinion. No, but you can't just kiss. Kiss. The corner. Lu Hang's voice trembled, his face flushed. The corner. Ye Qingling interrupted him, her eyes glimmering with cunning. She completed his sentence, attempting to rationalize her actions. Well, even if it's just the corner, that is still not acceptable. Lu Hang firmly rejected her, his gaze resolute. This time, Ye Qingling chose not to heed him. She held Lu Hang's head down, straddled him, and gradually leaned in. As she approached, Lu Hang felt his heart race faster. He desperately shook his head, trying to evade her, but his head was firmly held in place by Ye Qingling, immobilized. What the? When did this demon become so strong? Lu Hang thought inwardly. Hang, I'll be quick. Just a moment. Hold on. Ye Qingling's voice was laced with tenderness, her eyes filled with longing. Quickly, just a bit quicker. A subtle dark red hue and a hint of madness flickered in Ye Qingling's gaze. Pop, the sound resonated like a heavenly melody, intoxicating her, as if she were ensnared by this feeling. Like a poison, only he could be her antidote. Ye Qingling's breath quickened as she held onto him tightly, as if wishing to meld him into her very being. Her lips trembled slightly as she gently bit the corner of his mouth. Their breaths intertwined, the distance between them shrinking. Ye Qingling's hand softly caressed the contours of the man's face, savoring his warm skin and soft hair. All right, that's enough. Lu Hang urgently pushed Ye Qingling off him, his voice tinged with panic. Ye Qingling seemed to linger in the moment, lightly biting her finger and gazing dreamily at Lu Hang. Whoosh! Lu Hang quickly turned away, unable to face Ye Qingling, exhaling deeply to release the tension he felt. This demon, I should never have agreed to share a bed with her. I knew something would happen the moment she slept here. Whoosh! Ye Qingling, now awake, turned away and exhaled, gradually distancing herself from the previous state. That was close. So close to losing control. I was scared to death. She furtively glanced at Lu Hang, ever vigilant of his movements, fearing any situation that might frighten her. After a prolonged silence, as nothing transpired, Lu Hang's heartbeat gradually steadied. Relieved he had pushed Ye Qingling away in time, thus avoiding further awkwardness. He stole a glance at her, noticing she too had her back turned, seemingly calming her emotions. A subtle atmosphere filled the room, and both fell into a silence. Lu Hang was at a loss as to how to break the awkwardness, waiting patiently for Ye Qingling to speak first. After a while, Ye Qingling turned around, a shy smile gracing her face. Hang, let us go to sleep, she whispered. Lu Hang sighed in relief, awkwardly responding, Oh, okay, let us sleep. He then closed his eyes, maintaining his position with his back to her. Ye Qingling's gaze was fixed on Lu Hang's back, her eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Yet as time ticked by, nothing happened. She began to feel a tinge of disappointment, but continued to watch him closely, hoping for a miracle. However, after quite some time, still no movement. Hey, Lu Pighead, turn around. Ye Qingling exclaimed through gritted teeth, giving Lu Hang's backside a gentle kick to express her discontent. Huh? Why? Lu Hang turned his head in response, a hint of confusion on his face. Why are you facing away from me? Ye Qingling said impatiently, evidently dissatisfied with Lu Hang's behavior. To sleep, what else? Lu Hang replied, even more perplexed, scratching his head in bewilderment. I told you to lie flat to sleep. Otherwise, face me while you sleep. Ye Qingling glared at Lu Hang, as if he had disappointed her greatly. Huh? Why? I refuse. Lu Hang firmly rejected her demand, reverting to his previous position, continuing to face away from her. Come here. Ye Qingling angrily grasped Lu Hang's shoulders and forcefully turned him around. Lu Hang attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Qingling. Don't move. Her tone was resolute and left no room for debate. She slowly inched forward and enveloped Lu Hang in her embrace. Ah, how delightful! Feeling the familiar warmth, she couldn't help but exclaim, and subsequently nestled closer into his embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Hang's expression was filled with disdain, and he couldn't resist a retort. Ye Qingling, however, responded with a tone of utmost certainty. I want to sleep with you. If your back is turned to me, wouldn't that mean I'm sleeping for nothing? Goodness, you used to sneakily hold me at night, and now you aren't even pretending. Lu Hang gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes glinting with fury as he glared at her. Since you know I will end up holding you, you might as well let me do it now. Ye Qingling flashed a mischievous smile and tightened her embrace around Lu Hang. You're being unreasonable. Lu Hang was so infuriated that his teeth itched. Oh, it's so cold without holding you. Ye Qingling's tone held a hint of playful charm, reminiscent of an adorable kitten seeking its owner's affection. Fine, I won't bother with you. Lu Hang resignedly closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. She wasn't wrong. She would inevitably crawl onto me in the middle of the night. Rather than being jolted awake, it was better to take a defensive step back. Indeed, then, Lu Hang felt his arm being pulled out from under the blanket by Ye Qingling. Hey, what are you doing? He watched as she placed his arm on her pillow and promptly laid her head upon it. Ye Qingling offered no reply, merely displaying a perplexed smile. If you don't say anything, I'll just pull it back. With that, Lu Hang attempted to withdraw his arm from beneath her head. Hey, don't. Ye Qingling firmly grasped his arm and rested her head back down. Just let me rest my head on it. Your hand is far more comfortable than the pillow. She blinked her large eyes, inquiring sweetly. No, Lu Hang firmly rejected, attempting once more to reclaim his arm. Sensing the impending failure, Ye Qingling quickly tightened her hold on him and, in a playful tone, said, Oh, come on, just for a little while. Lu Hang sighed in resignation. All right, just for a short moment. Ye Qingling gleefully nodded, closing her eyes to bask in the warmth and comfort of the moment. However, before long, Lu Hang felt his hand beginning to tingle. I can't take it anymore. My hand is going numb. Lu Hang tried to pull his arm back, but Ye Qingling clung on tightly. Just wait a little longer. It's really comfortable. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with reluctance. No, my hand is numb. Lu Hang suddenly yanked his arm free from her grasp. Ye Qingling held on desperately, but ultimately, Lu Hang succeeded in extracting his hand. She looked at him with a wronged expression, tears glistening in her eyes, as though she had suffered a grave injustice. Please, I promise to let go after just a moment. Ye Qingling pleaded, adopting a pitiful look. However, Lu Hang was not easily swayed. He knew her too well. If he were to trust her words, he would likely find himself outsmarted once more. Do you think I would believe you? Lu Hang's lips curled into a sly smile. With that, he swiftly extended his arm, causing Ye Qingling to miss her target. You're such a miser. She stomped her foot in annoyance, muttering under her breath. She felt that Lu Hang was being too stingy, unwilling to grant even this small request. Seeing Lu Hang unperturbed, Ye Qingling decided to use her head like a drill, fervently burrowing into his chest. Even if you say that, I will never agree. If I do, you'll surely make me regret it the next day. Lu Hang shook his head helplessly, feeling a headache coming on from her unreasonable antics. He extended a hand, gently pressing down on her head in an attempt to quell her mischief. But Ye Qingling seemed intent on continuing her struggle to breach Lu Hang's defenses. I want to snuggle. Suddenly, Ye Qingling puffed out her cheeks, speaking in an irritated tone. Aren't you already snuggling with me? Lu Hang furrowed his brow slightly, questioning with impatience. Ye Qingling retorted indignantly. Where am I snuggling with you? I'm only pressed against your clothing. What? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Lu Hang exclaimed, widening his eyes in astonishment, playfully pinching her nose. There was no way he could misunderstand her words. The implication was clear. She wanted him to remove his clothing. Ye Qingling let out a soft sound, then forcefully pulled Lu Hang's hand away. Are you going to take it off or not? She no longer wished to hide her intentions, directly threatening him. No, Lu Hang ziplit di soleti. If you insist, you might regret it. She immediately began to tug at his clothes, trying forcefully to remove them. Naturally, Lu Hang was not about to let her succeed, gripping his collar tightly, determined not to yield. "Let go," Ye Qingling shouted while pulling at his shirt. "Not a chance. Lu Hang family gao de." The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. "Will you let go or not?" Ye Qingling asked again, her tone now tinged with anger. "No. Lu Hang stifafatis deeply." "All right. If you're not going to let go, then I won't be polite." With that, Ye Qingling's hand began to explore inside Lu Hang's clothing. "If you want tea, let me take it. I'll find a way through the gaps." "Ye Qingling, if you keep this up, I will throw you back to the next room and let you sleep alone." Lu Hang could no longer contain his frustration, yanking her mischievous hand away and feigning a readiness to get out of bed. "Hey, no. I know I was wrong. I truly understand." Ye Qingling instantly retracted into a corner of the bed like a frightened little rabbit. "All right, now behave. Sleep quietly without causing any more trouble, or I really will toss you out." Lu Hang feigned a stern expression to frighten her, then gently turned toward her, closing the distance between them once more. "Okay, I understand. I will quiet down and sleep properly." Ye Qingling beamed sweetly, then nestled closely against Lu Hang, savoring the warmth of his body and the familiarity of his scent, gradually closing her eyes. At that moment, Lu Hang was equally aware of the soft warmth in his embrace, akin to a beautifully polished jade, along with that familiar fragrance, a wave of drowsiness enveloping him, compelling him to close his eyelids. Time flew by, the night deepened, and moonlight spilled onto the green plants on the windowsill, as if bestowing upon them a layer of pure, white luminescence. Suddenly, a rustle broke the tranquility of the room. On the bed, a large bulge beneath the blanket appeared particularly conspicuous, with two heads peeking out, one above the other. Lu Hang had succumbed to deep slumber, while Ye Qingling remained wide awake, lying atop him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his face, as if to etch his features deep within her heart. In her eyes reflected Lu Hang's image, the singular existence that resided within her heart. Perhaps sensing Ye Qingling's weight, Lu Hang's brow furrowed slightly. Ye Qingling, upon witnessing the scene, promptly extended her hand to gently smooth the furrows on his forehead, her gestures imbued with profound concern and affection. "Hang hang, I Julie adore you," she professed, her voice soft yet resolute, laden with deep emotion that seemed capable of drowning a soul. "Do you know how anxious I was when I returned home, only to find you missing? I would have turned the entire earth upside down just to find you." Her voice quivered slightly as she recalled the panic and helplessness of that moment. "Fortunately, Annie informed me of your address, allowing me to locate you so swiftly." Her eyes sparkled with the exhilaration of having regained what she had lost. "I cannot afford to lose you. Absolutely not." At that moment, a hint of fragility and madness began to surface in her gaze. She gazed upon Lu Hang's lips, which she so fervently desired, feeling her self-control slipping away. Leaning closer, she approached his lips. At the instant their lips met, Ye Qingling's heart leapt with a sudden jolt. Her rationality began to fade, her body seemingly driven by an invisible force deepening their kiss. Their lips entwined fervently, the soft sensation engulfing Ye Qingling in ecstasy as she felt herself transported into a dreamlike realm, abandoning all else. She resembled a fervent seeker of knowledge, delving deeper into the cosmos, exploring uncharted territories. Time slipped away, and eventually, she reluctantly withdrew from Lu Hang's lips, a delicate silver thread lingering at the corner of her mouth, a testament to their intimacy. She gently licked her lips, savoring the sweetness of the moment. Ye Qingling gazed quietly at Lu Hang, her heart brimming with happiness and fulfillment. She understood that she had fallen deeply in love with this man, unable to extricate herself from her feelings. To possess him, she would sacrifice everything, even her life. "Do you have any idea how elated I felt when I found you? I rushed towards you like a child, as if possessing you meant acquiring the entire world. Yet, simultaneously, I was engulfed by fear. I dreaded the thought of losing you again," she murmured, her gaze becoming increasingly infatuated, as if she sought to etch him deeply into her heart. "Thank goodness you agreed to stay with me. Otherwise, I would have captured you and locked you away until you could never escape me. Her voice grew more fervent, rising in pitch, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Her eyes fixated on him, the crimson glow intensifying, her demeanor becoming increasingly unhinged. A twisted smile emerging at the corners of her lips. In that moment, an uncontrollable impulse surged within her. She yearned to leave an indelible mark upon him, a mark that could never be erased, eternally existing. This thought burgeoned like wild grass, consuming her mind. She longed to merge with him, to become an inseparable part of each other's lives. This desire grew ever stronger, crashing against her reason like a tidal wave. "Stop it, Qingling." Lu Hang flipped over, casting her off him before pulling her close once more, their bodies pressed together once again. "Ugh." Ye Qingling let out a soft gasp, a blush creeping on her cheeks. With a gentle sound, Lu Hang's kiss graced her forehead. "Honestly, you make me kiss you every day." His tone carried a hint of exasperation and indulgence, the corners of his mouth curving into a peculiar smile, as if desperately trying to suppress something that refused to be contained. Clearly, she had invaded his dreams, which filled Ye Qingling with joy, erasing the earlier obsession and madness, replaced by a sweet sense of happiness. With silly head, she nestled into his embrace, whispering teasingly, her smile stretching wide, almost impossible to contain. As fatigue washed over her, she stifled a deep yawn, her eyelids growing heavy. "Good night, my remedy," she murmured, planting a kiss on Lu Hang's cheek before closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. As the night deepened, their breaths intertwined, mirroring their entwined destinies. Morning arrived, sunlight cascading into the room, bringing clarity to the surroundings. "Ye Qingling, get up," came Lu Hang's voice, followed by a light tap on her arm. Hang hang, iyo uzewei," she mumbled, still drowsy, as she embraced him and closed her eyes again. "Look at what you've done. I'm soaked with your drool," Lu Hang exclaimed, carefully sniffing, unable to withstand the morning's fermented scent. "Hee wu." Ye Qingling giggled in her sleepy haze, playfully nibbling on his arm. I will never sleep with you again," Lu Hang lamented, shedding tears of regret. Chapter 94. Could it be that you're excited? Time flies like an arrow, swiftly passing us by. It is now August 30th, merely 2 days before the start of the new school year on September 1st. During this period, Lu Hang's life has remained largely unchanged, with his daily routine consisting of commuting to work and then sparring with Ye Qingling in the evenings. Every night, she insists on sleeping beside him. At times he forcibly sends her back, while at other moments, he simply chooses to ignore her. However, most of the time, he tends to let her stay, as Ye Qingling can be quite a handful. When denied the chance to sleep together, she throws tantrums and occasionally resorts to playful physicality, which is why they often end up sharing the same bed. As evening descends, the sun gradually sinks below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. The golden rays of the setting sun filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, whispering tales of the day's events. "Ye Qingling, come and eat," Lu Hang called out, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of spicy crayfish, urging the girl sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "I'm coming." Upon hearing his voice, Ye Qingling immediately abandoned her phone and hurried to the dining table, saliva pooling as her eyes sparkled at the sight of the crayfish. "Wow, I can finally eat crayfish," she exclaimed excitedly. She had pleaded with Lu Hang for quite some time before he agreed to prepare them, as he found the process tedious and sometimes messy. "Crayfish, crayfish," Ye Qingling murmured, unable to contain her anticipation as she watched the dish. All right, look at your eager face." Lu Hang Tuka, affectionately ruffling her hair before placing the crayfish on the table. Over the past month, their interactions had subtly transformed. Although they still teased each other, the previous tension had dissipated, save for certain occasions. Lu Hang, feed me one," Ye Qingling called out with childlike enthusiasm, her eyes glimmering as she instinctively licked her lips. "Hey, can't you feed yourself?" Lu Hang retorted with mock disdain, though his actions were quite the opposite as he began to peel the crayfish for her. Before long, a succulent piece of shrimp meat was ready. which Lu Hang tenderly fed to Ye Qingling. Yum yum, she said, eyes squinting with delight as she savored the flavor, occasionally emitting adorable sounds, as if it were the most delectable meal in existence. Lu Hang Ye Qingling chimed, quickly peeling a crayfish of her own and with a bright smile, offering it to him. Oh, Lu Hang did not refuse. Rather, he had grown accustomed to this playful exchange. He opened his mouth naturally, taking a bite and savoring it before swallowing. By the way, have you packed your things? We start registration the day after tomorrow. Lu Hang asked, his words slightly muffled by the food in his mouth. At the mention of this, Ye Qingling's body involuntarily trembled. She had previously agreed with Lu Hang that she could only stay until the start of the school year, and now that time was fast approaching. She did not want to leave. She wished to remain with him, sharing a bed every night. I haven't packed yet, Ye Qingling mumbled. Her gaze lowered as she ate slowly, a hint of disappointment lacing her voice. What? You haven't packed yet? I've already done mine, Lu Hang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he couldn't help but comment. You've packed? Aren't you living here? What do you need to pack for? Ye Qingling was taken aback by his words and immediately fired off a barrage of questions. Wasn't Lu Hang supposed to be living off campus? Why was he packing? Did he intend to remove all traces of her? The thought made her fists clench slightly. I say, you're the dense one. Don't you know that military training starts right after school begins? Of course, I need to move to the campus, Lu Hang said, shaking his head in exasperation as he lightly tapped her forehead. Oh, right, you also have to move to the campus. Ye Qingling's spirits lifted instantly as she realized this, looking at Lu Hang with renewed energy. This means I have more time to win Lu Hang over. I will not leave here. I absolutely refuse to be apart from him. Never. Hurry up and pack. Don't let me have to help you at the last minute, Lu Hang said, his brow furrowing, his tone carrying a warning. All right, I got it, Ye Qingling replied impatiently, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Hang. What? Why are you staring at me? Lu Hang stuttered, feeling a twinge of nervousness as his instinct warned him that her gaze boded no good. Lu Hang, will you help me pack when the time comes? Ye Qingling asked sweetly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No way. Why would I help you pack? Lu Hang firmly rejected, recalling how exhausted he was when he helped her move in last time. Oh, but suddenly, Lu Hang recalled the deadline they had set. She could only stay until the start of school. He and T realized how quickly time had flown, and now, the beginning of the semester was almost upon them. Truth be told, he felt a pang of reluctance, perhaps even a tinge of sadness. Although they would be in the same class, they would no longer be living together, creating an invisible distance between them. He looked up at Ye Qingling, who still wore that blissfully carefree expression. Oh well, let nature take its course. Lu Hang sighed resignedly in his heart and continued eating. Hey, you know I can't live without you, Ye Qingling mumbled, her head lowered, occasionally sneaking glances at Lu Hang's expression. You may not be able to live without me, but you still need to pack your things and learn to be independent. You can't always rely on me, Lu Hang thought to himself, realizing that Ye Qingling was attempting to manipulate him into helping her with her luggage. This time, he would not easily give in. She needed to understand that she must handle her own affairs and not depend on him. After all, he wouldn't always be by her side, and she must learn to manage these things herself. Chase stingy, Ye Qingling muttered under her breath, clearly dissatisfied. Ye Qingling, you, forget it. Lu Hang hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. After all, he was the one who had urged her to leave, and now asking her to stay felt somewhat hypocritical. Lu Hang, if I'm not around, will you miss me? Ye Qingling asked tentatively, stealing glances at him. Maybe, Lu Hang replied, his words muddled as he continued to eat, his expression betraying a hint of guilt. Oh, Lu Hang, so you do think of me? Ye Qingling teased, a playful smirk on her face. She could tell Lu Hang was reluctant to part with her, but he was merely putting on a brave front. It seemed that her plan to train him had been remarkably successful. However, she needed to find a way to pry open his lips, otherwise he would let her leave again next time. This time, let it be clear that you cannot do without me. Ye Qingling mused to herself. Hang, I want that. She excitedly pointed at a plate of stir-fried meat on the table, shifting the topic. Oh, Lu Hang replied. then picked up a piece with his chopsticks and placed it in Ye Qingling's bowl. Ye Qingling opened her mouth, signaling Lu Hang to feed her. No, you. Really? Lu Hang said helplessly, but still lifted her bowl to feed her a bite. He. See, I cannot live without you. Ye Qingling mumbled with her mouth full, smiling. This isn't about being unable to live without me. You simply don't know how to eat by yourself, do you? Lu Hang feigned annoyance and gently tapped Ye Qingling's head. Lu Pighead, you brute. Ye Qingling pouted, covering her head as she muttered softly. What brute? I didn't use any strength at all. Don't pretend. Lu Hang warned, pointing at her nose. Hee. Of course, I know you can't bear to hit me. Ye Qingling hugged Lu Hang tightly, snuggling in his embrace, sweetly saying, Hey, hurry up and eat. The food will get cold. Lu Hang urged, pushing her away. A faint blush crept up his ears. You feed me. Ye Qingling moved her bowl aside and sat on Lu Hang's lap, grinning mischievously. Hey, get down. Do you even know that men and women shouldn't be too close? Lu Hang blushed deeply, desperately trying to push her off, feeling overwhelmed. No, we are childhood friends. It's not like that. To his surprise, Ye Qingling not only refused to leave, but also firmly gripped the chair beneath, pinning Lu Hang down. Are you getting off or not? Lu Hang threatened sternly. Not getting off. Ye Qingling replied defiantly, gritting her teeth. If you don't get off, don't blame me for what happens next. Lu Hang warned through clenched teeth. TCH, what could possibly happen? Ye Qingling skofud in rebutad. Fine, you said it yourself. So just stay there. I want to take responsibility for what follows. Lu Hang raised his hands in surrender, stopping his attempts to push her away. Afraid, are you? Ye Qingling laughed dismissively. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind, and Ye Qingling quickly covered her mouth, but couldn't help letting out a soft squeal. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she turned to look at Lu Hang, wide-eyed in surprise. Although Lu Hang's face was equally red, he wore an expression of indifference, choosing to gaze at the ceiling instead. Ye Qingling whimpered softly, quickly jumping off Lu Hang's lap and darting to the washroom. Bang! With a loud slam of the door, Lu Hang found himself alone in the living room. He finally dared to exhale deeply, releasing the tension that had reached its peak. He glanced towards the washroom, muttering a quiet, irritated curse. Serves you right. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes later, Ye Qingling cautiously opened the washroom door, her head down as she walked out slowly, avoiding eye contact with Lu Hang. Lu Hang pretended to eat at the dining table, equally avoiding looking at her. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Ye Qingling sat back down beside Lu Hang. Her face flushed as she took small bites of her food, secretly thinking, no wonder I chose this man. Ahem, I'm done eating. Lu Hang cleared his throat and quickly dashed to the living room sofa. Too awkward. He was ready to be around Ye Qingling just yet. He felt he might die from embarrassment. Oh, Ye Qingling stole a glance at Lu Hang from the corner of her eye, replying softly. Ever since that day she was caught in Lu Hang's room, she had taken on most of the household chores for the past month. Lu Hang was responsible for cooking, while she managed the rest of the cleaning, so she didn't mind. After tidying up the dishes, the awkwardness between them began to ease slightly over time. Ye Qingling walked to the sofa, lying down on the other end and resting her feet on Lu Hang's legs. Han Du, you have quite a few secrets. Uft. Lu Hang, playing with his phone, nearly choked on his words at her audacious remark. Yidimon, say that again, and I'll kick you out of my room tonight. Lu Hang threatened fiercely, gritting his teeth. TCH, I'm not wrong. Ye Qingling retorted defiantly, mumbling under her breath. I'm leaving. You can stay here by yourself. Lu Hang, feeling embarrassed and irritated, stood up to leave. However, Ye Qingling instantly sat up, wrapping her arms around his waist, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry. Hang, please stay with me for a bit. Her tone held a hint of playful pleading. I already told you. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Lu Hang, sit down. That applies to others, not us. We're childhood friends. You just said that, and now you don't realize your mistake? I know, but you. Stay with me for a while. Ye Qingling clung tightly to Lu Hang's waist, refusing to let go. Oh, fine, I understand. Lu Hang waved his hand in resignation and lay back down on the sofa. Ye Qingling smiled sweetly, then crawled onto Lu Hang, resting on him. I truly can't with you. Lu Hang pinched Ye Qingling's nose in exasperation. MMM. MMM. Ye Qingling let out a couple of sounds, then pulled his hand away. Hee hee. She giggled softly, leaning against Lu Hang's chest, as if the earlier awkward incident had never happened. After a while, Lu Hang shook her gently, urging, hurry up and get up, go to your room and pack your things. School starts the day after tomorrow. And if you don't pack now, you can forget about going. I'd rather not go to school. Ye Qingling pouted and muttered. Slap. Ouch. Lu Hang smacked her lightly on the head, exasperated. What are you doing here, so far from home, if you're not going to school? Seriously. Hee hee. I was just joking. Ye Qingling laughed softly, covering head for the hut. She wanted to say that it was precisely because she wanted to find him that she came here. School was nowhere near as important as him. Does it hurt? Lu Hang noticed Ye Qingling's forehead slightly reddening and felt a pang of concern. Having hit her a bit harder than intended, he gently rubbed her forehead. MMM. It hurts. It's all your fault. Ye Qingling pouted and complained playfully. Sorry, I hit you a bit too hard, Lu Hang said after a moment of silence, filled with regret. Hang, you must have only treated me like this, right? Ye Qingling asked proudly. Yes. Besides you, I have no chance to interact with any other girls. Lu Hang glared at the culprit before him, answering through gritted teeth. Don't even think about anyone else. Ye Qingling laughed triumphantly, a sense of satisfaction filling her heart. Demon. Lu Hang felt irritated seeing the culprit acting as if it were perfectly normal. Forget it, after all. He has no thoughts in that direction. Rather, it seems that deep down, he believes having only Ye Qingling is sufficient. All right, hurry up and pack your things. Lu Hang gently pushed her away after releasing his hand from her head, urging her to get moving. Okay. Ye Qingling responded cheerfully and headed towards her room, with Lu Hang trailing behind. Goodness, you really haven't tidied up at all, Lu Hang remarked, observing the room in its usual disarray. Ye Qingling replied earnestly, yes. I just told you that. You really can't say anything. With a sigh, Lu Hang began to assist her in organizing her belongings. Hee hee. Hang. You are so kind. A wave of sweetness washed over Ye Qingling, her lips curving into an uncontainable smile. Hey, you should hurry and pack your own clothes. I can't handle that, Lu Hang said with a look of disdain directed at her. TCH, what's so inconvenient about it? Ye Qingling murmured defiantly, yet obediently began to gather her things. Speaking of which, besides clothes and bedding, is there anything else to take? Lu Hang inquired while tidying up. I don't think there's anything else. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qingling replied. After all, she would only be staying at school for 7 days, and a few changes of clothes would suffice. As for Lu Hang, Ye Qingling glanced back at him, just casual. Hee hee. She smirked inwardly. Well then, Lu Hang fell silent for a moment before agreeing. He too wished for her not to pack too much for school. Perhaps he wanted her to return here afterward. Ye Qingling discreetly stole a glance at Lu Hang, who was busy organizing. Suddenly, a bold idea struck her, and she couldn't help but smirk mischievously as she tossed something behind her thud. The object accurately struck Lu Hang, landing around his neck. What did you throw this time? Lu Hang frowned, impatiently removing the item that dangled from his neck. To his astonishment, a large, milk-white bra appeared before his eyes, instantly flushing his face with embarrassment. Ye Qingling, what on earth are you doing? Lu Hang exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration. I was searching for something and couldn't find it, so I just tossed it out. Ye Qingling innocently tapped her head, trying to play it off. Honestly, hurry up and pack, Lu Hang urged, choosing not to look at her anymore, his mind reeling from the shocking revelation. He never expected it would actually smell quite pleasant, and wait, was she really that size? Seizing a moment while Ye Qingling was distracted, he stole another glance at the bra. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert, Lu Hang whispered to himself, cradling his head. However, Ye Qingling, who had been observing him closely, couldn't help but chuckle to herself, feeling quite pleased. Ahem, Lu Hang, come here for a moment. Ye Qingling feigned seriousness, beckoning him with a gesture. Oh, coming. Lu Hang composed himself and approached her with an air of nonchalance. Could you help me get that? I can't reach it, Ye Qingling pointed to a mysterious black object atop the wardrobe. How did you manage to place something up there? Lu Heng asked in astonishment before reaching up to grab it. As his head was out of view, he didn't notice what he was reaching for until he pulled it down. It feels like a piece of fabric. Upon inspection, he realized it was Ye Qingling's intimate garment. Why didn't you tell me it was this? Lu Heng exclaimed, tossing the item onto her bed in a fluster, demanding answers. I didn't know. Hee. Oh my, could be you're excited? Ye Qingling teased with a sly smile, covering her mouth. What nonsense are you talking about, you girl? Lu Heng chastised, lightly swatting her on the head. Could be I hit the nail on the head? Ye Qingling feigned surprise. I did not. I'll accuse you of slander. You're slandering me. Lu Heng urgently warned, pointing at her. You're ridiculous, Ye Qingling said disdainfully, looking at Lu Heng. You are impossible. Lu Heng muttered bitterly before focusing on packing her bedding. Heng, are you upset? Ye Qingling leaned down, peering at him curiously. Tonight, don't even think about sleeping with me. Lu Heng replied calmly. Chapter 95. I will only be like this with you, oh dear. Oh dear, I was wrong. I was wrong. The soft, melodious voice of Ye Qingling resonated, imbued with a hint of grievance and plea for mercy. Upon hearing these words, she instantly became exceedingly docile, unhesitatingly beginning to admit her mistakes and apologize. Having spent nearly every night with Lu Heng, the prospect of being alone in an empty room was unbearable for her. However, Lu Heng remained indifferent to her display of weakness, merely snorting coldly before turning away to silently gather his belongings, seemingly dismissive of Ye Qingling. Witnessing this, Ye Qingling felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly exerted all her charm, adopting a sweet, coaxing tone. Oh dear, I was wrong simultaneously. She rolled about him like an endearing little kitten, striving to garner his attention and sympathy. In response to Ye Qingling's antics, Lu Heng remained unmoved. Yet a trace of mockery flickered across his face. He sneered, oh, now you realize your mistakes? Weren't you just being so arrogant? Recognizing the sarcasm in his words, Ye Qingling nonetheless nodded in agreement, feigning an exceedingly obedient demeanor, indicating that she had profoundly understood her errors. Nevertheless, Lu Heng pressed on. Did you not just look at me with disdain? I no longer disdain you. I no longer disdain you. Ye Qingling hastily retorted, fearful of inciting his ire. Then Lu Heng inquired, did you not just call me a mere fish? I am a mere fish. I am a mere fish. Ye Qingling quickly amended her words, even demeaning herself to seek forgiveness. At that moment, Lu Heng began again, but before he could finish, the increasingly frustrated Ye Qingling interrupted him. Clenching her fist tightly, her eyes wide with fury, she glared at him and shouted, Lu, pig, head, enough already. Am I not giving you face? If you keep pretending, I might just let you fly away. Oh, and here I thought you said I was petty, Lu Heng muttered under his breath, his tone laced with unwillingness, though it revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Just then, Ye Qingling's demeanor shifted dramatically. She spoke sweetly. Oh, Heng, will you forgive me? Let me sleep with you, please. As she spoke, she clung tightly to Lu Heng, her body nuzzling against him like a little kitten. Her coaxing so irresistible it was hard to resist. Faced with such an onslaught, Lu Heng appeared somewhat helpless. He sighed, his tone a mix of indulgence and exasperation. Oh dear, stop clinging to me. I truly cannot handle you. Fine, do as you wish. If you want to sleep, then sleep. Despite his words of disdain, deep down, he had long grown accustomed to having Ye Qingling by his side at night. Upon hearing Lu Heng finally relent, Ye Qingling was overjoyed, her excitement akin to that of a child. She immediately pressed her body against his, showering his handsome cheek with a fervent kiss. Her heart bubbling with joy as she exclaimed, Heng, you are so wonderful. Moi, in that moment, her mood was as sweet as honey. Lu Heng, feeling flustered, urged her, oh, enough already. Hurry and pack your things. If you keep dawdling, we want to even get to sleep tonight. With that, he unceremoniously pushed Ye Qingling away from him. Hee. I know, Ye Qingling replied with a sweet smile, before turning to tidy her clothes. She was eager to finish packing so she could lie down beside Lu Heng sooner. Before long, they had organized their belongings, a suitcase and a storage bag, identical to Lu Heng's. Finally done. Ye Qingling wiped the sweat from her forehead, exclaiming, "Honestly, I told you not to throw your things around." Lu Hang complained, equally drenched in sweat. "What can I do?" Who told Ye Qingling to pile everything together until it nearly formed a mountain. They not only packed the essentials for school, but also helped Ye Qingling tidy up other items. Who said that? I have kept all the things you gave me well. I did not throw them away, all right? Ye Qingling retorted defiantly, her expression pleading for praise. Then you must tidy up your own things too. Lu Hang replied helplessly, though a flicker of happiness lingered in his heart. After all, Ye Qingling had indeed taken good care of the gifts he had given her, standing out as a refreshing presence in the room. Hee, next time for sure, next time for sure. Ye Qingling replied with a smile. You should go shower first. Lu Hang gently tucked away the damp strands of hair stuck to her forehead. Why don't you go first? Ye Qingling suggested, wiping the sweat from his forehead in turn. You go first, don't catch a chill later. Lu Hang insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Hee, fine. This time, Ye Qingling did not protest, smiling sweetly as she nodded in agreement. Hang, lower your head a bit. She excitedly waved her hands. Oh, what is it? Lu Hang asked curiously, yet obediently lowered his head. Moi seizing the moment, Ye Qingling planted another kiss on his face. Hee, every time I kiss you, I have to tiptoe. This way, I don't have to, she whispered, her arms draped around his neck. Stop kissing me, I'm all sweaty. Lu Hang gom lai, wiping the spot where she had just kissed him. I will kiss you anyway. Ye Qingling replied through clenched teeth, then planted another kiss on his cheek, even giving it a playful nibble. With a crisp sound of skin rebounding, a faint red mark appeared on Lu Hang's face. Hey, hurry and shower. Don't stick to me, you're all sweaty. Lu Hang pushed her away, exasperated. Ye Qingling playfully made a face at him before darting away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Hang shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had gradually grown accustomed to this intimate rapport with Ye Qingling, finding it increasingly natural. Hang, bring me a towel, I forgot it. Ye Qingling's voice called from the bathroom. Oh, where did you put your towel? Lu Hang inquired as he approached the bathroom door. I hung it on the balcony, please bring it to me. She replied. Okay. Lu Hang made his way to the balcony, glancing around. The towel was surrounded by Ye Qingling's intimate garments, including bras of all colors, black, white, pink, even some trimmed with lace. Lu Hang was momentarily stunned. Wow, this is not a place to linger, he muttered, swiftly grabbing the towel and scampering away. Knock, knock. I brought the towel. Lu Hang knocked twice on the door, urging her. Oh, coming. Ye Qingling's voice echoed from within, and the next moment, the door swung wide open. Wow, umeba. Lu Hang, startled, quickly closed his eyes, murmuring softly to himself. What are you mumbling about? Ye Qingling's puzzled voice came from ahead. How can you even ask? Why did you open the door wide? Aren't you afraid of me seeing everything? Lu Hang deeply, his face flushed, covering his eyes with indignation. Huh? What are you talking about? Ye Qingling asked in confusion. Even if it's me, you shouldn't just show yourself like that. How shameless. Lu Hang exclaimed, a hint of reproach in his tone. Seriously, what are you saying? Open your eyes. Ye Qingling insisted, attempting to pry his hands away from his face. What are you doing? Don't pull. Lu Hang protested, stubbornly keeping his eyes covered. Let go of me. Ye Qingling grunted, tugging at his hand. Finally, she managed to pull his hand away, but in her haste, Lu Hang accidentally slapped himself in the face. Ouch, he groaned, rubbing his eyes in pain. Let me see. I'm fully dressed. Ye Qingling said, exasperated, pulling his hands away forcefully. At that moment, Lu Hang finally saw that she indeed wore clothes, albeit the same sweat-soaked outfit from earlier. What is going on in that head of yours, Lu Zhutu? Ye Qingling asked, frowning as she helped him rub his eyes. I. Lu Hang stammered, at a loss for words, as he had just assumed she had emerged in her natural state. It's all your fault. All the intimate garments are hanging next to the towel. He pointed an accusatory finger at her. Could it be? Oh. Ye Qingling suddenly understood, a sly smile creeping onto her face. Hang, she teased, her eyes glinting with mischief. Get in there and take a shower. Lu Hang, unable to argue further, firmly pushed her into the washroom. Hey. Hang, are you in such a hurry? Ye Qingling continued to provoke him. Just go. Lu Hang pushed her in with force and shut the door with a bang. Only then did he feel the earlier awkwardness begin to dissipate. The previous scene had been mortifying enough to make the earth explode. He exhaled deeply, sitting on a small stool in front of the sofa so as not to soil it with sweat. All right, I should inform Mu Jie that school is starting soon. Although he had mentioned it before, a reminder would be prudent. With that, Lu Hang opened his phone and composed a message to Su Muqin. Lu Hang, Muye. I'm about to start school, so I'm preparing to resign. I want TB coming to work tomorrow. A minute later, Su Muqin. Okay, you mentioned it before, so I'll transfer your salary to your account tomorrow. Lu Hang, Tangs, Muzi, Fit e Mozi. Su Muqin. No problem. Wishing you success in your studies. Don't forget your old boss when you become successful. Sly emoji. Lu Hang. Hee hee. Thanks for your care during this time. Silly smile emoji. Su Muqin. No worries. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll chat with you later. Come back to the bookstore when you have time. Lu Hang, sure. Flower emoji. Who are you chatting with? With this sudden question, Ye Qingling's suspicious gaze pierced through Lu Hang, as if attempting to penetrate the phone screen he held. Confronted by such a piercing stare, Lu Hang felt a twinge of panic. Yet, he feigned calmness and replied, It's nothing. Just letting my manager know I won TB coming in today. As he spoke, he quickly offered his phone for her to inspect, hoping to clear his name. Ye Qingling, half convinced, took the phone and scrutinized it. Indeed, as Lu Hang had claimed, the screen displayed entirely innocuous messages, devoid of any suspicious content. However, despite this, her unease lingered, and she warned him, Humph, it better be nothing. If I discover any strange secrets, I won't let you off easily. Seeing her puffed-up appearance, he playfully poked her forehead. What on earth do you think about all day? After all, with a clear conscience, he had nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, she knew Lu Hang was unlikely to engage in anything untoward, yet an inexplicable worry gnawed at her. After some contemplation, she finally managed to say, I'm just worried you're too young and shouldn't get too close to girls. Realizing how flimsy her excuse sounded, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Hang's gaze. Then what about you? Lu Hang said, both amused and exasperated, as if to say, I assent. It's strange to hear that from you. I am your childhood friend. I have privileges. Others are bad women. Be careful they leave you with nothing. Ye Qingling replied defiantly, as if asserting a fundamental truth. Come on, you just showed yourself a moment ago. Lu Hang tapped her lightly on the head, exasperated. Oomph, at least you recognize it. Ye Qingling crossed her arms, as though her stance was entirely justified. I'm going to take a shower. If you have nothing else to do, go lie down in your room. Lu Hang urged her, then took his clothes to the washroom. Hang, so you wanted to warm your bed? How naughty. Ye Qingling raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Hang retorted, hastening into the washroom. Ye Qingling smiled slyly and excitedly dashed back to her room. When Lu Hang returned from his shower, he found Ye Qingling already snuggled under the covers, playing on her phone with the air conditioning on. Upon seeing him return, her eyes lit up, and she lifted a corner of the blanket, patting it to beckon him over. Wait, my feet aren't dry yet, Lu Hang replied, sitting on the edge of the bed to air out his feet. Ye Qingling grinned mischievously, wrapping herself in the blanket and inching closer to him, then suddenly pulled the blanket over both of them. Hang, I've warmed up your bed for you, she whispered playfully in his ear, her tone laced with flirtation. Quick, lie back down. My feet are dry now, Lu Hang said, wrinkling his nose in distaste, then burrowed into the blanket. Hang, Ye Qingling wrapped herself around him, snuggling against his chest. By the way, didn't we already sort out the dorms? Which one are you in? Lu Hang asked curiously, turning his head to look at her. Let me check, she said, pulling out her phone to see. What's wrong with room 509 in Building A? Asked Ye Qingling. The 5th floor? I wonder if they will allow boys into the girls' dorm that day, Lu Hang replied, his tone filled with astonishment. What do you want to go into the girls' dorm for? Ye Qingling's previously gentle voice suddenly turned sharp and alert, akin to a wolf guarding its territory, exuding an aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Lu Hang was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected transformation, but quickly regained his composure, retorting, "Are you foolish? If I don't go with you, how will you manage to carry all this luggage to the 5th floor? Are you planning to haul it up there with your petite frame?" As he spoke, he shook his head in exasperation, secretly thinking how endearingly foolish the girl could be at times. Upon hearing Lu Hang's words, Ye Qingling was first taken aback, then broke into a silly grin, scratching her head sheepishly as she said, "Oh, so that is how it is." Hee hee. She felt that whenever she was with Lu Hang, she tended to become a bit silly, her thoughts often muddled. Hang, so which floor do you live on?" Ye Qingling inquired, her big, watery eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Let me check," Lu Hang replied, pulling out his phone to browse the information. At that moment, Ye Qingling, like a playful kitten, nimbly leaped in a Lu Hang's warm embrace. She pressed closely against his chest, tilting her head to intently gaze at the screen of his phone, anxious not to miss any detail. One reason was to see where Lu Hang lived. The other was to check if any temptresses were attempting to disturb him, which was of utmost importance. In that moment, she was wholly immersed in the joy of their intimate contact. "Room 407 in Building B. You're not far from my dorm," Ye Qingling exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she noticed no other troublesome women mentioned in Lu Hang's information. "All right, I can take you to your dorm first, and then I'll head back myself. It's south quite close." Lu Hang nodded in agreement, then focused on a message on his phone, suggesting, "How about we go to school tomorrow?" "Huh? Why so soon?" Ye Qingling's voice was filled with reluctance as she unconsciously leaned a bit closer to Lu Hang. "We need to drop off the luggage first, then we can return to stay the night. After all, it's only a half-hour walk to the school, quite near, and we can avoid the hassle of crowds on the first day," Lu Hang explained earnestly. "Oh, okay, then," Ye Qingling replied with a hint of disappointment, feeling that time was passing too swiftly. It seemed as if she had just arrived and now school was starting. She hadn't spent enough time with Lu Hang. The thought of not being able to sleep beside him for the next 7 days left her feeling uneasy. Fortunately, they would still have the chance to stay together for one night after dropping off the luggage. "Tomorrow, will I still be able to sleep with you?" she asked, her big, watery eyes looking up at him with a soft tone. Lu Hang was momentarily stunned by her expression. After all, this girl, who usually threatened or intimidated him, was now asking so meekly. "Well, if you want to," he replied, not thinking too much about it, perhaps harboring some selfish desire himself, as he had grown accustomed to her presence and wished to cherish every moment they could spend together. "Hee hee, you're so nice." "Hang. Ye Qingling beamed sweetly, pressing herself against him again, her legs wrapping around his waist. Hey, don't squeeze my waist." Lu Hang lightly tapped her thigh in discontent. It wasn't he that he felt uncomfortable. Rather, he found her warmth and softness quite pleasant. However, this position stirred thoughts he would rather not entertain. "Don't," Ye Qingling playfully rubbed against his chest. Lu Hang chose not to engage further, diverting his attention back to his phone. A moment later, he suddenly asked, "Ye Qingling, why are you so close to me?" His eyes remained fixed on his phone, but he couldn't help but steal glances at her, his tone betraying a hint of shyness. "Huh? He." Ye Qingling was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by Lu Hang's question. Then, seemingly recalling something, she flashed a mischievous smile. "We are childhood friends, after all," she answered with utmost seriousness. "Is that so?" Lu Hang's voice unwittingly carried a note of melancholy, a realization he was not fully aware of. "But I will only be like this with you," she whispered playfully, leaning in close to his ear, her tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Chapter 96. Good-night kiss. At this moment, Ye Qingling's heart was ablaze with excitement. It seemed that her persistent efforts had proven to be remarkably effective. The fact that Lu Hang had posed such a question indicated that he had begun to harbor a curiosity about her in a more profound sense. It is often said that love begins with curiosity, and indeed, Lu Hang was experiencing this phenomenon. Furthermore, Ye Qingling was certain of one thing. Lu Hang's feelings for her transcended mere curiosity. He was genuinely fond of her, deeply so. However, he had yet to comprehend his own emotions, blissfully unaware of his affection. After all, he was rather dense. She knew she had to help him recognize his feelings, to take the initiative to be with her, to confess his desire to be together, and to openly express his fondness. Only then could she secure him firmly, ensuring that he would remain bound to her forever. The thought of this brought a subtle, almost imperceptible smile to her lips, one tinged with obsession, fervor, and a potent sense of possession. Could he feel this way about anyone else? Lu Hang turned his head slightly in a direction unseen by Ye Qingling, a small smile gracing his lips, as an indescribable feeling blossomed within his heart. There was a flutter of emotions, yet he could not decipher what they meant. Nevertheless, he understood that it was undoubtedly connected to Ye Qingling. I too can only feel this way about you. Though his back was turned to her, his tone was resolute. Of course I know. Ye Qingling giggled and snuggled closer, embracing him. After all, throughout their childhood, she had successfully warded off all the ill-intentioned women who dared to covet Lu Hang. Not only had she controlled his relationships with the opposite sex, but she had also dominated his social circle, leaving him with very few same-sex friends. This was precisely why Lu Hang initially sought to distance himself from her. Yet, he could never truly escape her grasp. She would search the world over to find him. Forever, destined from childhood. Ye Qingling buried her face in Lu Hang's back, letting out a soft murmur. What time shall we head to school tomorrow? Lu Hang slowly turned to ask, having felt a tickling sensation on his back, as warmth enveloped him. How about we go in the morning? The earlier we leave, the sooner we return. Ye Qingling quickly replied. All right, then we should sleep early tonight. Otherwise, we won't be able to manage our luggage tomorrow. Lu Hang affectionately brushed Ye Qingling's nose, speaking gently. Ye Qingling nuzzled against him, obediently nodding. Ye Qingling mischievously smiled, seizing the opportunity when Lu Hang raised his hand to pull his arm beneath her head, using it as a pillow. Hey, not again. Lu Hang attempted to withdraw his arm from beneath her head. Oh, come on, give me a hug. It's not the first time. Ye Qingling clung to his arm, refusing to let go, her voice sweet and playful. All right, you can use my arm as a pillow, but don't speak to me in that tone. Lu Hang warned her, resigning to leave his arm in place. Hang, why are you so indulgent with me? Ye Qingling smiled sweetly, her big, watery eyes blinking curiously. This adorable and demure demeanor utterly captivated Lu Hang. Is this what they call contrast? This enchantress. How does she manage to embody every type? Lu Hang silently gritted his teeth, yet outwardly maintained an air of nonchalance. Because we are childhood sweethearts, Lu Hang awkwardly replied, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Yet, within, a strong desire to treat her well, without expecting anything in return, surged in his heart. Hang, I want to kiss Ye Qingling. Observing Lu Hang's awkwardness, felt her affection for him deepen, much like a kitten stretching its head to rest on his shoulder. Playfully demanding, a kiss? You could just ask me directly? Well, I suppose that's quite normal. Lu Hang was taken aback for a moment, but then found it reasonable. Kiss Ye Qingling giggled softly, planting a light peck on Lu Hang's cheek. All right, you've kissed me. Can we sleep now? Lu Hang urged, his cheeks slightly flushed. No, there's still here. Ye Qingling mischievously pointed to her cheek. You want another kiss? Lu Hang asked, exasperation creeping into his voice. Yes, this is a good night kiss. Ye Qingling nodded seriously, as if making a solemn declaration. Oh, fine. Kiss. Lu Hang shook his head in resignation, then leaned forward to gently kiss Ye Qingling's cheek. Now, how can we sleep? He asked softly. Okay, Ye Qingling deliberately elongated her response, nodding like a little child. With a click, Lu Hang switched off the room light, plunging them into dimness. Hang, you're so warm. Ye Qingling nestled against him, unable to resist a sigh of contentment, curling her body closer. Just don't drool on me tonight, Lu Hang warned, retracting the hand that had been resting under her head. Oh, I know, Ye Qingling replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. This dense head, always complaining about my drooling while sleeping. But if I drool, it's because of you. Who told you to be so fragrant? I'm so hungry, lost in this thought. Ye Qingling couldn't help but let a bit of drool escape. Ye Qingling, I told you not to drool. You're doing it right now, and it's landing on me. How can you produce so much saliva every day? Lu Hang frowned in irritation, shoving her aside to rummage through the wardrobe for something clean to change into. I'm sorry, Hang, come back. Ye Qingling hastily climbed beside him, tugging at his shirt. "Oh, I never said I was leaving. Just lie back down." Lu Heng waved his hand dismissively before returning to his position. Hee. This time, I promise not to drool." Ye Qingling raised her hand earnestly. "If I believe that, I must be a fool. Hurry up and sleep," Lu Heng urged, closing his eyes first. Hee. Lu Heng's strategy was now at the final stage. The last step was to have this dense head confess to me. Ye Qingling chuckled slyly in her heart, once again wrapping her arms around him and closing her eyes to drift into slumber. The room fell into a serene hush, with only the sound of their breathing intermingling. She felt his warmth, her heart brimming with warmth and happiness. She knew that there was an important person in her life, someone who belonged solely to her. Only she could feel and possess him. Chapter 97. University, a new beginning in the early morning. The sun ascended from the east, illuminating the earth. The sky donned a splendid orange hue, with clouds floating above like cotton candy. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying the refreshing scent of flora. Birds chirped joyfully on the branches, as if celebrating the dawn of a new day. Flowers blossomed with radiant smiles, and dewdrops sparkled on their petals like lustrous pearls. Ye Qingling, hurry and bring the suitcase over. The car will be here soon. Lu Heng stood at the doorway, his eyes glued to his phone screen, urging her anxiously. It's coming, it's coming." With hurried footsteps, Ye Qingling dashed out of the room. She struggled to push two enormous 26-inch suitcases, resembling a small turtle, striving forward. However, just as she approached the doorway, she stumbled over a small step and fell forward with a startled gasp. "Oh no!" In a swift motion, Lu Heng lunged forward and caught her securely in his arms. "Haha, I didn't see the path." Ye Qingling blushed, scratching her head and offering a slightly embarrassed smile. "Always so clumsy. You must be more attentive in the future. Let us go." Lu Heng shook his head helplessly, yet his gaze was filled with concern. He then released Ye Qingling, bent down to pick up the two oversized storage bags filled with bedding, hoisting them onto his shoulder and striding toward the elevator. "All right," Ye Qingling replied, quickly regaining her composure and following closely behind him, pushing the heavy suitcases into the elevator. When they reached the ground floor, the car Lu Heng had called had already arrived. The driver, noticing the two with their large suitcases and storage bags, jogged over to assist in opening the trunk. He helped Lu Heng place the luggage inside one by one. "Thank you, sir." Lu Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead and expressed his gratitude to the driver. "Not a problem. You're starting school today, right?" The driver inquired with a friendly wave of his hand. "Well, not quite. We're just dropping off our things at the dormitory today, with formal registration tomorrow," Lu Heng replied slowly. "I see." The driver smiled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Lu Heng. "Thank you, but he doesn't smoke." Ye Qingling interjected from behind Lu Heng, politely declining on his behalf. "Sorry, sir, I don't smoke." Lu Heng followed suit in rejecting the offer. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you're still students." The driver quickly retracted the cigarettes and apologized to them. "It's all right." Lu Heng waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. "Let us get in the car," the driver said, opening the door to the back seat. "Thank you, sir." They chimed in unison, settling into their seats without further ado. With a loud slam of the door, the driver took his place in the front seat. "Let me see. You're headed to Haicheng University, right?" he asked, glancing at his phone to find a route. "Yes, we are students of Haicheng University." Lu Heng nodded in affirmation. "Wow, that's impressive. It's the most prestigious university in Haicheng, one of the top in the nation. And here we are in Haicheng, a first-tier city," the driver marveled, proudly introducing Lu Heng and Ye Qingling to their university. "Haha, that was part of the reason we chose Haicheng University," Lu Heng replied with a shy smile. "All right, off we go." The driver started the car, heading toward the university. As the scenery outside rushed by, Lu Heng and Ye Qingling felt a surge of anticipation. After all, this marked another significant chapter in their lives, symbolizing their transition into adulthood where they could steer their own paths. As the car gradually came to a stop, the imposing university gate came into view, evoking a sense of solemnity. "Here we are," the driver announced, stepping out to assist them with their luggage. He wished them well, saying, "Wishing you success in your studies, and may you always find joy." "Thank you, sir." They both bowed in appreciation. grateful for such warmth in a world where kindness is often rare. The driver then drove away. "Let us go inside," Lu Hang exclaimed excitedly to Ye Qingling. "Okay." Ye Qingling responded with equal enthusiasm. Lu Hang placed the 2 storage bags atop one of the suitcases, and they each pushed one as they approached the university gate. The gate loomed like a magnificent fortress, standing guard over the realm of knowledge. Its structure featured grand stone pillars and heavy gates, soaring high as if to pierce the heavens. The gates were adorned with intricate carvings and the school motto, reflecting the institution's rich history and cultural heritage. Atop the gate was an impressive bell tower, its chimes resonating throughout the campus, reminding students to cherish their time and strive for excellence. Flanking the gate were spacious plazas, paved with smooth marble tiles that gleamed like mirrors. In the center stood a grand fountain, its water columns reaching several meters high, shimmering with a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Surrounding the fountain were lush lawns and flower beds, vibrant blooms competing for attention, infusing the entrance with vitality. Before the gate lay a broad avenue, lined with towering trees whose leafy canopies formed a verdant corridor. At the end of the avenue stood the main building of the university, rising majestically, its modern design characterized by sleek lines that exuded a sense of innovation and style. Bathed in sunlight, the university entrance appeared especially magnificent and beautiful. It was not merely a landmark. It symbolized the spirit of the institution. It witnessed the evolution of the university through time, as well as the growth and progress of countless students. Each time a new student stepped through these gates, they were inevitably awestruck by the grandeur, their hearts brimming with hope and anticipation for the future. Chapter 98. School Dormitory. At this moment, Lu Hang and Ye Qingling were no exception, both profoundly shaken by the scene before them. The school gates stood wide open, as students had been arriving over the past few days. Perhaps it was because today was not the official start of the term, and it was still early at 8 in the morning, so they had not encountered any other students upon their entrance. Together, they ventured deeper into the school grounds, where several directional signs had been set up along the pathways. "Wow, it's enormous," Ye Qingling exclaimed as they continued to explore the campus, her astonishment palpable. "Indeed," Lu Hang echoed, taking in the surroundings with equal admiration. This was truly a testament to the affluence of a developed city. The school's funding was evidently substantial. As they wandered further inward, the number of people around them gradually increased, accompanied by the occasional bursts of animated chatter. "Wow, look at that girl. She's absolutely stunning. Is the quality of this year's freshman really this high? That guy's quite handsome, too." With those looks, they could easily dominate the campus beauty and heartthrob rankings. "Hey, are you brave enough to ask for her WeChat?" "Maybe not. They look like a couple." Naturally, the two of them overheard the surrounding discussions. Ye Qingling smiled subtly, inching closer to Lu Hang, wishing that everyone would instantly recognize him as hers. Lu Hang noticed her proximity, but chose not to comment. Subconsciously, he likely did not want Ye Qingling to attract the attention of other boys. However, being the center of so many gazes made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, akin to a monkey in a zoo. "Let us hurry. We should get to your dorm. I'll help you carry your things upstairs," Lu Hang urged, quickening his pace. "Oh, hee." Ye Qingling chuckled softly and quickened her steps to keep pace with him. Upon entering the dormitory area of the school, they were greeted by a magnificent building. Its modern design featured a clean and elegant exterior with smooth lines. The dormitory's façade was painted a warm yellow, evoking a cozy ambience. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory, where a matron was seated at a desk on the first floor. "Excuse me, we are new students at this school. Could you assist me with moving my belongings upstairs?" Ye Qingling sweetly inquired of the matron. The matron glanced at Lu Hang before asking, "Which dormitory are you in?" "I'm in Block B, room 407, Lu Hang replied politely. "I'm in Block A, room 509, Ye Qingling added, stating her dormitory number as well. "All right, please register your details, and I'll retrieve the key for you," the matron instructed, placing a form in front of Ye Qingling. "Okay." Ye Qingling promptly filled in their information. "Here is the key to room 509 in Block A. Remember to return it to me once you've settled in," the matron said, handing over the key after selecting it from a set of keys. Is it not permissible for me to keep this key? Ye Qingling inquired, puzzled as she fiddled with it. Today is not the official reporting day yet. You can officially receive the key after you complete your registration tomorrow, the matron explained earnestly. Oh, that makes sense. Let us go then, Lu Heng, Ye Qingling said, turning to him after receiving the key. All right. They both grabbed their luggage and made their way to the elevator. Fortunately, since the returning students had not yet arrived and the new students were few, there was just enough space for the two of them and their belongings in the elevator. The first floor, being unoccupied, featured several empty lounges, which surprised Lu Heng. The lounges were furnished with comfortable sofas and coffee tables, providing a space for relaxation, conversation, and television watching. The dormitory spanned 6 floors, each with spacious corridors and bright lighting. Potted plants adorned the hallways, imparting a refreshing touch to the environment. They took the elevator to the 5th floor and soon located room 509. Click. Ye Qingling used the key to unlock the door, revealing a room with 4 unmade beds, indicating that the other roommates had yet to arrive. The interior was comfortably arranged, equipped with bunk beds and desks, with each bed accompanied by an individual wardrobe and chair. The large windows allowed ample sunlight to flood the room, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The communal areas outside the window were equally neat and aesthetically pleasing. The balcony was outfitted with modern washing and drying machines, facilitating laundry for the students. The cleanliness of the dormitory was impressive, suggesting that someone was responsible for maintaining the rooms and shared spaces. Hang, I'll take this bed. Ye Qingling pointed to a bed near the door as she spoke to Lu Heng. The location of the bed ensured that the door opened away from it, avoiding frequent disturbances. All right, Lu Heng agreed, helping Ye Qingling place her luggage on the bed. Phew. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead and exhaled, then said to Ye Qingling, you should start unpacking. I'm going to find my dormitory. Once I'm settled, wait for me downstairs, and I'll come and find you. Okay, Ye Qingling replied, and Lu Heng prepared to leave with his belongings. Click. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a girl with a ponytail, dressed in athletic shorts and a t-shirt, entered, exuding a lively and healthy vibe. Wow, I thought I arrived early enough, but it seems someone got here before me. The girl, carrying a suitcase and a bag, paused upon seeing Lu Heng. Seeing the girl's expression, Ye Qingling promptly positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Heng, eyeing the newcomer warily, resembling a wolf guarding its food. The girl quickly understood Ye Qingling's demeanor. Oh, that explains the presence of a boy here. I thought I had mistakenly entered the wrong dormitory. Hello, I'm Chu Wanning, and I'll be your roommate. I look forward to getting along. Chu Wanning extended her hand to Ye Qingling in a polite greeting. Oh, hi. I'm Ye Qingling, she responded, regaining her composure and shaking Chu Wanning's hand. She had initially thought the girl might be a rival vying for Lu Heng's attention. Considering how handsome he was, it would indeed be unusual for other girls to overlook him. And this is... Chu Wanning glanced at Lu Heng, inquiring. Oh, Lu Heng. I'm a childhood friend of Ye Qingling and also a new student at this school. Helping her with her luggage, Lu Heng replied courteously. Oh, I thought. Never mind. Tu Wanning, she said, extending a polite greeting to Lu Heng as well. Chapter 99. He is my fiancé. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will head to my dormitory now. Please send me a message once you are settled. Lu Heng remarked as he picked up his luggage and offered a word of caution to Ye Qingling before departing. Ye Qingling, did you enjoy such a delightful meal? Chu Wanning inquired, her expression one of playful intrigue, as she gazed at Ye Qingling with a teasing tone. Enjoyed it well? Ye Qingling was utterly perplexed by the question, tilting her head in confusion. Surely that handsome fellow was your boyfriend? Chu Wanning rephrased her inquiry in a manner more easily comprehensible. Temporarily, not quite yet. Ye Qingling stammered. But upon observing the starry-eyed admiration on Chu Wanning's face as she repeated Lu Heng's name, her instincts kicked in, and she promptly corrected herself. Yes, he's indeed my boyfriend. Wow, your boyfriend is truly handsome. I believe he could easily be the campus heartthrob of High University, Chu Wanning exclaimed, her expression brimming with envy. Ah ha ha ha, yes indeed. Ye Qingling, unsure how to respond, merely nodded awkwardly with a forced smile. If only she could wish for Lu Hang to be less striking. She dreaded the thought of other predatory women eyeing him. However, you are quite beautiful as well. You truly make a stunning couple, Chu Wanning complimented, glancing at Ye Qingling once more. He, indeed. Many have said so since childhood, Ye Qingling replied, a hint of joy illuminating her face as she slowly responded. Since childhood? Chu Wanning inquired, her curiosity piqued, sporting a maternal smile. Indeed, we are childhood sweethearts. He can also be referred to as my fiancé. Ye Qingling's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she bashfully declared this for the first time to another person. After all, they had made a childhood promise. So calling him her fiancé was not entirely unfounded. Moreover, they were destined to marry in the future. He could not escape that fate. Wow, I am truly envious of you, Chu Wanning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's not that special. Ye Qingling responded modestly, though her heart felt sweetened by the sentiment. By the way, let me add you to my contacts. We shall be roommates from now on. Chu Wanning pulled out her phone and displayed a QR code for Ye Qingling. Oh, certainly. Ye Qingling quickly retrieved her phone to scan the code, then noticed Chu Wanning's username. Not eating cilantro? Oh, I received it. Chu Wanning glanced at the friend request from Ye Qingling. Loves eating pig head meat request to add you as a friend. Ye Qingling's original contact name was accompanied by an adorable Q-version avatar of an anime girl with her mouth wide open, seemingly about to take a bite of something. This, love eating pig head meat is you, right? Indeed, and not eating cilantro is you, yes? Yes. It seems our names are quite fateful. You love it. I do not, haha. Tuvanning tuklet. However, she was somewhat intrigued that such a beautiful girl had a penchant for eating pig head meat. I did not expect you to enjoy pig head meat, Chu Wanning asked, curiosity evident in her voice. This pig head is not that pig head. Ye Qingling replied with a playful air of mystery. Let me see. You reside here, so I shall take the bed beside yours, Chu Wanning proclaimed as she tossed her linens onto the adjacent bed. Meanwhile, Lu Hang had found his own dormitory, conveniently located just a 5-minute walk from Ye Qingling's. The layout and appearance of the dormitory were similar, though the male dormitory featured a greater assortment of peculiar stickers and decorations. Upon entering, Lu Hang immediately spotted a black and white sticker beneath one of the beds, depicting an anime girl. As he was not well acquainted with such references, he could not identify her. However, a line of nearly imperceptible text beside the sticker caught his eye. I want to be Genshin dog. Lu Hang's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. What on earth? What I just see? I am tainted. Tears of regret streamed down his face. I should not have been so curious. Why are the seniors so bizarre? With that, Lu Hang swiftly distanced himself from the source of trouble, opting for a relatively tidy bed to organize his belongings. Fortunately, none of his roommates had arrived yet. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable, he mused inwardly. After he had tidied up, a message from Ye Qingling arrived. Hang, I have organized my things. I will wait for you downstairs in the dormitory. Lu Pighead. All right, I am almost done. I will be there shortly. For some reason, Lu Hang sensed that Ye Qingling was in remarkably high spirits, perhaps due to her lively chat with her roommate. He pondered this while glancing at his contact name and avatar, Lu Pighead, featuring a Q-version cartoon pig head being nibbled by a cute little mouth. This name was forcibly imposed on him by Ye Qingling back in high school, her insistence that if he did not comply, she would reveal his youth cultivation handbook to his parents. At that time, he had no choice but to comply, begrudgingly adopting the current name and avatar. He had attempted multiple times to change it since then, but each time Ye Qingling had discovered his intentions and compelled him to revert. Consequently, he had grown accustomed to it over time. He clicked on Ye Qingling's avatar and name. Loves eating pig head meat, accompanied by an avatar of a Q-version character with her mouth wide open, about to bite into a pig's head. At that moment, he could not help but smile faintly. Hastening his movements, he quickly finished packing and departed the dormitory. Wanning, I shall take my leave now. I am off to find my darling boyfriend, Ye Qingling said, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and happiness as she gazed at Chu Wanning, who was busy organizing her belongings. After their pleasant and light-hearted conversation, the previously distant relationship between them seemed to have drawn considerably closer, becoming harmonious and amicable. All right then, I still have a few things to tidy up. Chu Wanning smiled and waved goodbye to Ye Qingling. Like a lively and adorable little rabbit, Ye Qingling hopped over to the elevator. As the elevator doors opened and closed, she quickly descended to the lobby on the first floor. Chapter 100. Truly unromantic. Upon coming to a halt, Ye Qingling paused for a brief moment, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distance ahead. Before long, a familiar tall and handsome figure gradually came into view. Lu Hang, approaching with a steady stride. As her vision sharpened, and she discerned the identity of the newcomer, the previously dim light in Ye Qingling's eyes flared to life, bursting forth with a brilliance akin to that of resplendent stars. Simultaneously, her exquisite and ethereal visage blossomed into an enchanting smile that captivated the heart, reminiscent of spring flowers in full bloom. Hang hang, with a gentle and melodious call. Ye Qingling, brimming with joy, fluttered towards Lu Hang like a delicate butterfly, unable to contain her excitement. Observing the scene, Lu Hang felt a pang of concern and called out loudly, "Slow down. Don't trip." Truly unromantic. In response to Lu Hang's anxious tone, Ye Qingling merely pouted, crossing her arms in front of her chest, her expression imbued with disdain. Afterward, she playfully made a face at him, but Lu Hang chose to ignore her antics. Since they had arrived at school, it seemed more prudent to head to the cafeteria for a delightful breakfast. Lowering his gaze to his phone, he casually suggested, "How about we go to the school cafeteria for something to eat? After all, it's still early, only 8:30. Ye Qingling's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt as she curiously inquired, "But will the school cafeteria really be open at this time?" Lu Hang hesitated momentarily before thoughtfully responding, "Well, it should be open. After all, the sophomores and juniors have already started classes a few days ago. Perhaps it's just a bit quiet today, since it happens to be Saturday." "Oh, I see." Ye Qingling nodded in realization, but quickly posed another question. "Hang, do you know the exact location of the cafeteria?" At this, Lu Hang was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He instinctively scratched the back of his head and stammered, "You've caught me there." He quickly pulled out his phone, adding, "Fortunately, I checked the map online beforehand, so I should be able to find the cafeteria." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling could hardly contain her excitement and curiosity, exclaiming, "Let me see. Show me." With that, she eagerly leaned against Lu Hang's arm, both of them intently examining the phone screen. "Sudendi, Ye Qingling Gaspit, Vi. This school has a total of 4 cafeterias." Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Lu Hang couldn't help but reflect. After all, this institution is a prestigious university located in a top-tier city. But I must admit, this campus is indeed vast. After a rough estimation, he was astonished to realize that even the nearest cafeteria would require at least a 10-minute walk from their dormitory. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qingling decisively proposed, "Let us go. Since that's the case, let us explore the nearest cafeteria and take the opportunity to enjoy the surroundings of the campus." Before her words had fully settled, she playfully slapped Lu Hang's shoulder and strode forward with her head held high. Watching Ye Qingling walk away, Lu Hang couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, calling out, "Hey, do you even know where you're going? You're just walking off like that." Unfazed by Lu Hang's concerns, Ye Qingling merely smirked, the corners of her mouth curling up in a hint of disdain. I've already etched this map firmly in my mind." With that, she continued her determined march without looking back. "Just don't get lost." Lu Hang shook his head in resigned amusement, gently massaging his forehead, which had begun to throb, and sighed to himself before hastening to catch up with her. As time passed, approximately 5 minutes later, suddenly, a voice filled with distress cried out from ahead, Hang, where's the cafeteria? I can't find it anywhere." Ye Qingling stood frozen in place, her once charmingly delicate features now clouded with dismay. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang felt a surge of frustration and glared at the bewildered girl, exclaiming, "Didn't I just say not to get lost? And look where we are now. You can't even find a cafeteria. I don't know what to do with you." As he spoke, Lu Hang reached out his right hand and, without mercy, pinched Ye Qingling's soft, round cheek, tugging at it as if to vent all his pent-up irritation on her innocent face. In that moment, Ye Qingling, lacking the strength to resist, could only endure Lu Hang's playful torment, emitting soft whimpers in her dismay, her expression tragically pitiful. I was wrong. Don't pinch me, Ye Qingling pleaded, her head spinning. Let me check the map. Lu Hang sighed, releasing her and opening his phone to examine the map. Ugh, I can't make sense of this map, either. Furrowing his brows, he glanced around and then back at the screen. Oh no, are we going to be stuck here? Ye Qingling exclaimed, her eyes darting around at the towering buildings in fear. Are you too lost? Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from ahead. They looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a sleek black professional outfit standing before them. Ye Qingling's expression turned vigilant as she subtly positioned herself in front of Lu Hang. Senior, do you know how to get to the nearest cafeteria from here? Lu Hang inquired, holding up his phone's map towards the young woman. Oh, that? You're going the wrong way. Just take the road behind you and walk for about 5 minutes, and you'll get there. The senior indicated the opposite path. Thank you, senior. Lu Hang replied politely, pulling Ye Qingling along as they headed in the direction indicated. Chapter 101. Do you enjoy seeing girls in black stockings? Hang. Do you enjoy watching girls wear black stockings? Ye Qingling fixed her gaze on Lu Hang, her eyes betraying a hint of caution, as the senior who had just passed by was clad in black stockings. Ahem. What? What are you talking about? Lu Hang nearly choked on his words upon hearing her query. Quickly, just answer whether you like it or not. Ye Qingling asked impatiently, her brow furrowed. Well, I suppose I do. Lu Hang's peripheral vision discreetly caught a glimpse of Ye Qingling's slender legs in her shorts, leaving him parched. I'll wear them for you when I get home, but you mustn't sneak glances at anyone else. Ye Qingling bit her lip in frustration, her tone tinged with annoyance. Huh? Why do you always make such outrageous statements? Lu Hang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. And who said he was sneaking peeks? Well, okay. He did steal a glance just now, but isn't that typical for a man? I'll place the order right now for express delivery. It should arrive later today. As she spoke, Ye Qingling eagerly fished her phone from her pocket to place the order. Lu Hang did not intervene. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation. He covertly peered the style Ye Qingling was choosing. Ahem, perhaps. Perhaps you should buy the slightly sheer ones. He leaned closer to her, stammering as he pointed to another style on her phone. You. Ye Qingling shot him a look that suggested he was being rather peculiar. Yet, the corners of her mouth betrayed a smile, and she blushed as she stuttered. Oh. Is that so? She then proceeded to order as Lu Hang had suggested. Please don't misunderstand. I simply think this style is more comfortable. Lu Hang stuttered, trying to clarify himself, but Ye Qingling noticed a faint blush creeping up his ears. I'll wear them for you when I get home, Ye Qingling whispered seductively in Lu Hang's ear, her tone laced with allure. At that moment, Lu Hang's ears flushed crimson, as if they had just been singed. He quickly defended himself. How could I possibly gaze upon such unseemly sights? Oh really? Ye Qingling teased him with a smirk. Ahem. If you insist. Lu Hang feigned seriousness, though he dared not meet her gaze. Han, Ye Qingling mumut sopti. Her lips curling into a mischievous smile that she could barely suppress. Let's hurry. We need to finish our meal and get home. Lu Hang sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding them and pulled Ye Qingling along. However, to her ears, this sounded like an entirely different proposition. Han, zonte zats. The delivery 1T arrived that quickly. Ye Qingling blushed, lowering her gaze as she gently coaxed him. Huh? Why would I be in a hurry? Lu Hang questioned, momentarily bewildered, before suddenly realizing the double entendre in his previous statement. I didn't mean it that way. Lu Hang quickly waved his hands in protest. All right. Perhaps just a little bit, but only a tiny bit. Really, just a minuscule amount. I understand. Let's go eat. Ye Qingling smiled as she nudged Lu Hang forward. Do you truly understand? Lu Hang asked skeptically. Millimetrufum, ido. Ye Qingling, nodded cheerfully. Egerli pashink, Lu Hang onvart. All right. Fine. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her words. Upon entering the dining hall, both of them simultaneously gasped in awe. The cafeteria was spacious and brightly lit, adorned with simple yet elegant decor that exuded an upscale dining atmosphere, featuring 2 floors. Rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs were available for students to dine at. There were also designated areas, such as a halal restaurant and a Western dining section, to cater to diverse preferences. Additionally, the cafeteria was equipped with air conditioning and fans to ensure students enjoyed their meals in a comfortable environment. The cafeteria offered a rich variety of dishes, encompassing numerous flavors and cuisines. Breakfast typically included congee, steamed buns, dumplings, deep-fried dough sticks, and soy milk. The prices at Hai University's cafeteria were relatively affordable, usually ranging from 5 to 20 yuan per meal, which was quite economical, especially for students from families with limited financial means, alleviating their economic burdens. As expected, the cafeteria began to fill up with students eager for breakfast. A few students noticed Lu Heng and Ye Qingling, occasionally whispering amongst themselves, their remarks drifting to the two. "Hey, I've never seen someone so beautiful at school before. She must be a new student." Some students even pulled out their phones to surreptitiously snap photos of them to post on the school forum. However, Lu Heng and Ye Qingling paid little mind, as they had grown accustomed to such attention over the years. Nonetheless, the increasing crowd made them slightly uncomfortable. "Ugh!" Lu Heng sighed helplessly, glancing at Ye Qingling. "Are we going to have to wear masks every time we go out? Hang, let us eat that." Ye Qingling exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she pointed to a nearby crepe stall. I think I'll go grab a bowl of congee." Lu Heng contemplated for a moment, glancing at the congee stall on the other side. "Hey, aren't you coming with me? You go ahead and buy yours. I'll find you after I get my congee." "All right." They then parted ways, each heading in opposite directions to procure their breakfast. "Auntie, could I please have a large bowl of century egg and lean pork congee?" Lu Heng bent slightly, pointing toward the pot of congee. "Sure, that'll be 7 yuan." The auntie promptly filled a large bowl and handed it to Lu Heng. Lu Heng couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the cafeteria staff at Hai University are impressive. Her hands are steady. How remarkable. After paying, he turned to head towards Ye Qingling's direction. It appeared that Ye Qingling's crepe was being made fresh, so hers would take a bit longer. "Excuse me, could I get your contact information?" A male voice suddenly called from behind. Ye Qingling turned to see a boy approaching her, seeking her number. At the same moment, Lu Heng noticed another boy inching closer to Ye Qingling, and he felt a surge of anxiety, hastening his pace towards her. "I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend." Ye Qingling replied coldly, just as she spotted Lu Heng rushing towards her. Hang, over here." Ye Qingling called out excitedly, waving her hand. The boy turned around, realizing that a man far more handsome than himself was approaching with urgency. My bad. Sorry for bothering you." The boy mumbled awkwardly before quickly retreating. Chapter 102. One should not get too close to other genders. As Lu Heng approached Ye Qingling, he cast a glance at the boy who had just run away. He then turned to Ye Qingling and inquired, "What did he just say to you?" His tone bore a hint of interrogation. Seeing Lu Heng's expression, Ye Qingling felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With a smile, she replied, "He wanted to add me on social media, but I outright rejected him." After saying this, she lowered her head slightly, looking as if she were seeking praise. "Exactly. I must tell you, at your age, you shouldn't get too close to other boys," Lu Heng said, feeling a bit relieved as he gently ruffled Ye Qingling's hair, assuming a serious demeanor. "This phrase, it seems I said it to you, right? Never mind that. Just understand the meaning." I get it." Ye Qingling laughed as she hugged Lu Heng's arm, leaning against him. Hey. Don't lean on me all of a sudden. I almost spilled my porridge," Lu Heng exclaimed, nearly losing balance, but managing to steady the bowl of porridge in his hand. "Don't forget to let me have a taste too." Ye Qingling's sparkling eyes were fixed on the steaming bowl of fragrant porridge. Her voice carried a note of anticipation and excitement as she couldn't resist reminding him again. Lu Heng maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Don't worry, I have it all figured out. That's why I bought a large bowl. I promise you'll have enough to drink." He then gently shook the large bowl in his hand, as if to showcase the abundance of the porridge. At that moment, a warm and cheerful voice came from the window. "Young lady, your pancake is ready. It's 10 yuan in total." An amiable aunt poked her head out of the window, holding a generously wrapped pancake in a plastic bag, smiling as she handed it to Ye Qingling. "Thank you, Auntie." Ye Qingling exclaimed with delight as she accepted the hefty pancake and quickly paid the prepared change. Turning around, she proudly waved the pancake in front of Lu Hang, grinning as she boasted, "See, I also bought a supersized pancake." Lu Hang furrowed his brows and scratched the back of his head in confusion, asking if that's the case. "Why didn't you just buy two? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Why didn't you buy 2 bowls of porridge then?" She countered, "Because if you eat the pancake, you definitely won't finish the porridge. And if I bought 2 pancakes, would you finish the porridge? I can eat it all." Lu Hang nodded stily. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling stomped her feet in frustration, secretly cursing him. Humph. This dense blockhead knows nothing of romance. He is truly a big fool, a pig head. Yet, she held back her anger, glaring at Lu Hang and retorting through gritted teeth. "Oh, what do you know? Just keep quiet, will you? You're such a nuisance." After saying this, she turned her head away, refusing to engage further. "Let us find a quiet place to eat. It seems more and more people are gathering here," Lu Hang urged as he surveyed their surroundings. "Oh, you're right," Ye Qingling responded, promptly following Lu Hang to a corner where they could sit down. Fortunately, it was breakfast time, and there weren't many students eating, so the corner was relatively empty. "Let's eat here," Lu Hang declared as he settled down with a large bowl of porridge, while Ye Qingling sat beside him. Hang, let me have a sip, just one sip." Ye Qingling eagerly moved the bowl of porridge in front of her, opening her mouth wide to drink. "Hey, it's hot. Don't drink so fast." Lu Hang wouldn't. But it was too late. Ye Qingling had already taken a mouthful of porridge. "Ah, so hot, so hot," Ye Qingling exclaimed, tears almost welling up in her eyes from the heat. "Quick, spit it out into my mouth. No, into my hand." Lu Hang urgently extended his hand toward her mouth. "Spit, spit." Gradually, Ye Qingling released the hot porridge into Lu Hang's hand. So hot. After spitting it out, Ye Qingling fanned her mouth, feeling as though her tongue had lost all sensation, tingling with heat. "Wait a moment. I'll go buy you a bottle of cold water," Lu Hang said, using his other hand to wipe the porridge from his hand before dashing out of the cafeteria toward the convenience store. He quickly grabbed a bottle of cold water, paid, and turned to leave. "Hey, handsome, can we add each other?" Swish. A nearby female classmate attempted to exchange contact information, but Lu Hang had already dashed away in an instant. "Haha, I didn't really want to add anyway," she called out, left standing awkwardly as she clapped her hands to break the silence. "Come on, drink some cold water." Lu Hang eagerly brought the water to Ye Qingling's lips. Gulp, gulp. "Oh, that's much better." Ye Qingling sighed deeply, feeling relieved. "You really need to be more careful," Lu Hang admonished, frowning with concern. "Why, yes. Oh, mais sorry, Ye Qingling, replied meekly. Here, take this and eat." Lu Hang handed her a small spoon, adding, "Take your time. Hang, will you feed me?" Ye Qingling asked with wide, pleading eyes. "Huh? Why should I feed you?" Lu Hang glanced around, noting that while there weren't many people, there were still eyes watching. "You know I'm clumsy when I eat. I might burn myself again, and you wouldn't want that, would you? Ye Qingling explained, adopting a vulnerable demeanor. "Fine, give me the spoon." After a moment of silence, Lu Hang relented and took back the spoon from her. Ye Qingling chuckled softly and opened her mouth towards Lu Hang. Cautiously, Lu Hang scooped a small spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and slowly brought it to Ye Qingling's lips. "How is it? Still hot?" Lu Hang asked, concern etched on his face. Not hot at all," Ye Qingling replied, sweetly after swallowing the porridge. Chapter 103. He is mine, Hang. Haven't you always been a neat freak? How could you so readily catch the porridge I just spat out? Ye Qingling inquired softly, her face adorned with a smile as sweet as blooming spring flowers. Her joyous demeanor revealed that her mood was simply delightful at this moment. In response to Ye Qingling's perplexity, Lu Hang retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Humph. If I hadn't caught it, would you have preferred to swallow it back down? Be careful not to scald your mouth." With that, he raised his hand as if to playfully strike her. A crisp sound echoed as his palm landed squarely on Ye Qingling's smooth forehead, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Ah. She covered her forehead with both hands, a look of grievance on her face. Her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, she appeared utterly adorable. Yet, inside, her heart bloomed like a flower, brimming with joy and sweetness. Ouch! Ye Qingling pouted at Lu Hang, simultaneously trying to act cute to garner more of his affection. Observing her, Lu Hang could only shake his head helplessly, muttering, "At least you know it hurts. You're always so careless while eating." Despite his complaints, his hands moved gently to massage her forehead, alleviating her discomfort. Hang, why not have a bite of my pancake? I haven't eaten yet." Ye Qingling waved the pancake enticingly in front of Lu Hang. "Excuse me, may I have your contact information? You might not have noticed me earlier." A girl smiled, though a hint of resentment flickered within her. As expected, it was the same classmate from before, now resolutely seeking Lu Hang's contact. Unfazed by the sudden request, Lu Hang remained calm and courteous, saying, "I'm really sorry, but that is not convenient right now." After stating this, he fell silent. However, the classmate was evidently undeterred, opening her mouth to inquire further. But before she could finish, an alarming scene unfolded. "He is mine." Ye Qingling, standing behind Lu Hang, could no longer contain her rage. She silently mouthed a threat and mimed a slitting motion across her throat towards the girl. At that moment, her eyes radiated an intensity of fury and madness. She fixed her gaze on the girl, her stare piercing like an arrow aimed directly at her heart. Instantly, the girl screamed in terror, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. A sense of inexplicable fear surged within her, making her reconsider if she continued to pursue Lu Hang. Her life might truly be in danger. Thus, the girl hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry for interrupting you too. Enjoy your meal." With that, she scurried away like a frightened rabbit, her movements stiff and mechanical. Is it really necessary for her to be so terrified of me? Am I that frightening? Lu Hang asked, turning to Ye Qingling with an awkward expression. Perhaps she felt embarrassed. Ye Qingling responded with a sweet smile, completely shedding her earlier furious demeanor. "Forget about her. Take a bite of my pancake." Ye Qingling offered the large pancake to Lu Hang, filled with chicken strips, sausages, and more. "Ah!" Lu Hang exclaimed as he opened his mouth and took a generous bite of the pancake. This is exactly what I wanted to add." Ye Qingling whispered excitedly, gazing at the shiny filling peeking through the bite. Ye Qingling took a big bite from where Lu Hang had just bitten, savoring the flavor with her eyes closed, occasionally emitting adorable munching sounds. "Delicious." She gave a thumbs up to the pancake in praise. "Is it really that good?" Lu Hang asked, observing Ye Qingling's ecstatic expression with skepticism. Then why don't you take another bite?" Ye Qingling urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she offered the pancake again. "Absolutely." She wants to add more. "I'm done eating. I still have my porridge to finish." Lu Hang gently pushed the pancake away and took a spoonful of porridge. "TCH stingy," Ye Qingling muttered under her breath. Indeed, the cafeteria at Haida is quite impressive. This porridge is delicious. "Lu Hang please, Juwing Tao Gu Fun." Hang, let us go grocery shopping later. It's the last day at home. Let us have a feast." Ye Qingling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sure. What do you want to eat?" Lu Hang inquired, sipping his porridge. "Meat. I want to eat meat." Ye Qingling sat up straight, tears of anticipation trickling from the corners of her mouth. "Well then, let us check the supermarket later." Lu Hang deeply shaking his head in resignation. "This porridge has cooled down. Do you want to have another bite?" Lu Hang offered the spoon to Ye Qingling, testing the waters. "Cooled down? Then I want tea, drink it." Ye Qingling shook her head firmly, promptly taking another bite of the pancake. "You want to even feed me. So why should I drink it? Let us just eat the pancake with added ingredients." She insisted, recalling how he enjoyed eating it while it was hot, but now refused to drink the cool porridge. "Are you, Lu Hang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Ye Qingling. "Tonight, I'll show you who is. Ye Qingling declared fiercely, biting half of the pancake and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. Her fierce expression combined with her bulging cheeks, made her look comical, eliciting a laugh from Lu Hang. I was just joking, Lu Hang teased, playfully pinching her swollen cheeks. Puffed. Ye Qingling then accidentally sprayed food onto him. Ye Demon, why are you spitting everywhere? Lu Hang complained, looking down at himself, now covered in chewed food. TCH. Serves you right. Ye Qingling scoffed, ignoring him. Ugh. Lu Hang frantically wiped the remnants off his clothes and the floor, making disgusted sounds. Who told you to pinch my cheeks? Ye Qingling shurup dismissivedi. Chapter 104. I'll put it on for you soon. The city at night sparkled with dazzling lights, the neon signs flickering with a kaleidoscope of colors, adorning the metropolis with an extraordinary charm. Vehicles flowed continuously along the streets, while people hurriedly rushed home. The shop signs glimmered with brilliant illumination, captivating passers-by. Ye Qingling, hurry up. It's already 6:30. Are we still eating? Lu Hang urged, carrying a heavy bag filled with a small grill and barbecue utensils, glancing back at Ye Qingling. Haha, it's so heavy. Ye Qingling panted as she followed, struggling with a large bag of food. Who told you to buy so much meat? Lu Hang retorted with a hint of annoyance. But this is the last meal we'll have at home. It has to be good. Ye Qingling pautut defiantly. All right, I'll help you with one side of the bag. Just let go. Lu Hang sighed in resignation and quickly moved to support the other side of the bag. Hee. Let us go. Ye Qingling felt the weight lift, bouncing happily as she skipped along. No, slow down. You're lightening your load, but I still have things to carry. Lu Hang wished he could firmly scold her. Just moments ago, she was moving slowly, and now she was dashing ahead. I'm back. Ye Qingling burst through the door, calling out loudly. What are you shouting for? There's no one in the room. Lu Hang remarked as he removed his shoes. Hang, let's start grilling quickly. I can't wait. Ye Qingling said, licking her lips. All right, you can put these on the dining table. Just plug them in, and they should work. Lu Hang handed her the bag of barbecue tools. This is a bit heavy. Ye Qingling swayed as she walked, letting out a small grunt. Lu Hang gently closed the door and placed the bag of ingredients on the table. Hang, how do you use this electric grill? Ye Qingling asked while fiddling with the appliance. It should work once plugged in. Let me check. Lu Hang plugged it in, laid down a layer of oil paper, brushed it with oil, and began to heat it up. With a crackling sound, it was as if a small symphony was being performed. Before long, the grill began to emit faint popping sounds, akin to popcorn joyfully leaping. Lu Hang, not daring to delay, carefully arranged the prepared meat pieces on the grill. Sizzle. In an instant, a rich aroma of meat surged forth from the grill, enveloping the room like an overwhelming tide. This fragrance seemed to grasp the senses, intoxicating and tantalizing. It smells amazing. Ye Qingling couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes squinting in delight as she inhaled deeply, attempting to capture every bit of the exquisite scent. The expression of satisfaction on her face suggested she had savored the finest delicacies of the world. At that moment, the entire room was infused with the tempting aroma of grilled meat, transporting them to a paradise of culinary delights. Here, this small piece of meat should be ready. Give it a try. Lu Hang seasoned it, holding the meat with chopsticks and offering it to Ye Qingling's mouth. Nom, Ye Qingling opened wide and devoured it. How is it, my royal taste tester? Lu Hang asked with a mischievous grin. Huh? Ye Qingling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. What are you looking at me like that for? It's cooked. I wouldn't dare give you undercooked meat. Lu Hang said seriously. Only then did Ye Qingling begin to chew thoughtfully. But I think I added too much salt. Boom. Lu Hang's words struck Ye Qingling like thunder. Goo. Ye Qingling hurriedly spat the meat into the nearby trash can. Lu Zhutu, you dare to poison me, she exclaimed, gritting her teeth. Don't accuse me falsely. I'm a true royal. So you admit you try to poison me? I accidentally added too much salt. Lu Zhutu, you're dead meat. Ye Qingling unleashed a whirlwind of fury upon Lu Hang. Stop. Try this instead. I just made it. Lu Hang quickly offered another piece of grilled meat to her. Is this cooked? Yes. Did you add salt? Yes. You didn't add too much again, did you? No. Are you still going to eat? If not, I will. Saying this, Lu Hang opened his mouth to eat the piece. Hey no. Nom, Ye Qingling swiftly bit into the meat before it reached his lips. However, Her lips inadvertently brushed against his. Ye Demon, can you be more careful? Lu Hang wiped his lips, questioning with a fierce expression. Please. It's not like we haven't tea-kissed before. Ye Qingling replied nonchalantly, chewing as she spoke with her mouth full. Ah! Lu Hang's eyes widened, speechless with shock. No, girl. You just said that out loud. What are you suggesting? Do you want to kiss again? I really can't deal with you. Ye Qingling pouted and advanced toward Lu Hang. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle, cunning smile graced her lips. Ding 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 ding. Lu Hang feigned disgust and pushed her away, saying, Look at the sauce on your lips, though he pretended to be disgusted. His ears began to flush slightly. TSK. Ye Qingling clicked her tongue, realizing her plan had failed. Ding dong. Hello, delivery. The doorbell rang out, and the delivery person called from outside. It's here. Ye Qingling dashed to the door like a gust of wind to receive the package. What did you buy? Lu Hang asked curiously while eating. Hang, did you forget? Huh? What did I forget? Then, with a mischievous smile, Ye Qingling leaned close to Lu Hang's ear and whispered seductively. I'll put it on for you soon. At that moment, Lu Hang recalled, his ears turning bright red as he hurriedly exclaimed, Let us eat quickly. Chapter 105, Black Silk and Jade Legs After Dinner. Lu Hang finished a shower and lay down on the bed, feigning seriousness as he stared at his phone screen. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally glanced towards the door. Click! With that crisp and subtle sound, it felt as if the entire world held its breath in anticipation. At last, the long-closed door began to stir. The doorknob, like a long-slumbering sprite, was gently awakened by an enigmatic force and began to turn slowly and cautiously. As time passed, the door gradually opened, unfolding like a portal to an unknown realm. The first sight that met his gaze was a pair of flawless, elongated legs, akin to a finely crafted work of art, encased in a delicate layer of black stockings, exuding an intoxicating allure. Each subtle movement sent ripples through the surrounding air, as if narrating the owner's grace and nobility. Then, the legs stepped forward lightly, as if treading upon a soft cloud, devoid of any weight. Simultaneously, the door continued to open wider, resembling a painting unfurling before the audience. Standing at the threshold was Ye Qingling. Her stunning visage shone like a radiant moon, casting a captivating glow. Her large, sparkling eyes resembled profound lakes, brimming with endless charm. Beneath her prominent nose, her cherry-red lips curved into a barely perceptible, enchanting smile. That smile blossomed like flowers in spring, instantly illuminating the dimly lit room, transforming the atmosphere. Lu Hang widened his eyes, gazing at this ethereal beauty as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, momentarily forgetting to breathe. A tumult of indescribable emotions surged within him, a mixture of admiration for Ye Qingling's beauty and an irresistible attraction. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them locked in gaze. The black silk embodied mystery and sensuality, perfectly showcasing the contours of her legs. The jade legs were undeniably one of her most alluring attributes, long, straight, and smooth, rendering him utterly captivated. When black silk met jade legs, a unique charm was born, one that transcended mere visual impact, conveying a profound sense of confidence and elegance. The sight of her legs, clad in black silk, whispered of her beauty and allure, overwhelming Lu Hang with an irresistible magnetism. The juxtaposition of the black stockings with the ultra-short shorts revealed an absolute realm that left him spellbound. Ye Qingling's steps were light and graceful, her figure a mesmerizing silhouette that compelled him pause. Gulp! Lu Hang suddenly felt parched, unable to resist swallowing hard. Yet, his gaze seemed glued to Ye Qingling's long legs, unable to tear himself away. How is it, Hang? Does it look good? Ye Qingling approached him with a playful stride, her smile devilish. Gulp. It's all right. Lu Hang stammered, forcing the words out. Oh, really? Ye Qingling stood directly before him, as he was leaning against the bed. The black silk-clad jade legs were merely a centimeter from his face, and he could even catch a whiff of her fresh scent from a recent shower. He felt an overwhelming heat surge through him, unable to suppress his fantasies. Hang, do you want to touch? Ye Qingling leaned down, her voice sultry as she whispered in his ear. "Well, since you asked, it would seem petty not to." Lu Hang pretended to respond seriously, but his face had already turned as red as an apple. "Then, I'm coming." Lu Hang stuttered, his hand seemingly unable to resist reaching out before he could finish his sentence. A soft moan escaped as his hand finally made contact with that absolute realm. A gentle and pleasurable sensation prompting Ye Qingling to involuntarily gasp. Is it uncomfortable? Then I'll pull back." As Lu Hang began to withdraw his hand, he felt her grasp him firmly, pushing his hand back into place. Her cheeks flushed deeply, her eyes flickering, turning her head slightly, avoiding his gaze. "And no, it's not uncomfortable." Really, her voice was barely above a whisper, as if it might dissipate into the air at any moment. Seeing her flustered state, curiosity swelled within Lu Hang. He gazed at the bashful Ye Qingling, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then his once restrained hand grew restless, beginning to wander across her smooth, delicate thigh. A soft gasp escaped her lips as she instinctively covered her mouth, trying to suppress the delicate moans threatening to escape. Yet, her body trembled as if struck by an invisible current, her legs weakening under the weight of her own form. Despite this, deep within, Ye Qingling was filled with joy, for she had unexpectedly uncovered a hidden secret within Lu Hang, deepening her understanding of him and adding a delightful complexity to their relationship. "How so soft? What to do? I'm getting a bit addicted." Lu Hang mused internally, his actions becoming more fervent. Ye Qingling could no longer contain herself, letting out a soft cry as she collapsed beside Lu Hang, her legs utterly giving way. I'm so sorry." Lu Hang quickly apologized, withdrawing his hand from her thigh. "Lu Hang, you're such a pervert. When did you become so perverted?" He chastised himself silently. "It's fine." Ye Qingling covered her mouth, her face flushed, replying weakly. The atmosphere thickened with silence, as if even the sound of air flowing within the room could be heard. Hang, can I sleep with you tonight?" Ye Qingling asked shyly, sitting beside him. Oh sure." Lu Hang found it difficult to refuse, especially after what had just transpired. Chapter 106, Then I Shall Follow You Every Day. "Now please remove that." Lu Hang gently pointed at the black stockings adorning Ye Qingling's legs. All right." Ye Qingling softly acquiesced, sitting up in bed to slowly peel off the black stockings. After all, they were rather constrictive and uncomfortable. However, Hang likes them with this thought. A smile unconsciously graced Ye Qingling's lips. Hang, could you open the quilt a bit for me to crawl in?" After shedding the stockings, Ye Qingling playfully patted the bundled-up Lu Hang, urging him on. "Oh." Lu Hang promptly lifted a corner of the quilt, indicating for Ye Qingling to enter. "Ha!" Ye Qingling laughed with excitement and dove right in, wrapping her arms around him. At that moment, Lu Hang felt that their interactions were increasingly resembling those of a couple. They shared their daily lives together, having done everything but engage in more intimate activities. Though he had never been in a relationship, he felt as though he had observed enough to understand the dynamics. Yet, he found himself relishing this feeling, enjoying the freedom to be himself around her. Hang, it seems you really like black stockings." Ye Qingling giggled, covering her mouth in amusement as she teased him. I do not." Lu Hang Vito Setubon. He thought to himself that if he admitted it, his reputation as a gentleman would be irreparably tarnished. Ye Qingling, noticing the expression on Lu Hang's face, immediately grasped his thoughts. With a playful glint in her eye, she feigned seriousness and warned, "But you can only watch me wear them." "Huh? Have I even seen anyone else wear them?" Lu Hang was taken aback, pondering whether he had indeed seen anyone else. He had glimpsed them on the street, but that was beyond his control. After all, how could he turn off his gaze? "Did you hear that?" Ye Qingling impatiently shook Lu Hang's shoulder. I heard. Lu Hang, feeling helpless, complied with her words. However, he also thought of something and pretended to be serious, saying, "But you are not allowed to wear them outside." I know." Ye Qingling purred like a contented kitten, nuzzling against Lu Hang. Hang, today is our last night together. Tomorrow we move to the dormitory." Her tone hinted at reluctance, and her beautiful eyes frequently glanced at Lu Hang, as if wishing to etch this moment deep into her memory. Don't worry. It's just a brief 7 days. Lu Heng attempted to appear nonchalant, though his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Ye Qingling, keenly observing her reaction. Oh, but what happens after those 7 days? Ye Qingling pressed on, her curiosity piqued. Faced with this question, Lu Heng became somewhat flustered, his voice dipping to a whisper. Well, after 7 days, if you still want to come back here occasionally, that wouldn't be impossible. The last part of his sentence emerged almost as a stammer. Upon finishing, Lu Heng swiftly averted his gaze, afraid that Ye Qingling would see through his thoughts, causing his speech to become increasingly hesitant. Really? Ye Qingling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise as her face lit up with excitement. Lu Heng softly affirmed, acknowledging her enthusiasm. Upon hearing his response, Ye Qingling's face radiated an incredibly bright smile. Like a joyful little bird, she flung herself into Lu Heng's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him, whispering sweetly, Heng, you are simply wonderful. In that moment, the entire room was enveloped in a warm and sweet atmosphere. She playfully began to nuzzle against his chest, as if trying to merge with him. Stop. Lu Heng quickly pushed her head away, adding, only occasionally, do you understand? TCH, so stingy, Ye Qingling playfully retorted, then began tracing circles on his chest. Nevertheless, she was immensely pleased with her success. Slowly, this is just the first step. Later, I will make him ask me to come back. Ye Qingling resolutely thought to herself. Cough, Lu Heng gently cleared his throat, attempting to refresh his voice, then straightened up, striving to adopt a serious demeanor. Yet, his eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety and nervousness. If you want to come back during the break, you can. He stumbled over the words, as if each syllable required tremendous effort to utter. Despite this, he endeavored to maintain his composure, not wanting her to discern his true feelings. Hearing this, Ye Qingling's face broke into a sly smile. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth and, with a tone so sweet it could soften bones, softly asked, Heng, do you want to part with me? Her voice was as melodious as a celestial choir and as gentle as a spring breeze, captivating him entirely. Lu Heng was taken aback by the sudden question, his body jolting as he nearly toppled off the bed. He stared incredulously at the whimsical girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and retorted, I wouldn't miss you. He waved his hand dismissively, attempting to feign indifference. However, Ye Qingling was not deceived by his facade. Her sparkling eyes gleamed with intelligence, seemingly aware of everything. With a playful smile, she whispered to herself, He, so stubborn. Though her voice was soft, it was still clearly audible to Lu Heng. This only heightened his embarrassment, turning his cheeks a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. But when you are at school, you must message me every day, Ye Qingling sternly reminded him. I understand. Lu Heng calmly nodded. If you go out, you must constantly report your location. Aren't you being a bit too controlling? Lu Heng, hold that. Did you hear me? Ye Qingling asked, her teeth clenched in determination. I want tea. Lu Heng firmly shook his head in refusal. Is that so? Then I shall follow you every day. Ye Qingling threatened with a fierce glare at Lu Heng. Chapter 107. Or else. Why not touch my belly? Smack. What on earth is going on in that little head of yours every day? Lu Heng scowled as he tapped Ye Qingling's head, questioning her with a fierce tone. Then you must promise me quickly. Ye Qingling baret her teeth. Her expressions fierce like an angry little kitten. No way, please don't. Lu Heng replied with a look of disdain. Lu Zhutu, you must agree to me. Ye Qingling's tone was filled with an undeniable assertiveness. Why? Lu Heng furrowed his brow in confusion, a hint of impatience in his voice. What if you disappear again? What should I do? Where am I supposed to find you? Ye Qingling bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling as if each word drained her of strength. Her originally clear and bright gaze now dulled, a veil of moisture gathering in her beautiful eyes. How could I disappear? Lu Heng paused, taken aback by Ye Qingling's appearance, a pang of pain inexplicably stirring within him. He slowly embraced her, softly reassuring her. You did that last time, just vanished. Do you know how anxious I was then? As she spoke, she felt unsatisfied and gave a fierce punch to his chest. I'm sorry. Lu Hang, unsure of how to respond, remained silent for a long moment before apologizing. He then added, but this time is different. We are in the same school, in the same class, together every day. How could I just disappear? Then you must promise me quickly. You have to report your whereabouts to me every day and send me your real-time location. Ye Qingling bit her lip, urging Lu Hang. All right, I promise. Lu Hang raised his hands in surrender, indicating his concession. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling's face lit up with joy, tightening her embrace around Lu Hang. Oh, and you have to video call me every night. Oh, I understand. Hang, you are so wonderful. Ye Qingling gazed at Lu Hang, her eyes brimming with endless tenderness and deep affection, as if a spring of water was about to overflow. Faced with such a fervent gaze, Lu Hang felt a wave of panic wash over him. He subtly shifted his body back, attempting to create distance between them, yet his heart was in turmoil. He stammered, Why you should look at me like that? I just thought that showing you my face at night would make you feel more at ease. So I agreed to your request. Despite his words, his cheeks had already betrayed him, flushed with a rosy hue revealing his inner emotional turmoil. Hang, tonight is the last night. Can you grant me one request? Ye Qingling bit her lip, her voice soft and pleading. What request? Speak. Lu Hang asked with an expression of calm. See, could you take off your shirt? After uttering this, a blush crept onto Ye Qingling's face, as if she too realized the embarrassment of her request. Do you even hear what you're saying? Lu Hang's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at Ye Qingling. Oh, please, Hang, it's the last night. Seeing her plea was ineffective, Ye Qingling clung to his arm, starting to act cute and spoiled. This left Lu Hang feeling as though he were drifting through a soft cloud, utterly comfortable. Let go of me, and why should I take off my clothes? He first pulled his arm away from Ye Qingling's grasp, then questioned her in confusion. Because I want to touch. Ye Qingling replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Touch? Where? Lu Hang's ears instantly turned crimson, incredulously asking. Touch your belly, Ye Qingling grinned mischievously, one hand boldly slipping beneath the hem of Lu Hang's shirt. Hey, stop that immediately. Lu Hang hurriedly intervened, reaching out to extricate Ye Qingling's restless little hand from his body. Yet her small hand was like a nimble snake. Every time Lu Hang attempted to grasp it, it would slither away to another side. Oof. Ye Qingling smiled triumphantly, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Hang. Ye demon, put me down this instant. With that, Lu Hang yanked his shirt open, leaving her hand nowhere to hide. Hang, you did that yourself. Just as Lu Hang reached for her, she seized the opportunity to pull up, and his shirt was directly stripped away. What the heck? Lu Hang et Galim, rushing to reclaim the garment from Ye Qingling's hands. However, she tossed it away with all her might, sending it flying onto the distant desk. Ye demon, despicable and shameless. Lu Hang gritted his teeth in anger, then attempted to sit up from the bed to retrieve his shirt. Lu Zhu too. Just stay put. She then leapt onto him, pinning him down so he couldn't move. Hey, why you can't do that? Lu Hang shifted nervously, stammering a warning. It's useless. You can't escape. Come, let me see. Her hands firmly pressed against his stomach, feeling the solid muscles utterly addictive. Mine, almine, Ye Qingling, lafet wickedly. Gazing at the body that made her salivate, drool pooling at the corners of her mouth. 5 minutes later, Ye Qingling leaned against the headboard, taking a deep breath, then glanced at Lu Hang, who had turned away, buried in the blankets, too shy to look at her, and smiled wickedly. Are you happy now? I will never forgive you. Lu Hang shouted, his tone filled with shame and anger. Ye Qingling scoffed, slowly crawling over to him, embracing him once more, and softly said, Hang, your physique is quite impressive, with an exaggerated bubbly tone. Yikes, when did you become so lewd? Lu Hang expressed his disdain and felt the distance between him and Ye Qingling widen. Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. It's not like we haven't touched before. Ye Qingling pouted dismissively, then seemed to think of something, revealing a sly smile as she leaned closer to his ear, softly whispering seductively, or else, why not touch my belly? As she spoke, She slowly lifted her shirt hem. Chapter 108. I wish to kiss here after a moment of silence. Lu Hang slowly turned over. Ah, it seems you are not very eager to touch. Ye Qingling feigned a look of regret, pretending to lower the clothes she had lifted. Ahem, since you asked so directly then, I must retaliate. Lu Hang replied with a mock seriousness. Oh, Ye Qingling smiled meaningfully. It's revenge indeed. Absolutely. It's not that I want to touch. Lu Hang added, reminding her at the end. Yes, yes. Come quickly. Ye Qingling eagerly nodded, urging him on. Why do I feel you're even more anxious than I am? Oh, no. Hurry up. Oh, I'm coming. Lu Hang felt something was amiss. Yet he could not suppress his hand as it slowly reached out. Oh, so soft, wow. This feels too good to squeeze. Just as Lu Hang was lost in this tender moment, Ye Qingling flashed a mischievous smile. Oh no, I've been tricked. Seeing her expression, Lu Hang's heart sank, and he hurriedly tried to retract his hand, but it was too late. With a swift motion, she yanked down the clothing, firmly pressing Lu Hang's hand, leaving him unable to move either forward or backward. Ye Qingling tz, adopting a plefulton. Clearly, you pressed my hand in. Let go of me. Lu Hang gritted his teeth, trying to pull his hand free. How could I hold you down if you hadn't reached out? Ye Qingling kantarit, leaving Lu Hang at a loss for words, prompting him to insist, you must let go. Hey, you pig head, this is a beautiful girl as soft. Fair stomach you're rubbing. How can you complain? I am complaining. Let me go. Not letting go. Not letting go. No, let go. Not letting go, huh? Then don't blame me. Lu Hang began to tickle her stomach, causing laughter to erupt. After a while, Lu Hang lay on the bed, gasping for breath, thinking angrily, damn, I forgot this little demon isn't ticklish. Lu Hang, are you tired? Ye Qingling asked with a sly smile. You, how can you let go of my hand? Lu Hang got pet. His voice tinged with helplessness and fatigue. Ye Qingling held Lu Hang's hand tightly, her eyes filled with anticipation and desire. You must hold me close and sleep without a shirt tonight, she answered quickly, her tone dripping with a hint of playful coaxing. Lu Hang looked at Ye Qingling helplessly, a faint smile of bitterness crossing his face. You must let go. He attempted to free himself, but she gripped tighter. Promise me, and I will let go. Ye Qingling dejlarit. Her, gazeresolute. You've already thrown my clothes so far away. What else do you want from me? Lu Hang deeply, his tone implying a silent understanding. Ye Qingling looked at Lu Hang, a sly smile gracing her lips. So, you agree? She asked, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lu Hang did not respond directly to her question, but, with a hint of concession, withdrew his hand from her stomach. Hurry and let go, he said, his voice laced with resignation. Ye Qingling chuckled softly, excitedly diving onto Lu Hang again, her arms wrapping around him. Lu Hang, may I pinch here? She asked, her voice playful. Do as you wish. Lu Hang replied, his tone resigned. Lu Hang, may I touch here? Ye Qingling invited. Her, voice curious. Don't ask me. Lu Hang replied, his impatience evident. Lu Hang, I want to kiss here. Ye Qingling said, her voice shy. Huh. By the time Lu Hang realized something was amiss, it was too late. Ye Qingling had already planted a kiss on his firm chest. Startled, Lu Hang sat up, astonishment etched on his face. He had not anticipated Ye Qingling to be so bold. Ye Qingling gazed at Lu Hang, a sweet smile lighting up her face. She knew he harbored feelings for her, though he lacked the courage to express them. You. Lu Hang stammered, unable to articulate his surprise, repeatedly pointing at her. What are you stammering for? She shot back, hands on her hips, playfully swatting his hand away, asserting, it's perfectly normal for childhood friends to share a kiss. Her tone was unwavering, as if this were a matter of course. You truly, aren't even pretending? Lu Hang murmured under his breath, turning his head away, feeling sheepish. Lu Hang, it's getting late. We should sleep. Ye Qingling said with a playful pout, her tone firm and unyielding. With that, she pushed Lu Hang back onto the bed, as if to secure him in place. She then coiled around him like an agile octopus. With this treatment, I can hardly breathe, and it's so hot. Lu Hang complained, though despite his protests. His hands instinctively wrapped around her delicate waist, a habitual response. Time flowed like fine sand slipping through an hourglass. Ye Qingling nestled quietly in his embrace, like a docile kitten, reveling in the rare warmth and tranquility. She gently closed her eyes, savoring the warmth emanating from his body, akin to the gentle rays of the spring sun warming her heart. Gradually, a profound sense of drowsiness washed over her, engulfing her thoughts and lulling her into a sweet slumber. At that moment, Lu Hang, too, was enveloped in this delightful sensation. The soft form in his arms felt like a plush pillow, providing him with endless comfort and pleasure. He instinctively tightened his embrace, fearing that if he loosened his grip, she would vanish. Accompanied by her steady breathing, Lu Hang's eyelids grew heavier, ultimately succumbing to sleep's embrace, slowly closing his eyes. In that instant, the two were like intertwined vines, snugly entwined. The rhythmic sound of their heartbeats resonated like a beautiful melody in the tranquil night, filling the air with an atmosphere of warmth and sweetness. Chapter 109. Do you wish to compete for him as well? Time swiftly passed, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon on September 1st, the official day of registration. Ye Qingling and Lu Hang walked side by side into the campus, which was abuzz with excitement. Students were everywhere, accompanied by parents who had brought the new students to school. As the two entered the school, they drew considerable attention. "Hello, are you heading to the dormitory? Can I assist you with your luggage? Oh, where are your bags?" Several senior students noticed the two and approached them with warm greetings. "Apologies, we already came yesterday to organize our things. We can manage on our own." They politely declined and continued on their way. "By the way, you seem to be from class 3, right? We're from different classes. I'm in class 4. Lu Hang suddenly inquired as they walked along. Ye Qingling fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, seemingly displeased with the school's arrangement. "Damn, we're in the same major, yet not in the same class. How infuriating." Ye Qingling mentally lamented, had feast clenched tightly in frustration. Lu Hang glanced at his phone and asked, "Our class is gathering at the registration area at 6 this evening. What about you?" "We're meeting at 7. They said we'd have a brief class meeting before heading to the teaching building." Ye Qingling responded, taking out her phone to check. A hint of dissatisfaction colored her tone as she subtly scrutinized Lu Hang, a trace of reluctance evident in her gaze. "After the meeting tonight, I'll come to pick you up." Lu Hang stammered towards the end, feeling a bit uneasy. "Really?" Ye Qingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes. I heard there will be plenty of snacks at the school gate tonight. Let us go out together and explore." Lu Hang nodded, speaking slowly. Sound good." Ye Qingling playfully elongated her tone, responding sweetly like a charming child. "Then let us head back to the dormitory first to meet our roommates," Lu Hang suggested, sending a message in their dormitory group, which had been established in advance since the dorms were assigned earlier. "Hey, it's still quite early. Why rush back?" Ye Qingling quietly protested, clearly reluctant to part ways with Lu Hang. "We should get to know our roommates first, and then we can have dinner together later," Lu Hang explained calmly, prioritizing friends over romance. Ye Qingling turned her head, pouting in mild discontent. "Let us go," Lu Hang urged, leading the way ahead. "Hey, wait for me, Lu Zhu." Ye Qingling bit her lip and called out from behind. "All right, we've arrived at Building A. You can go up now," Lu Hang said as they reached the dormitory, glancing at Ye Qingling, who was clutching his sleeve. "I don't want to go up," Ye Qingling murmured, her voice barely audible. "Hey, Ye Qingling, is that really you?" Both turned at the sound to find Chu Wanning approaching them with a large bag of items. "Oh, Lu Hang, you're here too," Chu Wanning said as she drew closer with her heavy bag. "Yes, I'm just accompanying her to the dormitory. I'll head back shortly," Lu Hang replied politely, patting Ye Qingling on the shoulder. "Oh my, you two seem quite close, don't you?" Chu Wanning covered her mouth, a curious smile gracing her face. "Ah, Wanning, you, let us hurry up," Ye Qingling exclaimed, rushing forward to cover Chu Wanning's mouth and pulling her toward the dormitory. "Don't forget to pick me up tonight. I'll send you my location," Ye Qingling reminded Lu Hang as they entered the building. "Okay," Lu Hang nodded, waving goodbye as he turned to head to his own dormitory. While waiting for the elevator, Chu Wanning wriggled free from Ye Qingling's grasp and asked, "Qingling, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly cover my mouth?" I. Ye Qingling stammered, unable to find the words. After all, She had previously told her that Lu Heng was her fiancé. She couldn't reveal that it was merely a fabrication. Well, it's not entirely untrue. It will happen eventually, but this could disrupt my entire plan, and that cannot be allowed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, as if a light bulb had illuminated her thoughts. He is just really shy. If you had spoken directly to him just now, he would have turned beet red, Ye Qingling said with a serious expression and a solemn tone. Oh, I see. Chu Wanning, convinced by Ye Qingling's earnest demeanor, nodded in understanding. That sounds tough for you, Chu Wanning said with a sympathetic look. Tough? Ye Qingling scratched her head, perplexed. Yes, having such a shy fiancé, isn't that hard? Actually, it's not that bad. Ye Qingling wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, nervously explaining. If Lu Heng discovers I'm speaking ill of him, he won't spank me, right? Not that he won't He treats me really well. No, wait. He treats me exceptionally well, Ye Qingling asserted with unmatched seriousness, as if she were betting everything on that statement. Well, I can certainly see that. Chu Wanning nodded earnestly, then sighed. I truly envy you. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingling's heart suddenly tightened, her eyes losing their luster as she murmured, Do you wish to compete for him as well? No. I'm just envious. I absolutely do not mean it in that way. Chu Wanning, sensing Ye Qingling's expression, quickly waved her hands in denial. Really? Ye Qingling's tone was devoid of warmth, icy as winter. Really, truly? Chu Wanning nodded vigorously, moving like a startled rabbit. That's a relief. Ye Qingling finally exhaled, her earlier tension easing slightly. Yet, still wary, she reminded Wanning, I consider you a good friend. You understand, right? Rest assured, Qingling, I also regard you as a good friend. I absolutely will not have such thoughts. Chu Wanning solemnly replied, feeling a sense of relief within her heart. Goodness, this possessiveness is quite intense. You nearly frightened me. Chapter 1, 10. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Heng found that his 3 roommates had already arrived and were busy organizing their belongings. Wow, who are you, handsome? Exclaimed one muscular man in sportswear upon seeing Lu Heng. The other 2 turned to look at him, momentarily taken aback by his presence, before quickly regaining their composure, lest they truly be frightened. Oh, hello, I'm Lu Heng. He politely introduced himself, momentarily stunned when he recognized one of them. It was the same student he had seen yesterday, who had written on a desk, I want to be Genshin's Ayaka's dog. This student, slightly overweight and dressed in a humorous outfit, was arranging his bed. It seemed the desk had finally found its rightful owner, Lu Heng thought with a smirk. Hello, I'm Zhao Wang, said the muscular man standing before Lu Heng. Hi, I'm Zhang Jiwen, replied another, who appeared somewhat leaner and wore black-rimmed glasses, giving off the aura of a science prodigy. Hello, I am the Black King from Hell I am. Sand sculpture, said the student in the humorous outfit, covering his eyes with one hand and smiling mysteriously at Lu Heng. Sand sculpture? Lu Heng grinned awkwardly at him, realizing it was indeed a rather silly name. Just kidding. Lu Haitao. Let me show you something interesting. Lu Haitao jumped down from his bed and mysteriously leaned closer to Lu Heng with his phone in hand. What is it? Lu Heng curiously peered at the photos on his screen. To his astonishment, the image was of Ye Qingling. Wow, Lu Heng, let me tell you, she is definitely the belle of the university. I have never seen anyone so beautiful. It's a pity to hear she has a boyfriend. Otherwise, with your looks, you two would be a match, Lu Haitao remarked, glancing between the photo and Lu Heng with a look of regret. And I heard she's in our major too, but not in the same class. What a shame. Where do you get all this information? Zhao Wang and Zhang Jiwen inquired curiously. From a school forum. It's overflowing with posts now. Lu Haitao opened the forum homepage, and Lu Heng noticed that most of the pictures featured Ye Qingling. Strangely, however, Lu Heng was conspicuously absent from the images, as if deliberately cropped out. Hey, Lu Heng, there are even pictures of you here. Quite a few. Lu Haitao opened another post in front of Lu Heng, seeking this student as contact information. If he has a girlfriend, forget it. Let us fish for this handsome guy. I want him to father my child. The post became increasingly absurd, even featuring a bearded man asking if he was single. On my eyes. My eyes are going to break. Lu Hang quickly pushed Lu Haitao's phone away, covering his eyes and shouting, "Wow, some people make me feel inferior. Why don't I have such attention?" Lu Haitao complained, staring enviously at the screen. "You should probably change out of that outfit first," Zhang Jiyuan calmly suggested. "Oh well, the world of anime is truly the most wonderful," Lu Haitao exclaimed just as he dashed to his desk, excitedly pointing at a Genshin Ayaka sticker. "Look, this is clearly destiny. I saw it the moment I arrived, and luckily, it hasn't been snatched away yet. Doesn't this mean she has been silently waiting for my arrival?" Lu Hang rolled his eyes at this statement, his lips twitching in embarrassment as he hesitantly asked, "Is it possible that anyone other than you would choose this?" Zhang Jin, standing nearby, wore a look of disdain and openly muttered, "Private calamity, stewed goose heart." Unfazed by the criticism, Lu Haitao pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Jiyuan's nose, angrily retorting, "Zhang, don't act all high and mighty, you repressed weirdo." "Huh, you are the one who's repressed," Zhang Jiyuan shot back, though his stuttering seemed to validate Lu Haitao's claims. As their argument escalated, Zhao Wang, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected with a puzzled expression. "Do you two know each other?" "Oh yes, we were high school classmates and got into the same university together. We're practically best friends," Lu Haitao replied. "Oh, you two certainly have an affinity." Lu Hang realized, if they were not familiar, such an exchange would likely have ended in a brawl. Meanwhile, Ye Qingling and Chu Weining, upon returning to their dormitory, also met their other two roommates, who were of the quieter type, namely Li and Chen Xiaoyan. "Wow, Qingling, come quickly and look." Chu Weining waved her phone excitedly at Ye Qingling. What is it?" Ye Qingling approached, puzzled. Chu Weining's phone displayed a post about an off-campus food street, showcasing a variety of delectable dishes. "Qingling, let us go try it after the meeting tonight," she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hee, sorry Weining, I'm going out with Lu Hang tonight," Ye Qingling replied, smiling softly with a hint of apology. "Oh, prioritizing romance over friendship. Huh? All right, Chu Weining responded, her voice playful. "Hee, sorry Weining, it's fine. The three of us will go tonight. I'll join you another day." After a moment, Chu Weining scrolled further down her phone and noticed a post that also caught Ye Qingling's attention. It was filled with requests for Lu Hang's contact information, with comments calling him hubby and expressing desires to have his child, accompanied by various lewd emojis, even for men. "What website is this?" Ye Qingling's eyes blazed with fury as an aura of wrath and madness radiated from her once again.